All right, we are getting new details on breaking news from the Boston area. That shooting at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Drew Griffin joined us now on the phone from Boston with more on this. Drew, what are you able to tell us? What's happening there now?
Earlier this evening in Cambridge, MIT, the university, which is literally across the Charles River from where the horrific events took place at the Boston Marathon, a police officer was shot. He was taken to a hospital and later died. But Rosemary, this has become a much, much bigger story, the scope of which we're not quite clear of. There has been a huge sign of police, first at the police officer shooting at the MIT campus, and now there is a huge incident in a town called Watertown, which is just past Harvard University on the way outside of Boston. It's a suburb, but there are reports of explosive ordinances on the street, a suspect who has been taken into a custody, another one on the loose, and I can just tell you I'm walking up on the scene where there are dozens and dozens of police officers and ambulances circling this little town square area where there seems to be some sort of large event that has taken place involving suspects that may have been connected to the MIT shooting, but we don't know if they're connected to anything else that has happened in Boston over this past week. So as we are trying to ascertain what's going on, we have literally been passed by police officers speeding down very small streets to get to this scene, which I'm coming upon now, and we hope to have more information as soon as we can ascertain what has happened from the local police here.
Drew, you mentioned the local police. Do we know at this point if the FBI are involved?
I keep looking for any kind of U.S. federal officials from the FBI or ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, the non-explosives people. I do not see them. I just see state police, Boston police, Cambridge police, the local police, you would have to call it, along with fire departments and ambulances.
All right, Drew Griffin standing by there in Boston. If you would, a moment, Drew, we're going to go to our affiliate WCBB to listen to what they have.
This officer here at MIT was shot several times around 10:48 this evening. Rushed to MGH where he lost his life. They say a suspect is still at large. They are still searching for that person, but we have not seen any more sweeps of this area at this point. There are two police trucks, police cars, cruisers that I can see at this point where I am. The perimeter has not changed. It is still quite a distance back, so where I'm standing is still several blocks away from where that shooting occurred. And again, at this point, we are the only media at this site, and most of the police have left. It has quieted down quite a bit, and it seems that the focus has turned to these other areas.
Well, the MIT website, once again, which I keep going back to for the updates, and the latest one came about 12 minutes ago, and it says, suspect remains at large. Please continue to stay indoors. So even though, as you say, it's kind of turned into a bit of a ghost town there, and there's only a couple of police officers, they are still asking for their 11,000 students and faculty and anyone who's in that area to continue to stay indoors because they do not know where this suspect is.
Understandably, because at this point, we don't know that there have been any arrests or anyone is in custody. Again, when we were down here earlier and there was a great deal of media in the area, there were many students who had come out, who had received those alerts from MIT, wanting to see. They were sort of curious cats, wanting to see with their own eyes what was going on their campus. So those people have all cleared out as well. I don't believe any of those headed to these other scenes. I think that at this point, the intrigue has kind of been lost.
Excuse me for interrupting you. We want to get back to Shane, who works in our graphics department. And Shane, I know you're going to only have a moment to us because they want to take the cell phones off. So talk to us quickly.
Yeah, I just witnessed a lobby. There was a group of officers at the corner of Laurel and Dexter. They started heading down towards my house. They started taking their firearms out and pointing them down towards School Street. They were looking at the houses on my side. I'm number 23. So they were pointing them in the direction of my house and the house next to mine. And that's when I decided to hit the floor and I don't think it's worthwhile sticking my head up at this point.
No, I think we should let you go, and please go and take care of your family and be safe. And you can only call us when you know that it is the all clear at this point in time.
Of course.
Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
I want to
be safe.
Yes, please be safe. I want to share with you something else that Sean Kelly has just informed us of, that cell phones have been ordered off for police and media who are in the area because of undetonated explosives. Again, the cell phones have been ordered off for police and media because of undetonated explosives. And I'm not drawing any connection or correlation as to what happened on Monday, but there was a similar type of a situation where initially, after the first two attacks, law enforcement was asking everyone to not use their cell phones because they were concerned at that point in time that there could potentially be other explosive devices in the area that could possibly be triggered by cell phone activity. So this would suggest that they are also encouraging everyone to not use their cell phones right now because of those undetonated things. Okay, well, Sean's on the phone now, so.
Sean, but Sean, where are you right now, Sean?
We're right next to the location where the first suspect was taken down. The fire truck has moved away from this scene, but only slightly. They have now, the police have all rushed about a block away from here. I can't quite make out the street from where I'm sitting, but because we're being told to stay in the car. But for the last several minutes, police were pointing in the direction of another potential suspect. They were ordering that suspect to, they were ordering for that suspect not to move. And then there were shouts from police officers that the second suspect was in custody. Police officers moved toward some type of a vehicle, and then we could hear on the radios that the police officers were being told to back away out of concern of or explosives possibly being in this other vehicle. I can't tell from where I am what kind of a car it was.
Do you know if the first suspect, I assume, has been secured and is in custody, and there are no concerns about him?
We couldn't see the ambulance leave. We heard people yelling that one suspect was being taken to Beth Israel. That's an unconfirmed report, though. I mean, it's so hectic out here. People are yelling all kinds of different stuff, but that's what we heard from police.
So
I think we should be careful with a lot of this information, though, because there's just a lot of screaming going on right now. We're dealing with police officers who just, from what we could hear, took heavy gunfire. We heard a lot of explosions, and so there's a lot of confusion right now that they're trying to settle down.
So let's just
try and sort it out here.
Right. Let's rely on your eyes. When you look out the window, what do you see?
I see a much calmer neighborhood at this point. I see police officers are in SWAT uniforms, bulletproof vests outside of their normal uniforms, helmets on, guns drawn, mostly pacing the neighborhood at this point. But I'm not even sure exactly how long this has been going on, but for quite some time, those guns have been pointed in any number of directions between homes as they've been sprinting down the roads. We witnessed the police run around a corner to take down the first suspect. The first suspect that was taken into custody. We couldn't actually see the arrest from where we were positioned. We wound up stopping our car because there was so much gunfire going between these homes. We stopped our car as police were telling everyone to stop where they were so that they could try to get this under control. A short time later, after it appears they removed that first suspect from the area, they were able to find a second suspect, it appears, maybe a block to a block and a half away. They had guns drawn, pointed at a suspect. They were screaming something at him, and then it just seemed to calm down. And what we could hear over the radio was to back away from the vehicle in case there were more explosives, and then we were hearing police yelling, second suspect in custody.
But that's not yet been confirmed by your eyes, anyway.
Not by my eyes, but the radio traffic is all indicating that, and just by the demeanor of the police officers, things are beginning to calm down a bit.
And agencies, Sean, from, I assume, Watertown, I assume Massachusetts State Police, what else have you seen?
I just saw one of the Boston police superintendents just came running over to our car to make sure that we weren't suspects of any time, we had to roll down the window to show that we just kind of got caught in all of it.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm curious to know, we were speaking with Todd Wallace a little while ago, and he said that he saw a Homeland Security vehicle. Have you seen any Homeland Security vehicles where you are located?
I haven't. The vehicles I'm looking at appear to all be, I'm looking at Transit Police, MBTA Transit Police, Watertown Fire, Boston Police, possibly FBI, a handful of Boston Undercover. I can tell you from coming from the direction of Cambridge, I have to believe at least a handful of these are Cambridge vehicles. That's where this...
That may have been where it started, Sean. And
well, I believe, from what we could tell, from where we picked this up, it was on Memorial Drive at around 816 Memorial Drive, which in the area of the Mobil gas station and the Shell gas station.
Sean, just hold on for just a second. We've got a live shot up right now of Watertown, and you can see the cameras are there. You can see there are a number of people there. I assume a lot of them are reporters. I assume a lot of them are people who live in the neighborhood as well. All right, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt your story, but that's what everyone's looking at.
That's fine. I mean, I can tell you that people who have stuck their heads out the doors here on Dexter have all been ordered immediately back into their home.
Watch out, Todd.
We've made efforts to get out of our vehicle, and we've been ordered back in.
So I'm not sure which camera this is. This might be Todd's camera.
This would be with Todd Wallace,
this would be
right?
Todd's camera.
This would be our second crew.
And Todd was actually at Mount Auburn and Lloyd, which is not far from where Sean is speaking to us right now. Sean is at Laurel Street and Dexter Street, at that intersection. But this camera is a little further away up on Mount Auburn and Lloyd.
I don't know. Hey, it looks like one of the suspects was removed.
All right, we're going to leave our affiliate WCBB just for a moment. I want to go to our other affiliate, WHDH, to hear what they're reporting. Let's listen.
Get down, and I got down behind the car door, behind the car, and he got down, I believe, behind a police car. It was a matter of just getting down as quickly as you could at the nearest possible place. So he was about 10 feet in front of me, and then I believe that when they told us to get back even further, when I heard something of a hand grenade, he must have followed me, but that's when I lost him for a short while. But he and everyone else has been moved back now on the other side of this yellow tape. I don't know what he was able to shoot video-wise, but I think he was rolling right up until that moment where we were basically fearing for our lives. And never in my reporting career have I felt so vulnerable.
Well, we are glad you're safe, Adam, and you did the right thing by trying to find cover. We're being told that in this video we're watching here, at some point we might see the suspected gunman at some point. We're not sure where. And this is the part, right there on the ground. Oh, okay.
There we go.
Wow, Neil did a great job. And this is where they're backing up here, I guess.
Okay.
Does he have a...
His eyes seem to be closed. His arms are spread. He's on
out.
His stomach.
He's on his stomach on the ground, but that is the point where they were backing up. And it's interesting that they are backing up, Adam, and perhaps that he was threatening that he had some sort of a weapon on him. His hand, doesn't appear to be anything in his hands.
Nothing?
No, doesn't appear to be anything in his hand.
This is unbelievable.
And this again happening just moments ago. Adam, are you still with us?
I'm still with you at one point. And again, this is just what I heard from police. I can't go on the record.
No.
We're watching the guy laying on the ground,
he's laying on the ground.
Crossed, some jogging pants with a stripe up along the side, brown hair.
To Laurel Street, across the school and goes into Laurel Street.
Okay, and what did you experience tonight?
Well, I had heard, first I heard a loud explosion type sound, and then just a mass of police cars heading down Mount Auburn Street, but there were so many they couldn't tell which direction they were going. And then about half an hour ago, I heard a couple of sirens on my street, so I came out to check, and there were like 20, 25 police cars. And now the end of Mount Auburn Street at Spruce is blocked off. I'm hearing a helicopter coming overhead, and police are telling people coming out of their houses to go back in. They don't want to be here, and anybody who has no business on the street to just leave.
I want to give folks a reference to where you are, Greg, if I'm not mistaken. You say you're on Spruce Street, and it looks like Spruce Street runs into School Street, and then it becomes Laurel Street on the opposite side of School Street. So,
and then a short distance from there, it goes into Dexter House.
Exactly,
Right,
exactly.
right.
So where you are, it looks like it's a very short distance to where this initial takedown took place at Laurel and Dexter Streets in Watertown.
Yes, it's very close.
Did you hear the gunshots? Did you experience personally the gunshots?
I did hear them from my window,
Right.
and I was watching the MIT news coverage, and then a short time later, I heard gunshots off from my window, and I didn't think they were related. I thought there was something else, but then I kept on watching the news, and then all this started happening.
Well, let me just be clear, Greg. We do not know if these
There's the
incidences
helicopter
are
he's
related.
talking about, by the way. That's the helicopter.
There's the helicopter you were just talking about. We have not connected the dots between the MIT incident and this incident. However, they have all happened within a relatively close proximity of one another in terms of distance and as well as timing this evening.
Well, Greg, thank you. You are safe. That is the most important thing, right?
Yes, I am safe, and my street seems to be safe, and everybody is inside and not creating any kind of commotion.
Well,
I just want to leave our affiliate WHDH there for a moment. You saw the gunman there, flat on his face on the road, surrounded by police. I want to go to our CNN photojournalist, Gabe Ramirez, who is there at the scene. Gabe, tell us what you have been able to witness at this point.
Hey, I am in Watertown, near the corner of Dexter and trying to say near the corner. What's the corner? What's the street? I'm sorry, I'm getting split. Quimby. We rolled up here about 10 minutes ago. I did, and police were in a standoff with a vehicle just down the hill. They all had their weapons drawn. As soon as they were, I could hear their orders to him to strip down all his clothes. He was ordered out of his vehicle, and he was placed under arrest. He was put into a Boston police vehicle. There are multiple agencies here from Watertown, Newton, and state police. And I overheard Police Chief Linsky, who was on the scene, say that the second suspect was in custody and they needed a positive ID. So that's what I have here now. I'm sorry, I apologize, but it's quite a chaotic scene right now, as you can imagine.
Totally understand, Gabe. So just to clarify there, basically you say both suspects there at MIT are in custody. Has any link?
No. I'm in Watertown. No, I'm in Watertown.
Right, okay.
One of the suspects involved in a police shooting here this evening was taken into custody now. The implication, or the implication from police here is that possibly one of the two suspects that they've been looking for, they have not been clear on that point, obviously. But that is the implication. We don't know.
Okay, so they have made that link. What gives you the feeling that that person, that suspect, is linked to the Boston bombings?
The man that I placed in the car matches a general description of the suspects they are looking for. However, we have no idea who these men are for sure. But this is what the police have been using. It was quite a chaotic scene. The police were yelling at each other back and forth across the street. The radio chatter. So all of this, right now, there's just a lot of confusion. But the suspect was ordered to strip his clothes. It was quite tense. Once the suspect surrendered, they moved him fully undressed into a police vehicle.
He was fully undressed. He was told to remove his clothing?
Yes, correct.
Right, and do you, going by the images you have seen, did he appear more like the suspect 1 or suspect 2 of the images that the FBI have released?
Now, of course, the two images are difficult. It's difficult to see exactly what they look like. But from the images that I've seen from the FBI press conference, it definitely looked like suspect 1. He more resembled suspect 1. He was a thin, darker-skinned individual, and he was fully undressed and put into a police vehicle. Shortly after that, however, police chief was on the scene, say they had a suspect, and they needed a positive ID. Now, that's all I heard, and that's all I know at this point.
All right. CNN photojournalist Gabe Ramirez, they're telling us that at this point we understand that one of the suspects, we're going to just call him MIT gunman suspect. We're not going to make this link to the Boston Marathon bombing at this point until we get some sort of official confirmation on that. At this point, we understand that suspect was told to remove his clothing and was taken in custody. I want to go to our Jake Tapper, who is there at the scene to bring us some more information on this. Jake, what information do you have? Jake Tapper, can you hear me? We're live on CNN right now.
Oh, yes, I can hear you. Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were talking to me. So I'm standing here right near the intersection where the Boston Marathon bombing took place. This is what's been going on in the last hour or so. First of all, there was a shooting at the campus of MIT. That's in Cambridge. That is roughly about a mile, I believe, that way.
Just over the river.
Just over the river. And there was a shooting there. An officer was killed there, according to local authorities. And then in addition to that, there is a huge scrum of police officers in the Watertown area. That is about 4 miles beyond where we are standing right now, right near where the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks took place. And the huge media scrum there are 2 suspects who have been apprehended. Now, at this moment, we do not know if the 2 suspects who have been apprehended in Watertown are related to either the shooting of the police officer at MIT or the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. But, of course, this is a city on edge where there is a huge police presence. The idea that we're watching images of a big police presence in the Watertown area that has an FBI presence does seem unusual for a situation like this. But right now, in terms of the confirmed facts that we have, beyond the bombing that took place here in Boston on Monday, this evening, there was a shooting of an MIT police officer in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and then after that, there was a big police presence, and if you listen to police scanners, and obviously not everything you hear on a police scanner is accurate information, but there were reports of guns, there were reports of explosives, and now we are told by the police officer on the ground there in Watertown that there were 2 suspects that have been apprehended in Watertown, Massachusetts, about 4 miles from the scene of the crime of the terrorist attacks here in Boston, Massachusetts. So that is what we know as of right now, right this minute.
And Jake, although we don't know what sort of link there is to, as you suggest, either the shooting, the deadly shooting of the MIT police officer, or the Boston Marathon blasts, it is a comfort for people in Boston to hear that these 2 suspects have been apprehended. We were talking to CNN photojournalist Gabe Ramirez, who witnessed one of those suspects apparently had to remove his clothing and was taken naked into custody. I'd just be interested if there's any more information on the other suspect and whether they were taken pretty much in the same area, close by to each other.
The information we have as of right now, and of course, as we know, in situations like this, the first information is not always the accurate information, but the information we have right now is that there was an officer killed in Cambridge, Massachusetts, where MIT is. There also was a carjacking in MIT, and then 2 suspects were apprehended in Watertown, just beyond the MIT campus in Cambridge. Those 2 suspects were apparently apprehended in tandem. That is, they were apprehended at the same time. As you can hear, there are a lot of sirens in Boston right now, a lot of sirens in the area. You're going to see some coming by me right now. We do not know whether or not these 2 suspects apprehended by the police and the FBI at this early hour in the morning are necessarily related to the shooting in Cambridge or to the terrorist attack in Monday. But, you know, generally speaking, I think it's fair to say that a lot of people are very suspicious that they might be related.
Yeah, indeed. A lot of people making that assumption. But, Jake, give us an idea if you have seen any FBI presence nearby.
Well, we haven't seen an FBI presence here right now where we are. We are right now standing at the intersection of Huntington and Dartmouth. We're not far from the Back Bay area where the terrorist attacks took place on Monday. It is a scene of a crime. It is a police. You can't cross the lines here. The police tape. It is a crime scene. But there has been historically in the last week here an FBI presence, a police presence. The Joint Terrorism Task Force has been there. It is unusual that there would be FBI involved in a crime in Watertown, Massachusetts, if this were not a federal issue, obviously. And that's why we are now covering this and why I'm up in the middle of the night. But in terms of facts that we know for certain, we do not know that what's going on in Watertown or in Cambridge is necessarily related to what happened here on Monday.
And Jake, I do want to keep you talking on this because there is so much activity behind you and, of course, so much interest, and we're going right across the globe. A lot of people hoping that this would be a good conclusion to what had happened at the Boston on Monday at the marathon. But, of course, we emphasize that no official link has been made here at all. But if we might just go back over what we do know, because there is comfort in knowing that these two suspects have been taken into custody, whoever they may be.
Well, let's just go over the events since 5 o'clock Eastern time this evening. And right now it's roughly 1:30 in the morning here in Boston, Massachusetts. Since that time, the FBI has released photographs of two individuals whom they suspect to be suspects in the Boston terrorist attacks. Since that time, that announcement was made shortly after 5 o'clock Eastern p.m. this evening, there was another photograph that the New York Times verified that seemed to have been an even better picture, an even better image of one of the suspects, the one with the white baseball cap as opposed to the one with the black baseball cap. That individual's face was seen better in a picture that was posted on Facebook, and the person, you're looking at the picture right now, there you go. And that person who posted that on Facebook said that the FBI had contacted him, said that that was the best quality photograph they had seen of this individual. The New York Times verified that. Then since that happened this evening, there was a shooting of a police officer at MIT in Cambridge, just roughly over the river, about a mile over that way. And then after that happened, and there was a carjacking on that campus as well, two suspects were apprehended in Watertown, New York, which is roughly 3 miles beyond that, about 4 miles. And I apologize if I'm not getting my geography exactly right. I am not from Boston, but I think that's roughly correct. So in any case, we don't know that it is all related, but we do think that it is suspicious that the FBI has been involved in apprehending two suspects in Watertown, Massachusetts, and this carjacking took place all within the hours after all this information was released about the suspects that the FBI is looking for because of the horrific terrorist attacks that took place here in Boston, just a couple blocks away from me, killing 3 individuals and maiming seriously dozens of others.
All right. Yeah, some very interesting points there, particularly the one about the FBI as you raised that. Jake Tapper, I want you to stand by there. We do want to come back to you. We want to go to our Drew Griffin now on the phone from Boston. Drew, what are you able to add to this?
I can just tell you that the scene here in Watertown is quite chaotic with a huge police presence. We just heard what sounded like a shotgun report going off. I don't know if it was a misfire or what, but this is where all of the arrests took place, and the police continue to push us further and further back from where we started. We're now 5 blocks away from the exact scene where one of the people was taken into custody. But again, Rosemary, I am not seeing any kind of federal presence here whatsoever. As we were driving up on the scene, police cars were passing us at incredibly high rates of speed, but every single one of them was either a local police or a state police, no federal police. And we have yet to have any confirmation from any official source on this scene as to whom was taken into custody here and for what crime. As Jake was saying, these are very close to the shootings at MIT. The shooting at MIT, in fact, was just basically straight up the road, Massachusetts Avenue, by several miles. But again, all we know is that the shooting happened there. The police ran to this location. We talked to several witnesses, and you've had on your air many reports of gunshots, descriptions of guns being fired, but nothing that is linking any of these crimes.
All right, our Drew Griffin, there's still a chaotic scene where he is. Let's go back to our Jake Tapper, because I understand, Jake, you have an update on this.
Yeah, I just want to clear up some of the information. Obviously, in a situation like this, it's very fluid. We hear things on the police scanner. Just to clear up some of the things that I have conveyed that I've now been told corrections of or different information. We're told now that it's one suspect has been apprehended in Watertown, one. And also that the FBI presence was on the MIT campus, not in Watertown, MIT. So just to add to what Drew just reported from the scene. So that is the latest information that we have. Again, we're not making any assumptions here that there is a direct connection between what happened here in Boston on Monday, what happened at the MIT campus in Cambridge this evening, and what just happened in Watertown. But obviously, this is a city on edge. There was a lot of activity, a lot of police sirens. We see the police here, who obviously are at the crime scene of what took place on Monday, the terrorist attacks, and they are up, they are about. We have cars buzzing in and out, police officers talking to each other. So that is the latest of what's happening exactly right now.
All right, so just one suspect apprehended at this point, and that probably explains why it is still a very chaotic scene there. Jake, I do want to just go back over what we know with you, if you don't mind, if we can just walk our audience. If people throughout the world have just joined us at this point, there's some progress made. We don't know. We're not making any links with the Boston Marathon bombing on Monday. But as you mentioned, Boston is a town on edge, and we are getting word of a suspect apprehended. Do just go over what we know and the events that have unfolded in the last hour or so.
The events of the last hour are as follows. There was a shooting on the MIT campus, and an officer, apparently, according to authorities there, was killed. In addition, there was a carjacking on the MIT campus. We do not know that that is related in any way to what happened here in Boston, in the Back Bay area, with the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. We do not know any connection whatsoever at all. But after the officer was killed at MIT, a suspect of some sort was apprehended not far from the area where MIT is, not far from Cambridge, in Watertown, which is outside Boston. One suspect was apprehended, and you heard from the CNN photojournalist. You're going to hear a bunch more sirens coming my way. You're going to hear what the CNN photojournalist said, that suspect was apprehended in the way he was. That was one suspect, not two. Obviously, that the authorities here, that with the Joint Terrorism Task Force, are looking for two suspects, as they outlined earlier this evening at about 5:15 p.m. Eastern Time here in Boston. They put out photographic evidence, film and still photos of two individuals, one with a black hat, one with a white hat, whom they suspect of having left the bombs in the area of the finish line of the Boston Marathon. Since that time, when the FBI and the Joint Terrorism Task Force put out those photographs, one other photograph has come out that came out on Facebook. The New York Times verified its authenticity, which had a much clearer photograph, a much clearer image of the faces of one of the suspects. Again, we don't know that there's any connection whatsoever to the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks, those horrible bombings, and what has happened in the last hour or so on the MIT campus in Cambridge, and the arrest of a suspect of some sort in Watertown, Massachusetts.
And Jake, what exactly is happening around where you are now? We've seen the vehicles, the emergency vehicles, pass you by. What is happening in the immediate area there? We know that you were standing there at the scene of the Boston Marathon blast, and of course the action is taking place further away from you. But what is happening in that immediate vicinity?
A lot of police are just coming and going. I just want to share one thing. We now have an update. We're told that we do have an FBI presence on the scene in Watertown, Massachusetts. So earlier we said it was just local police. Apparently now the FBI has also come to the scene in Watertown where that one suspect was apprehended. The significance of that, the potential significance of that, is that obviously the FBI is the Federal Bureau of Investigation that is for a national crime, not just for a local crime. If this were to be a serious crime that took place, the FBI, and a suspect that was wanted in a serious crime, the FBI would be involved. That's not to say that the suspect is wanted in the Boston Marathon bombings, but that would increase the likelihood that it is something of significance. In terms of what's going on here, this is a crime scene that has been shut off since Monday. We see investigators come and go into the area, and we know that just yesterday we saw some of them inspecting one of the sites. But generally speaking, we don't have a great idea of what they are doing beyond our immediate line of sight, and the media and the public is kept at bay, away from the investigation, as you might understand.
All right, many thanks to you, Jake Tapper, there in Boston. He was clarifying there, one suspect apprehended in Watertown, and we are getting word that there is an FBI presence on the scene there in Watertown. That is potentially significant, as Jake pointed out. Let's go to our Drew Griffin. Again, he is there in Boston, closer to the actual scene there at MIT campus. Drew, what information have you been able to gather while we were away from you?
I just wanted to piggyback on what Jake Tapper said. Immediately as he was just saying that the FBI was present, a FBI officer, or I should say exactly what I saw, an FBI person wearing an FBI jacket came up in what appears to be a personal car, got some stuff out of his trunk, and then walked towards the crime scene, which now is about 5 blocks away as we've been moving back. That was the first time I laid eyes on any kind of FBI presence here. It is one person. That's not to say, Rosemary, that there's not more down there. I was at the scene. I didn't see any at the exact scene. They kept moving us back, and now I have just seen one FBI person with an FBI jacket. And I will certainly update you if I see any evidence of the same detectives that I've been seeing on the Boston Marathon case, but as of this moment, I did not recognize them. It was just a man in an FBI jacket who's here. Rosemary?
Drew, would you still describe the scene as very chaotic? Is there a sense that this has not come to any conclusion at this point?
I still see cars, police cars, coming up at high rates of speed and then seem to slow down. I don't know if these are just officers who are being called to the scene and think there is still an emergency going on. Certainly at the scene, there doesn't appear to be anybody running around with guns drawn or looking for any kind of suspects or anything like that. We have been moved back, but it doesn't appear to be for any kind of danger. No, I wouldn't describe it as chaotic in the sense that there is still an active crime scene. I think it's chaotic in the sense that you have multiple police agencies here now trying to figure out what do we do with the investigation that must be going on.
And Drew, earlier when we were taking our affiliates reporting on this, there was a mention that there was a fear of unexploded, possible bomb there. We don't know exactly, but they were certainly guiding people not to use their cell phones. Have you had any update on that particular part of the story at all?
We have absolutely no update on that, although I did talk to a few people who believe they heard 2 or 3 small explosions right about the same time that there was gunfire going on. So people do believe, these are, civilian witnesses, ear witnesses, believe they did hear explosions here. I could not see or detect any, by sight or smell, any sign of an explosion. And we got on the scene after the shooting had subsided. So I can't tell you that right now. No one has come up to me and said, turn the cell phone off. So that's basically where that stands. And as I'm standing here now, 2 ambulances have just pulled up. Their lights are not on. They don't seem to be in any kind of emergency status, perhaps just standing by in case they would be needed. But that seems to be the situation.
And that's an interesting point, since the information we have is that one suspect has been taken into custody. So he has been removed from the scene, so we don't know why those 2 ambulances are apparently on standby for some particular reason. But just describe where you are, or near where you are, Drew, if you don't mind, just to give us more of an idea of your location. I know you've been moved back somewhat.
Right. Watertown is a suburb, you might say, of Boston. It is across the Charles River and up away, I guess it would be west of the Cambridge, Harvard area of Boston. And we're on the main, what I would consider the main drag of Watertown, on the Laurel Drive. And there, at the center, what appears to be an actual firehouse, in what I would call the center of town, is right where the center of the activity is. We were up there. It was about a block-wide area that was cordoned off when I first arrived. There must have been at least 50 different emergency vehicles packed inside just that one block area, from police cars to some kind of bomb detection vehicles to ambulance, and I believe I did see a fire truck as well up there. They were all packed in there, police walking around, and then suddenly we started to get backed up further and further and further. First a block, then 2 blocks, and 3 blocks, and now we are 5 blocks away. The police have the tape all marked off, and the central business district of Watertown is completely roped off as this activity is unfolding about 2 blocks down the street from where I can see.
All right, our Drew Griffin standing by there at Watertown, bringing us some of those details. I want to go to Juliet Kayan, who lives in Cambridge, also a national security expert, I might add. Juliet, talk to us about what you're piecing together at this point, as this is happening in your neighborhood.
Yeah, so I had left CNN earlier because I've been doing work on air for the Boston Marathon and heard about this and was essentially delayed at the hotel because we had heard of so much activity. By the time I could get to Cambridge off the Mass Turnpike, I had never seen anything like it. 30 or 35 cop cars had passed me by the time I had gotten to Cambridge. But I want to make it clear that there was a cop killing, as everyone knows, at MIT. They are rare, very rare. And a response like this, triggered by a police officer being, just killed at MIT, at a university where students are, would engender a significant police response, given that we have just faced the Boston Marathon attacks. The fact that we see so much activity is may only be because everyone is activated, as they should be, because there are 2 suspects on the loose. So this reaction to a cop killing, if it's related to what we're watching right now, cop killings are a big deal still, and police officers send a lot of resources to them, even if they're underutilized. The fact that there's federal law enforcement may be just because everyone's on high alert. So as Jake was saying, because it's unfolding so fast, we see FBI. That might just be because simply we just don't know right now. And so what we're seeing is unfolding in real time, and we'll see. But just, if a cop killing triggered this, there is always a huge police response to it. The fact that the perpetrators appear to have gone from Cambridge to a nearby suburb means that you're just going to activate a lot of jurisdictions in the process. So we'll see sort of how this unfolds. But
yeah. We most definitely will. Juliet Kayam, thank you so much. Living in Cambridge there, in the neighbourhood where this took place, a national security expert. Juliet, we will more than likely come back to you in the minutes, possibly hours ahead. I want to go back to our Jake Tapper standing by again, because I understand, Jake, you have some additional information to add to this.
Well, obviously, to reiterate what Juliet said, I mean, anytime there would be a major police activity going on, the FBI, with the heightened state of security and alert that is going on right now, would necessarily go there. And the reaction to a police shooting, there was a police officer at MIT in Cambridge killed this evening, roughly at 10:30, I believe, is when that took place. There would be naturally an FBI and a big police presence for anything that might be involved with that. So again, there is not necessarily any relationship whatsoever with what is going on here in the Boston area this evening with what took place here on Monday. That said, just to give you an update on what is going on right now, in the last 15 or 20 minutes, we were told that MIT has put out an alert telling students to please, and others who live on the campus, to please remain indoors. The police have not determined that the campus is safe. That was roughly 15 or 20 minutes ago. So even though there is this one suspect apprehended in Watertown, not far from Cambridge, the police have not made the determination that what's going on in Cambridge at the MIT campus is over. So that's something for people to keep in mind. I'm told that there was also an alert that similarly went out, I believe, at the campus of Boston University, which is not far from there. So that's going on right now. We are still waiting to hear. There are all sorts of reports on police scanners and other media suggesting that somebody has been taken to a hospital. We're not sure if it is a police officer or one of the suspects, or the suspect that was apprehended this evening. As soon as we determine what exactly that information is, we'll let you know, and we'll bring it to you as soon as possible.
Indeed. I mean, there are so many pieces to this, and we are trying to draw this all together. And of course, for our global audience, you need to understand the significance of this story is we are dealing with a city, Boston, that is really on edge here. And of course, we've had this situation where an MIT police officer was shot and killed. A suspect possibly related to that has been taken into custody, but we are trying to pull all of this together to try to understand what exactly has happened. This is a very significant story for the United States and, of course, for the rest of the world as well. Jake, just going back to you, just to sort of put this into perspective, because the drama, the chaos is not over yet, clearly. There's still a lot of activity behind you. There's still a lot of activity at Watertown, and we're trying to sort of make some sort of sense of this, and the only way we can is to sort of draw together all of the pieces of the puzzle that are coming to us now. Let's just go over, if you don't mind, just taking us through this journey again for the benefit of those viewers across the globe and perhaps in the United States who have joined us at this early hour. It is 2 o'clock Eastern time, 2 o'clock in the morning. Jake, if you could just remind us of what has taken place in the last few hours here.
Sure, and of course we need to reiterate that even as we try to put these pieces of the puzzle together, they might not go together. They might be pieces relating to a completely different puzzle. But obviously there is a huge interest in what is going on in Boston, Massachusetts this evening and the surrounding area because of the investigation into the terrorist attacks here on Monday, in which 3 individuals were killed and many others were wounded and maimed. This evening, at roughly 5:30 p.m. Eastern time, law enforcement officials put out the photographs, the images of 2 individuals who are suspects in the terrorist attacks on Monday. Since then, another image, one that was found on Facebook and authenticated by the New York Times, has emerged with a better photographic image of one of those suspects. Now, perhaps entirely unrelated, at roughly 10:30 this evening, an officer was killed on the campus of MIT in Cambridge, Massachusetts. In addition, in Cambridge, there was a carjacking that may or may not have been related to the officer killed. Then, in addition, not long after that, in Watertown, Massachusetts, one suspect was apprehended. The FBI has been present, and the significance for international viewers who may not know this, the The FBI is the Federal Bureau of Investigation, so they would be involved in big, major crimes, not just local crimes. The FBI was on the campus of MIT in Cambridge. They also were present in Watertown, Massachusetts, where this one suspect was apprehended. Other than that, we don't know. We have 3 events. They might be connected. They might be completely unrelated. But there is a big law enforcement presence here in Massachusetts, in Boston, in the surrounding area. And obviously, this is a town on edge ever since the terrorist attack on Monday, and that's where we are as of right now. The campus of MIT has alerted students that it has not been determined that it is safe for them to leave their rooms, not just students obviously, but anybody on the MIT campus, and so people are being advised to stay inside. And as further information comes our way, we will share it with you as soon as we get it.
Yeah, Jake, and we are still hearing emergency vehicles behind you, sirens blaring, and we heard from our Drew Griffin too there in Watertown, 2 ambulances pulled up, but not apparently in any emergency status at all, as he could see, almost on standby, it appeared. Again, you know, we don't want to go down the road of speculation. That's a very dangerous path, but we do want to try to pull together what we know at this point, and just describe again the scene around you.
Well, we're on the scene. This is just a trash truck. You're going to hear this, so don't be alarmed. We are on the scene near where the actual terrorist attack took place, the bombings, in the back Bay Area of Boston. This is normally a very busy commercial area during the day, obviously not so much at night. But we're just a couple blocks away from where the terrorist attacks took place. It is a crime scene. It is cordoned off from the public, from the media, and not necessarily, the activity here is not necessarily related to the other police activity going on in other parts of Boston and the surrounding area, except for the fact that a lot of police are stationed here and headquartered here for the time being. So if they were here and they were called somewhere else, that might cause for there to be a lot of movement and motion behind me. It doesn't necessarily mean that police officers investigating the crime that took place here, the terrorist attacks that took place here, would therefore be assigned to cover something else because they are related. It just means that there is law enforcement here, and perhaps law enforcement would be needed to go somewhere else, not necessarily that it's the same case.
Jake, is there any expectation at this early hour, it's 2:04 a.m. right now, Eastern Time, any expectation at all that we would hear from police authorities at this early hour to confirm or at least update the media on what exactly has unfolded here?
I mean, one could hope that we would get the latest information, but the truth of the matter is that if there is one suspect that has been apprehended and they are looking for another suspect, not even related to the terrorist attacks, but perhaps in the shooting of the police officer at MIT, they might not want to announce anything until the second suspect has been apprehended. So they will do it on their timeline, not the timeline of curious observers in the media and the public who is anxious for more information. They will do it when they are satisfied.
Right.
Okay.
Indeed. And I certainly, I can hear that you're winding down there, but and I'm sorry to put you on the spot here, but I just want to get I know we don't have any more information and we're sort of pushing this, but we want to find out at least the mood there where you are. Are you picking up what people are saying, what's being discussed there and the activity around you?
Well, the officers that were here have pretty much cleared out of the area, so there isn't really anyone for us to talk to. But I want to bring in Drew Griffin, who is on the scene in Watertown, Massachusetts, where there is all this activity, where a suspect has been apprehended. Drew, what can you tell us?
Do you have a microphone? Jake, I wish I had more information that I could deliver. We've given you about everything we have. You have gone through exhaustively the crazy night that has happened here, from MIT down the road to a apparent car chase, excuse me guys, to this scene in Watertown. I'm about 5 blocks away now. It's up and around this road from where all the activity was taking place, and we still still do not have any kind of official announcement of what did take place here. As to whether or not this has anything to do with the federal search for the Boston Marathon bombers, I can tell you at this point, I have laid eyes on 3 people who are wearing FBI attire, but that is it amongst the must be hundreds of state and local police who are here. This is a huge, huge event. The question is it a huge, huge local event, or is this huge for another reason? And Jake, we are just waiting and hoping that we will get some kind of official confirmation of what has happened here. Jake?
That's good, Kate. That's good, bud.
All right, thank you, Drew Griffin. We're also told from Gabe Ramirez, one of our photojournalists on the scene there, that reporters are being asked to turn off their cell phones. There obviously has been a lot of speculation and a lot of discussion about the use of cell phones when it comes to possible explosives, and we've heard talk on the police scanner about that as well. One other note I want to add is that the MIT police are saying that it's now safe to resume normal activities, although people should remain vigilant in the coming hours. So I suspect that would suggest that the MIT police think that there is no longer a threat on campus anymore if they think that individuals, students and faculty and the like can resume normal activities. So that's the latest we have in a constantly developing and evolving story on the ground right now.
All right, Jake Tapper reporting there, bringing us all the information he can at this point, and we do appreciate it. Jake and Drew Griffin as well. At this point, at least we can report right across the globe that one suspect has been apprehended in Watertown, and we understand he had to remove all his clothing, the fear perhaps of any explosives on his body, any guns, any ammunition of any sort. He was taken into custody. We understand at this point that the police are still active. This has not come to an end by any means. This is not concluded at all. It continues into the night. It is 2:09 in the morning Eastern time at this point, and all right, I want to go back to Juliet Kayam, who is, as I said, she is living in Cambridge. She has been in the neighbourhood there where all this activity has taken place, and is also a national security expert. Juliet, again, you know, it's difficult with all of the pieces we have. We're trying to draw them together, make some sense of this. It's very difficult. There's no official confirmation of any of this at all. But with your background and all your experience in national security, tell us what you're tending to put together at this point.
Well, just basically watching and reading and passing by probably about 30 police cars from transit police, not FBI, excuse me, transit police, state police, Boston police, Cambridge police, all of them. Obviously something big is going on, and what we have to remember, there's 3 different incidences. There's the marathon attack with the city very much on edge and a strong presence in the city. Then you have a police officer shot at MIT in Cambridge, and the geography is that the MIT campus, the part of the MIT campus where that is actually not that far from Commonwealth Avenue, Boylston Avenue, those areas where the marathon is run. It's probably no more than a half mile. A police officer being killed should be and is a big deal. So you would see lots and lots of activity. But as Jake Tapper was saying, you wouldn't necessarily see federal activity because these are local and state events. It's probably right now, because there's so much federal presence here, that anything like this would generate a lot of activity. You then have a third incident, and what we can't tie yet is whether the MIT killing and what's going on in Watertown, which is not far, but not really that close to MIT, whether that is actually related. So you have 3 different events, and the 2 going on tonight, given the attacks on Monday, probably means we don't know what it means if they're linked, but the fact that we're seeing so much activity and even possibly federal activity is probably rational on their end, because they don't know what they're dealing with yet. It's very likely they have no idea. There are 2 suspects in this Watertown incident. The FBI said earlier today that there were 2 suspects. So, the chances are they may not know actually what they're facing. So it would be totally appropriate to have this kind of presence. So just laying out those 3 different things and why there's so much activity. We're hearing lots of rumors about, explosives, or not rumors, but eyewitness accounts about explosives and other issues. So this is a significant presence, but given what we're hearing, it would not be unusual, in particular since the evening started with the police officer being killed.
Indeed. And as our CNN national security analyst, talk to us about why it is important that people not use their cell phones at this point with the fears that there are.
Well, so we're looking at something that's unfolding. So the police officers have no idea who is doing what. Are there people in the crowd that might be utilizing their cell phones? It jams up law enforcement activities. They want to protect all the people that are coming out because they're curious, certainly the media who want to report the story. So that would be just a precautionary effort. I have lived in the world of Homeland Security, national security for a long time, and even my short drive home, the police presence is amazing. I was passed by about 30 police cars in just a 2-mile drive. So this is significant. What we don't know, as was being described earlier, is this significant for Boston, or is this significant because there is a big federal investigation going on? And we may not know for a little bit. The people that we're watching on TV right now, it may be that they don't know either, and therefore they are being very, very cautious about what they're facing. If they're all unrelated, which is entirely still possible, then, Boston has just had a very, very active week. And these police officers are treating each thing as serious.
Yeah, indeed. We are all using an abundance of caution as we cover this story. Juliet Kayyem, CNN national security analyst and former U.S. Assistant Secretary for Homeland Security, too. I want to go to Drew Griffin to get an update. Drew, you're there in Watertown. I know and I understand you have an update. What are you hearing?
And that is with the ambulance that's left here. Rosemary, I just want to clear up one thing we've been talking about cell phones and whether or not you can or cannot use them. I just want to make it very, very clear that since my arrival on the scene, no police officers have advised any of us here not to use our cell phones. I'm not sure where that has come from, but that was not articulated to me. I've been here for quite a while. I was up at the scene, very close to where the activity was taking place, and there has been no activity directed in my way, any instructions saying do not use a cell phone. I just wanted to get that out and clear that up immediately.
That's very important.
That order is not being given.
That was certainly being reported earlier on our affiliate WCBB, but if we just go back over the scene there, because it is interesting. You're right in the middle of it there in Watertown. Describe the situation. What is the scene? Is it still chaotic?
The scene is just like this. Police cars coming in, police cars coming out, officers showing up, officers leaving, police with guns, police without guns. 3 people I have seen have been wearing FBI attire. That's it. 3 out of many, I would say almost 100 or more police officers who are from the local departments. There are many local departments here. Boston, Cambridge, state police, transit police, but the general grouping is they are local. I have not seen a huge federal presence here at all. You can draw attention, your assumptions either way on that. But right now, this seems like a very, very big local police presence here and not a whole lot of federal people.
And Drew, what about the media there? What sort of numbers are you talking about? And have there been any indications from the local police then whether they plan to update the media on what exactly has taken place here?
No, this has been a chaotic situation since I started this at the shooting at MIT, and so I don't think the police have, quite frankly, had time to gather all the information to either put these things together or not put them together. So I think once they know what has happened, maybe we'll get some information on that. But you have, multi-districts out here. Who's in charge? Who's in charge of Watertown? Who's in charge of the MIT case? Are they all linked? Are none of them linked? Is there any federal link? So I think it's going to be quite some time before. I'm just trying to check the trucks as they go in here, Rosemary. So the Massachusetts plates on both of them. In terms of updating us officially, I don't think there's anybody in any hurry to do that. The media out here, as you can see, why don't we just pan over and show them? There is the same amount of media here that was in the news conference that I attended at the Sheraton in Boston this afternoon. Camera after camera after camera, all here, and I can tell you, thinking that this could be a link with the Boston Marathon, and nobody wants to miss that part of the story if it is, but none of us know that right now.
No, exactly right. And of course now 2:17 a.m. here Eastern Time. Drew Griffin reporting there from Watertown. I'll leave you for a moment to gather some more information for us, but I want to go back to our Jake Tapper. Jake, what additional info have you been able to gather at this point?
Going to Watertown would be where our guys are already.
We just received word that the Boston Police Department is asking residents of Watertown to stay indoors. Obviously, there's a lot of activity going on in Watertown right now. We know of one suspect who has been arrested and apprehended. In addition, the MIT campus put out a statement saying it's about the police officer and more, saying MIT is heartbroken by the news that an MIT police officer was shot and killed in the line of duty on Thursday night on campus near Building 32. Our thoughts are now with the family. At around 2 a.m., MIT police determined that the suspect was no longer on campus, so just in the last few minutes, and that it is safe to resume normal activities. However, the MIT police ask that members of the MIT community remain vigilant in the coming hours. MIT worked with multiple police departments in order to ensure the safety of the MIT campus. Police officers swept the campus in search of the shooter, and MIT sent text and email messages to the members of the MIT community asking them to stay indoors while the search continued. We'll be providing fuller news of this tragedy in the coming hours. So that is the latest from MIT, and the Boston Police Department, as we said earlier, put out information saying there's an active incident ongoing in Watertown. Residents in that area are advised to remain in their homes. More details when available. To clarify one note, Gabe Ramirez, our cameraman, is not, I do not believe he is with Drew Griffin, and Gabe is the one who said that he had been asked to turn off his cell phone. Drew, you are farther away, if I could go to you for 1 second, you are farther away from the scene where the police are from where Gabe is that correct?
That's right. I'll just show you. I'm here on, is this Floral Street? And Gabe is down that way about another 2 blocks. If you consider everything behind me to be one large triangle in this area, we have one street going this way, one street going this way. The main activity I saw was here behind me, about 4 blocks, and then Gabe would be over there to my right, screen left.
All right, Drew, for those viewers tuning in right now, domestically or internationally, walk us through what you have seen in Watertown this evening. We've heard reports of an arrest. We've heard reports of someone perhaps going to the hospital, ambulances. Exactly what have you seen? What have you learned on the ground?
We began this chase at the campus of MIT in Cambridge, where a police officer was shot, taken to a hospital, and later died. A very serious case. It seemed to be a very tight scene that was being investigated. All of a sudden, dozens of cops ran to their cars and began peeling away from that scene and racing towards this scene. We heard scanner traffic indicating that there were explosions, possible ordinances being thrown out of a car. There was a report of a carjacking at the same time, and then we've heard from eyewitnesses that there were police shooting and other bullets being fired, many bullets being fired, and then one person taken into custody. All of that activity took place in Watertown, which is right behind me, the center of Watertown, where the police have cordoned off about a 5-block area now where all of this has taken place. All of that happened in the space of about an hour, I think, about an hour and 15 minutes perhaps. At neither scene do we have any kind of detailed information other than what was released from the website. Okay, so this is the Cambridge Police Department bomb squad leaving the scene at this point. And Jake, that's, you know, we're left here reading the cars going in, the cars going out, the vehicles going in, the vehicles going out, and the police officers going in and going out, trying to determine as best we can what has happened here. But the fact of the matter is, we just do not know at this time what is going on. Jake?
Thank you.
All right, Drew Griffin on the scene in Watertown, where this evening both local and federal police have had a presence, and one suspect has been apprehended. There are reports of a second suspect on the loose. We do not know whether or not these suspects are connected at all to the terrorist attacks on Monday, but there has been a huge, obviously, law enforcement response to a shooting of an MIT police officer on the campus of MIT in Cambridge, just about a mile or so away from where I'm standing right now, near Back Bay, where in the Back Bay neighborhood, where the Boston Marathon attacks took place. The activity began at about 7:30 Eastern time this evening. That's when the MIT activity began. There was a carjacking, a chase. It went into Watertown, which is not far from the MIT campus, and it resulted in at least one arrest. I also want to alert our viewers that the FBI has put out 2 new photographs. I'm hoping that our production team can put them up on the screen. The FBI has put on 2 new photographs of the suspects earlier this evening at roughly 5:15 or so Eastern time here in Boston. The FBI, seeking the help of the public, put out photographs of the suspects wanted in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks on Monday. One individual with a black hat, you see him on the screen. One individual with a white hat, you see him there. This evening they put out 2 new photographs. They're close-ups of the faces of the individuals, one with a white hat, one with a black hat. The photograph you're seeing right now is from the Facebook page. The New York Times verified its authenticity. It is from just the corner of a Facebook page, and the FBI, according to the New York Times, told the person whose photograph it was, who was posted on Facebook, that it is one of the best quality shots of this suspect in the white hat. I'm still waiting for the production team to put the new photographs on the screen to show them to our viewers. They are close-ups of the face. Maybe I should just grab this iPad right here and see if we can hold that up and go full screen if you can into these pictures. And you can see that the FBI has put these photographs up. We are hoping for our production team back in New York there you go. That's much better images that we see from the FBI put out this evening of the suspects seeking the public's help. We will obviously get them up on the screen as soon as possible. Just to recap as to what's going on at this hour from Boston, Massachusetts. This evening, there was an activity, criminal activity on the campus of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in Cambridge, where one police officer was shot and killed. It wasn't until roughly 2 o'clock in the morning, East Coast, that, I'm told now, you see that, they're the police station, the mobile command center has moved from here on the crime scene and is now going to whereabouts unknown. We don't know where, but certainly the fact that it would be doing so at 2:30 in the morning is an interesting development in what's going on. But in any case, to recap, at roughly 10:30 this evening, there was a shooting on the campus of MIT in Cambridge. One police officer was killed. There was a carjacking also in Cambridge. One suspect was apprehended in Watertown, Massachusetts. That individual has been apprehended and arrested. We do not know if what is going on in Cambridge and Watertown is related at all to what took place on Monday, but obviously there is a heightened police presence, a heightened law enforcement presence, both Boston police and the FBI. I'm going to check in right now with Juliette Kayyem, if she's still on the phone. Juliette, are you there?
Yeah, hi, Jake.
Hi, I'm just wondering if you could put in context what you're seeing right now. Juliet, of course, one of our Homeland Security analysts for CNN. Given everything that you've seen this evening, obviously we don't want to speculate on whether these activities are related at all, but does the FBI typically get involved in a police shooting like this? Obviously, they might be inclined to help out if they were there anyway, because there is obviously a big FBI presence, but would the shooting of a police officer draw the attention of the federal authorities so quickly as has happened this evening?
Right, not normally, ever actually, unless it were a federal police officer. Police shootings, police killings are very, very rare in the United States. They are very rare in Boston. So this would have generated a lot of response by local and state. And so what we can, what we do know, though, is that essentially all of Boston is an investigation scene right now because of the terrorist attacks earlier this week. And so the presence of the FBI or the ATF is consistent with just a lot of activity here. I mean, you have been here all week. I've been here all week. This is a town on alert. So it's hard to say right now, looking at this, that, oh, it's therefore a federal investigation automatically. Although if you were to start to see over the course of the next couple hours a much greater federal presence, then you might begin to wonder why they're increasing and local and state police are decreasing. But right now we are in the middle of something, it appears. And, you know, just to say to the viewers, it is very likely they don't know what's going on yet, right? It is very likely that they have one police officer killed, and MIT is now, you know, sort of secured. They have a very strange series of incidences on the way to Watertown without, you know, with sort of eyewitness reports of explosives and gun shooting, and one person in custody, one person probably still at large. So this is unfolding in real time for them. So just the idea that they know exactly what's going on may not be clear. That's totally appropriate given just the amount of activity going on. So typically no, but nothing's been typical in Boston this week. So, you know, the presence of federal law enforcement would not be unexpected, but we should just see how it unfolds in the next couple of minutes in terms of their presence. I suspect we're going to start to hear more formal announcements relatively soon, just because at least one of the suspects is in custody.
All right, listening to Juliet Kayyem there, and of course CNN national security analyst. Not sure if I still have her on the line, do I? Right, okay. So, Juliet, sorry, I'm not sure what I think we had some technical issue there, but now I have you. Can you still hear me?
Yes, I can still hear you.
Right. Just want to go over this again because this is critical, the presence of the FBI, and also, too, Jake mentioned there the relocation of that mobile command center. What do you make of that particular part of the story here as we try to piece this together?
That right now they are trying to determine whether the area is secure and what investigation they're gonna pull out of it. There are media reports that this is more than just a local event. I'm going to reserve it to the journalists to, you know, determine what that means. But from the looks of it, this is a big event. And whether the big event was a mere cop killing, I don't mean it that way, excuse me, a mere police officer being killed on the week there was a terrorist incident, or that this has something to do with the terrorist incident, we're not confirming yet. So, and that we don't know. But the massive police presence started a very, very a long night, you know, a couple hours ago.
Indeed, you're talking 30 police cars. This is indeed a massive operation.
No, I'll tell you, I mean, I've been in the field a long time. I used to run Homeland Security for the state of Massachusetts. I was driving home from your site here in Boston near the Boston Marathon and had to pull over, just not because I was pulled over, but because just the experience of having 30 police cars pass you is a little bit overwhelming, even for people who are used to things like that. So it's personal here in Cambridge. It's personal for the city and for Boston right now.
Yeah, I totally understand. Juliet Kayyem, CNN national security analyst, just stand by for a moment if you would. Want to go back to Jake Tapper there in Boston. Jake, what more do you have on this? Any new developments at this point?
I apologize for the technical difficulties we've had here in our location here in Boston. Yes, there is a new statement. Susan Candiotti, CNN's own Susan Candiotti, spoke to somebody with the FBI. Martin Feely, he is a spokesman for the FBI, who says that the FBI is engaged with our partners trying to determine if there is a connection to the events this evening on the campus of MIT and in Watertown. We also hear on the police scanner that there's possibly more criminal activities going on in Watertown this evening, although that's just the news from the scanner. We have not verified that independently on our own. But that is the status of right now with the FBI. They're trying to determine whether or not there is a connection, as we all are trying to determine whether or not there is a connection. I want to go, if I can, to Drew Griffin for a second to tell us what he's seeing from his vantage point. There are reports that 6 FBI agents, if not more, have reported to the scene in Watertown. There are also reports that there might be other criminal activities going on in Watertown this evening. Drew, what are you seeing from your vantage point?
Kevin's going to actually get a chance to take
that view is one that photojournalist Gabe Ramirez has seen from another side, which I have not seen. I saw 3 people with FBI attire on. He says there were 6 that showed up. I can tell you that Gabe did shoot what appears to be somebody being apprehended, and we're trying to feed that back now. Gabe gave a very good description of that person, and perhaps we could all look at that video when it airs and determine what the FBI is probably trying to determine, if there's any link between the apprehension of a suspect here and the person or persons that they're seeking nationwide in the Boston Marathon case. But at this point, this still remains a huge crime scene. Juliet was talking about the 30 police cars that passed her by. I can tell you that when we were coming here, there were many more than that passed by at a rate of speed I would say would be 80 to 100 miles an hour just to get to the scene behind me. And when they arrived, it sounds like it was a completely chaotic scene based on eyewitnesses who talk about police just scrambling to try to find suspects until they actually found one of them. But right now, this is the scene behind me. Whatever happened here seems to be over, and I'm interested in learning more about the danger that may still exist. I'm not seeing any evidence of that at this site, Jake. I'm kind of locked down here. Back to you.
All right, Drew Griffin on the scene in Watertown, Massachusetts, where earlier this evening there was an arrest of an individual, a suspect. We believe he was related to the shooting of a police officer and a carjacking in Cambridge, Massachusetts, not far, about a mile or so from the scene of the crime. Not that they are necessarily related in any way. The FBI reports that they are trying to determine if there is any connection with what went on this evening on the campus of MIT and in Watertown, Massachusetts, where an individual was arrested, and what happened here on Monday. Obviously, this is a city on edge where there are 2 suspects wanted right now. They are armed and presumed dangerous. The FBI put out their photographs this evening at roughly 5:15 or so p.m. Eastern time. And actually, this evening, they put out new still images, and we're looking at them on the screen right now. New images that the FBI put out of the 2 suspects wanted for activities relating to what happened, the terrorist attacks in Boston on Monday. That's the individual in the black hat, and then, of course, we know the individual in the white hat is also wanted for questioning as well. And again, if anybody sees these individuals, the FBI cautions they are not to be approached. They are not to be, no individual is supposed to apprehend them on their own. They should go to the authorities and try to get them on their own. In addition, there's another photograph that we know about that was on somebody else's Facebook page that the New York Times verified was shown to the FBI that had a really good, clear photograph image of the individual in the white hat walking away. Earlier this evening, we heard from Susan Candiotti, who I want to bring in a second, about the way that these individuals were observed on the crime scene after the bombs went off. And I want to bring in CNN's Susan Candiotti to tell us more about that. Susan, what can you tell us about how these individuals were observed in this surveillance video during the bombings?
Well, thank you, Jake. As a matter of fact, I know that we're all must have had a chilled feeling when we saw the video of them leading up to these events, when they repeatedly, the FBI revealed the videotape of the two suspects right before. So needless to say, everyone wanted to know what happened as the bombs were set off. And according to a federal law enforcement official who has seen the surveillance videos, they were the only ones that didn't act like everyone else was. In other words, he said they watched and then they casually walked away, unlike everyone else who was running from the scene or running to help people from the scene. These people stood out, according to the official, because they simply casually walked away. Now, again, we're trying to recap here, as you have been doing all night, and so has Drew, to try to explain what got us here and whether there is any connection to anything that's happening tonight. No one knows, but it's the obvious question that everyone wants to know, because it's been such an eventful week. It's been such an eventful day and evening when we saw all these videos, and now these brand new photographs as well. Stunning in their clarity and how many that we're getting. And obviously the FBI is doing this so that to get people to look at any pictures they might have taken that day, or certainly they've said it repeatedly since the beginning, someone knows who did it. Someone knows who did it. It could be a neighbor, it could be a friend, it's someone you might pass in the restaurant, who knows. And so now we're getting these pictures. As a matter of fact, earlier tonight, Piers Morgan interviewed Mr. David Green, who took that photograph that you've been showing, the side view of the man identified as suspect number 2 wearing the white hat turned backwards. And in any case, the next step, of course, is for all of the events that have transpired tonight have anything to do with this. None of us knows that answer, and we're all trying to piece things together and see how this plays out. Finally, we were able to reach a spokesperson for the FBI who is working here in Boston, and he is telling us, as you've said, that they, too, are trying to find out what's happening. Drew has seen them on the scene, and now we find out that that's exactly what they're telling us in the statement provided to me. We're engaged with our partners trying to determine if there is a connection. Maybe we'll find out tonight, maybe we won't, but it looks like they're trying to figure things out as everyone else is. Jake?
Thank you, Susan. We just received a statement from the Massachusetts State Police, a spokesperson saying that they believe multiple possible explosive devices were used against police tonight during the incident in Watertown, Massachusetts. Multiple explosive devices, obviously signifying that this is far beyond just the average shootout of an average criminal. Drew Griffin, we have got this report from Gabe Ramirez, who is a few blocks away from you. We do not have Drew, I'm told, in my ear. All right, well, there's one other thing I want to bring in, which is, of course, the photograph, both the new photographs released by the FBI this evening and the photograph of the suspect in the white hat that was on Facebook that the New York Times verified is an authentic photograph. Here are the two photographs that the FBI put out this evening, better images of the faces of the two suspects. And there's the picture from Facebook of one of the suspects walking away from the event after the bomb has gone off. As you heard from Susan Candiotti, CNN's reporter on the scene, the individuals were seen by law enforcement through the surveillance video walking casually away from the Boston Marathon after the bombs went off, whereas everybody else was running and panicking. They seem to have been, according to law enforcement sources, watching to see the bombs go off, watching to see the havoc it wreaked, and then they casually walked away, which was perhaps one of the ways that they were spotted on the surveillance video. There's been a lot of individuals, millions, literally, individuals poring over photographs and video on the internet. In some cases, the crowdsourcing has worked out very well. We saw that this evening with the Facebook photograph, providing a new image of one of the individuals. In other cases, law enforcement have had video and surveillance images that were not available to the public, and they were able to do their work, releasing the photographs. It is not necessarily the most reassuring thing when law enforcement says that they don't know who somebody is and they're seeking the help of the public to try to figure it out. But of course, the FBI often uses the help of the public. More than 490 individuals have been on the FBI's most wanted list, and of those, I believe it's 498 individuals on the list since the list was created in the 1950s. I believe roughly 30% of those individuals were apprehended with the help of citizens, with the help of the public. So, of course, putting these images out can be a way to find out who they are. The FBI seeking the help earlier this evening of the public to figure out who these individuals are, to help identify them. Perhaps in a related, perhaps in an unrelated incident. The FBI is still trying to figure it out. According to what they said, there was the shooting of a police officer this evening on the campus of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in Cambridge, not far from here in downtown Boston. There was a carjacking in Cambridge that allegedly seemed to have led to an incident in Watertown where police arrested an individual. We're trying to figure out now if there is any connection whatsoever to the shooting of the police officer on the campus of MIT, which at roughly 2 a.m. Officials at MIT said the campus appeared to be safe, but though they asked for students and faculty to be vigilant in the early morning when they wake up, when they go about their day, to keep alert. But we're trying to determine that, and the FBI and law enforcement are trying to figure out whether or not there is any connection whatsoever to the MIT incident and the Watertown arrest and what happened here on Monday. I'm now going to go back to Juliette Kayyem to see her thoughts right now on what's going on with this investigation, with the incidents. We have heard, Juliette, if you're still there. Are you?
Here. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Good. Yes, I can hear you. Great. So with the law enforcement activities going on, with the shooting of the police officer on the MIT campus, with the arrest of the individual, we were told by witnesses at the scene that the individual who was arrested was told to take off his clothing before they were going to approach him, before they were going to apprehend him. Can you explain a little bit more about the law enforcement methodology when asking somebody to do that?
Well, so the police officers are hearing the same thing that you're hearing that's going on Twitter and emails, which is that there may have been explosives or IEDs or detonations. So they need to ensure that the person is not armed or wearing something that would detonate if the police officers got close to him in this instance. So you know, just for everyone watching this, the police officers have no idea, if the pieces all fit together either. This is an ongoing investigation. So they're taking all the precautions that they ought to, given that the week started with the Boston Marathon attacks. There was a police officer killed not far from them on the MIT campus. And then you have this really sort of bizarre, violent set of activities over in Watertown, and piecing together those three, if they should be pieced together, is not going to happen immediately, and it's also not going to happen while they still have one suspect on the loose. So the Mass State Police sent out this press release about, yes, that there were concerns about explosives or IEDs that would be consistent with something bigger than just a police shooting. And so what we're all seeing is the police responding to these eyewitness reports about a tremendous amount of activity going on between Boston, Cambridge, and Watertown, which are all sort of linked. And people who don't know the geography, none are very far from each other. This is a pretty a small city, and these are all sort of suburbs of Boston and relatively close. In fact, MIT is just over a bridge from where the Boston Marathon finish line is. So that's sort of why you would see this kind of activity and unfolding in a way in which they're just taking all the precautions necessary, because they're hearing the same reports from citizens saying, I saw detonations, I saw explosives, or whatever else. Now, those may all prove to be untrue, because in these incidences, things unfold in ways that don't make sense, the next day or the day after. But right now, they absolutely have to be sure that they protect themselves. That's the most important thing.
And Juliet, as you and I have both discussed, the Massachusetts police put out a statement saying that they think several explosives were used in Watertown this evening as they were trying to apprehend. Obviously, this is not normal criminal activity to be using explosives. This obviously would be related, I believe, and you're also suggesting that to the reason why they would ask an individual to take off his clothes before they approach him, before they arrest him, so they don't want to have any tripwires, they don't want anybody to be going down. Perhaps the individual they're going after is a suicide bomber or has some sort of explosive on him. They just can't take any risks in a situation like this. If you're just tuning in to CNN's coverage of what's going on right now here in Boston, Massachusetts, and the surrounding area, obviously this is a city on edge ever since the Monday terrorist attacks on the Boston Marathon that killed 3 individuals and wounded and maimed dozens more. This evening, roughly 5:15 or so this evening, the FBI released images of 2 suspects in this terrorist attack. They both appear to be young men, one wearing a white hat, one wearing a black hat. The FBI seeking the help, any information from the public as to who these individuals might be. Then this evening, perhaps in an unrelated criminal activity on the campus of MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, Massachusetts, a police officer was killed. There was a carjacking and then a chase in the local community of Watertown, Massachusetts. There was an arrest. We have seen a big police presence both in Cambridge, Massachusetts and Watertown, Massachusetts, not just a police presence by Boston and other local police officers, but by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, which would suggest that this is a more serious matter than a local criminal activity. Again, we do not know that there is definitively any connection between what is going on in Watertown, Massachusetts this evening with what happened here in Boston, not far from where I'm standing on Monday during the Boston Marathon, during the terrorist attacks. But right now, this is a city where there's a huge law enforcement presence. The FBI says they are trying to figure out if there is any connection with the serious criminal activities in Cambridge and Watertown this evening and what happened here in Boston. So now I'm going to go to Drew Griffin, who is on the scene in Watertown. And Drew, we keep hearing reports on the police scanner that there is another individual being sought, that there is perhaps shooting going on in Watertown that is on the police scanner, hardly definitive. What are you hearing on the scene where you are right now?
I am not seeing any evidence of that, Jake. I'm not seeing any helicopters in the sky. I'm not hearing them. I'm not hearing any kind of ordnance going off or shots going off, and I'm not seeing any panic. I am seeing an incredible amount of police presence here behind me, and but the area at this point seems calm. We're not seeing the police cars tearing this way and that way as we did when we first arrived. So I can't verify any of those reports that you're hearing on a scanner, but that is to say I don't know how big this town is, if there's a shaded area that I'm not hearing from. But right now it doesn't appear that there is a active hunt going on right now.
And Drew, for those just tuning in right now, what can you tell us about the arrest that was made of the individual earlier this evening in Watertown on the scene where you are right now?
Gabe Ramirez, a photojournalist, arrived in time to see that arrest taking place. A suspect, a white male suspect, was told to strip completely naked. Those are the pictures we have, and we're not showing to you them because we basically have to blur certain parts of that. That person is marched, escorted by 4 police officers into a police vehicle and escorted away in that police vehicle. That is how that arrest took place.
Batteries for what? For that.
Go ahead, Fitz.
Dave Ramirez just said FBI agents have taken him out of the car and are talking to him now.
And I'm just hearing this. This is coming from Gabe Ramirez, a photojournalist who's at another vantage point, says that this suspect has just been taken out of the car by FBI agents who are on the scene.
And questioning him?
And are questioning him. Are they in another car?
No, they were on the street.
They are on the street. Is the man still naked?
Yes, and he's still. They've got him on the sidewalk, and he's still naked. Correct.
The man is on the sidewalk, still naked, now being questioned by FBI agents. This is coming to us from Gabe Ramirez, a photojournalist for CNN, who has a different vantage point than I do, Jake.
Is he still on the sidewalk, Jake?
Just to recap, the same individual who was arrested earlier, who was stripped naked, presumably out of precaution to make sure he didn't have any explosives on him. The Massachusetts police having said that there were explosives used in the incident in Watertown this evening. But this first suspect to whom you're referring, who has been apprehended, he was taken out of a car and questioned again? That's what you're saying? According to Gabe Ramirez?
Yes, Gabe, this is the same exact person, right? Yeah, he was taken out of the car. He was questioned by federal agents. Gabe, question me if there's anything I'm saying that is inaccurate. He was placed against a wall, and he was photographed by these FBI agents. Appears to be photographed. Okay, they had a flashlight in his face. And has that questioning ended now, Gabe?
Well, you're going to have,
Put him back in the very same car, and it was a Boston police car? Can't tell, but it appears to be a local police car. So this suspect is still in that local police car? And all right, hold on. All right. Gabe Ramirez is telling me there's a second man who has just been come into custody. He is in handcuffs right now. Gabe, can you describe him for me? Just physical features. Black hair, dark hair? Dark hair?
Boston, FBI officials trying to figure out if there is any connection with those activities and with what happened here on Monday. Susan Candiati, what are you hearing? I'm not hearing Susan Candiati. We'll work. So Susan Candiati not there right now. Juliette Kayyem, what are you hearing from individuals in law enforcement this evening, if anything, about what's going on, and what would be a reason that there would be somebody taking a picture of the first suspect, as we heard Gabe Ramirez reporting that the first individual who was arrested, the one who was told to take off his clothes, presumably out of precaution that the individual had explosives on him or something dangerous on his person. Why would a picture be taken of this individual?
Right now, well, because to either confirm or deny what everyone is worried about right now. And so this would be sort of smart policing, the typical policing. Is this related to the two men whose pictures we saw at 5 o'clock today? So we're in the sort of verification confirmation stage right now, and we will see whether it is. So the eyewitness accounts are right now just that. They want solid confirmation before they come out with anything, and so that's what the pictures are about right now.
In other words, they are just trying to see if these individuals that they're apprehending, I guess, if they're, they are, as they try to determine whether or not there is a connection to what's going on in Watertown and Cambridge this evening, to what happened, the terrorist activities and the suspects. They're trying to determine if they're the same people.
Right. I mean, this is what you would want them to do at this stage. I mean, from their perspective, there has been a massive shootout in a suburb of Boston. There is a police officer killed, and 3 days ago, there was a terrorist attack all within a 10-mile radius. So the fact that they're doing these precautions to either say, we have an unfortunate sort of series of coincidences, or this is related, is exactly what we want them to do before coming out with this. So, we're going to see probably in real time, whether there's a validation or verification at this stage of what's going on. But, whether people are the police presence there and the activities being done by the police are absolutely appropriate, put in the context of what's been going on here for the last 4 days, and the fact that at 10 p.m. Thursday night, just a couple hours ago, a police officer was killed on a campus that does not see much criminal activity. So this is all, part of trying to figure out whether they're apples and oranges, or whether these are all consistent. And given the amount of, sort of what we're hearing from eyewitnesses about guns and explosives and other activity, and what neighbors around that area are saying, one has to believe that the police need to figure out who these people are. This is not typical for Boston. You put the terrorist incident aside on Monday night, this is not typical for this city. It's not typical for any city, the kind of activity that these two men are purported to have done just tonight.
And Juliet, as we wait for more information about the two individuals that have been apprehended in Watertown, Massachusetts this evening, we were told, of course, earlier by the Massachusetts State Police that there were explosives on the scene regarding these individuals and their pursuit, and other law enforcement, their pursuit. We know that one of the individuals, at the very least one of the individuals, was told to take off his clothes as he was apprehended. Presumably that was a precaution to make sure that he had nothing on his person, perhaps explosives that would be able to hurt the police officers as they apprehended him. How often are explosives used in a situation like this? You have experience both as in the Massachusetts Homeland Security Department and the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. How rare is it that there would be explosives used in a situation like this?
So if it's true that there were explosives used, because as we all know from the last couple of days, eyewitness accounts can be incorrect, that if it's true, it's really there. I mean, I was in public safety in Massachusetts for a few years, and there was nothing like this in my time there. And that's why there's all this activity. This is just, it's hard for people to forget what happened on Monday for just a moment. This in and of itself is at least a big deal for the city, and in particular for Watertown, which is a very, very quiet suburb. So it is very rare, and that's why you're seeing all this activity and all these precautions.
All right, I want to take a moment now to update people who are tuning in right now, both domestically and internationally. We are coming to you live from Boston, Massachusetts. Obviously, this is the site just a couple blocks away from where I am standing, where the terrorist attacks took place at the Boston Marathon, killing 3 individuals and maiming dozens of individuals. This evening, the FBI, law enforcement here in Boston, Massachusetts, released new photographs, images of 2 individual suspects wanted for questioning. They are presumed armed and extremely dangerous. Those who see them are asked not to try to apprehend them or approach them themselves, but to contact law enforcement. Just in the last hour or so, 2 new photographs were released by the FBI. You're looking at those right now. The individuals wanted for questioning appear to be young men, one wearing a white hat, one wearing a black hat, and even more photographs. And here are still newer photographs just released in the last 15 minutes or so by the FBI. You see the 2 individuals standing next to each other in the top photograph, and there is another photograph of the young man in the white hat wanted for questioning in these terrorist attacks. These were just released in the last few minutes, interestingly, in the middle of the night by the FBI. To recap about tonight's activities, at roughly 10 or so this evening on the campus of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, a prestigious university here in the Boston area, specifically in Cambridge, there was a shooting of a police officer. The officer was killed. There was also a carjacking in Cambridge. There was a chase. 2 individuals have been arrested in Watertown, Massachusetts. There has been a big police presence, both local law enforcement and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the FBI, which would suggest that this is not your average local crime, even though the shooting of a police officer is taken very seriously. The FBI would not necessarily be involved in the manhunt for somebody who shot a police officer. The FBI has said, they have acknowledged to CNN that they are trying to figure out if there is any connection whatsoever with what is going on this evening on the campus of MIT in Cambridge and in Watertown, where the 2 individuals were apprehended, and what happened earlier this week on Monday, just a couple blocks from me. I'm going to now go to Drew Griffin, who was on the scene in Watertown, where these arrests have taken place. Drew, what can you tell us?
We just got a note, apparently, from State Police spokesman David Procopio, who, well, I don't want to go with that just yet. I can tell you that we do believe, from the eyewitness account of Gabe Ramirez, our photojournalist, that 2 young men have been taken into some sort of custody here in Watertown. Both of them taken into custody in the area behind me, which is now about a 4 or 5 square block area that has been cordoned off, and there's a huge, huge police presence here. And actually, we're going to have Gabe step right in here, because he was... Gabe, you were positioned over
at Dexter and Nichols.
And tell us what you saw from the moment you stepped on the scene.
So I followed a couple of squad cars down to Nichols Street towards Dexter. It was immediately a chaotic situation. I jumped out. There were a couple of other journalists there. We ran towards the scene. The police had, from multitudes of agencies, all had their weapons drawn, pointing at a vehicle that we could not see from our vantage point. They were screaming for somebody to put his hands up, to get out of the car. At some point, he did do that, because then we could tell that the officers were relaxing. We still couldn't see the car or the suspect. Then at some point, they brought him from his vehicle to a police car. He was completely naked. He'd been, during the confrontation, I did hear him, and I believe you may be able to hear this on the tape we shot. They were ordering him to remove all his clothes, including his underwear. It was clear.
You heard the police officer say, remove all your clothes,
yes,
remove your skivvies.
Exactly, exactly. So that's when they brought him completely naked into a police car.
Was he in handcuffs?
I believe he was cuffed, yes. He's been escorted, put in the car. So about 10 or 15 minutes ago, the FBI arrived.
When you say the FBI arrived,
yes.
What kind of vehicle and who came out of that vehicle?
Several FBI agents in various states of either civilian clothes or tactical gear, wearing their blue FBI jackets. They came out, they went to the vehicle where the suspect was seated and removed him from the vehicle at one point. Now, at this point, they'd gotten him dressed. He was still barefoot. He was wearing pants and a jacket, handcuffed from behind. They led him away from the vehicle towards a wall of a business. They shined flashlights in his face, and it looked like they were taking photographs. I couldn't tell exactly what they were doing, but it looked like they were taking photographs of his face. Once they completed that, they walked him back to the vehicle and started to question him extensively for about 5 to 10 minutes. Then they put him back in the vehicle.
Let me just ask the control room, are we rolling any of the arrest video? And if we are, please say that in my ear when we're doing that. We are taking care not to show a naked man on TV.
Drew, can I...
You said...
Drew,
yes,
if I could Drew, if I could interject for 1 second, I want to show the video that Gabe is referring to right now. We're going to pixelate some of it, obviously, because the individual had been stripped naked by law enforcement, presumably out of caution to make sure that he didn't have any explosives on him. This is the individual CNN photojournalist who you had heard just a minute ago shot this in Watertown this evening. Police handcuffed a man, the man you see in this video getting into the police car. He's believed to be associated with the shooting at MIT and the subsequent chase through the streets of Greater Boston Thursday night into Friday morning local time. The man was handcuffed. Here you see him again, and walked naked to the police vehicle. At this time, I want to caution, CNN does not know what this man has been detained for. We do not know whether it is connected to the MIT shooting of the police officer or anything else that has taken place in the Boston, Massachusetts area this evening. But clearly he's of interest to local law enforcement. The FBI is trying to determine if there is a relationship between what happened at MIT and is going on in Watertown this evening and what happened here just a couple blocks away from me at the Boston Marathon on Monday. And Drew, I know you're going to ask Gabe to explain a little bit further, but we understand he reported earlier, Gabe, that individual, the naked man in the police car, was taken out after he had been detained, and a photograph was taken of him. We assume, according to Juliet Kayyem, a Homeland Security analyst we have at CNN, that is to try to make a connection or see if there is a connection between this individual, and we understand there was a second arrest as well, and the individuals who earlier this evening, Thursday night after 5 o'clock, images of them were released by the FBI, individuals wanted in relationship to the Boston Marathon bombings. Drew, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure that video could be shown and people could understand what they were watching. Please proceed asking Gabe about what happened and what he witnessed this evening.
Absolutely. So after that, arrest took place and questioning took place. I shouldn't say arrest. After that person was taken into custody, there was a second person that you noticed who came out in handcuffs.
Yes, it was interesting. So as soon as FBI had finished questioning the primary suspect and placed him back in the squad car, another man came around the corner from Dexter Street onto Nichols towards the squad car where the first suspect was seated. They questioned him. He was cuffed. And then they took him away. We don't know who he was, what he had to do with the situation, but we all find it very interesting that they would bring him towards the first suspect and then walk him away.
Was he dressed?
He was dressed. Now, I'm not sure what he had to do with this. I will say that in the chaotic early moments of the scene, a lot of neighborhood people were out on the street, and the police made a few arrests from rowdy neighbors. It could have just been that. It may have just been that. We don't know. But it was suspicious only because they brought him towards the vehicle where the primary suspect was seated.
Obviously, the first arrest you saw, the man who was asked to strip naked, they were very concerned about their own safety, the police officer's safety. You didn't sense that with the second arrest?
It did not seem. They didn't seem as worried about the second person, but who can say?
And was there any FBI involvement, like with the first person you saw arrested, with the second person?
Now, I couldn't tell, only because it was very dark, and the FBI agents who had been questioning the first suspect were not questioning that suspect, but there were many FBI agents there. So the men that were with him, the second suspect, may have been FBI, they may have been local police, I'm not sure.
And many FBI agents?
Yes, between 6 and 10, at least at that vehicle, and probably around the scene itself. And there were also men in EOD tactical gear, it looked like, walking towards the vehicle, the suspect vehicle, which was down a slope, out of view again of the journalists that are there, and they were yelling various orders to each other, and I'm assuming that they're searching for devices. Now, another interesting thing was that at some point, the state police came out and asked us to turn off our cell phones as a precaution. Having worked for CNN, a telltale symbol, a telltale signal that they were
Was that early on?
That was just maybe 20 minutes ago.
All right, and then did they give you the all clear? You could use your phones.
Then they stopped enforcing the rule. Now they were telling police officers that were arriving on the scene as they were approaching the scene to do that. But I think they thought that we were far enough back that we weren't posing any risk.
All right.
Now just as I was leaving, the state police spokesperson did tell the assembled press there that at this time they believe they only have one of the primary suspects in custody. They could not confirm that a second suspect was in custody. A second suspect that was involved in the chase. They could not positively confirm that he was in custody, and that that we should assume that he was still at large, and that people in the neighborhood should stay in their homes. That's all he said.
Okay, and I just want to reiterate, Jake, what we both have been reiterating, that the two suspects here are just that, two suspects here connected to whatever event took place behind us, and we don't have any idea whether they're connected anywhere else. But that's the first-hand account of our photojournalist Gabe Ramirez, who witnessed whatever it is that we hope to have an explanation for sometime later this morning when the police are ready to brief us on this. Jake?
All right, Drew Griffin, I appreciate that. If it's possible at all, it'd be great to get Gabe wired up so we could interview him and do that live in a second, whenever you have a second to adjust that. I want to recap and show some of the video that Gabe managed to shoot this evening. I'll show that on the screen if the producers will put it up. It is video of an individual in Watertown, Massachusetts, being arrested. You see him, we have pixelated some of it out because he was asked to strip naked. Talking to a Homeland Security analyst earlier, we assume that that's because of a presumption of caution, wanting to make sure that the individual didn't have anything on him, perhaps explosives. The Massachusetts police said that explosives were used in Watertown this evening. So out of an abundance of caution, asking him to take off his clothing. Later on, we'll show the video again. Later on, the individual, according to Gabe Ramirez, the photojournalist from CNN, was asked to get out of the car again. Pictures were taken of him. We presume that this is because the FBI has said to us on the record that they are trying to establish whether or not there is a connection between these individuals who are, one has been apprehended and one I believe is still being pursued in Watertown, Massachusetts, whether or not there is a connection between these individuals and what happened in Boston at the Boston Marathon earlier this week. I want to bring in either Susan Candiotti or Juliette Kayyem, if either of them are available right now. Juliette, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
So right now, the latest information, I assume Juliette Kayyem, former Department of Homeland Security official with the Obama administration, also worked for Governor Deval Patrick for his local version of the Department of Homeland Security. You heard Gabe Ramirez's report. You know that the FBI is trying to figure out if there is a connection. This individual has been asked to strip naked. None of this, you are a Boston resident, you know that none of this is normal activity, even for a big pursuit of a major criminal. None of this is normal, even for that scenario. What are your thoughts as the story unfolds? Obviously, we want to keep away from speculation as to what we don't know, but what is the information you're waiting to hear from law enforcement?
Well, we'll hear a definite determination, I think, that if it's not a match. In other words, they have no interest in everyone, including the public. It seems like everyone's awake right now based on my emails. They have no interest in having the public believe that the marathon bombers, the marathon culprits, are caught. So if it's not a match, that will come out faster than if it was a match. That's just simply because, why get everyone all worked up that these guys have been captured? And then if there is a match, which will be determined by whoever's in custody of these people right now, and it's not quite certain, then that will be known. But it seems, or it doesn't seem, right now there is only one person in custody, and as the FBI said just a couple hours ago, they are looking for two people. So this is unfolding. When I say that this is not typical, it is because Boston's a pretty peaceful town. We do have a violent crime problem like any city, but the statements about the use of explosives and IEDs or other activities like that, let alone the Boston Marathon attack, are obviously something that this city has never experienced. And so this massive police presence coupled once again with the police officer shooting, and we don't know if that is related, is the reason why, the streets are literally filled. I live in Cambridge with just a massive police presence, and that makes people nervous. I mean, it makes me nervous. It is a little disconcerting.
All right, Julie Kayyem, National Security, Homeland Security consultant for CNN. If you are just tuning in, just to recap on what's been going on this evening, obviously this is a city, an area of the country that is in heightened state of alert because of local law enforcement on the lookout for two suspects. Earlier this evening at roughly 5:15 or so p.m. Eastern Time, Boston time, Boston police and the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Joint Terrorism Task Force, came together and put out photographs, images of two suspects wanted in relation to the terrorist attacks on the Boston Marathon. They were two young men, one wearing a white hat, one wearing a black hat. Just in the last few hours, the FBI has put out new photographs, new images of these individuals. Those are the photographs you're looking at right now that were put out at roughly 5:15. You see the individual there, and this is one of the new photographs put out earlier this evening, and this is a still newer photograph of the two of them together. So the law enforcement community seeking the help of the public, asking for help if anybody can identify these individuals. That is yet another new photograph put out this evening, overnight by the FBI. That one, too, one of the newer photographs just put out in the wee small hours of the morning, people seeking help. Now, perhaps completely unrelated to the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks, there was a shooting this evening after 10 o'clock Eastern Time, Boston time, p.m., of a police officer on the campus of MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, right outside Boston, just over the river. There was also a carjacking in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And then since then, there has been an arrest made, an individual in Watertown, just a few miles away. That is where Drew was reporting from. And I want to now go to Gabe Ramirez, who's the photojournalist who took images of the apprehension of one of these individuals. We believe that there is a second individual also being pursued. Gabe, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Gabe Ramirez, thank you so much. For those people just turning in, because you saw so much of this with your own eyes, shot the images of the individual being arrested, if we could actually show the video. You don't need to show me. Show the video that Gabe shot earlier of the individual being arrested. There he is. He's been pixelated because he's naked. He was asked to take off all his clothes. Drew, Gabe, as we show this video, tell us what exactly you saw. The officers told this man to take off his clothing. Please explain what happened before the video you shot was filmed.
Well, we were at the MIT campus responding to this report of a shooting of a police officer. And while we were there, we saw the state police and local and state police leave the scene very, very quickly. As we decided to pursue the location they were going to. En route, we had heard that there had been some sort of activity involving gunplay, and as we got into Watertown, I followed a couple of state police cars from a distance, but was able to see where they were going. I drove down a small street in residential Watertown called Nichols Street, and at that point, at Nichols and Dexter, the police had just swarmed the area, both in plain clothes, in uniforms, and in tactical gear, from probably every municipality in this area. And as I got out of the vehicle and ran towards the scene, along with a handful of other print journalists, we could clearly hear them yelling orders to somebody. We could not see the vehicle they were yelling at, but they were pointing their weapons at somebody. They were yelling at them. At some point, I guess a commander took charge of the scene, was yelling orders at him. As this was all unfolding, everybody was extremely tense. Neighbors were peering out their windows, trying to see what was going on. Then what happened was I heard an order being given for this man. The police commander, I assume, was ordering him to remove all of his clothes, to put his hands up, to remove all of his clothes, and walk towards them. I assume that's what he did, because then maybe 5 minutes later, he was escorted by police, fully naked, to a squad car and put in the back of it.
All right, Gabe, stay there. Stay tuned. We want to now go to Susan Candiotti, CNN's own Susan Candiotti, who hopefully can shed some light on the activity. Susan, you told us earlier this evening that the FBI was trying to determine whether or not there was any relation to the activities on the campus of MIT, the police officer shot there, and the individual. One individual, as far as we know, and we believe a second individual is being pursued in Watertown, not far from Cambridge. The FBI trying to determine if there is any relationship with those individuals and that activity with what happened earlier this week, just a couple blocks from where I'm standing. What are you hearing, Susan?
Hey, guys.
Okay, we lost Susan Candiotti. I'm going to... she's back. Okay, Susan Candiotti, can you hear me? Okay, Susan Candiotti not there. Let's go back to Gabe. Gabe, there were reports earlier that a second individual had been apprehended. Can you shed some light on that? You also said that a police officer told you to presume that that second individual was not apprehended. Explain exactly what happened there.
Right. It's a little confusing, as you can imagine. I'd say shortly after the first individual was apprehended and put away in his vehicle, the police came out. The police spokesperson came out and told us, were giving us instructions as to where we should be and where a possible press location was going to be, a press command center was going to be set up. Then somebody asked if these were the individuals involved in the bombing on Monday. He would not answer that question directly. Somebody asked if he had, if these people had thrown explosives during this chase that ended in Watertown. He did say that that they suspected that explosive devices were used against their police officers during this chase. He would not confirm that he could not confirm that those were actual explosive devices that were being used, but they suspected that they may have been. As a result, they were being very cautious in their movements in the streets around the neighborhood. Then shortly, then a little bit later, after I had mentioned earlier that the police had removed the original suspect from the vehicle, when the FBI arrived, the FBI appeared to photograph him and question him for 5 to 10 minutes. They put him back in the back of the vehicle. Then another individual was brought out of nowhere, it seems. It was very dark. I couldn't exactly see what he looked like. It was hard to see through the viewfinder even. But nobody there was sure what the relation to this first suspect was, of the second individual. They took him away, and there was not much fanfare around this second individual. I mentioned to Drew earlier that several neighbors in the area had come out and were causing a problem for the local police, and they were arrested by the local police. And these were just people in the neighborhood. So that may have been one of those people. However, they walked him towards the vehicle where the first suspect was being detained, so it's just very curious. Once he was gone, then a state police spokesperson came out again. Did not want to be on camera. He was going to give us more instructions about what we could expect later. But he was asked again if this second person that we saw was the second suspect. He would not confirm that. In fact, he said that they believe the second suspect involved in the chase tonight that ended in Watertown was still at large, and that people in the neighborhood should stay in their homes because he's considered armed and dangerous. Now, he was asked again, do they have the second suspect? Is that second suspect alive? Is he in custody? He would say he does not know. He could not confirm that. So, as you can imagine, it's very tense up there, and nobody quite knows what's going on with this second suspect.
To Watertown, he's in Watertown.
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. Stay tuned. We want to come back to you shortly, but I want to go and check in right now with Susan Candiotti. Susan, what are you hearing? The FBI obviously trying to establish whether or not there is a relationship between the activity in Watertown and Cambridge this evening and what happened at the Boston Marathon earlier this week. What are you hearing? Now we have no Susan Candiotti. All right, well, I'm going to bring in Juliette Kayyem, Boston Globe columnist and a National Homeland Security official. Your impressions, first of all. I know the Boston Globe is reporting something that we have not established for ourselves. You work for the Boston Globe, so if you want to share it, it's fine with me.
No, well, I'm not going to share it because things are unfolding so quickly. We do have to be cautious. As I said just a few minutes ago, if they are not related, and in other words, if the two men, or at least the one that's in custody, is not the people that we are looking for from the terrorist attacks on Monday, we will know that very, very quickly. That's important. They took
photographs of one of the individuals. They took a picture of one of the individuals. Presumably, that was to see if there was a match between him and the individuals who are being sought in relationship.
At least one of them is still being sought. So that's just important to know because they have no one has any desire to work the city up again. It's been a very, very long week for the city. But what is unusual is the amount of weaponry, bombs, explosives that that you're reporting about that has been ongoing in Watertown, which is a very small suburb, and started in Cambridge. That is unusual. That is something that this area has not seen. So the fact that people are thinking that they're related, or the fact that there is this massive police presence, is not unusual. And I think we will know whether it's not them, I think, relatively soon, and then may have to wait out whether there's a definitive match, or will have to wait out a definitive match.
Okay, is Susan Candiotti with us?
Okay.
Susan, can you hear me?
On it? Yes, I do.
Susan Candiotti, great. What are you hearing from your sources? The FBI has said that they are trying to establish whether or not there's a relationship between the Boston Marathon terrorist attack and, of course, the criminal activities, the cop shooting, the police officer killed this evening in Cambridge, and the individual detained, arrested in Watertown, Massachusetts. What are your sources telling you right now?
Well, you really need a guide to get through all of this, don't you, Jake? And thank you for trying to reach me. We had problems with the phone line. No, I'm still working on that. I've been reaching out to a number of different people, and universally they are telling me we are still trying to work on a connection. We're looking into it. That includes the FBI spokesperson here, the FBI office here, and they, of course, are leading this investigation. Quite clearly, in a case of such huge importance, they want to make sure they get it right. So at this time, they are not saying anything, and we are prepared to wait until we can get this straightened out one way or another. It's hard to piece all these things together, but it certainly seems to be coming together slowly, one way or the other. I expect that we would get an answer. Hopefully, we'll get the answer sooner than later. But, Jake, I'm still working on it. I'm going to go back and work the phones and keep working it until we can get a little bit more.
All right, Susan, thank you so much. Obviously, we don't want to report anything prematurely. Just to recap for individuals who are just tuning in, perhaps they have an early job and they're up at this hour, or perhaps they have insomnia, or perhaps they're nursing children. What has happened this evening is pretty striking in what is normally a very quiet area outside of Boston, Massachusetts. There was an individual arrested. This followed the shooting of a police officer on the campus of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, in Cambridge, right across the river. I am standing here with Juliette Kayyem, who is a columnist with the Boston Globe and also a Homeland Security analyst for CNN. We are just a couple blocks from where the terrorist attacks at the Boston Marathon took place on Monday, killing 3 individuals, maiming others. Earlier this evening, at roughly 5 p.m. or so, the FBI and law enforcement released images of individuals, two young men, and we'll put their images up for you, who are wanted in relationship to the terrorist attacks. Just in the last few hours, they have put forward even more images. Those 2 that you just saw, there's the individual in the white hat. You saw the individual in the black hat. There they are together. These are photographs that were just released after midnight. So the FBI is still seeking the help of the public with even more images that have come across their desk, even more images perhaps shared by the public, perhaps shared from surveillance cameras. We're also going to take a look at a picture shared on Facebook, which the New York Times ascertained was an authentic picture of one of the individuals. You're looking there at live photographs. There's the picture from Facebook, which had been posted on somebody's Facebook page, and then through crowdsourcing, individuals on the internet, millions of Americans and people from around the world looking at pictures, trying to help piece together this case. That individual, that photograph, a remarkably good photograph of the face of the young man with the white hat, was taken. This is after the bomb took off. It's just in the corner of this picture that was on the Facebook page of an individual who Piers Morgan interviewed him earlier this evening. In addition to this investigation and all these photographs, we've also had big law enforcement activity this evening, a shooting of a police officer on the campus of MIT, an arrest of an individual on the campus of in Watertown, which is not far from Cambridge, from the campus of MIT. The Massachusetts State Police saying that explosives were there and being used by the individuals they were pursuing in Watertown. We do not know if there was any relationship whatsoever between the criminal activity this evening and the terrorist attacks on Monday at the Boston Marathon. The FBI is looking into it. Law enforcement is looking into it. Juliet, you were telling us that the reason Gabe Ramirez, one of our photojournalists, said that he saw the individual who had been put in the car, he had been made to take off all his clothes. That was done because
if there's explosives that people have been reporting, and the state police have been confirming that, the person might actually be carrying something or wearing something that could detonate and hurt the police officers approaching him. So having him disrobe is sort of just standard practice for a situation in which you're going to have the potential for explosives. It is standard operating procedure that this is, and the picture being taken is obviously being done so to ascertain whether it's the same pictures that are now coming out, both from the FBI and then, of course, all this crowdsourcing and Facebook. And this is, you know, all of this activity was what the FBI intended by coming out at 5 o'clock. In other words, all these pictures, so that if others are apprehended, you can ascertain whether it's the same people, right? So if the two guys tonight who did all this mayhem in Watertown are not the same two people who bombed here a couple days ago, we will know that relatively quickly.
Let's go back to the map that our graphics department wanted to show, even though we weren't talking about it specifically. I want to show exactly explaining the geography of this area to everybody. So let's first go in to Boston. This is the Boston area. Let's first zoom in on Boston and show where the Boston Marathon took place, where the terrorist attacks. Now let's go. Okay, so this is Boston, this is Beacon Hill, downtown. This is, you get an idea of where the terrorist attacks took place. We'll zoom out now, and to the left of your screen, you'll see Cambridge. This is the area where the Massachusetts Institute of Technology is. Right. Just over the river. Yeah, just over.
And so if you look at this, it's a little bit more to the right. And so what's important here...
There's MIT. There's the Charles River, yes.
Right. So it's very, very close. Even though it's Cambridge, it's literally just a bridge away. You could actually see the bridge from here. And so...
and this is where the police officer was killed this evening.
When I left you a couple hours ago, I got into a car, and there were about 30 police cars that passed me on the Massachusetts Turnpike, which is a longer way to get home on Cambridge, and I had never seen a police presence like that before, and I've been in the field a long time. That was massive. Whether it was related to the police officer shooting or obviously what's going on in Watertown, I didn't know. When they got closer to Cambridge, they turned towards Watertown, so clearly this was unfolding at about 10:30.
Now we're going to zoom to the west, and we're going to show where Watertown is in relationship to Cambridge. And Watertown this evening is where this arrest was made, and one of the individuals arrested, and he may have absolutely no relationship to what happened on MIT, and it may have even less of a relationship to the terrorist attacks. But in Watertown is where this one individual was pursued by law enforcement. The FBI showed up. He was made to take off all his clothes. A photograph of him was taken. The FBI trying to determine whether or not there is a relationship between the arrest of the individual in Watertown and the terrorist attacks earlier this week in Boston, downtown here, and in the Back Bay area. So,
right. And regardless of what happened on Monday, the activity that's being described in Watertown tonight, explosives, gun shootouts, fleeing, carjacking, is very unusual for this city, very unusual for Watertown. So this is something that would have such a massive police presence, and I'm pretty confident that we'll hear something relatively soon from formal channels about whether who they have. I think that that's true, and we're hearing lots of things.
And when you say who they have, you mean whether or not specifically is somebody related to the FBI's request for information about suspects who were involved.
You're seeing people who like to follow this stuff in real time. There's a lot of things that are being read about that the Boston police have on scanners that is disclosing whether or not, or that they are the same folks as the Boston Marathon culprits or terrorists, and that is something that we can't confirm, because you're hearing all of this in real time. You don't know who's saying it. You don't know whether they're actually in the know, and you just sort of have to wait it out, because in real time these police officers are all talking to each other, and you know, we still have a suspect on the loose, and so we'll see relatively soon. As I've been saying, if it's a no match, that will know relatively quickly.
When you say this, we still have a suspect on the loose. We still have one suspect on the loose in Watertown, reportedly from Gabe Ramirez, our photojournalist who was there, who saw and heard about a second suspect. We may have more. I mean, that just, you're talking about the case in Watertown. There may be two other suspects having to do with the terrorist incident.
Yeah, it seems hard to believe, given that people are watching TV right now. It is possible that the MIT shooting is an outlier, and that all this activity unfolds in a really weird way. It's hard to tell right now, because there's we certainly don't know how the chronology went overnight.
All right, I want to bring in Drew Griffin, who's been on the ground on the scene in Watertown all evening for us, and gave up his earpiece and microphone to Gabe Ramirez for a second. Drew, I'm glad you're back with us. What are you hearing?
I just want to clarify a couple of things. Gabe Ramirez, the photojournalist who was caught up in all this chaos, I had him walk back to our satellite truck and take a good look at the video he shot. We now believe that the naked person, the person who was taken into custody naked, which we showed earlier, and the second quote-unquote suspect, whom Gabe had described being arrested, but we have not showed, we believe that's the same person. So one suspect. They put his clothes back on, brought him out, put him up against the wall, and took his photograph. That, I can tell you, was done because I saw it myself from the video. But now we're talking, Jake, about one person in custody here. That matches the reporting from the Massachusetts State Police spokesperson, who said there is one person in custody here that he knows of. So I just wanted to clarify that as soon as we have that information for you.
All right, great. So that's a good point of clarification, Drew. I appreciate you and Gabe consulting and figuring out what exactly it is, putting pieces together. We have on the phone now the journalist Seth Mnookin, who is a widely respected journalist. He works at MIT and also is a witness. He lives in Watertown with his family. Seth, what did you see this evening?
I was over at MIT right after the shooting there, and I was listening to the police scanner, and there was a report of a carjacking about a mile away in Cambridge. And when I arrived at that scene, the police officers that were there were about a half a dozen police cars, left very quickly and headed over to Watertown. So I followed them over. When I got to Watertown, the suspect had not been apprehended, and in fact, the police officers who were on the ground had been instructed to turn off their cell phones and were asking me for directions. This was in the middle of an extremely residential place. Over about a half an hour, they got this suspect out, and then, as you've been reporting, they stripped him and got him to the ground. That was an extremely tense and chaotic situation, and there was a lot of concern by the officers on the ground at that time that there were not only explosives on the suspect, but explosives on the scene. And at one point, there were people who were trying to get out of their house and police officers, in no uncertain terms, shouted at them that they should not leave the house, that they were in extreme danger if they left the house.
All right, and Seth, I don't know if you've spoken to any police officers or just been yelled at by them, but are you hearing anything about why these individuals were being pursued? Are the individuals in Watertown the same ones who are wanted and being pursued for activities at Cambridge, at MIT? Is there anything else that law enforcement has said to you or anyone else?
So the most recent report we had, initially the police at the scene were reporting that there were 2 suspects in custody. They then walked that back. The most recent report, and this was about 20 minutes ago, a police officer, a spokesman for the Massachusetts State Police, said that they would only confirm that they had 1 suspect in custody, and that suspect had actually been transported to a hospital. He said, and this is not an exact quote, but essentially said it was reasonable to assume that there was a connection between this and the situation at MIT and the marathon bombing, but could not confirm that. The impression that he gave was that that was the assumption that they were working off of at that time. Certainly, there's the amount of force that was on the ground in Watertown was indicative of something way beyond any normal kind of situation. There were well over 100 police and tactical gear there. There were at least half a dozen different agencies, including the FBI, on the ground. There were multiple SWAT trucks and bomb squad trucks. There were officers in camouflage gear. So this was a very, very major operation. My car, when I actually arrived there, I was in what then became the crime scene, and my car is inside that perimeter, and they said that I would not be getting that back tonight.
All right, so the police saying that it is a reasonable assumption that the individual you saw arrested and detained and taken away, that Gabe Ramirez filmed, that individual, it's a reasonable assumption, according to this law enforcement official, is that's related to the MIT shooting, the police officer killed, and according to this officer, if I'm hearing you correctly, he said it was a reasonable assumption, although not a fact, not a confirmed fact, but a reasonable assumption, according to this law enforcement officer, that there is a connection between this and the Boston terrorist attacks. That is, I just want to make sure I'm hearing you correctly.
Yeah, the reasonable assumption is not a direct quote. He said something along those lines of, like, either one could assume, or it would be safe to assume that that is the working theory that we're operating under. But he did also go out of his way to say that we cannot confirm that this is definitively connected. But certainly it seems to be what they're operating under. But I should also point out that, just within probably a 60 or 90-minute period, he went from saying that they had 2 suspects in custody to only having 1 suspect in custody. So I think that gives some sense of how fluid the situation was on the ground. There were times there where there were new police officers arriving who'd been essentially out of contact and for whatever reason, and clearly did not have a very clear sense of what was going on and what the situation there was, if that was still an active crime scene or if that was essentially a mop-up operation.
It's an excellent reminder, Seth, and we appreciate it. Stay on the line. Just to bring people up to speed, we just got some new information from the Massachusetts State Police saying that residents in and around Watertown, Massachusetts, should stay in their residences. Do not answer the door unless it is an identified police officer. That is to residents of Watertown, a rather chilling warning. It also says if you have any concerns about anyone at the door, call 911 immediately. Repeat, do not answer your door. Stay away from windows. Keep your doors locked. This is a message from the Massachusetts State Police. to residents of Watertown. Let me repeat it just because it seems rather important, especially if you happen to be in Watertown and you're watching this, or if you know anyone who lives in Watertown. Let me just read this again from the Massachusetts State Police. Residents in and around Watertown should stay in their residences. Do not answer your door unless it is an identified police officer. In addition, if you have any concerns about someone at your door, call 911 immediately. Repeat, do not answer your door. Stay away from your windows. Keep your doors locked. Seth, I hope if you're on the phone, you're going to take that advice. That is rather chilling. It seems to suggest that Juliette Kayyem, Boston Globe columnist, Homeland Security analyst for CNN, it seems to suggest there is at least one individual on the loose, and they think that this person is extremely dangerous.
Right, this is no messing around message. I've seen a lot of messages from the Massachusetts State Police. This is serious, and people are getting this message likely through something called reverse 911. Phone calls are being made to individual homes, to cell phone numbers to tell people to stay inside. We probably have about an hour and a half or 2 hours until sunlight. That's going to make it easier if someone is running around, if someone's trying to hide. But that also means that more people are going to be going outside, going into their cars. So just as a message, just be wary of going into cars or where someone may be hiding out. This is a manhunt. Is it the manhunt that we've been hoping for in some way to get the people who are responsible for the Boston Marathon? As Seth said, their working assumption is yes. I think that's both obvious and sound because given what happened here, this is not a normal investigation. Two men are accused of either being responsible for the Boston Marathon and that there is talk of explosives and gunfights and carjackings. This is unusual.
Yeah, and there's one other piece of information, sad information, this evening, which is that a spokesman for the MBTA, I assume that means the Metropolitan Boston Transit Authority, confirms that a transit police officer was wounded this evening. He's being treated at this hour at a local hospital. Pardon me. Just to reiterate what we heard from the Massachusetts State Police, if you are in or around Watertown, Massachusetts, which is a community outside Boston, Massachusetts, do not let anyone in your house, unless you know the person is an identified police officer, do not leave your house. There is a manhunt going on in that area right now. This individual is being sought, we believe, in connection to at least the killing of one and the wounding of another police officer and on the campus of MIT, and a Metropolitan Boston Transit Authority police officer in the Watertown area. And police are operating, and this is not a fact, but police are operating on an assumption that these individuals may have a connection to the terrorist activity at the Boston Marathon on Monday. That does not mean that they are definitively linked, that they are the same individuals, but the police are operating on that assumption. That gives you an idea of the force and the aggressiveness and the seriousness with which they're treating this incident. Juliette.
Oh, I absolutely agree. This is an incident that is unfolding in real time, and that's what viewers have to realize. But
as they turn on, I just want to interrupt. I'm sorry, Juliette, but these are new photographs that the FBI released this evening of the two individuals wanted for questioning in the Boston Marathon.
Right, and the pieces we're trying to link are the release of these pictures at 5 p.m. today, which may have is it linked to the killing of an MIT cop, a police officer, to the events in Watertown. Everyone is trying to narrow or to get those links very solid. And as I've been saying, if it's not them, we will know.
Julia,
and so the longer it takes, they are working on an assumption that this is just very unusual for the city to have this kind of violence alone, standing by itself, coupled with what happened on Monday. Then it starts to fold into a narrative that at least is the assumption they're working under, as Seth said.
One of the things I want to ask you is a lot of the pictures that we just saw, that our viewers just saw, were released after midnight by the FBI. The earlier ones were from surveillance footage, and they were released between the hours of 5 and 6 p.m.
Right.
There have been these photographs right here of the two of the suspects standing together, and some of the close-ups. At least 4 photographs have been released after midnight.
Right.
Why? Why would they do? They just want to get them out there as soon as possible.
So what's happened is they make the announcement this afternoon, and all of these, and they're asking for more pictures. Remember, that is what they're asking for. So more pictures are coming in to verify that these are the two gentlemen that they're looking for on Monday, for the attacks on Monday. So that all this activity is unfolding in real time. It is because of the 5 o'clock press release. And I'll say just on this issue, this is very fast. It's unfolding very fast. And the fact that the press conference was at 5 o'clock, this is the very activity, the kinds of pictures that they wanted to come out over time and you know, even after midnight.
And we have no idea why any of this activity we're watching this evening, and this morning, we should say now at this point, why it happened. But certainly one of the things that law enforcement was hoping for by releasing the photographs was to smoke these guys out.
Well, to know that we had pictures of them, which would be odd if they didn't know it, given how photographed the Boston Marathon was. If they were hiding out, maybe they didn't think that they would be identified so quickly by the FBI. And if this is unfolding in Boston, then theories that they might be in another state or another country are being disproved, that they decided to stay close to here. As we've been saying, we knew that this was going to be a Boston investigation. We just didn't know how it would end and whether it's actually ending tonight. That's what we don't know.
I want to bring in this one other big piece of information from the Massachusetts State Police, and then Seth Mnookin, who teaches at MIT. I want to go back to you. You're a witness to what's going on this evening, but Massachusetts State Police have announced that police are going to actually be going door to door in and around Watertown, door to door. Police will be clearly identified, they say. It will be it is a fluid situation. This announcement comes after the Massachusetts State Police announced that nobody should leave their house if they live in or around Watertown, Massachusetts, and nor should anyone even answer their door unless they see that is a clearly identified police officer. Seth, you teach at MIT in Cambridge, but you live in Watertown, is that correct?
No, I actually live in Brookline, but a couple miles away.
Okay. Okay, so you just happen to be in Watertown right now because your car is in the crime scene.
I mean, I'm here because I was following the crime scene over here because I was following the
No, I understand. I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you're a journalist. I should acknowledge that I've known Seth for more than a decade. You're a journalist, and obviously you hear something like this going on and you follow it. That's a normal impulse. You're a journalist and you're curious and you want to see what's happening. But you followed this pursuit of an individual who may have shot and killed somebody on the MIT campus, followed the pursuit to Watertown, and then in the midst of this going on, an individual being arrested, detained, your car was stuck in the crime scene, and now you're kind of just in this area where there is a manhunt going on. Where exactly are you right now?
Well, now I went over to a staging area that's sort of become a de facto staging area in the parking lot of the Watertown Mall, which is roughly half a mile from where the crime scene is. So this entire area is now also cordoned off by police. There are police checkpoints at a number of places just along the street, and it's really, really striking. I mean, this is an incredibly residential neighborhood, and one of the things about Boston, because it is such a small city, is that you can go from being essentially downtown to being in what is, for all intents and purposes, a suburb in a matter of miles. And that's exactly the situation you have here. To see SWAT teams, to see police walking around with automatic weapons is a very surreal sensation for this area.
Right.
I want to we've been told, CNN has been told, that there's going to be a controlled detonation in Watertown. in the area where this individual is being pursued. So if anybody in Watertown is watching right now, Seth Mnookin in the staging area in Watertown, we're told there will be a controlled detonation. That is purposeful. That is law enforcement, I presume, finding an object that they're not comfortable with and wanting to get rid of it and detonate it. Is that
yes.
That's not technically how one would describe it if one were a Homeland Security official.
Right, no, but that's actually a good description for people watching. And we don't actually know if it's an unidentified box, if it's a suitcase or what it is. Might as well detonate it in a controlled manner than waiting or having someone approach it. That would be also, this is all sort of standard operating procedure in a time that is not very standard, I will say that. Just to pick up on what Seth was saying, Watertown is close to Boston, but feels like a very intimate suburb. That this is happening there is very unique for that community, obviously.
All right, just to recap before we switch out and bring on John Berman and his team with the early morning anchoring. This is what's been going on since you went to bed, if you're just waking up. Obviously, at a roughly 5:15 or so this evening, the FBI, seeking the help of the public, released photographs of two individuals, wanted suspects in the bombing, the terrorist attacks at the Boston Marathon on Monday. Since that time, there has been a tremendous amount of activity, related or unrelated. We are not yet sure. Police are operating under the presumption that it is related, but that does not mean anything other than these are two dangerous individuals they are pursuing, and they could be, not necessarily are, related to the suspects being sought in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. What has happened is in Cambridge, Massachusetts, about a mile outside of where I'm standing right now, just a couple blocks from where the terrorist attacks were. In Cambridge, Massachusetts, the campus of MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, there was a police officer shot and killed. There was also a carjacking. There was a high-speed pursuit. Police officers pursuing two individuals for killing that police officer. Since that time, there has been a tremendous amount of police activity in Watertown, which is roughly 4 miles outside of Boston. It is a quiet community, and there has been a tremendous amount of activity, and one individual was apprehended. He was made to take off all his clothes, presumably just to make sure in case he had explosives on his person so that a police officer would not be harmed. The Massachusetts police said that there were explosives used in the situation in Watertown. We're told that there is another individual still on the loose in Watertown. Massachusetts police have said and cautioned individuals in Watertown, stay inside your homes. Do not leave your homes. Do not answer your door unless it is an identified police officer. But they also have said that identified police officers will be coming to their homes. They are doing a door-to-door search in Watertown, Massachusetts. So for anybody in Watertown, Massachusetts, that is a tremendous amount of activity going on in your area. Understandably, it is something that is not exactly reassuring, but law enforcement are there in force. They say if you stay in your home, you lock your door, you do not leave your home, you should be okay. Do not answer your door unless it is an identified police officer. One of these suspects is in custody, and that individual, again, we do not know if he is related to the Massachusetts, the Boston Marathon, terrorist attacks, but one of these individuals is in custody. We have footage of that individual being put in custody. If we could show that footage that CNN photojournalist Gabe Ramirez shot earlier. He's naked. We've pixelated some of it so that we can show it on television. It is him being led naked to a police car. That individual was photographed. The FBI is trying to figure out whether or not there is a connection to this activity and the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. So far, we do not have word yet whether or not there is any sort of connection. But given all this police activity, given the huge law enforcement presence in Boston right now on the case, we surely will know soon whether or not there is a connection one way or the other. I want to bring in John Berman to come in when he can. No, not ready to come in. Okay, well, we won't go into John Berman yet. I'm wondering if, is Drew Griffin there? Is he in Watertown, Massachusetts right now?
Yes, Jake, I can hear you. Jake, I can hear you from Watertown, where the situation... Go ahead.
Okay, ready? No, please tell us. What are you seeing in Watertown?
Jake, the situation is pretty much the same as it has been for about the last hour or so. Significant presence down the street of police. We do have additional video of the suspect that was brought into custody here, clothed, and we're hoping we can show that video. This is the suspect that was brought into custody here in Watertown. We only know that it's related to whatever did happen here in Watertown. We don't want to draw any conclusions to this man, but we do know that the FBI was questioning this man. They took him out of the car twice, put him up against a wall, appeared to photograph him, and then placed him back into a car. As far as we know, that suspect is still being held in a police car not far from where I am standing. We understand that one other suspect is still on the loose, apparently, in Watertown, and the police here have warned all residents not only to not come outside, but not to open their doors to anyone except for a police officer who may be checking on their welfare. It seems to be a very dangerous situation taking place here in Watertown at the same time that the FBI is actively trying to draw some conclusion whether or not this activity here in Watertown is related to what happened at the Boston Marathon on Monday. It was just 5 o'clock today when the FBI released 2 photographs of the suspects they believe were involved in the Boston Marathon bombing. 2 young men, both of them carrying backpacks, both of them having ball caps on, and the FBI had the admonition that we need these people brought in. Please, to the public, if you know them, call. About 10:30 tonight, there was a shooting on the campus of MIT in Cambridge. A police officer there shot, wounded, and eventually taken to a hospital where he died. Shortly after that, there was another report of a carjacking. Carjacking happened in the Cambridge area. Then a massive shootout and chase, which took place here in Watertown. All of these somewhat connected on the same string of roads, but we don't know if all of this activity is all connected to each individual event I just named, or if any of it is connected to the Boston Marathon itself. We do know that the FBI has joined in this investigation here in Watertown to determine if there is any link between the two, and it certainly looks like, by the increased activity we're seeing, that there is much more activity. Jake? Nope. Apparently we're going to keep reporting on the activity.
Redial into New York IFC.
And from what I understand, we may be getting more information from the Massachusetts State Police spokesperson, although he has left this scene and gone back to his headquarters, perhaps just to assemble the information from all the agencies who were involved. There were as many as a dozen, I believe, police agencies, maybe more, involved in this activity. SWAT activity going on. There was, according to our witnesses, police actively going between houses trying to find somebody. And also from the Massachusetts State Police spokesperson, a quote that he believes that explosive devices may have been used, multiple possible explosive devices were used against police at the incident that took place here in Watertown. It is very coincidental at this point. We're trying to not draw any conclusions, but at the same time, this is very coincidental to what has been happening to all the activity there. We continue our coverage of this crazy night and crazy week here in Boston with Jake Tapper and John Berman. Gentlemen.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning. Our breaking news coverage continues here on CNN. I'm Jake Tapper.
I'm John Berman here with Jake, who's just been doing a phenomenal job bringing us up to speed on everything going on all night. It is now 4 a.m. in the East. And it has been a night of murder, been a night of gunfire, reports of explosions rocking the Boston area. This all happening while you were sleeping, really going on all night long. people in or near Watertown, a town just outside Boston, about 8 miles from here, being told to stay indoors, do not answer the door unless the people can identify themselves as really a police officer right now. As we've been saying, it was really a night of sheer mayhem here, starting with shootings on the campus of MIT in Cambridge, or I said say a shooting. That is about a mile from where we're standing, which is the site of the Boston Marathon bombing. A police officer was killed in that shooting. Then a short time later, there was a carjacking there, and then a police chase with reports of explosives involved.
It was a harrowing evening. It all led to a massive police and FBI operation in nearby Watertown. There, a male suspect has been apprehended. Take a look at this exclusive CNN video. The suspect ordered to strip naked before being taken into custody. Now we're waiting to hear from investigators whether there is a connection to Monday's terrorist attack at the Boston Marathon, the 2 bombings that killed 3 individuals and maimed so many others.
We are standing by at this moment for a news conference from Watertown, from law enforcement officials there. We will bring that to you the very second that it starts. In the meantime, we want to go to CNN's Drew Griffin, who has been on the streets of Watertown all night tracking this story. Let's get the very latest. Drew?
We can tell you that that suspect that we saw getting into the car, the one who was ordered naked, has been questioned now 3 different times by the different various agencies that we were here. And my producer, David Fitzpatrick, just observed the man. He is still being held here on the scene, which to me is somewhat peculiar. He was, as you say, ordered stripped naked completely. Obviously, the police were very concerned because earlier in the evening during this chase, we were told by the Massachusetts State Police spokesperson Dave Procopio that multiple possible explosive devices were used against police here at the incident in Watertown. From witnesses who saw and heard what happened, we believe that some of those possible explosive devices were actually thrown from a fleeing car at the police. So it was a very chaotic scene. It remains not chaotic but confusing at this moment, with the caveat that the people of Watertown are being advised there's still a very dangerous person on the loose, and to not even open their doors unless it is a policeman knocking on the other side of their doors. So, gentlemen, a chaotic scene. We do hope to get more information, official information, but right now we can tell you this is still an active crime scene investigation with 1 suspect apparently being held in some sort of custody as police look for a 2nd suspect.
Drew, thanks so much. As you said right now, the 1 suspect that we know of being held on the scene, that is very interesting. We also know from the Massachusetts State Police they intend to go door to door in Watertown. They put out a notice saying they will go door to door in Watertown, knocking on doors, finding out what is in each house. They do tell the people of Watertown that the police officers will be clearly identified. So if someone knocks at your door, make sure they are a cop before you let them in. Otherwise, people in Watertown, please stay inside. Law enforcement officers are stressing that right now. One other update, we do know that an MBTA officer, a transportation officer, was also wounded in the activities that have been going on for the last several hours. He's being treated right now at a local area hospital. Again, as we have been saying the last several hours, it is simply a chaotic evening in the Boston area. It was Monday where there were the bombings just behind me at the finish line of the Boston Marathon. Then last night at about 5 o'clock, the law enforcement officials, the FBI, released photos of people they call possible suspects, 2 young men, 1 in the white hat, 1 in the black hat at the end of the Boston Marathon. And then last night, the chaos. A shooting at MIT, a prestigious university, across the street, across the river, I should say, in Cambridge, Massachusetts. A policeman was killed there. Then there was a car chase that ultimately ended up in Watertown, about 8 miles from here. There is now someone, we believe, a suspect in custody. However, people are telling people in that town of Watertown to stay inside because there may be someone else on the loose. Tom Fuentes is a CNN analyst, a former assistant director with the FBI. He knows a lot about situations like this. He joins us on the phone now from Washington. Tom, you've been watching this with us all night. What are your observations?
Well, I think right now you're right about the confusion that's going on and trying to speculate as to whether it's connected to the Boston Marathon bombing, what occurred last night. several possibilities. Could be the individuals. They could have received a notification from somebody recognizing one or both of the subjects in the video and reporting that, and then the police possibly approached the location. They ended up in a shootout and explosives being used. Second possibility is you could have a copycat. You could have somebody else drawing on what they've seen this week from the marathon bombing, and they may have planted explosives, and the police responding to that may have gotten in the shootout with one or two subjects. So that's still a possibility. And then the person that's in custody now, trying to verify whether that person would be related to the explosives incident at MIT, the killing of a police officer at MIT, and, of course, the Boston Marathon bombing. As far as the holding the person at the scene, law enforcement, in this case the FBI, would have to get that subject before a U.S. magistrate at a reasonable time. But in this situation, it would be reasonable to keep the person nearby because they want to find out if there's an apartment that they used or they lived in nearby. Are there explosives in it? They need to try to determine that. If you have residents that are in a building that could be unsafe because there could be hazardous material in it, it might be a reason for keeping that subject nearby to get additional information or have to point out something to the police.
Tom, hang on for a second here, because I have a press release from the Middlesex County District Attorney's Office. It is a lengthy press release, but it is important, so I'm going to read it in its entirety right now. This, again, for the Middlesex County District Attorney of the county where a lot of this is going on here in Massachusetts. It says this: police are investigating a fatal shooting of MIT campus police officer by two men who then committed an armed carjacking in Cambridge. Middlesex Acting District Attorney Michael Pelgro, Cambridge Police Commissioner Robert Haas, and MIT Police Chief John DeFava announced this evening. At approximately 10:20 p.m. April 18th, police received reports of shots fired on the MIT campus. At 10:30 p.m., an MIT campus police officer was found shot in his vehicle in the area of Vassar and Main Streets. According to authorities, the officer was found evidencing multiple gunshot wounds. He was transported to Massachusetts General Hospital, and he was pronounced deceased. Authorities launched an immediate investigation into the circumstances of the shooting. The investigation determined two males were involved in the shooting. A short time later, police received reports of an armed carjacking by two males in the area of 3rd Street in Cambridge. The victim was carjacked at gunpoint by two males and was kept in the car with the suspects for approximately half an hour. The victim was released at a gas station on Memorial Drive in Cambridge. He was not injured. Police immediately began to search for the vehicle and were in pursuit of the vehicle into Watertown. At that time, explosive devices were reportedly thrown from the car by suspects. The suspects and police also exchanged gunfire in the area of Dexter and Laurel Streets. During this pursuit, an MBTA police officer was seriously injured and transported to the hospital. During the pursuit, one suspect was critically injured and transported to the hospital, where he was pronounced deceased. An extensive manhunt is going on in the Watertown area for the second suspect, who is believed to be armed and dangerous. The case is being investigated by local, state, and federal authorities working in cooperation. The Massachusetts State Police Bomb Squad is assessing and removing any potentially dangerous explosive devices that may have been thrown onto the street by the Watertown suspects. The investigation remains active, ongoing. No further information is available at this time. Wow. That is a whole lot of information, and that describes a scene, as we've been saying. It is no exaggeration, no hyperbole to say just complete, pure chaos, beginning with a shootout, multiple shots fired at MIT, the campus in Cambridge. Then you have a carjacking with the suspect being the suspects, two men, actually keeping the man who owns the car in the car with them for half an hour. A police chase into Watertown. Explosive possibly being thrown out of the window during the police chase. One suspect being injured during the police chase, being taken to the hospital and since deceased. And then one suspect currently on the loose. Julia Kayyem is here with me right now. This is extraordinary.
It is extraordinary. So a couple of takeaways. So obviously nothing about a connection to what happened here on Monday. And it's important that any such connection be made in the utmost care, because for one of them is still on the loose. And we don't want to give the people of Boston and the people of this nation the false impression that this is either over or ongoing. It is possible that these are two separate incidences just unfortunately taking place in the same city. So the silence on that issue means they're not prepared to say there's a match. And when they determine that there's not a match, that's what I'm looking for. Is there not a match? In other words, can they say these are not the same two guys? Then we will know it's just sort of a bad coincidence. And we haven't heard that yet. So that's interesting to me. The other thing is, we tend to think about Homeland Security and national security as, sort of a federal effort. And what's remarkable in all of this, while the FBI is taking the lead on the investigation, of course, all of this is being done by local and state law enforcement. That's the way it works.
Campus police.
Campus police. So what we don't know still, and it's interesting just to see what triggered it, and it may have been that the MIT police officer recognized the gentleman after the pictures, is what started this evening, beginning with a police officer being killed, which is just, it doesn't happen very often. These MIT campus is very open, very safe. And what started this long line of events? Is it related to the 5 p.m. release of the pictures?
All right. So this release makes clear that there is still a suspect on the loose. Right. There is one suspect taken to a hospital who is deceased. What's interesting about this to me is this doesn't take into account that the man that we saw stripped naked and put into a police vehicle, unless that man subsequently died, but we don't believe that to be the case.
Right.
So that man, who we have that video of being stripped naked, handcuffed, and put into a police vehicle, unclear.
Right, and it's very
whether he is
possible
one of
that
these
a lot
two
of
men.
people get, Essence has been unfolding for the last couple hours, and it has taken place literally over the course of Boston and Cambridge and Watertown. It's a lot of space. It's very possible that there's some false hits. And look, the police officers here don't know what they're working with, so there's a utmost of caution. You heard Seth Mnuchin earlier talk about being moved away from his car. He can't get access to his car because this is unfolding, and what people watching this should know is what they want to do is get the match right, if there is a match, because that will mean a lot to the city. It will mean a lot to this nation. It will mean a lot to the city.
Let me bring in Tom Fuentes, former assistant director of the FBI right now. He's been listening in. He heard that remarkable release from the Middlesex County District Attorney. As Juliet pointed out, it doesn't say it's connected to the bombings here at the end of the Boston Marathon. It doesn't say it is not connected to the bombings here at the Boston Marathon. I will say one thing is clear. It is happening in the atmosphere of the post-atmosphere bombings, which is why everyone is so concerned about this and why there is an enormous heightened state of security around this entire area.
Right now.
We'll get to Tom in a second.
The officer was shot on campus and has expired as a result of his wounds. There was a carjacking that took place as well in Cambridge involving a Mercedes SUV. That car was ultimately discovered here in Watertown and pursued by the Watertown Police Department. The pursuit went into a residential neighborhood not far from here, where there was an exchange of gunfire between Watertown Police, MBTA police officer, and two suspects in this SUV. During the course of that pursuit, several explosive devices were discharged from the car at the police officers. In the exchange of the gunfire, we believe that one of the suspects was struck and ultimately taken into custody. A second suspect was able to flee from that car, and there is an active search going on at this point in time. An MBTA police officer was struck during that exchange of gunfire and is currently at the Mount Auburn Hospital in critical condition. There is an active search by tactical teams from NEMLAC, from the state police, and the Boston Police Department. The Watertown Police Department are involved in this search, as well as traffic diversion throughout the area. The most important message that we are doing right now is for public safety and the safety of those people in that neighborhood. We are asking everyone to shelter in place for the time being, not to leave their homes. If they see something suspicious, other than a police officer coming to their door, they should call 911 immediately. We also want to forewarn motorists that are traveling through this particular area, even though we're locked down in this neighborhood, that they should not stop for anyone and pick up anyone along the side of the roadway. What we're looking for right now is a suspect consistent with the description of suspect number 2, the white-capped individual who was involved in Monday's bombing of the Boston Marathon. He was. We have a picture, a video from the 7-Eleven in Cambridge last night that he is dressed in a gray hoodie-type sweatshirt. He's a light-skinned or Caucasian male with longer brown curly hair. You've seen the picture. You all have it. That's the individual that we're looking for at this moment.
That's suspect number 2.
That's suspect number 2, the white-capped individual.
Suspect number 1 was shot then?
That's correct.
So suspect number 1 was the one the FBI
I just want to be clear. We will do regular updates to this, but right now we're in a public safety mode here. Our immediate concern is for those people in the neighborhood up there. We have an active search going on by tactical teams to locate and apprehend this particular individual. He should be considered armed and dangerous and is a threat to anybody that might approach him. So please, use extreme caution and stay in your homes. If you hear something, if you see something unusual, we'd like you to call 911. Now, I'm going to ask Chief DeVoe of the Watertown Police Department to just briefly describe the area, the neighborhoods, and the streets that are involved up there so everyone is clear on that.
What's your name? What's your name?
We're going to let Chief DeVoe, so we're going to go through the speakers, please.
What's your name?
I'm calling on the Watertown community to be calm during this time. We're talking about the East Watertown, Dexter, Laurel Street, School Street area, to remain in your homes. As the Colonel said, we're going to be doing a search. Please stay in your homes. Do not come out. If you get a knock on your door, make sure we will have uniform officers there to assist with the screening and the safety of these neighborhoods. Again, the Watertown community has been always very good. We're asking for your cooperation again to assist us during this difficult time.
And there's going to be a controlled blast of some sort over in East Watertown?
No, there's no planned control blast of any sort at this time. There are EOD or explosive ordnance teams that have been up there that are in the process of recovering anything that was discharged from those vehicles. So we're making those safe at this point. Some of them went off, some we believe did not.
Do you know how many?
Do you have a name on the suspect who died?
We're not prepared to talk about identifications. That was one of the reasons that those videos were released earlier yesterday.
Where was he shot?
I'm not going to get into specifics about that. We don't have the names at this point.
Is he dead?
All right, listen. This is an ongoing investigation. We can't get into details on the descriptions of the suspects or the names. We're trying to get information out to the people who live here that they should stay in their homes and not open their doors unless police officers are there. There's a 20-block perimeter around the location that Chief DeVoe just talked about. We are concerned about securing that area and making sure that this individual is taken into custody. We believe this to be a terrorist. We believe this to be a man who's come here to kill people. We need to get him in custody. One thing that I just want to say is that there have been 2 police officers, 1 killed and 1 badly injured tonight. Our sympathies go out to Chief McMillan, who has a severely injured officer in the hospital, and to Chief DeFava of the MIT Police, and to the families of those officers. This is a terrible tragedy. We don't want to increase it. We want to be very careful of what we do here.
Folks, we've got to get back to the incident. And we'll be back in about an hour to brief you again as soon as we... Thank you.
I think he answered that.
Well, you have been listening to an impromptu press conference. The familiar voice at the end was Boston Police.
Okay, you've been listening to an extraordinary press conference in Watertown, Massachusetts right now, bringing us up to speed on the events of this night, which have been going on since 10:20 p.m. I'll give you the headline right now as you're looking at that picture right there. That man in that picture is believed to be the man we've been talking about since 5 o'clock last night as suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon bombings. He was the man the police say was in the white hat. He is on the loose right now, and there is a manhunt underway right now to find that man. You're looking at a picture of him right now when he was near the finish line at the Boston Marathon. He's on the loose. He is believed to be in the Watertown area. That's a town just about 8 miles outside of Boston right now. Police say they will be going door to door searching for him. On the loose, believed to be dangerous.
If I could just interject one thing, John, which is if you are in the Watertown area, what the Massachusetts State Police and local law enforcement authorities are saying is do not leave your home. and do not answer the door unless it is a clearly identified police officer. If you are in or around Watertown, do not leave your home. Do not answer your door unless it is a clearly identified police officer.
That is a crucial piece of information. No, a crucial piece of information if you live in Watertown, really, or in any of the surrounding towns. Now, this other bit of news. Suspect number 1 from the Boston Marathon bombings. Police now believe that he has been killed. This was in the course of the events of this last night. This chaotic scene that began at Massachusetts Institute of Technology across the Charles River from here, a police shootout there, then a car chase, a carjacking, a car chase. Police say that these 2 men in this car were throwing explosives perhaps out of the car as this chase was going on. One suspect was shot, taken to a hospital. He is now dead. They believe that man to be Black Hat, suspect number one in the Boston Marathon bombings.
So all these, as this unfolds over the last 3 days since the Boston Marathon attack, we had been wondering, we sort of knew that they were here, that they had probably planned it here beforehand, but whether that they had an escape route to get out of town was always a question mark. They stuck around. These areas are literally half a mile away from the finish line, and we will find out sort of, what triggered all the activities tonight over time. It is, at 5 o'clock, the FBI releases their pictures, and 5 hours later, you have a shootout with a police officer, and then one of the suspects is now dead. So everything was happening very, very fast over the course of the last 12 hours, but it appears like they never left town, which is surprising even to me.
Yeah, I'd like to go now to the other gentleman that has been staying up all night covering this story, one of the many, actually, I should say, but one of the two in front of the camera, Drew Griffin, who was on the scene in Watertown. Drew, what are you seeing? What's the latest from Watertown?
Latest here is, as we have been watching through the night, we had that one person brought into custody, then he was not taken anywhere, he was stripped naked, then he was dressed, pulled out, questioned again, put up against the wall, taken photos of, then he was questioned yet another time, but never taken away from this scene. Now, according to Jay McMichael, another one of our photojournalists who has that angle, that person has left, has been allowed to leave and go home, I assume. We don't see any of that emergency door-to-door search that is going on from our vantage point, although we are in a very tight cordoned off area here in Watertown, just down the street from where we believe the shootout took place between the suspects and the many different police officers that were responding to this scene. But boy, oh boy, what a night and what a lot of questions we have, and you just have to wonder if that first initial police officer down at MIT was the one who actually identified these possible suspects and basically has now given his life in pursuit of these two. Gentlemen?
Drew, it's been a crazy night indeed, and we know that one police officer has been killed at MIT. A Massachusetts transit, I'm sure I'm botching with the initial
MBTA.
An MBTA transit police officer has been wounded, and one of the suspects in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks, one of the suspects, suspect number 1 with the black hat, has been killed in a shootout with police. The second suspect number 2 with the white hat, he is still on the loose, and he is in Watertown. He's thought to be in Watertown, Massachusetts.
And let me read to you what the police commissioner of Boston says about this man. He says, "We believe this to be a terrorist. We believe this is a man who's come here to kill people," which is why, Jake, the people of Watertown right now need to be so careful. Stay in your homes.
There's probably about 9,000, from what I'm hearing, police officers on this now. That is everyone and everyone they know right now. This is a massive manhunt related to the terrorist attack. So I worked in Massachusetts. I know all the individuals that we just saw in that press conference, Ed Davis, Ed DeVoe from Watertown, and the colonel of the Massachusetts State Police. They are well trained. They are in all of these efforts, and they work really well together, which is what's most important now. No one seems to be trying to step on each other's toes. This is a local and state law enforcement effort. The investigation will go to the FBI, and it will go to a criminal court if the second suspect is captured alive. alive and there's a criminal trial. But this is what local law enforcement looks like, even though it's a terrorist incident.
I want to just repeat this, and we're going to be repeating this throughout the morning until this individual, suspect number 2 with the white hat, is apprehended and hopefully brought to justice. And that is, if you live in or around the Watertown, Massachusetts area, police are advising you to stay in your homes and to not answer the door or let anyone into your house unless they are a clearly identified officer of the law. There is a terrorist, according to the police, terrorist on the loose who wants to kill people. I'm sorry if that sounds alarming and frightening, but this is just the fact of what's going on in Watertown right now. There is a terrorist on the loose, according to law enforcement. Stay in your homes. Do not let anyone in your house unless it is an identified police officer.
And this is the culmination right now of what has been a 6-hour crime odyssey, really, that began on the campus of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, Massachusetts. It began with a shootout there with a campus police officer being killed. It followed now by that in a carjacking. There was actually a hostage in that carjacking. They took the man along with them. These 2 suspects took the man along with them.
Because he's an eyewitness now.
And he was released.
Right.
That man was released. There was a police chase. Police say that they believe that the 2 suspects threw explosives out of the car during this chase. 1 suspect during this chase was shot, was wounded, was taken to a hospital. He is now dead. That man is believed to be suspect number 1, one of the suspects in the Boston Marathon bombing, the man wearing the black hat. If you've seen the pictures, the chase continued after that, and there is now a man on the loose, and authorities have released a picture of this man, what he was believed to be wearing tonight. If we can see a picture of that once again. The man is in a gray hoodie. Hopefully we can take a look. Well, we'll get to it eventually.
Well, one of the things that's been interesting, John, as this case has unfolded overnight, is that law enforcement, the FBI, have released photographs all night. They've been releasing photographs as they positively identified the individuals in the photographs as being suspect number 1 and suspect number 2. Probably before you went to bed, you knew about the press conference the FBI had shortly after 5 p.m. yesterday, Thursday, in which they released some images. You see those images right now on the TV. But all night, the FBI has been releasing new images. It started with one that had been essentially crowdsourced. Individuals, millions of Americans and people around the world looking at pictures and images, finding this one picture on some guy's Facebook page, in which in the corner, suspect number 2. Suspect number 2 was in the corner of it. The New York Times verified it was legitimate. The FBI verified that it was legitimate. And then other photographs since then have been coming forward, and the FBI has been releasing them.
So it's going to be daylight relatively soon, and that is going to change everyone's behavior. Both people will start to go to work and be outside. But I don't want to say I'm terribly confident, but that is going to make the search much easier for the police officers. That's why they want to keep people in Watertown inside, because you don't have more people walking around. And daylight will expose any place that someone may be hiding. He's also alone, and being alone, he used to have a partner, and that means that he is probably not as confident as he once was, and maybe more desperate.
Let's just reset for individuals who are just tuning in here domestically and around the world. Just before 2 a.m. Eastern Time, a cameraman from affiliate WHDH shot dramatic video of a suspect on the ground surrounded by police. Take a look.
In this video we're watching here, at some point we might see the suspected gunman. At some point, we're not sure where. And this is the part. Right there on the ground. Oh, okay.
There we go.
Wow, Neil did a great job. And this is where they're backing up here, I guess.
Okay.
Does he have a?
His eyes seem to be closed. His arms are spread. He's on
out.
His stomach.
He's on his stomach on the ground, but that is the point where they were backing up. And it's interesting that they are backing up, Adam, and perhaps that he was threatening that he had some sort of a weapon on him. His hand, doesn't appear to be anything in his hands.
Nothing?
No, doesn't appear to be anything in his hand.
This is unbelievable.
And this again happening just moments ago. Adam, are you still with us?
I'm still with you at one point. And again, this is just what I heard from police. I can't go on the record.
No.
We're watching the guy
laying on the ground. He's laying on the ground.
Crossed, some jogging pants with a stripe up along the side, brown hair, white male. jacket, arms spread, and so, you know, it's like if they're not going right after him right now in this video, then you think he's talking about that he's got a device strapped to his body or something.
It's very possible.
Whose voice is that?
That's footage from hours ago, but more to the point, the police pursuit into Watertown, Massachusetts, which has been going on all night. It was witnessed by an employee of CNN affiliate WCVB. The situation unfolded right in his neighborhood. Here's what he had to tell the station's anchors on the air.
We want to get back to Shane, who works in our graphics department. And Shane, I know you're going to only have a moment to us because they want to take the cell phones off. So talk to us quickly.
Yeah, I just witnessed a lot of there was a group of officers at the corner of Laurel and Dexter. They started heading down towards my house. They started taking their firearms out and pointing them down towards School Street. They were looking at the houses on my side. I'm number 23. So they were pointing them in the direction of my house and the house next to mine. And that's when I decided to hit the floor and I don't think it's worthwhile sticking my head up at this point.
No, I think we should let you go, and please go and take care of your family and be safe.
We want to read you a dramatic press release from the Middlesex County District Attorney that sums up really the activity that's been going on in this area since about 10 o'clock last night. It's a very vivid description. It says this: police are investigating a fatal shooting of MIT campus police officer by two men who then committed an armed carjacking in Cambridge. Middlesex Acting District Attorney Michael Pelgro and Cambridge Police Commissioner Robert Haas and MIT Police Chief John DeFava announced this evening. At approximately 10:20 p.m., April 18th, police received reports of shots fired on the MIT campus. At 10:30, an MIT campus police officer was found shot in his vehicle in the area of Vassar and Main Streets. According to authorities, the officer was found evidencing multiple gunshot wounds. He was transported to Massachusetts General Hospital and pronounced deceased. Authorities launched an immediate investigation into the circumstances of the shooting. The investigations determined two males were involved in the shooting.
Just to pick up, a short time after that, police received reports of an armed carjacking by two males in the area of 3rd Street in Cambridge, that is right near Boston. The victim was carjacked at gunpoint by two males and was kept in the car with the suspects for approximately half an hour. The victim was released at a gas station on Memorial Drive in Cambridge. He was not injured, and if I can add an editorial point, he is incredibly lucky. Police immediately began a search for the vehicle and were in pursuit of the vehicle into Watertown. That is a community, you say, about 8 miles outside of Boston, John. At that time, explosive devices were reportedly thrown from the car by the suspects. The suspects and police also exchanged gunfire in the area of Dexter and Laurel Streets. During this pursuit, a MBTA, that's a transit authority, police officer was seriously injured and transported to the hospital.
And during the pursuit, one suspect was critically injured and transported to the hospital where he was pronounced deceased. One of the suspects deceased.
That's suspect number 1 with the black hat.
We'll get to that in a second. An extensive manhunt is ongoing in the Watertown area for the second suspect, who is believed to be armed and dangerous. The case is being investigated by local, state, and federal authorities. The Massachusetts State Police are also involved. Now, this press release was from Massachusetts the Middlesex County District Attorney. Shortly after this release came out, there was a press conference from police in the Watertown and Boston area who told us that the suspect who was shot and killed during this chase, they have identified him. They believe him to be suspect number 1 in the Boston Marathon bombings. He is dead. They believe suspect number 2, the man in the white hat that you have seen in all the pictures overnight in the Boston Marathon bombings, that man they believe to be currently on the loose. The man on the left right there, they believe to be on the loose in the Watertown area. They call him a terrorist. They say it is his goal to kill people. So be very, very careful in Watertown.
So 2 points of warning that we want to offer to people in the Boston area this evening. One, if you're in Watertown, as John just said, stay in your house. Do not answer the door unless it is a clearly identified police officer. Do not answer your door and do not leave your home unless it is a clearly identified police officer. The second point we're just getting from MIT, that is the college campus where the police officer was shot earlier today, last night, I should say, at around 10:20, setting off this entire manhunt. According to MIT, a suspicious package has been reported in the area of 500 Memorial Drive. Stay away from the area of 500 Memorial Drive until further notice.
And that's, Jake, that is going to happen for the next 24 hours. No one knows why these two suspects stuck around. There is an important level of caution. You saw Ed Davis, our Boston police commissioner, a very authoritative figure, come out and he was not messing around. There is a terrorist on the loose. They don't know what they've done in the last couple hours, and they want to protect the citizens of the city. And so that is what all of these, there's going to be a lot of false alarms tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of false alarms. We have to be prepared for them, but we just want to ensure that they're all false.
It is,
so you're going to get them.
It is already tomorrow
yes,
in some cases. But what is remarkable about this is that we are within 12 hours of when law enforcement officials first released those photos of the two suspects from the Boston Marathon bombings. Less than 12 hours ago, they released those photos. It is now 4:40 a.m. in the East. One of those suspects is dead, and another is involved in a manhunt right now with police trying to track him down. We're joined now by Tom Fuentes, who's a CNN analyst and former assistant director with the FBI, knows a lot about these situations. And Tom, you hear manhunt, you hear terrorist on the loose in Watertown, Massachusetts. What's the MO for law enforcement officials there right now?
Well, right now, what they're trying to determine is if he's gone into somebody's house. He could be, going to someone's home, seeing if they have weapons, hold them hostage, steal their car. So I think that's the concern right now, would be that that's an additional factor of safety in the area. Secondly, we don't know at this point if maybe he was running to his own residence, and in that residence may have more explosives or more firearms or some other dangerous material. So that's the concern right now. And they just don't want other people out on the street possibly being misidentified as this guy, which could have a bad result. So right now, that's the main concern, is keep the public safe. Best way to keep them safe would be to be in their own home, but then check every home, make sure he hasn't gone into one of them.
And Tom, one thing that's very interesting that happened earlier this evening is police found an individual. It turns out to be an individual who has been since set free. So apparently a completely innocent individual. But this individual was detained. He was made to strip naked. And then he was detained by police. Juliette Kayyem, Boston Globe columnist and former Homeland Security official, and I were talking about this. We concluded that the presumption is that the person might have explosives on him, and that's why he was made to take off his clothes. But one would assume that the police are presuming that this individual who is wanted, suspect number 2, may in fact also be armed with explosives. Would that be your assumption as well?
Right, absolutely. If the two suspects were in that vehicle and throwing out of the vehicle explosive material, then that means that he may still have something with him, either a firearm, an explosive device, or both. And if he lives in the area, he may be able to have gotten to that residence and obtained more. So that's a complete concern at this point.
Can I just say, it's hard to put this in perspective right now, but just sort of how people who are watching can think about this in the context of counterterrorism and homeland security. The activities over the last 12 hours are really quite unique in terms of this crowdsourcing. It's something that all law enforcement has learned. It's the nature of the technology now, because there's pictures everywhere, and it's like fingerprints, but everyone can now take a fingerprint. So that has been sort of a remarkable sea shift. And I would say, and I'm trying to go through it in my head, being someone who knows this world, normally terrorists commit suicide or they flee. And so people will probably email me that there are hundreds of examples otherwise, but the big cases, it's either they are willing to die for a cause or they are getting the heck out of Dodge. It's one or the other. And those that stick around don't stick around this long. This has been 4 days. So this is just going to be interesting about why they stuck around. This is probably what's animating some of the activity here. What were they here? Why were they still here? And it's going to be like this for a couple of days. Lots of boxes, lots of suspicious packages. I'm hopeful that when the sun comes out, it will be harder for the second suspect to hide.
Let me put that question to Tom Fuentes. Tom, this shootout at MIT happened about 1.5 miles away from the finish line of the Boston Marathon where the bombings took place. These suspects, they seemed to stay very, very close to where this all happened. How unusual is that?
Well, I think it's very unusual, and it does tell you that they are terrorists, but they're not well-trained terrorists. They didn't, even from the videos at the scene, they stayed to observe their handiwork, which kind of reminds you of the psychology of an arsonist. Person sets a building on fire, building's engulfed, and then stands on the street corner and watches the fire department work, watches the flames happen, and that seems to be what they did immediately after the explosions at the marathon. So that's a different mindset. They're not the same as trained terrorists who are either going to martyr themselves in the act or run off and go somewhere so that they can fight another day. They just seem to have been very proud of themselves, enjoyed the handiwork that they did. They've got their glory, and they're going to stick around, and possibly we're in the business of doing more. We would like to find out later this morning what's the chronology of events that led to the killing of the police officer in the first place. It sounds like he may have been ambushed in his car and that they brought all the attention on themselves, or maybe he had encountered them already and had gone to his vehicle to use the radio, and they ambushed him in the vehicle. We don't know that yet. So that's the problem here, is what's the mindset. And so far, the mindset has not been the suicidal martyrdom type mindset that you would see in most terrorist incidents. And Juliet's exactly right. It is very different than what you would normally see if that was the intention, to be a martyr terrorist.
Yeah.
If you're just joining us, I want to catch you up to speed, and also, most importantly, start off with this warning. If you live in the Cambridge area, MIT is warning individuals to stay away from the area of 500 Memorial Drive. There is a suspicious package at 500 Memorial Drive in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Stay away from that area. And perhaps even more compellingly, if you live in Watertown or the surrounding area, Watertown, Massachusetts, outside Boston, Massachusetts, there is a manhunt underway for one of the suspects thought to have been responsible for the terrorist attacks at the Boston Marathon on Monday. It is suspect number 2, the one with the white hat. Police are saying if you live in Watertown or the surrounding area, do not leave your home and do not answer the door unless it is an identified police officer.
This is a new photo that the authorities have released tonight of this suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon bombings. You just saw him briefly right there, wearing a gray sweatshirt, a hoodie. That picture, we believe, was taken tonight. So if he hasn't changed, that is what you can spot him on. If you do see him, do nothing except call authorities. Do not try to apprehend this man in any way. Do not approach him. Right. Call authorities, because police, law enforcement officials are calling him a terrorist whose goal is to maim and kill. And
just one other point for those who are just tuning in. The other suspect, the one in the black hat, is dead. He has been killed in a shootout with police, according to law enforcement authorities, and a press release and a press conference gave suspect number 1, black hat, was involved in this MIT shootout where there was a police officer killed, a carjacking. It went on to Watertown, and in a shootout in Watertown, Massachusetts, suspect number 1 was killed. Suspect number 2 in the white hat, still on the loose. If you live in Watertown, do not leave your home. Do not answer the door unless it is a clearly identified police officer.
And really, this week in Boston, in the Boston area, that began with the Boston Marathon bombings that killed officer is dead. An MBTA police officer, which, if you don't know the initials out there, is really a transit police officer from the area, has been shot and wounded. So 2 more victims added to this incredible week that we've seen here.
And what we do know is that the police officers know the names of who was responsible for the Boston Marathon attack. We know that for sure, simply because they have one in custody who's dead. And so while we're looking at the chase, what's also going on in law enforcement is a whole bunch of connections now being made. Who were these guys? Why did they do it? Were they solo? You're seeing lots of things on Twitter and the web about relations or who they might possibly be, people that have gone and disappeared from other states a couple weeks ago. There's going to be lots and lots of information coming out. The key point for a case, and that's what matters, if we catch someone to have a successful case, is going to be, did they have ties to any other people? It doesn't matter if it's international or domestic. Were they acting alone, just the two of them, figured it out by themselves, or were there others who were involved? And that's where, we're looking at the chase, but right now there are a whole bunch of people also doing that work to make sure that we end this case with the capture of the second suspect.
That's really what's so remarkable about this case, is that even though one of these suspects is now dead and the other one is being sought by what I imagine would be hundreds, if not thousands, of police officers in the area of close to 10,000 police officers in the area of Watertown, Massachusetts. And again, I hate to repeat myself, but if you are just waking up and turning on the TV and you live in Watertown, do not leave your house. Do not answer the door unless it is a clearly identified police officer. But what's remarkable is we've come this far, and still we do not know. The public does not know their names, and we still, the public at least, have no idea what their motives were.
Right.
None. Or even an idea if they're domestic or international.
Exactly. And did they have motives that were just two guys getting together to wreak a lot of havoc on the city? Or was there something more bigger, larger, or something having to do with international? Why are they keeping the names close hold right now? For one, it's not really necessary right now to get the names because all we care about is the chase. But also, these people have family members. Okay, and there's a news conference.
So we want to play you again sound from the news conference, which happened just a short time ago, which really unveiled some of the details in this extraordinary night and tied this police chase, this shootout, back to the Boston Marathon bombings that happened on Monday. Let's listen in.
The most important message that we are doing right now is for public safety and the safety of those people in that neighborhood. We are asking everyone to shelter in place for the time being, not to leave their homes. If they see something suspicious, other than a police officer coming to their door, they should call 911 immediately. We also want to forewarn motorists that are traveling through this particular area, even though we're locked down in this neighborhood, that they should not stop for anyone and pick up anyone along the side of the roadway. What we're looking for right now is a suspect consistent with the description of suspect number 2, the white-capped individual who was involved in Monday's bombing of the Boston Marathon. He was. We have a picture, a video from the 7-Eleven in Cambridge last night that he is dressed in a gray hoodie-type sweatshirt. He's a light-skinned or Caucasian male with longer brown curly hair. You've seen the picture. You all have it. That's the individual that we're looking for at this moment.
That's suspect number 2.
That's suspect number 2, the white-capped individual.
Suspect number 1 was shot then?
That's correct.
So suspect number 1 was the one the FBI
I just want to be clear. We will do regular updates to this, but right now we're in a public safety mode here. Our immediate concern is for those people in the neighborhood up there. We have an active search going on by tactical teams to locate and apprehend this particular individual. He should be considered armed and dangerous and is a threat to anybody that might approach him. So please, use extreme caution and stay in your homes. If you hear something, if you see something unusual, we'd like you to call 911.
2 shot.
That was a police officer giving the latest in the investigation about 2 individuals suspected for committing the terrorist attacks in the Boston Marathon. One of those individuals, the one with the black hat, suspect number 1, has been killed in a shootout with police. Suspect number 2 still at large. He's the one with the white hat. There is a photograph of him at a 7-Eleven earlier this evening, which hopefully we can put on the screen. He's in a gray hoodie. If you live in the Watertown, Massachusetts area, you are told not to leave your home, not to answer the door unless there is a clearly identified police officer. John Berman here with me this morning does have a bit of good news for people in Cambridge.
That's right. Now, MIT police are saying right now that police have investigated a suspicious package in the area of 500 Memorial Drive. It presents no danger to the MIT community. That's an update on something we told you a little while ago. There was some concern about this package. Let me tell you why there's so much concern about packages they're seeing on the roads right now in the Boston, Cambridge, Watertown area. It's because during this police shootout and car chase that followed it right now, police are saying they believe that the suspects perhaps threw explosives at them through the windows. Now, it's just some of the information that police are sifting through right now.
Yeah.
It may turn out not to be the case when all is said and done, but there is a great deal of concern right now about all these objects they're finding all over.
And clearly concerned that the individual who remains at large, suspect number 2 in the white hat, clearly there is concern that he is wired with explosives, because we saw an individual who the police later let go free. We saw the police force him to take off all of his clothes. We saw him detained by the police, and then he was later allowed to put his clothes back on and walk away. But that is how worried they are that these individuals are wired with explosives.
So, John, that is also another reason why people should stay indoors in Watertown and just be cautious, is you don't want to be mistaken by the police, who are trying to get someone who did a couple horrible things here, mistaken to the police as a suspect. They want to clear the streets. The sun's going to come out relatively soon, and then they will hopefully apprehend him. And I just want to go back to that point about why aren't they releasing the names, even though the names are sort of being circulated on some websites. So there is a privacy issue related here that is important. These suspects, whoever they are, have family members who might be being told right now that their sons are responsible for a heinous crime. And so you want to make sure that they're protected, and you want to make sure that they're notified. And so while we may have all sorts of opinions about the 2 men who caused the bombing in Boston, they have family members, friends, roommates, whoever else who need to be notified that this is going on. So as I said, we're looking at the chase, and there's a whole bunch of other stuff going on.
I want to circle back on a very interesting point that both you and Tom Fuentes made just a short while ago about where these men have been located. The fact that the shootout at MIT began really just less than 2 miles away from the finish line of the Boston Marathon, some 4 days after it. The fact that these men clearly did not move very far from where they allegedly performed these terrorist acts. What does that tell you?
It tells us, it makes me a little bit nervous, because a couple things that it could either mean that they are just unsophisticated, and as Tom said, which was a great point, that they're like arsonists, that they just wanted to see the whole city on edge and all of these suspicious packages. What you don't know is, were they here because they're clearly armed and they clearly had explosives? Are they here also to maybe they put a bomb somewhere, they put a suspicious package somewhere? I don't want to make people nervous, but that is why you're going to have a lot of this reporting about suspicious packages, about people staying inside, until we actually know why they were here. I am hoping that they were here because they were unsophisticated or they couldn't get out. Boston Marathon Day is very, very crowded. There's a lot of traffic. You couldn't have parked a car nearby, so they had to walk, my guess is, or take the T. And so they just decided to stick around.
Well, you talked about Juliette Kayyem, a Boston Globe columnist and a former official with the Department of Homeland Security. You talked about one of the reasons why the names of the suspects have not yet been released, and that's out of concern for the safety of the families to whom these 2 young men belong in one case, belonged in another case with the suspect who has been killed. There's another reason, I suspect, as well, and that is they want to make sure that these 2 were acting just them.
Right.
They don't want to tip off if there were any accomplices, if there were any other individuals involved. They don't want to tip those individuals off that they know who the 2 perpetrators, suspected perpetrators, were, so that they still have an idea and still an ability to get those other individuals, if there are any, and we have no reason to believe that there are any.
Is it possible, right, that it was just the 2 of them putting it together? Very possible, very possible. Or did they have affiliates helping them out? Did they have affiliates in other states? And so you just have, this is a massive investigation right now. And what were their backgrounds, right? Were they students? Were they waiters? Were they actors? I mean, we don't know sort of what their professional backgrounds were, and what kind of ties did they have to this government or other governments. I mean, there's a whole bunch of information is going to come out about these guys, but the truth is we'll know their names soon enough. There will be lots of biographies about them and who they were, but right now there are different pieces of this investigation going on, and one of them is to ensure, honestly, the safety and security of the people around them, which is
or the people in their communities. And that's an important point for us to reiterate, is that no matter what, I mean, you can't blame conservatives for right-wing extremists. Right. You can't blame liberals for left-wing extremists. You can't blame the Muslim community in America or the Arab community in America for extremists in their midst. I mean,
and that's what I thought was so important about the FBI agent today. He's done a fabulous job. The FBI agent who's the head here, sort of saying, here's the picture. I'm not going to describe it. Right, here is the picture. You can call it dark, light, whatever, and that's essentially it. They're just these are the culprits. That's it. We don't know that they represent anything bigger than it's these two.
This news developing all night, all morning now before our very eyes. We've just been told there will be a news conference, we think in about 20 minutes, at the hospital where suspect number 1 was taken after he was shot. That is where he was killed. And I suppose this is a good time to bring everyone up to speed again if they're just waking up. I'm seeing emails coming in. Well, I'll tell you what. Our coverage is going to continue on CNN in just a moment. We will bring you up to speed then on everything that's been going on all night. One suspect in the Boston Marathon bombings dead, another on the loose, believed to be dangerous. We will give you the updates just ahead. Stay with us.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Good morning. Our breaking news coverage continues here on CNN. I'm live here in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm Jake Tapper.
And I'm John Berman. It is 5 a.m. in the East. And what a night. What a night it has been. A massive, dramatic police operation unfolding just outside Boston this morning. They're going door to door looking for a man who fits the description of Boston Marathon bombing suspect number 2. That is the man seen wearing the white cap in the photos you've been looking at. Listen.
What we're looking for right now is a suspect consistent with the description of suspect number 2, the white-capped individual who was involved in Monday's bombing of the Boston Marathon.
They have also revealed that suspect number 1 is dead. You may know him as the man who was wearing the black hat in the photos. Now, this is an important warning. People in or near Watertown, Massachusetts, that's about 8 miles outside of Boston, now being told to stay inside. Do not answer the door unless the people at the door can clearly identify themselves as law enforcement officials. This mayhem unfolded overnight, starting with a shooting on the campus of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge. That's about 1 mile from where we're standing right now, which is the scene of Monday's Boston Marathon bomb attack.
An officer who was killed in that shooting on the campus of MIT was killed. A short time later, a carjacking took place, and a police chase took place after that with reports of explosives involved. During the chase, a transportation authority officer was wounded in a shootout, and suspect number 1, that's when he was critically wounded, and he later died at Beth Israel Hospital, and we expect a press conference in about 15 minutes at that hospital.
We have Drew Griffin with us right now. He is on the streets of Watertown, Massachusetts. Again, this is the area right now which is a very active crime scene where people are being told not to leave their houses, where it is believed that suspect number 2, the man involved in the Boston Marathon bombings and the man involved in this car chase and manhunt tonight, it is believed this is where he could be on the loose. Drew Griffin.
John and Jake, to that end, I just listened to a robocall that the police in this town have been sending to all its residents, warning them just that. You wonder how people hear the warning in the middle of the night when they're sleeping. Well, the police in this town, in Watertown, have sent out a robocall to the people who live here, telling them, don't leave your home, telling them about the police emergency and not to answer the door. So there is an active search here for suspect number 2, as we understand it. And I might point out one other thing that we haven't really talked about is just where these 2 suspects put their bombs together. They're somewhere, presumably in this area, not Watertown, but in the greater Boston area. There is some kind of a dwelling, apartment, a home, a room where these gentlemen put their bombs together that is still very dangerous. And I'm sure police are trying to figure out exactly where they were living, if they were living in the same place they were building these bombs, and just how to handle that, because that could be also a very volatile scene that they have to deal with yet, as they still look for one more suspect. So this is far, far from over. It's been a chaotic week, a chaotic night, a very dramatic finish for one of those suspects here who is now dead. But with one on the loose and all this danger still out there, this could turn into a very long day.
I'm seeing that they have a robot bomb.
Drew, we believe this investigation, which has been going on obviously since Monday, it has been a hot investigation all week. It is now white hot. As you said, you can imagine that police, law enforcement officials, we've been told as many as 9,000 law enforcement officials in this area right now involved in this investigation. There is the manhunt underway for suspect number 2, the man in the white hat at the finish line of the Boston Marathon, now believed to be wearing perhaps a gray hoodie. There's the manhunt going on, and there are also people putting together this puzzle, which is probably becoming ever more clear by the second now that they've identified these two men. As you said, looking for a dwelling, trying to go through perhaps their vehicles, trying to piece together their movements, not just over the last 4 or 5 days here in Boston, but before that. There is an enormous amount of information that they no doubt would like to glean from that. But let's stick to where you are right now. Let's stick to Watertown, Massachusetts, which again is where a lot of this culminated tonight. There was this car chase, there was a shootout, one suspect number 1 of the Boston Marathon bombings, now dead. Suspect number 2 on the loose. Do you get the sense that people are heeding the warnings that they've been given to stay inside, to not come out in the streets right now because it is a very dangerous, fluid situation?
I'm just looking around right now, and I see very few people who are not of the press or of law enforcement. We did see a few citizens come out earlier in the evening. They have all gone away. There is absolutely no street traffic in any of the directions except for the flashing lights you see behind me and for the law enforcement vehicles coming in and out. So this town is pretty much buttoned up. I don't see any of the door-to-door searches from my vantage point. That may just be because this area has been cleared, or they believe the suspect ran in a different direction. Behind me is where the shootout and the activity took place, a few blocks down and around that corner. We were up there shortly after it happened. Literally 100 or so police vehicles and hundreds of police officers swarming the area, looking here and there with their guns drawn. But once that scene settled, we were pushed back to this location. It is a quiet scene, and I guess you would have to say at this hour of the morning, it is now eerily quiet because this town should be starting to wake up, and right now it's just not.
Drew Griffin right now for us in Watertown, Massachusetts, and I ask everyone out there to forgive me for looking down occasionally at my various electronic devices right now. There is so much information new that is coming in. This situation is so fluid, and really we have to keep abreast of the latest situation right now. But let me tell you this, that this terrorist bombing that happened on Monday here in Boston that took the lives of 3 people watching the marathon and injured more than 170 people has new victims tonight. There was a campus police officer at MIT University just across the Charles River here who was killed by the suspects. There was then a car chase, and an MBTA police officer was shot and wounded in this police chase. So 2 more casualties, 1 dead and 1 wounded in this incredibly dramatic week of crime and terrorism in the Massachusetts area. Again, just to bring people up to speed on what we know, because it has been changing by the hour right now. At 10:20 last night, in the city of Cambridge, Massachusetts, on the campus of MIT, there was a police officer killed in his car, multiple gunshot wounds. There was then a carjacking with the man who owned the car kept in the car for a short period of time. A police chase ensued. At some point, the man who owned the car was released. As Jake Tapper has pointed out, a very lucky man.
Incredibly lucky, yeah.
Sometime during this police chase, there was a shootout, and suspect number 1, the man who was seen in the black hat at the finish line of the Boston Marathon, suspect number 1 was wounded, taken to a hospital. He has since died. Suspect number 2 is still on the loose. Suspect number 2 was the man seen in the white hat at the finish line of the Boston Marathon bombings. Authorities have released a new photo of him overnight among the many brand new photos we've seen overnight. There it is right now.
That's him at a 7-Eleven last evening wearing a gray hoodie, and that's what he looks like. He is thought to be armed and extremely dangerous. He's in the area of Watertown, Massachusetts, about 8 miles, you say, John, outside of Boston, and individuals there, people who live there are told, do not leave your homes. Do not answer the door unless it is an identified police officer. Police are going door to door. So if you do get a knock on your door, that is not abnormal. It could be an actual police officer. Do not answer it unless it is a police officer. We're told that there are upwards of 9,000 or 10,000 police officers in Watertown right now looking for this individual, suspect number 2, with the white hat. There is also a robocall going out to residents of Watertown, warning them of this threat in their midst. One other thing about this threat, and this came from overnight when we were following this story all night, there was an individual who it turns out presumably is completely innocent, but police detained him and they made him take off all of his clothing. And when they made him take off all of his clothing, it was clearly because they worried about an explosive on him.
And Jake, here's what should be happening. Just to remind people, it's a vacation week in Massachusetts, so a lot of people left from here. A lot of people left town on Friday, have missed all of this. There's a lot of empty homes and apartments in Watertown, Cambridge, all these places. So what they want to do is sort of make sure that these homes that are vacated, the suspect is not in there. But what they also want to ensure is that the suspect isn't holding people within their own homes. We will probably start to see some controlled evacuations, just get people out of there. Who wants to be in Watertown right now if this is going to be ongoing through the course of the day? So I think you'll probably start to see some, just evacuations, getting people to safe areas, getting them to their family and friends, and so let the police do what they need to do in Watertown.
You're talking about controlled evacuations. We're just learning right now that the MBTA, which is the Transportation Authority here, is sending buses to the Watertown area to help remove the people who live there, evacuate some people, just get them out, get them to safety so that they can do this manhunt, and go door to door in the meticulous way that they want to.
You do not want friendly fire if there's going to be fire going on right now. This is a residential neighborhood. And so this is what law enforcement does. You get the citizens out, and you now secured the area, and hopefully, as I've been saying, when daylight comes, he'll be more exposed than he has been.
One of the ways they've been warning people in the Watertown area is with phone calls overnight, robocalls placed, I imagine, to almost every residence there. Let's listen to what it sounds like.
Watertown Police Department. There is an active incident in Watertown right now. Chief DeVoe is advising all Watertown East End residents to remain in their homes. If you hear or see anything suspicious, call the Watertown Police Department at 617-926-6500.
Stay in your homes. If you see anything, call the Watertown Police Department. Be safe. Do not answer your door unless the person there is clearly identified as a law enforcement official.
And so you have to remember, most people in Watertown have probably slept through this. So they're waking up, getting ready for work, getting ready to go out for a run. And so you're seeing this, what's called reverse 911, which is the phone calls are going out to every single home, every phone number that they have in Watertown, just telling people the moment, they're essentially waking them up, which is the right thing to do.
Perhaps they have slept through it. I do have to say that in the Boston area tonight, there was sirens everywhere, a huge amount of activity. It woke me up from bed in Boston, and I'm getting emails actually over the last several hours from people who live in this area right now who would never normally be up at the 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock hour, who are all awake and glued to this because everyone wants to know what's going to happen here.
And as this events unfolded, it started at 10:20 on the campus of MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge, Massachusetts. There was a shootout. One police officer was killed. There was a carjacking. It led to Watertown, where one of these individuals, one of the suspects wanted in the terrorist attacks at the Boston Massacre, one of them is on the loose. One of them was critically wounded, taken to Beth Israel Hospital. We expect a press conference any minute there. We already know that he is dead. He has been killed. The individual on the loose, suspect number 2 with the white hat, there is a picture of him taken this evening. If we could get that on the screen, it is him wearing a gray hoodie taken at a 7-Eleven earlier. There was a press conference about maybe an hour ago in which law enforcement warned of this individual, talked about the steps they were going to take to get him. There are 9,000 or 10,000 police officers swarming throughout the area of Watertown, Massachusetts. John, you're from this area. What?
Watertown's an area about 8 miles outside Boston right now. It's outside Cambridge right now. It's I won't say it's a bedroom community. It's even closer than that in some cases to Boston. A lot of people live there who work in the city. A perfectly nice town. On the phone with us right now, we have Brad, who is a producer for Piers Morgan right now, who I believe is in Boston, witnessing a great deal of police activity at this moment. What are you seeing? Sorry, we lost him. We lost him for a second. But just to go back to Watertown, Jake, I think to give you a sense, again, of the scope of this investigation right now, we're in Boston. We're standing right near the finish line of the Boston Marathon right now. About 1.5 miles away is MIT. The news conference right now is about to start. I believe this is at the hospital where one of the suspects was taken. Okay, correction. This is an FBI news conference where I imagine we are going to get a great deal of information right now on this investigation, on this night that has unfolded. And boy, has a lot been going on.
It's been an eventful evening. And one of the things that was challenging about this for people who are watching it at home and for those of us following it in the media is that we did not know for certain until roughly an hour ago that these events were definitively connected. There was a strong suspicion. There were police officers operating under the presumption that the officer killed at MIT was killed by one of the suspects or both of the suspects in the terrorist attack on Monday, that the carjacking was related, that the incident going on in Watertown, the shootout going on in Watertown was connected, but we were not certain, even though there were police and FBI swarming in both areas, even though the command center, the mobile command center that was here when we began broadcasting from here at about 12:30 this morning, even though it went to parts unknown, we did not know for certain until the FBI definitively, and law enforcement and the Commonwealth's attorney put out statements definitively stating that these two suspects have been involved in everything. One of the suspects is now dead, and one of them is now wanted and presumed extremely dangerous in Watertown, Massachusetts.
They made it crystal clear. And Ed Davis, the Boston City Police Chief, said that this man is a terrorist, and he's a terrorist on the loose right now. And you have to be very, very careful if you live in the Watertown area. Do not answer your door unless you know it as a law enforcement official outside there. That's the picture of the suspect right now. That was taken earlier this evening, or last night, I should say at this point, in a gray hoodie. We believe it was taken at a 7-Eleven store.
By the time this night is over, it will probably be a couple dozen law enforcement agencies will have been on this search alone. When you think about the MBTA, the state police, Boston, Cambridge, Watertown, and all the others, it's a unified effort. You can definitely tell that right now, and really does show you how sort of local police are really, sort of, they deal with crime, they deal with searching for terrorists. It's a huge burden on them, and I hear that there's a couple thousand cops on this one hunt right now. So, we'll see what unfolds in the next couple hours.
It turns out there's not an FBI news conference coming in the next few minutes. We will hear from them, I assume, at some point today. We are still expecting a news conference from the hospital where that suspect number one, the man in the black hat, was taken after he was wounded in this police chase. He died at that hospital again. One of the suspects in the Boston Marathon bombings, now dead.
Killed in a shootout with police officers pursuing him because there was an incident on the campus of Cambridge, on the campus of MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and there was a car chase. The police officers chasing these two suspects, one of them now dead, one of them on the loose and presumed extremely dangerous.
Let's try again to get Brad Parks on the telephone. Brad Parks on the telephone, who's in Watertown, Massachusetts. He's on the scene right now there, witnessing what's going on. Brad, what can you tell us?
I'm at the corner of Arsenal Street and School Street. The FBI Mobile Command Unit, the truck is parked here. Probably in the last 15 minutes since we've pulled up, we've seen about 20 law enforcement vehicles ranging from black SUVs to unmarked cars come through the roadblock that is blocking School Street off. We've also seen about 3 transit buses being driven by law enforcement officials. We were told at one point they may be used to evacuate residents. And then we did hear from another official that they could be possibly used as shields. We are seeing about 6 canine units also walking around right now. There's a heavy presence. They appear to be staging, I guess, on the intersection of School Street and Dexter Avenue. We see about 3 local transit buses. But everybody seems to be just kind of holding in place right now.
All right, Brad. Brad Parks for us on the ground.
And people in Boston in particular, there's just going to be a lot of these packages, suspicious bags, I think, over the next couple days, and because law enforcement is going to be very, very nervous about what might be out there, whether there's copycats. I think we're going to see a lot of this activity.
All right, I'm John Berman. Jake Tapper Julia Kayyem here, a Homeland Security analyst, also a columnist for the Boston Globe here. We are here in Boston covering these dramatic developments that have been going on really all night here since 10 o'clock last night. Let's bring you up to speed, give you the full recap of how this all went down. 10 o'clock last night, at about 10:20 p.m., there was a shooting. A campus police officer at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology shot and killed in his car, multiple gunshot wounds. Then there was a carjacking. 2 suspects hijacking a car, keeping the men who owned the car in it with them for a short while. And then there was a police chase.
We should just also note the man was let free, amazingly, and is apparently unharmed.
During this police chase, authorities say that perhaps the suspects were throwing explosives out the window at law enforcement officials, showing you just how dangerous this situation is. Then a shootout. Suspect number 1 was shot and wounded. He was taken to a local area hospital where he since died. And then at this point, authorities are saying suspect number 2, the man who has been seen as the man in the white hat at the Boston Marathon finish line, suspect number 2 is currently on the loose, and there's a manhunt underway.
And this is something we need to reiterate, and we apologize for those who are hearing this for the 10th time, the 12th time, the 15th time. But if you live in or around Watertown, Massachusetts, which is a neighborhood roughly 8 miles outside Boston, if you live in that area, do not leave your homes and do not answer your door unless it is a clearly identified police officer. You should expect, because roughly 9,000 or 10,000 police officers are in Watertown going door to door, you should expect that a police officer will knock on your door. In that case, if he is clearly identified, then you should answer the door. There are also, we call them robocalls. Juliet and other national security experts will call them reverse 911s, but there are robocalls going out to the houses of all residents of Watertown, Massachusetts, warning them about what's going on, warning them that there is, in the words of law enforcement, a terrorist on the loose in Watertown.
And the MBTA, the Transportation Authority, here sending buses to the Watertown area to help get innocent people out, to evacuate them, to make the crime scene easier to deal with right now. Deb Farrick, CNN's Deborah Farrick, is on the ground right now in Watertown to give us a sense of what's going on there. Deb, what are you seeing?
Yeah, John and Jake, we're trying to hook up with our producer, another producer, Brad, who you just had on, and we're to let you know what's here. Police have cordoned off a major area of arsenal in the Watertown area, and we are seeing police officers who are heavily armed. They're carrying shotguns and assault rifles. They're in full protective gear with helmets and vests. There are staging areas where a number of officers are getting directions. We've pulled up next to a state trooper, and state trooper is checking cars right
Deb,
now,
we need to
asking
interrupt
people
you.
where they're going.
Deb, we're going to interrupt you right now. I apologize. There's a press conference going on right now at Beth Israel Hospital. It's where this first suspect was brought after he was mortally wounded. It is where he died, and we're going to go live to Beth Israel right now.
We still do have 12 victims from the initial event hospitalized here at the hospital. One of them still in serious condition in the ICU. We initially received 24 patients here from the original event on Monday. The vast majority of those patients have been discharged. We are open and ready for any patients to come to the medical center this morning, although we are restricting access to ensure safety for our patients, families, and visitors, and asking people to show patience as they come in this morning.
Was that patient brought in under police guard tonight?
That patient was brought in with police guard, yes.
Can you describe the injuries to the patient?
I cannot. We do want to make available the physician that initially heard the events in Watertown.
So, my name is Dr. Schoenfeld. Last night, as I was doing some work at home and watching the news coverage of the officer involved shooting over at MIT, I was sitting at home and I was able to hear the sounds of gunshots and explosions because I live in Watertown. And when I started hearing the gunshots and explosions, I recognized that something was really wrong, and called the emergency department to let them know, and then quickly got dressed to come into work and rushed over to the emergency department.
How quickly did you get here?
I arrived in the emergency department before the patient arrived.
What time did you hear the gunshot?
Sometime after about 12:45.
Doctor, can you give us the name of the deceased? You're not releasing that?
No.
We don't have any information on the identity of the deceased patient.
Do you have an age or?
We don't have that information.
Give us the gender.
It's an adult male. That's correct.
Doctor, could you describe your feelings at being in Watertown, hearing the noise, and you alert the ER, you come into work, and then you end up seeing that same patient? That's sort of I guess, a sad irony.
So there's a couple of different parts to it. One is when I started hearing the gunshots and the explosions, given what had happened over at MIT and seeing all the police cars rushing into Watertown past my house and hearing all the sirens, I knew or felt very strongly that this was related to the events from earlier this week, as well as from what happened over at MIT earlier in the evening. And so because of that, I felt as though something large enough was going on in the community that it warranted calling the emergency department and coming in. And the emotions, you sort of set aside when you come in to go to work and to do the job.
Did you actually go help the patient who had been shot and is deceased?
So I really don't want to talk about that.
Oh, okay, because I was going to say, knowing what you knew going into it, as a doctor, how do you deal with that?
So you give the best care you can to every patient that comes to you, regardless of what may or may not be, because you don't know what happened out there and you don't know who they are. You don't know what the circumstances are. So whether it was, a suspect, an innocent, a police officer, you have no idea who it is when they arrive, and you give them the best care that you can to try and help them.
Being Dr. Urban Medical Center, did you look out the window at all? Did you see anything outside?
So I did go and look out the window. I did not see anything other than the police cars rushing into Watertown.
Being an urban medical center, you get patients brought in under police guard all the time. Was there anything different in the emergency room? Was it more police officers than usual? Anything to kind of indicate this is very serious what's happening here?
So there was a large police presence when the patient arrived, more so than typical, but...
Were they able to talk to the patient at all or glean anything from him?
So I don't know what the police were able to, I can't speak to that.
Now the police commissioner did say that there was a suspect that was killed. Can you confirm that suspect was here at the BI, sir?
No, we can't confirm at all. All we can say is that a patient was brought in. We don't have any more information than that. In fact, you probably have more information than we do about that.
Cause of death, sir?
This was a trauma arrest, multiple injuries, probably, we believe, a combination of blast, potentially gunshot wounds.
How many gunshot wounds?
Unable to count.
Multiple gunshot?
Yes.
And the other, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the rest of that.
And probably a blast injury also.
Blast meaning what?
An explosive device, possibly shrapnel, thermal injury.
Can you describe where or what?
It was pretty much throughout the trunk. It was multiple wounds.
Would it be consistent with perhaps a bomb strapped to him? Would it be consistent with that?
Unclear. I think the medical examiner will be able to kind of conclusively say that. But there were signs of more than just gunshot wounds.
Blast injury to the trunk?
Yes.
Multiple gunshot.
We're going to take maybe 2 or 3 more questions, but that's about all that we can say.
Did he lose a lot of blood?
Unable to say.
Do we know if he said anything?
All we know is he arrived in arrest here. We don't really know what happened at the scene.
So he was in cardiac arrest before he even got into the emergency room?
That's correct.
And you worked on it for about 10 or 15 minutes or so?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that is the latest, a live update from the doctors and administrators at Beth Israel Hospital, where one of the...
You've been watching this news conference from the hospital where we believe that suspect number one of the suspects in the Boston Marathon bombings, one of the suspects who was involved in this car chase and series of shootouts with police last night, where he was taken after he was wounded, and he subsequently died.
He was killed, and the doctors there, the physicians, were asked many questions about how he was killed. They said he was brought in, he had extreme trauma to his body. There were gunshot wounds. There was evidence of a blast, an explosive blast, burns and shrapnel. We know that the two suspects in the Boston Marathon terrorist attack, that they, on the lam this evening, being pursued by law enforcement, they have been described by law enforcement as having explosives with them. As we stated, as John pointed out, suspect number one, the one in the black hat, has been killed. That's who the physicians were speaking about. He was killed in this shootout, although there's also evidence, apparently, that he was also hurt by one of the explosives.
Suspect number two, the man you're seeing there in the white hat right now. We have a more current picture of him that was taken overnight of him in a gray hoodie. Suspect number two is on the loose. There is a manhunt underway going on right now, believed right now centered in the Watertown area, about 8 miles outside of Boston. This is a very fluid situation. We are getting details coming in by the minute here. We will bring you the latest just ahead. Stay with CNN. Our coverage continues in just a moment.
This is CNN Breaking News.
If you are just joining us, we want to bring you up to date on an extraordinary night, an extraordinary morning we've been having as this story unfolds in the Boston area. Police going door to door right now in the town of Watertown. That's about 8 miles outside of Boston. They are looking for a man who fits the description of the Boston Marathon bomber, suspect number two. He's the man seen in the pictures you've seen since last night wearing the white hat. Those pictures were taken the day of the Boston Marathon. Now, people in or near Watertown are being told to stay inside their homes. Do not answer the door under any circumstances unless the people there can identify themselves as law enforcement officials. People in Watertown are also getting robocalls like this one.
Hello, this is Detective Connors with the Watertown Police Department. There is an active incident in Watertown right now. Chief DeVoe is advising all Watertown East End residents to remain in their homes. If you hear or see anything suspicious, call the Watertown Police Department at 617-926-6500.
Let's bring you up to speed on how everything developed. We've been covering this all night. The mayhem unfolded overnight, starting with the shooting on the campus of MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge. It's about 1 mile from where John and I are standing right now, 1 mile from the scene of Monday's Boston Marathon terrorist attack. An officer at MIT was killed in that shooting. A short time later, there was a carjacking by the two suspects wanted in that shooting, and a police chase with reports of explosives involved. During that chase, a transportation authority officer was wounded in a shootout right after that chase, we believe. An individual whose car it was, who was carjacked, he was let free, but the suspects number 1 and 2, wanted for the Boston Marathon terrorist attack, they were being pursued by police officers. There was a shootout, and suspect number 1 was critically wounded, and he later died. He was taken to Beth Israel Hospital. We just heard doctors at Beth Israel Hospital talking about how he died with gunshot wounds and also some explosives. Most important for members of the Watertown community is suspect number 2 is still on the loose. Do not leave your homes. Do not answer the door unless it is a clearly identified police officer.
CNN's Drew Griffin is in Watertown right now. He's been on the streets all night following this very fluid situation, tracking every development as it unfolded. And Drew, bring us up to speed. What's been happening at your location?
Yeah, that suspect was gravely wounded about 5 blocks behind me. We're in this area that is now cordoned off, a downtown area of Watertown. And gladly, the sky is beginning to light, maybe bringing less daunting skies to this town, which is really now in complete lockdown. Our Deb Ferrick is in another side of town where police seem to be getting ready for some kind of movement on a possible building. But at the meantime, they're going door to door here to check to make sure. They're looking for a suspect who they believe now attacked the Boston Marathon, who helped carjack a car, fired at police all night long, threw what we're told to be explosives at police. So this is a very, very dangerous situation. They are after a very dangerous person. And right now, at least as far as we know, they do not know where he is. So that is the latest here from Watertown, which I can tell you visually is buttoned up tight. Now I want to toss to some sound from a witness who witnessed some of what was happening last night on these streets here in Watertown. Take a listen to this.
We thought we heard firecrackers, so me and my son looked out our third-floor window, and we heard gunshots, and then we saw the explosion. I actually saw a black SUV come down Laurel Street, cross over Dexter. It looked like it hit a police car, and then they were just shooting at that and then just loaded with that. We must have heard about 60 gunshots.
That is not dissimilar to other witnesses that I talked to. It really was sounding like a running gun battle, car to car, through the streets. And at one point, the police even issued a notice that, listen, they had to clear the streets to make sure there weren't any unexploded ordnance that wasn't laying around on these streets that was thrown from that car. A very, very dangerous situation. Obviously, that situation calmed down. But as of yet, we still have a very, very dangerous person on the loose, which is why Watertown this morning is being told stay inside until the all clear is given. John, Jake.
Drew Griffin for us in Watertown. And again, not to be overdramatic here, but the police officers in this area right now, the Boston police chief says a terrorist is on the loose in the Watertown area, perhaps, and people need to be very safe. They're getting robocalls telling them not to answer their doors. The MBTA, the local transportation authority here, is actually going to send buses to Watertown to carefully help people get out so they are not in the area of the crime scene. Our Deb Farrick is on the ground in Watertown right now. She joins us now by telephone. Deb, what do you have?
We're looking at what really appears to be almost a partial frozen zone. You've got police vehicles everywhere. They've actually set up checkpoints, and they're asking people for identification. They're checking trunks of cars. The light is going to work in their favor because as it comes up, it's going to be a lot more difficult for this man, the man seen in the white hat, to slip out. And hopefully they've created enough of a perimeter so that he's contained. And that's sort of the idea of what they're working on. You've got police who are wearing full gear, full tactical gear. They're carrying assault rifles and shotguns. The National Guard is out. You've got members of state troopers as well as police officers from transit. So there's a very, very heavy police presence here. Interestingly, as we were driving along one road, you had officers, again, full tactical gear, and they were positioned almost 20 feet apart, and they were keeping their eyes open. They were looking for this individual here. But I can tell you they're trying to tighten this area, almost like putting a noose around parts of Watertown, hoping that somehow they've been able to contain this individual, hoping that he hasn't slipped out. They feel that he is here. There are teams that are staging in various areas, and you see just an abundance of many blue lights, the cars that are just passing. They're communicating with each other. They're connecting, but they are definitely trying to contain this area and keep it on really what amounts to a partial lockdown, a partial frozen zone here in Watertown.
All right, Deb Farrick for us on the ground in Watertown right now, watching things as they unfold there. Meanwhile, Jake Tapper here with me near the site of the Boston Marathon finish line. Jake, you have some new information about what they're telling people in and around the Watertown area.
That's right. Well, we've been saying for hours now that if you live in Watertown, you should stay in your homes and you should not answer your door unless it is a clearly identified police officer. Suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks is wanted and presumed extremely dangerous. Now we have a more specific warning from the Boston Police Department for anybody who works at any of the businesses in the area of 480 Arsenal Street in Watertown. They say, remain home. Do not come to work today. If you work in the area in the business of 480 Arsenal Street in Watertown, remain home. Juliet, you wanted to...
Yeah, sorry. So that area is a big shopping mall. It is a area where there are sort of industrial warehouses, and there's a lot of offices and other lots of people who work there, and it's a huge shopping mall, the Arsenal area. And so I think what we're going to see is their confidence level that he is in a certain area. You may start to see over the course of the next hour actions that would sort of warn Bostonians, people who live in Watertown, Cambridge, and surrounding areas to just stay put today. And so let's wait out for that. I don't want to jump the gun. But as we hear each of these, right, they're going to sort of evacuate people from Watertown. They are going to close certain areas around Arsenal Mall, which is in Watertown. What are they going to do with the T? Do they want people to come into the city?
The T is public transportation.
Sorry, yes. And people get back to normal. And how do they want people to behave? The good news is that schools are not open this week. Most schools are not open, most public schools. And so people will stay with their children, and hopefully this unfolds rather quickly.
Probably it's a good rule of thumb that if you work in Watertown, even if not the 480 Arsenal Street, you might want to call in sick today. It's probably a good idea, just because there's going to be a lot of police activity in that area. Employers
would be wise to demand that of their employees. Any people around that area. You just don't, as we were saying, we don't want a lot of activity there. You don't want police officers to misunderstand an action. You just want them focused on this one thing. And the more people that are around and milling about, the less they're likely to do that.
We haven't yet heard that these warnings have extended much past Watertown.
Right, so they might have confidence.
That is something we will watch for in the coming minutes and hours. Again, this has been unfolding all night with Boston Police, Watertown Police, local law enforcement officials keeping us up to speed on all the developments. We have some sound from a police press conference that was just a little while ago, which really, this whole case broke open when we learned that there was this direct connection between this wild night, this shootout, this car chase, and also the Boston Marathon bombings. Let's listen.
The most important message that we are doing right now is for public safety and the safety of those people in that neighborhood. We are asking everyone to shelter in place for the time being, not to leave their homes. If they see something suspicious, other than a police officer coming to their door, they should call 911 immediately. We also want to forewarn motorists that are traveling through this particular area, even though we're locked down in this neighborhood, that they should not stop for anyone and pick up anyone along the side of the roadway. What we're looking for right now is a suspect consistent with the description of suspect number 2, the white-capped individual who was involved in Monday's bombing of the Boston Marathon. He was. We have a picture, a video from the 7-Eleven in Cambridge last night that he is dressed in a gray hoodie-type sweatshirt. He's a light-skinned or Caucasian male with longer brown curly hair. You've seen the picture. You all have it. That's the individual that we're looking for at this moment.
That's suspect number 2.
That's suspect number 2, the white-capped individual.
Suspect number 1 was shot then?
That's correct.
So suspect number 1 was the one the FBI
I just want to be clear. We will do regular updates to this, but right now we're in a public safety mode here. Our immediate concern is for those people in the neighborhood up there. We have an active search going on by tactical teams to locate and apprehend this particular individual. He should be considered armed and dangerous and is a threat to anybody that might approach him. So please, use extreme caution and stay in your homes. If you hear something, if you see something unusual, we'd like you to call 911.
All right, the news from that press conference you just saw right now, there is a manhunt underway, a suspect on the loose, suspect number 2 from the Boston Marathon bombings. You saw a photo of him right there, taken last night, overnight, wearing that gray hoodie right now. He is suspected to be very, very dangerous, on the loose right now, and we're getting a sense of just how concerned law enforcement officials are. We just got word from the MBTA, that is the local transportation authority here controlling all the subways, all the buses. All MBTA services have been suspended for the time being at the request of the police. Now, that affects a huge area, Jake. I don't know the number of towns, but many, many towns in the Boston area have access to these subways and buses. This service suspended right now completely at the request of the police. Go ahead, Juliet.
To give you a sense, so Boston probably doubles in size on a normal weekday just from mass transit, so it gets to about 1.6 million, I think. And so this is huge. But this is smart. This is just keep people off the streets.
Let's bring in Tom Fuentes right now, former assistant director of the FBI right now, a CNN analyst. Very, very broad base of knowledge on situations just like this. And Tom, the news we just got that the MBTA, all subways and buses, suspended service right now at the request of the police. What do you make of that?
Hi, John. I think that they're just trying to keep people locked down and reduce the amount of people that are out in the street and just want everybody to stay home as if you had a blizzard situation. But, you know, there's many considerations here. This has turned into, you know, almost a standard fugitive hunt that the police go through all the time. And police executives constantly learn from other incidents in other parts of the country. The most recent similar situation we had was the Dorner case in Los Angeles just 2 months ago. In that case, when they found the burning vehicle, they believed he was on that mountaintop. They only had 400 residences to deal with to try to search to locate him, and then worry that he might carjack somebody and leave the area before that they could lock it down. It took a week. With 400 buildings, it took a week before he resurfaced and they found him. And he had invaded a home and taken hostages, and then later, while trying to escape, did a carjacking. In this situation, the question I would have, and I don't know for sure how confident the police are that he didn't get away, but in the very short aftermath of that pursuit and shootout with the police, you know, we presume that he got out of the car, took off running somewhere. Did he go around the corner and carjack somebody else, in which case he could already be 3 states away by this time of the day?
Yeah.
So they're concentrating that search in Watertown, but he could be in who knows where by now if he was able to carjack somebody. Secondly, you're not talking about 400 residences, you're talking about several thousand large apartment buildings. And the problem for searching those are, if the police, you know, get the people out and they get on buses and leave town, then that means when they go door to door, nobody's going to knock. How do they know he isn't inside somebody's residence with the door locked and he's in a safe place to hide and he could be there indefinitely? So this could be resolved very quickly if he makes a move on the police and tries to do something, or it could take a long time if he's already in somebody's residence hunkered down, or if he already did a carjacking and got out of the area before they created this perimeter.
Tom, it's Jake Tapper. I just want to bring our viewers up to speed as to what exactly is going on. Suspect number 1 in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks has been killed. Suspect number 2 is on the loose, thought to be in Watertown, Massachusetts. If you live in or near Watertown, Massachusetts, you are being told by police, do not leave your home, do not answer the door unless it is a clearly identified police officer. You should expect that there will be a clearly identified police officer who will come to your door. They are going door to door, 9,000 to 10,000 police officers and law enforcement officers going to Watertown. A more specific piece of information, if you work in the area of 480 Arsenal Street in Watertown, do not go to work today. And then more broadly, the public transportation into and out of Boston has been temporarily suspended because of a request by the police. So, Tom, my question for you is, what do you anticipate the police would next do? Actually, we're going to go to a news conference underway right now. Tom, we'll come back to you in a second.
The governor, with the mayor of Boston, with all of the surrounding city public safety officials, and the governor has immediately suspended all public transportation service on the MBTA system, that is buses and subway. So all public transit services through the MBTA have been immediately suspended. We are hoping that as we proceed through the next number of hours, that we will be able to turn back on portions of the system, but the system has been shut down now as a safety measure. People that are at subway or subway stations or at bus stops We are asking them to go home. We do not want people congregating and waiting for the system to come back on. So we are asking people, do not go out to the bus stations, subway stations. If you're there, please go home. We also want to speak to the residents and the public within the town of Watertown and the cities and towns that are abutting Watertown. And to be specific, we are speaking to the residents of Watertown, Newton, Waltham, Belmont, Cambridge, and the Allston-Brighton neighborhoods of Boston. To those people, we are asking you to stay indoors, to stay in your homes for the time being. We are asking businesses in those areas to please cooperate and not open today until we can provide further guidance and information. So again, to repeat, to the residents of Watertown, Newton, Waltham, Belmont, Cambridge, and the Allston-Brighton neighborhoods of Boston, we are asking you to stay home, stay indoors. We are asking businesses not to open. We are asking people not to congregate outside. We're asking people not to go to mass transit. And we are hopeful that as the day proceeds that we can provide further guidance, that we'll be able to open portions of the system and be able to ease these restrictions, but we are imposed that now. Let me just ask Chief DeVoe, for the town of Watertown, was there anything in additional you want to announce?
I just want to speak to the community of Watertown. We need your help now. We're asking everybody to shelter in place. No vehicle traffic is going to be allowed to travel in or out of Watertown until further notice. No businesses are going to be allowed to be opened. The Watertown community has always stood strong, and we need them to do that today. Thank you.
I want to be clear. No, before we take any questions, I need to be clear about this. This situation is grave. We are here to protect public safety in these neighborhoods here in Watertown right now. I know that there's national media here from all over the country. I know you have a lot of questions about who these folks are, where they're from. There will be plenty of time to deal with that over the ensuing hours. Right now, we've got to deal with this local issue here. So we appreciate your patience. Again, to reiterate what I said earlier, we believe these are the same individuals that were responsible for the bombing on Monday at the Boston Marathon. We believe that they're responsible for the death of an MIT police officer and the shooting of an MBTA police officer. This is a very serious situation that we're dealing with, and we would appreciate your cooperation. We'll do the best that we can to keep you apprised as to how that develops here this morning, but we can't answer every single question about this investigation at this particular point in time. Thank you very much.
We'll let you know as much in advance as possible prior to the next briefing. Thank you.
What time will that be?
We don't know. We'll let you know. We'll give you as much advance warning.
What was the gentleman?
Well, that was a huge update.
All right, welcome back to our live breaking coverage of this major story going on in Boston right now. We have live team coverage all around the area, and we have this major new development in. There is a manhunt underway right now in the greater Boston area for the man, suspect number 2 from the Boston Marathon bombings. A man who overnight, if you're just waking up, was involved in a police chase, involved in a shootout. Suspect number 1 is dead right now. Suspect number 2 is on the loose. He's believed to be wearing a gray hoodie, or at least he was when he was had his photograph taken overnight, believed to be at a 7-Eleven. Police have put out that photo right now, and they're searching for him in a widening area, Jake.
It's crazy because every time we come to the viewers with new news, it's growing and growing and expanding. Instead of the noose getting smaller, it's getting bigger. We've been told that if you work in the area in Watertown, Massachusetts, if you work in the area of 480 Arsenal Street, you should not go to work. We've been told that if you live in Watertown itself, you should stay in your home, not answer the door unless it is an identified police officer, but you should expect an identified police officer to come to your door because 9,000 to 10,000 are blanketing. We've been told that public transportation in and out of Boston and the surrounding area is closed at the request of the police. And now this latest news, John.
This latest news is a list of towns surrounding Boston where they're also asking people to stay indoors and businesses to remain shut. Now, I'm going to read these out loud, and if you're from this area, you will understand how many people are affected by this. Watertown, Belmont, the Allston-Brighton area, Newton, Waltham, Belmont, Cambridge, Arlington. That is just a huge area, a little bit to the west of the city right now. Massive commuting area. People who live there, work and live in Boston, in the area right now. They are being asked to stay home. Businesses being asked not to open. Be safe.
Right. It's interesting because right before that press conference, we were talking to Tom Fuentes, former assistant FBI director, and he was frankly expressing some skepticism that this one fugitive, suspect number 2, had been contained just to Watertown. He was wondering if actually the suspect had maybe carjacked another car and was in an area bigger than Watertown. All of a sudden there's a press conference in which the area is expanded, the area in which they think the suspect may be.
All right, let me tell you this. We've just learned that the President of the United States has been briefed on all of these developments, these remarkable developments that have been going on since last night. One of the suspects in the Boston Marathon bombing now dead, one very much on the loose in this manhunt underway. We're telling you there is now an expanded area of interest with people being told to stay in their homes in a number of towns surrounding Boston. Public transportation shut down, and then we just learned this as well. In the town of Watertown, which seems to be the epicenter right now of this search, vehicle traffic is not allowed in. They're not allowing cars in and out of the Watertown area right now. So that is the epicenter of this crime scene, the white-hot area, but it is also expanding to the towns nearby.
And what John has already said, just for those just tuning in, the area where individuals who live are being told to stay in their homes, not to leave their homes, not to answer the door unless it is an clearly identified police officer. Again, Watertown, Waltham, Belmont, Newtown, Cambridge, and the Alston-Brighton neighborhood of Boston, a huge area, an ever-expanding area. There is a manhunt underway. This individual, suspect number 2, the one with the white hat, we have a picture of him that we can put up from last night from a 7-Eleven surveillance camera. He is out there wearing a gray hoodie. He is armed, thought to be extremely dangerous, not just with firearms, but he and his now dead partner in crime, terrorism partner, had explosives. And there is a big fear, and if you've been watching all night, you know that there was an apparently innocent man who the police arrested, or they didn't arrest him, but they detained him. They made him take off all of his clothing before they put him in the police car, and then ultimately they let him go, obviously with his clothing, because they feared that he would have explosives on him. And that is what one of the big fears is with suspect number 2, that he is not only armed with guns, but he is armed with explosives. So even if you are not immediately close to him, you could be in danger. We saw what he is capable of, allegedly, with explosives from what happened Monday at the Boston Marathon.
As we said, what's happening right now in this area is unprecedented, with the surrounding towns, people told to stay home, businesses not to open. As we also told you, President Obama has been identified, brought up to speed on what's been going on here in the Boston area with so many developments. So we want to go to Brianna Keeler right now, who is at the White House. Brianna.
Hi there, John and Jake. We understand from a White House official that President Obama was briefed overnight by his Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor, Lisa Monaco. This is something that has been happening overnight since the bombings in Boston. But again, he was briefed overnight to be brought up to date on the events happening there in Watertown, we're told by a White House official. We are still waiting to see if perhaps as this is very much a developing situation, the president, as you know, it would not be likely that he would come out and make some sort of statement until all of the facts are kind of determined here. And obviously this is very much a developing situation. So we'll be keeping you up to date on exactly President Obama's briefings. Very likely what's going to happen later this morning is he'll be briefed not only by Lisa Monaco, but also likely by his Attorney General, Eric Holder, and the director of the FBI, Robert Mueller, because the FBI is taking the lead on that. This is what we've been seeing happening in recent days since the bombings on Monday. But again, he was kept up to date, briefed overnight as this quickly developing situation continues to unfold.
This situation unfolding right before our very eyes, Brianna, and it is interesting. President Obama, of course, was here yesterday for that memorial, for that prayer service right then, rallying the spirits of the people of Boston, and he really did a terrific job in that. Of course, right now, a completely different feeling in this area because people are waking up right now to the news that they probably live in a crime scene, or at least in an area right now that is being searched and very much under watch.
And Juliet and I were talking earlier that just the astounding news that these two individuals, suspects number 1 and 2, suspect number 1 now dead, suspect number 2, police are in hot pursuit of him, but the idea that they stayed here, that they perpetrated this horrific act, allegedly, and stayed in the Boston area.
So it is unique. Well, I had been saying for a couple of, these weren't suicide bombers, so you knew something about them. But that they stuck around is pretty unique, and I think it suggests why there's so much activity here, because they lived here or they were living somewhere the last couple of days. I don't know if that's Watertown. I don't want to make a guess, but given all the activity in Watertown, you wonder whether there wasn't some involvement with that town. This sort of stay-in-place, or what we call shelter-in-place order that Kurt Schwartz, who's a top public safety official for the governor, that was the press conference we just saw, announced is, I'll be honest, it's a big deal. I mean, it is, this city has just essentially closed off most of its suburbs.
When's the last time you can recall a city?
Oh, it's just done for snowstorms.
Telling thousands and thousands of individuals to stay in their homes and also to shut down public transportation.
1.3 million people, travel on the T, on the subways and the buses here. 1.3 million people.
A day.
A day.
Yes.
In the town of Watertown, no cars going in and out. The surrounding towns, we read you that list before, including Newton, Belmont, Alston, Brighton, Waltham, Cambridge. People being told to stay at home right now, to not leave, to be safe, businesses closed. It's unprecedented.
We're a university and college town. Those towns have a lot of colleges and universities. I'm seeing that a lot of them are starting to close.
Well, Juliet, you're a Homeland Security expert. You work for the Office of Homeland Security in Washington, D.C., the same type of organization here for Governor Patrick. Can you recall anything like this happening in the last since 9/11?
No, and neither. But there hasn't been anything since, like, the Boston Marathon attack. I mean, what we have to put this in perspective. There has not been a successful attack like this since 9/11. There have been a lot of tries, and so this is a big deal. And so I think that the reaction by the governor and his public safety team to just say, look, we can stay put for a day. Let's get this person. Let's move on, Boston. I'm pretty confident with this many people looking that, you've got every roadway, you've got Connecticut, New Hampshire, all of these areas looking for this guy.
All right, our coverage of these major developments continues right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We would like to welcome our viewers back from the United States and all around the world right now. Indeed, the entire world is watching these major, unprecedented events unfolding right now in the Boston area. Just been an extraordinary night here, starting at about 10 o'clock last night, changing minute by minute. People who work near the Arsenal Mall in Watertown are being told to stay home. Really, that's just the beginning of it. People who live in the general area, we're talking various towns near Boston, a number of towns are also being told to stay at home. At this moment, police in the Boston suburb of Watertown are searching for a man believed to be suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon attack. The man who's been shown since last night in the white cap. He is believed to be armed and dangerous. And moments ago, police spoke about the grave nature of this manhunt. And it is grave, the scope of which we are only now beginning to realize as they have shut down transportation in and out of Boston. The MBTA, subways, and buses shut down.
It's remarkable, a remarkable turn of events. We've been covering it all night. Overnight, there was an armed confrontation at around 10:20 between police and 2 suspects, including the man believed to be suspect number 1 in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. That man, we do not know his name yet. He has been killed. A short time ago, a doctor at Beth Israel Medical Center announced that suspect had been taken there, and he described the violence he heard while he was still at home before he left for the hospital.
I was sitting at home and I was able to hear the sounds of gunshots and explosions because I live in Watertown. And when I started hearing the gunshots and explosions, I recognized that something was really wrong, and called the emergency department to let them know.
Stand by.
This long night of violence began on the campus of MIT in an armed confrontation. A college police officer was killed, and then a pursuit began of the two suspects that led to Watertown. CNN's Drew Griffin has been on the streets of Watertown all night. Drew, what can you tell us?
To tell you that this town is indeed shut down. No traffic in or out. People are being told don't come out on the streets. And we just heard the press conference from the police officials saying they need to handle this situation right now. Harvard University, not too far from here, just closed for the day. Transportation, public transportation closed for the day. All of it because of this one terrorist suspect who is still on the loose. Even though there may be indications police may have him surrounded in some area. We do not know that for sure. But all of this is focusing on this one suspect now, still on the loose. Police say he is a terrorist. He wants to kill people. And that's why the word here in Watertown is so dire. Robocalls to people overnight telling them to stay inside. Don't answer the door unless it's a police officer coming to your door. And for everybody else, just hunker down until they have this suspect in custody. It is an eerie situation here. The streets are very quiet, and right now we just have to wait for the police basically to give the all clear.
They can't bring in helicopters. SWAT teams have been seen.
All right, Drew Griffin for us in Watertown, Massachusetts. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Again, the news this morning, Watertown shut down. Vehicle traffic in and out of that town. They're asking people not to drive in, people not to drive out. In all the surrounding towns in this area right now, people are being told to stay at home, to not leave their houses. Train service, subway service, I should say, bus service, shut down.
All public transportation.
All public transportation shut down in the greater Boston area as this manhunt continues, as they search for suspect number 2, the man who was seen in the white hat at the finish line of the Boston Marathon. They released a picture of him overnight. He was wearing a gray hoodie right there. He was involved in this police chase. He was involved in this shootout. There was a campus police officer at MIT killed. There was another transportation officer who was heavily wounded. And there is now this manhunt underway for suspect number 2. As for suspect number 1.
Let's talk about suspect number 1, because on the phone we have Dr. David Schoenfeld. He gave a press conference not long ago about suspect number 1, who was brought to the hospital mortally wounded and died. Doctor, thanks for joining us. You said, I believe, that the individual who died, suspect number 1, we'll call him, seemed to have died of gunshot wounds, but he also had burns and shrapnel from an explosive. Did I hear that correctly?
So that was Dr. Wolf who was commenting on the patient's injuries.
Okay, I apologize for confusing you two, but can you tell us what exactly suspect number 1, how he died, what killed him?
So that's something that I really can't comment on. It would be best left for the medical examiner to determine a cause of death. The patient did suffer significant trauma. Without question, he suffered significant trauma, but the exact cause of death would be something for the medical examiner to determine.
Okay, but it could have been either the explosion or the gunshot wounds. Is that fair to say?
So, either would be a possibility, but like I said, it was definitely, he had significant trauma that was the cause of his death.
One more, and then I want to let my colleague John Berman ask a question, and that is, did the patient have any explosives on him? Was he wired with any sort of explosive device in any way?
So, I can't comment on what had gone on before the patient arrived in the hospital and whether anything was dealt with by police at the scene. So I don't know.
Well, then, just do me a favor then. Describe to me what you did see, what unfolded once he did arrive at the hospital.
So, I really can't comment on patient care and sort of what went on in the trauma bay. But when the patient arrived to the hospital, he was in critical condition. He suffered a traumatic cardiac arrest, and with CPR and all the different life-saving measures that we implement to try and resuscitate the patient.
All right, traumatic cardiac arrest, and he is now, in fact, we know, dead. All right, Dr. Schoenfeld, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Obviously, Dr. Schoenfeld limited by what he can say because of the situation. Obviously, this huge manhunt being watched worldwide. An individual, suspect number 1, now dead, we know. Suspect number 2, on the loose. We thought he had been limited to the Watertown area of Massachusetts, but now officials here, law enforcement officials and others, expanding the area in which they're telling people not to leave their homes. If you live in Watertown or a number of other areas that John is going to mention in just a second, do not leave your home and do not answer the door unless it is a clearly identified police officer. You can see police are out in full force here at the site of the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks, but there are many more thousands of them combing through the area of Watertown and these other areas.
These other towns, Belmont, the Alston-Brighton area, Newton, Waltham, Cambridge. I don't believe I left it at any other towns there, Juliet. But again, let's start, I suppose, from the beginning if we can. 8, 9 hours ago, I lost count. 10:20 p.m. last night.
Let's actually start, if I might interrupt for 1 second, let's actually start at 5:15.
It's a very good idea.
Because 5:15 is when it really seems like this case in Simon, we'll find out later what the exact particulars were, but at 5:15 or so, the FBI released photographs of the 2 suspects in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. One individual with a black hat, suspect number 1, who we know now is dead, and one individual in a white hat, suspect number 2, who we know now is armed and presumed dangerous in the Watertown area. Presumably, the release of these photographs did something. Whether it caused the 2 individuals to panic or individuals thought they knew who they were, something happened.
Shook the trees.
Shook the tree, smoked them out or whatever, presumably. And individuals, these 2 individuals reared their heads. There was a horrific scene, and this is at 10:20
p.m.
on the campus of MIT.
MIT is about a mile and a half from where we're standing right now, which is the finish line of the Boston Marathon. At about 10:20 last night, there was an MIT campus police officer shot multiple times, killed in his car. After that, in that area, there was a carjacking. These 2 suspects took over a car, kept the driver inside for a time, and then started what was a rather intense car chase. At some point, the driver, the owner of the car, was let out.
Miraculously, apparently unharmed.
Police officials say that during this car chase, they believe that it's possible that the suspects were throwing explosives out of the car while they were driving, which is why, by the way, every package right now, every suspicious device in this area is being treated with extreme caution. There was this car chase. Then there was this shootout in Watertown. Where one of the suspects was shot, taken to a hospital, later killed, and now there is a manhunt underway. Let's listen to this witness right now.
I forget the name of it. And then they brought us into that parking lot over there, and then a police officer told me to either leave my car or come over here. And I brought my car here, and we've been waiting since.
And when the police officer told you, leave your car there or come across the street, what was going through your mind at this point?
Well, you could hear screaming up the street of police officers, and driving down, a guy was pinned down on the ground getting searched. So I thought he was going to search my car, naturally, because like everything. Yeah.
Have you seen anything like this before? But prior to, knowing what this is now, the setup, what did you think it was?
Well, we knew right away what it was because we were getting phone calls because everyone thought we were at that house that's on Quimby Street. Everyone thought that we were like locked in or locked down. Yeah.
And how do you feel right now? You're from this area. This has been a very long day, long night for you, a long week for the people here in Boston. How are you feeling?
It's horrifying to, this my home. I come here all the time. You know what I mean? Like I got my license here. This is my home, and it's scary to think of your home as like a war zone almost. From people that I've heard who are in the neighborhood right now who are locked down, they just heard gunshots and people coming into the house, searching the house, and they're all horrified. And I'm horrified, waiting to hear back from them.
Are you talking with them through, through the cell phone and
Yeah.
figuring out how they're doing?
Yes, yeah.
And you said you had some friends whose homes were searched?
Yes, the girl who we're waiting to go back into her house, her boyfriend's there right now, and a friend of ours, and they said that they just keep on coming up back into the house, looking in the house, and, well, it's an apartment, and they're just going through the projects right now looking for him.
Can you describe the neighborhood here in Watertown, just to give people at home in Western Mass a sense of what it's like here?
Well, it's all suburbs, but where she is, it's like it's basically like community living. So it's apartment complexes, and there's like the backyard, and he said that there's all SWAT in the backyard and dogs sniffing everything. There's like a playground for the kids because she has a child, like it's like a child-friendly area, and that you can't get out of the house. They told everyone to lay down on the ground, not to do anything. And there was, I guess, he thought that they found a bomb in the house because of the way they were acting. He thought there was a bomb in the house. So.
And police, we are being told they're looking through the neighborhoods here in Watertown. They're trying to see if there are any devices, and they're trying to talk to neighbors, get an idea also, and see if they have any information on suspect number 2. That is who they're trying to search for this morning.
Unbelievable major developments that have been going on in Boston overnight. There is a manhunt underway in the greater Boston area right now for the man identified as suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon bombings. Right now, public transportation has been shut down completely in this area. It normally carries 1.3 million people every day. The town of Watertown, no cars are being allowed in or out as this manhunt for this suspect, believed to be very dangerous, police are calling him a terrorist, is going on, and police presumably going door to door in that area.
And you should also know, if you live in Watertown or the surrounding areas, you have been instructed by the police not to leave your home or even to answer your door unless it is an identified police officer. You should expect, as John mentioned, that an identified police officer will come to your door because they are going door to door in pursuit, hot pursuit of somebody who is armed, presumed armed and extremely dangerous, perhaps with a gun, perhaps with explosives. This is suspect number 2. What we have here behind us is a bunch of police getting ready to go and enforce the rule today, which is the closure of public transportation. They will be fanning out throughout the area. We are about 2 blocks away right now. We're in the Back Bay area of Boston. We're in 2 blocks away from the site of the Boston Marathon bombings, the terrorist attacks.
And again, as Jake reiterated right now, public transportation is closed. You will not be able to get in or out of Boston right now on subway or bus. And the surrounding towns, people are being told to stay at home. Businesses will remain closed. And the reason is because there is someone very dangerous on the loose right now. As many as 9,000, we've been told, law enforcement personnel right now searching for this man in the area. This all started last night, 5 o'clock, with the release of 2 photos of these suspects at the finish line of the Boston Marathon. Later that evening, 10 o'clock, there were shootouts, there was a police chase, 1 police officer at MIT killed, another transportation officer wounded, 1 suspect number 1, wounded, taken to the hospital and died, and now there is this manhunt underway. Again, as we said, dramatic, breaking developments. CNN is all over this story with our live team coverage, and Deb Farrick is on the phone right now with us in Watertown. Hey, Deb. All right, well, we do not have Deb Farrick on the phone right now in Watertown, but I can tell you that in Watertown right now, again, cars are not being allowed in or out of that town. People are being told to stay in their homes, do not answer your door unless it is a clearly identified law enforcement official.
So let's reset. Let's take a moment. If you're just waking up, we want to bring you up to date on major developments overnight in Boston. A door-to-door search is underway in the neighborhood of Watertown, Massachusetts. Police are looking for the man identified by the FBI as suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon terrorist bombings. This follows an insane night. A night of violence that began with the fatal shooting of an MIT campus police officer around 10:20 last night. Then came a carjacking. Police say the 2 suspects in the Boston Marathon bombing were in the car, and there was a hot pursuit to the neighborhood, to the town of Watertown. There was a shootout with police, and in that shootout, the man identified by the FBI as suspect number 1, the one with the black hat, he was shot. He was mortally wounded. He later died after being taken to Beth Israel Hospital.
Again, police believe that suspect number 2, photographed Monday in the white hat, They believe suspect number 2 is now on the loose. Could be in Watertown, could be in the surrounding area. Public transportation has been shut down in and out of Boston. We're talking about a service that serves about 1.3 million people every day. It has been shut down as police continue this manhunt, and people in the surrounding towns have been told to stay at home right now, and businesses are being told not to open. We have Deb Farrick on the phone for us right now in Watertown, which has been the epicenter of activity over the last few hours. Good morning, Deb.
Good morning, John. Good morning, Jake. A bus just passed. They're evacuating people from the Watertown area. Another bus coming in. I have to tell you, I have covered law enforcement for a long time. I have never, ever seen the kind of presence that I am seeing now. The cars just keep coming and coming and coming. There are armed officers everywhere you look. They are lined up over the street in one area. Their guns are at the ready. They've got assault rifles, shotguns. We've seen bomb detonation trucks. The bus is now coming, something to evacuate this area. It looks like what they're going to be doing is a massive sweep out of this entire area, something strategic, almost as if when you look for forensics, you sort of link arms and you go bit by bit looking for people. But every corner, everywhere you look, there are officers, the FBI, Boston Police, Watertown Police, Medford Police. I'm just reading the names of cars that I'm seeing just pass by here. Like I said, they just keep coming. This is very methodical. This entire area in lockdown, as well as other parts. Waltham Police, they're now coming by. I see people with helmets and vests. And it really looks like they are going to be doing a massive inundation and basically choking off this area and going sector by sector, section by section in order to find this man, the man in the white hat, the man that everybody right now is looking for. Jake, John?
A bit of news for those college students out there. A number of universities have closed for the day. Obviously, MIT, Harvard, Emerson, a number of other colleges, a number of businesses have been alerted to make sure their employees do not go to work today. Obviously, the 1.3 million riders of public transportation in Massachusetts are not going to be able to use, in Boston, I should be more specific, are not going to be able to use public transportation. It is shut down. The police officers you see behind us are all there to fan out among the city and tell people to not use the trains and subways.
We have some new information about concerns about suspect number 2. I want to go to Joe Johns in Washington for that. Hey, Joe.
Here's what we have. Now, you know about the manhunt that's going on. This is a little background on why it may be that authorities are so concerned. CNN has been told by a law enforcement source who has been briefed about the situation that the suspect who was shot and killed had explosives on his body. And the concern on law enforcement side is that the suspect that they are looking for may also have explosives on his body. This is the reason you're seeing this sort of unprecedented police presence, authorities asking for people to stay inside, for businesses not to open. It's because of the concern that the suspect that they are still looking for, the one who was alive, may still have explosives on his body, and that is why people have to be so concerned. We do know authorities are going door to door. They're clearing yards. They're clearing other areas to try to get a handle on this. But the concern is that that suspect may have explosives on him. Back to you.
And indeed, Joe, the doctors at the hospital where the suspect number 1, the one who died, was taken, told us that there were signs of not just gunshots. In their news conference, they said not just signs of gunshots, but also perhaps signs of blasts or explosive residue on the body. So again, Joe Johns, thanks for that report. That is why perhaps they are concerned about suspect number 2, that he could be carrying explosives. You're looking at live pictures right now that says Boston right now, where we believe there is some police activity underway. Those coming from our affiliate WHDH. Not sure what is happening just in that neighborhood right now, but again, an enormous amount of police activity in and around the area. I do not think it is hyping it to say it is unprecedented. I don't think it's hyping it at all to say it is extraordinarily dramatic. We have Julia Kyan here, who is a columnist for the Boston Globe, but more importantly, a former Homeland Security official for the White House and the Boston area. Oh, look at that. You know, people carrying children away. You know, families really just have to be so careful this morning, according to law enforcement officials right now. Do not open your doors. Listen to what the police are telling you about either staying home or getting out. The message is here, be safe. And again, my question to you, Juliet, you've never seen anything like this.
No. I was in charge of Homeland Security for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Never seen anything like that, but because we haven't had really a successful terrorist attack like we did at the Boston Marathon. So this is a big deal, and it is serious, and I think that the statements that are being made about people staying put is to protect them and to make sure that they don't get in harm's way, and that is what we need to do to get this second culprit. Right behind me, you're just everyone, all these police officers are lining up. This is called an incident command. They're going to span out throughout Boston, and they are going to ensure that no one's on the tee, that people aren't walking around. I'm hopeful that now that the sun is out, that this will be over relatively soon.
We're now going to go to WHDH, our affiliate. We have a reporter there who's going to go live and tell us what exactly is going on and where exactly he or she is. Can you hear us?
Here as the SWAT team is inside the houses now. We don't know how many more houses they need to clear. They have those family members there who just had a tough night waiting as the officers were worried about explosive devices in the vehicle that you see in front of you there. They moved through the houses on the right. Now they're moving through the houses on the left. It looks another house, because this is the pattern we continue to see, where the residents come out first and the SWAT team moves in. Now the SWAT team apparently has cleared one more house, and we would guess might move down to one other. The officers apparently satisfied that the vehicle, because they're moving around it with much less care than they did earlier in the night, apparently satisfied that it is no longer an explosive danger. We heard from one of the residents in his home that as they looked out over the night, this started with the sound of crashing cars. They looked out and they saw a police SUV that was involved in the search crashing into his neighbor's car, and then there was the exchanges of gunfire, and at one point they looked out and he saw what we've heard from others described as what looked like a pressure cooker out in the street, and he heard and saw what he thought were grenades being tossed out of the vehicle. The residents who then after that went into their basements now telling their stories after a very difficult night. I'm going to throw it back to you while we continue to watch.
All right, Dan, thank you. And, you know, we see the pace of things very methodical here now. It was a lot more frenetic throughout the night, obviously, with the gunfire in the streets and the suspect seen throwing devices out of the window. We had a report from a resident who saw what looked like a pressure cooker in Watertown. So there has been big concern about potential explosive devices.
These pictures just tell the incredible story unfolding right now in Watertown, Massachusetts. And those pictures really tell the whole story. Police going door to door, heavily armed.
I know,
heavily armed.
John, you and I have both been to both Iraq and Afghanistan, and I have never felt more like I am in a war zone than this past week in Boston, other than after 9/11 in New York City. It's just remarkable. We were talking earlier, Joe Johns was reporting from the Justice Department that one of the reasons everyone is so on edge is because suspect number 2, for whom there is this massive manhunt going on in Watertown and the surrounding area, is thought to be wearing explosives. And we were talking earlier with the doctor who was there when suspect number 1 was brought to Beth Israel Hospital. He obviously did not survive. He was killed. And there was talk that he was wearing explosives, although the doctor would not confirm that. That is one of the reasons you see this type of military might.
And they are being so careful, going door to door in the town of Watertown, heavily armed, obviously, to search what appears to be each and every house, at least in this neighborhood. A short while ago, we saw just a heart-wrenching picture. We saw parents carrying their young children down the street, being sort of evacuated from these houses as the law enforcement officials, these heavily armed law enforcement officials, go in and search. Julia Kayam, you know, what are you seeing here?
Well, I mean, obviously, just what you're seeing in terms of the heavily armed folks. Look, these suspects have been here for 4 days. They had to have been staying somewhere. So I don't know if what we're looking at is the door-to-door search or something more serious. And so, you know, this is the kind of activity that they would do on a door-to-door manhunt. What we've never seen before is something this big. And I think that just goes to show sort of just the tremendous amount of law enforcement here right now.
Tom Fuentes, a former assistant director of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, a CNN analyst on the phone with us right now, or perhaps on TV with us right now. Tom, hopefully you can see these pictures right now and describe to us what you're seeing in this.
Well, you see the tactical unit more or less staging. It kind of tells me that they probably don't have an idea that he's in a specific location, because they would be really, I think, more deliberative getting ready to make an assault or to go into a particular residence. But you know, now the worry is whether the psychology of the subject has changed since the marathon day. You know, they didn't martyr themselves or want to kill themselves or go out in a personal blaze of glory at the marathon. But now with the events that started last night, with the shootout and the throwing explosives at the police officers, and if the subjects actually have explosives wired against their body, then the question is he now in the position that he's going to go down and take as many people or police officers with him in his final blaze of glory? We just don't know that. We don't know if he is now suicidal as opposed to their mindset back on the Monday attack at the marathon. So that's a concern. But again, a lot of this would hinge on having the identity of subject number 1, who is now deceased, and leading to the identity of subject number 2, and maybe they have a specific residence. You know, in a standard fugitive search, you want to know where the person obviously lives, where relatives, friends, associates, colleagues, if they're students, other classmates may have residences in the area that he may have. That may have been why they were headed toward Watertown, because they've got support there. They've got either they live there, had an apartment there, or know somebody that does, and that's why this was so focused still in that area.
Right now, Tom, we're being told that they're not allowing cars in or out of Watertown. When the camera widened out a little bit there, you could see some activity on the street, people milling about, people clearly being told to leave their homes peacefully right now so the law enforcement officials can go in there and search, as you said. But again, it's a striking image to see, Jake, such heavily armed officers of the law going into homes in a suburb of Boston, Massachusetts.
Again, it's a kind of scene that you're used to when you watch TV, or if you go to war zones and see soldiers going door to door in Baghdad or in Kabul or in parts of Afghanistan. But it's striking just how much military might is being brought to bear here.
In these developments happening overnight, breaking by the minute, our coverage of this breaking news, the developments in the Boston Marathon bombing, continues right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back, everyone, to our viewers in the United States and around the world. Our live team coverage of these breaking, dramatic developments right here in the Boston area. And it's not just Boston. This has expanded over a wider area. A simply extraordinary night with events changing minute by minute. There is a manhunt, a very active manhunt underway right now for suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon bombing. People who work near Arsenal Mall in Watertown are being told to stay away. That is simply the beginning. People who live in the general area, and we are talking about various towns, a number of towns near Boston, are also being told to stay home. At this moment right now, police in the Boston suburb of Watertown are searching for a man believed to be suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon attack. That is the man who's been shown in the white cap. He's believed to be armed. He's believed to be dangerous. Police called him a terrorist on the loose. And moments ago, police spoke about the grave nature of the manhunt. Overnight, there was an armed confrontation between police and 2 suspects, including the man believed to be suspect number 1 in the marathon attack, also suspect number 2. We do not know his name. Suspect number 1 has been killed.
It was a short time ago when police urged the public to heed their advice to stay home for their safety. If you live in Watertown, you're told to not leave your home.
We need your help now. We're asking everybody to shelter in place. No vehicle traffic is going to be allowed to travel in or out of Watertown until further notice. No businesses are going to be allowed to be opened. The Watertown community has always stood strong, and we need them to do that today.
This long night of violence began on the campus of MIT last night at around 10:20 in an armed confrontation. A college police officer was shot and killed. Then there was a pursuit of two officers into Watertown. CNN's Don Lemon is standing by, two suspects rather, into Watertown. CNN's Don Lemon is standing by right now in Watertown, where heavily armed police are going house to house. Don, what are you seeing?
We have been watching, have been here for just under an hour, and we have seen a number of police officers, a heavy police presence here, Jake. We have been watching them go in and out. Just a couple of minutes ago, just before you guys came to us, about 10 or 12 police cars with flashing lights went down the street right here, got out, and started going door to door. They're just around the corner right here, started going door to door because they believe that suspect could be in any one of these homes. Listen, this is where the action is. I heard you guys say earlier it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that this is unprecedented. It is unprecedented. This entire town is on lockdown. They're not letting anyone in or out of here except if you're with the media. As we came this morning, we got stopped at several checkpoints to show identification, but anyone who is on the street who is a resident, they're being asked to turn around and go back home and not let anyone in their home unless it is a police officer. Unless it is a police officer. So again, it is on lockdown. They believe that suspect is here. He may have explosives. Very heavy police presence where we are now.
All right, Don Lemon, thank you very much. We should say we are looking at live pictures right now of police officers, law enforcement officials going house to house in the Watertown area. And as Don described it, that's a town, and it's a big town, by the way, on lockdown right now.
And it's not just Watertown. The police have expanded the area in which they've told individuals to not leave their homes, to include Waltham and Cambridge and other surrounding areas.
Newton, Alston, Brighton. This is a very big area here. And when you're talking about shutting down public transportation, which they have, subways, buses shut down, that affects well over 1 million people every day who come in and out of the city. This just shows you how serious this all is. Again, as we've been saying, Watertown right now is the epicenter of this activity under virtual lockdown, and CNN's Deborah Farrick is there with details. Deborah.
John, Jake, we can tell you this entire area is pretty much a frozen zone. And you can see just behind me, there's a staging area there. You've got members of the ATF, the FBI. You've got all different kinds of agencies, Boston police, police from all over the state. They're gathering at various points. These cars that you see coming over here, we have seen a caravan, an endless caravan of these cars just coming back and forth, getting to this particular location. Over to my right, you can see there to the right of the screen, that is a bus. Those are the buses that are being used to transport people out of this particular area. They're trying to clear as many people out as they possibly can before they begin this sort of methodical sweep. They've created a perimeter. Now they're basically going to tighten the noose and go and try to find this individual. Clearly, the fact that the light is now up, that is in their favor. That gives them the advantage. The fact that there are no buses, no trains, basically no way out. They are freezing this entire area. But you can see this activity is activity that is going on at various corners throughout this entire area. An incredible presence of law enforcement right now.
All right, Doug Farrick in Watertown. Stay safe. If you're just joining us, if you're just waking up, there has been huge news overnight. Suspect number 1 in the Boston Marathon. I keep wanting to say Boston Massacre. And the Boston Marathon terrorist attack. Suspect number 1 is dead, killed in a shootout with police in the Watertown area outside of Boston. Suspect number 2 is on the loose. There is a huge manhunt going on with upwards of 9,000 police officers swarming throughout the area of Watertown, Massachusetts. If you live in Watertown, do not leave your home unless instructed to do so by an clearly identified police officer. There is a man Suspect number 2, whom police describe as a terrorist who wants to kill people, loose in Watertown or the surrounding area. Do not leave your home unless a clearly identified police officer instructs you to do so. If you live in Boston or the surrounding area, the public transportation system has been shut down. If you go to a college around here, it is likely that your college is closed for the day.
We already know Boston University, Boston College, Emerson College. You've been told MIT. You've been told classes are canceled today. Harvard as well. Classes are canceled today. Students asked, please stay safe. The surrounding towns, just to name a few, Newton, Waltham, Belmont, Alston, Brighton, Cambridge. Again, everyone who lives in these towns right now being told to stay at home. Businesses being told not to open as this dramatic manhunt continues. One of the reasons people are being told to be so careful is this. Suspect number 1. The one who was shot and killed in this shootout was brought to a local hospital. Officials there said that this suspect had signs not just of gunshot wounds, but possibly also explosives on him at the time, which is why I want to go to Joe Johns now.
Before we do that, before we go to Joe Johns, just one notice for all the parents out there and students. Boston Public Schools have closed for the day. All Boston Public School activities, including acceleration academies and athletic events, everything closed for the day. Stay at home. Do not go to school. Do not go to work.
As we said, the only word we can use for this is simply unprecedented. And again, one of the reasons for concern here is the possibility of explosives on this man who authorities are searching desperately for right now. So I want to go to Joe Johns in Washington for an update on that. Joe?
Right, John and Jake, as you say, that is the key, of course. This is a major metropolitan area virtually being shut down by authorities while they continue their manhunt. And a law enforcement official CNN has talked to has been giving us some sense of the reason why. The reason why is because the suspect who was killed during the confrontations overnight apparently had explosives on his body, we're told. And the concern is that the other suspect, the suspect they are now searching for there in the Boston area, also may have explosives on his body. So this is why authorities are using words like grave to describe this situation. This is why we're seeing police officers going door to door, clearing yards, clearing other areas, all in a search for this individual who may have explosives on him. So if people there in the Boston area, certainly very hardy individuals, are wondering what's going on with the police right now, why are they reacting in this way, it's because it's a very serious situation involving an individual who could have explosives on his body. Back to you.
All right, Joe Johns in Washington for us. Thank you so much for that update. With us right now, we also have Tom Fuentes, Assistant Director of the FBI, a CNN analyst, and we also have Julia Kayan right now, former Homeland Security official, columnist for the Boston Globe. They both know so much about this type of situation. Tom, let's start with you in Washington right now. That news just from Joe Johns. There is a great deal of concern right now about the possibility that suspect number 2, the man on the loose, the man that this manhunt is searching for right now, there is this concern that he could have explosives on him, with him, available to him. How does that affect the manhunt? We don't have Tom Fuentes with us right now, but we do have Julia Kayan with us right now. Again, the explosives, what's the concern?
Oh, obviously just to protect people, also to protect the public safety officials right now. And so what's going on right now is that there's a hunt, right, for this, for the person number 2, and then now we have names. There's no doubt that they have the names of the two suspects now. So there's another part to what's going on today, and that is an investigation. Who were they? Where were they living? Where's their families? Did they have affiliations with other groups, domestic or foreign? So we're seeing the very public part because that's the public safety part, but also figuring out, was it just these 2 or was there some or other threat involved? And that is going to be unfolding over the next couple of weeks.
I want to go on now on the phone. We have a woman named Danielle, who is locked in her. Danielle Tumanero, I believe, who is in her apartment in Watertown. Are you there? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, first of all, give us your name. I'm sorry that I mispronounced it. The IFB in my ear is not as clear as it should be.
Sorry,
who are
Danielle
you, and tell us what you're seeing right now.
So
Okay, and where are you, and what is the situation?
We're in Watertown, right next to Watertown Square, which from what I can tell on the map is a couple of blocks from where the police are focusing their investigation with the other law enforcement teams. And we can hear a ton of sirens. Our neighbors can also see a ton of cop cars. We've closed our blinds. We have a little bit open at the bottom so we can kind of see out, but every 2 or 3 minutes we hear a surge of cop cars and sirens go by. And earlier this morning we heard a ton of siren sounds and some loud noises that kind of woke us up. But we learned to stay indoors because my husband's work sent us a text message and let us know what was going on. So we've been up and listening and following everything.
Interesting. So just so we can understand what it's like to be in Watertown right now. At any point during the evening, and I understand Watertown is not just a 1 square block; it's a rather sizable area. But at any point during the evening, have you heard gunshots?
We haven't heard gunshots. I heard earlier this morning. I was kind of in that half awake, half asleep stage. I heard loud noises. I don't know that I could say for sure what they were, but there was something that was not like part of our natural environment, and it's not the best feeling in the world to feel like you're stuck indefinitely in your apartment. You don't feel particularly safe. Like our windows certainly aren't bulletproof or anything, and to hear cop cars going speeding by every few minutes, it's jarring.
And have you been, obviously your husband was texted by his work not to come into work, so you were alerted as to what the situation was. But we've been told that police were robocalling, or what's called a reverse 911 calling, all residents of Watertown. Have you been told?
Actually, let's just tell you what's happening behind us right now. Just to be clear, what's happening right now is that police cars are behind us right now, and buses filled with police are driving right behind us right now, presumably, headed I don't know where, because the scope of this investigation is getting wider and wider by the minute. But we just saw 2 buses filled with law enforcement personnel leaving us. They're headed west. That could easily actually be to the Watertown area, which is the epicenter of this investigation. It is where Deb Farrick is sitting right now to give us a sense of what's going on. Deb?
Yeah, I just want to create a sense of just what's going on here. First of all, we just saw a truck that had armored personnel on it, that had soldiers, military personnel, all of them in full gear. The SWAT teams are here. There must have, in the last 30 seconds, there must have been at least 200 people that just accessed this particular scene. That's on top of all the other people that we've seen. So there's really a sense of anticipation of what is going to happen next, and nobody really knows that. You can see sort of, if we just push in there to the middle of the street, you can see a man, and he is wearing, an officer, and he's wearing the helmet, the full tactical gear, the vest. They are heavily protected. They are heavily armed. They are ready for whatever is about to happen here. And we don't know what that is, but we can tell you that this is an area where there's been a lot of activity over the last hour or so. There's a bus that you can see, and the bus has been taking some people out. But again, whatever is happening in this particular area, this is of high interest to law enforcement, and they just keep coming. They just keep coming. John, Jake, I've never seen anything like this. There have to be at least hundreds of people in this one location.
And just to give you another update, Deb, on what's been going on here, we've been telling you public transportation in and out of Boston shut down the T. No subways, no buses. And we just learned this, that Amtrak service between Providence and Boston has been suspended. So there are not going to be any trains coming in from south of here as well. It just goes to show how big this investigation is right now. Let's start at the beginning, because some people are just going to be joining us. There have been major breaking developments this morning in and around Boston. A massive manhunt is underway for a suspect considered armed and extremely, extremely dangerous. Police believe he's this man, photographed in a white cap at the Boston Marathon Monday, and one of 2 suspects in the carnage.
I believe these are the same individuals that were responsible for the bombing on Monday at the Boston Marathon. We believe that they're responsible for the death of an MIT police officer and the shooting of an MBTA police officer. This is a very serious situation that we're dealing with.
Yeah, let's go to that one.
Stand by.
That MIT officer was killed. Suspect number 1 died following a shootout with police last night that ended in Watertown, Massachusetts, just outside Boston, with suspect number 2 still on the loose. People in Watertown and several surrounding communities are being told to stay in their homes, to lock their doors, to not answer their doors unless it is a clearly identified police officer. Police are conducting a door-to-door search for suspect number 2 in Watertown. Much of the Boston area is in lockdown. Public transportation is shut down. No vehicles are allowed into or out of Watertown. We're just told, John just informed us, Amtrak is not going to be providing service to Boston today. And we just learned that all Boston colleges and public schools have been shut down. John?
Obviously, this area, the expanse of this investigation getting wider and wider by the minute. Just to give you a sense of how big it is, again, the public transportation system here, the subway and buses, they serve about 1.3 million people every day. That's about 1.3 million people who will not be coming to work, coming into the city from the surrounding towns. Some of the towns where people have been told to stay home, to not leave their homes: Newton, Watertown, Belmont, Cambridge, Waltham, Alston, Brighton. This is the entire area around Boston right now, where law enforcement officials are telling people right now, please stay at home. Businesses, please do not open as this investigation very much continues. Just a short time ago, Jake, we saw 2 buses filled with police leaving in a motorcade from here, from Boston, ironically or not ironically, the finish line of the Boston Marathon, where we're standing right now, where those explosions happened on Monday. But now this week of crime and high interest has really expanded to the outer towns.
And 9,000 or 10,000 police officers at last count are combing through the area of Watertown and the surrounding areas, doing a door-to-door search, looking for suspect number 2. He's the one in the white hat. I think we have a picture of him released from a surveillance camera of him at 7-Eleven. Those 2 pictures you're looking at right now, those are pictures that the FBI released overnight. As you can see, suspect number 1 in the black hat dead. Suspect number 2 in the white hat on the run. Those are pictures that the FBI released overnight. It has been a story that has been going on since 10 o'clock, although you could really trace it back to the FBI press conference shortly after 5 o'clock Eastern here in Boston yesterday afternoon, late afternoon, when the police revealed new images, the first images we had seen of these 2 suspects, hoping to shake the tree, hoping to get the public's help, and something gave. Perhaps it was a coincidence, perhaps not, but not long after, roughly 5 hours later, a shootout on the campus of MIT in Cambridge, an officer killed, campus police officer killed, a carjacking. The 2 suspects grabbed a car, took the owner of the car with them. He miraculously was left to live, survived. A shootout took place in the town of Watertown, and that is when suspect number 1 was mortally wounded. It is also when a transit police officer was also very seriously hurt.
And that is where the manhunt for suspect number 2 began. Suspect number 2 now on the loose overnight. The police have been releasing new pictures overnight. The latest one we have is of suspect number 2 wearing a gray hoodie that was believed to be taken overnight. And again, the area around Boston right now, everyone being warned to stay home. One of the reasons, according to our Joe Johns from Washington right now, is there is a great deal of concern that suspect number 2 may have explosives with him. Why do they think that? Or on him. Yeah. Because suspect number 1, the one who was wounded, taken to a hospital, and died, Joe's reporting indicates that he had signs of explosives on his body, so they are worried that suspect number 2 might have them as well. Just one of the reasons for this immense concern today. We have a little sound from one of the police news conferences that happened a couple hours ago. Let's listen in.
And we are primarily in this press conference speaking to the public, trying to provide guidance as to what the public should be doing and thinking about in the next hours while this situation is fluid. We have conferred with the governor, with the mayor of Boston, with all of the surrounding city public safety officials, and the governor has immediately suspended all public transportation service on the MBTA system, that is buses and subway. So all public transit services through the MBTA have been immediately suspended. We are hoping that as we proceed through the next number of hours that we will be able to turn back on portions of the system, but the system has been shut down now as a safety measure. People that are at subway stations or at bus stops, we are asking them to go home. We do not want people congregating and waiting for the system to come back on. So we are asking people, do not go out to the bus stations, subway stations. If you're there, please go home. We also want to speak to the residents and the public within the town of Watertown and the cities and towns that are abutting Watertown. And to be specific, we are speaking to the residents of Watertown, Newton, Waltham, Belmont, Cambridge, and the Allston-Brighton neighborhoods of Boston. To those people, we are asking you to stay indoors, to stay in your homes for the time being. We are asking businesses in those areas to please cooperate and not open today until we can provide further guidance and information. So again, to repeat, to the residents of Watertown, Newton, Waltham, Belmont, Cambridge, and the Allston-Brighton neighborhoods of Boston, we are asking you to stay home, stay indoors. We are asking businesses not to open. We are asking people not to congregate outside. We're asking people not to go to mass transit. And we are hopeful that as the day proceeds that we can provide further guidance, that we'll be able to open portions of the system and be able to ease these restrictions, but we are imposed that now. Let me just ask Chief DeVoe, for the town of Watertown, was there anything in additional you want to announce?
I just want to speak to the community of Watertown. We need your help now. We're asking everybody to shelter in place. No vehicle traffic is going to be allowed to travel in or out of Watertown until further notice. No businesses are going to be allowed to be opened. The Watertown community has always stood strong, and we need them to do that today. Thank you.
I want to be clear. No, before we take any questions, I need to be clear about this. This situation is grave. We are here to protect public safety in these neighborhoods here in Watertown right now. I know that there's national media here from all over the country. I know you have a lot of questions about who these folks are, where they're from. There will be plenty of time to deal with that over the ensuing hours. Right now, we've got to deal with this local issue here. So we appreciate your patience. Again, to reiterate what I said earlier, we believe these are the same individuals that were responsible for the bombing on Monday at the Boston Marathon. We believe that they're responsible for the death of an MIT police officer and the shooting of an MBTA police officer. This is a very serious situation that we're dealing with, and we would appreciate your cooperation. We'll do the best that we can to keep you apprised as to how that develops here this morning, but we can't answer every single question about this investigation at this particular point in time.
Bye.
You were just listening to a previous press conference held by Kurt Schwartz. He's the Homeland Security Advisor for Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick, as well as some of the other law enforcement officials. But now we're going to go to Drew Griffin, who's on the scene in Watertown, where a massive manhunt is underway for suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. Drew, what do you have?
Jake, I have to reset the scene for you because I'm not in Watertown. I'm in Boston at Commonwealth and Charlesgate. We left Watertown and we were relieved of duty, and coming back into the city, police were flying in every which way, and we come upon a scene which is somewhat surreal. There is currently a bomb technician, along with a squad from the bomb squad, approaching some kind of, as far as I can tell, it looks like a hole or something in the ground of the parkway between the east and westbound lanes of Commonwealth Avenue, where it passes Charlesgate. Across the intersection from that is a taxi with its doors open and the engine hood open and clothes spewed about on the front in front of the taxi cab, spread out in a pile, and I saw 2 men who were in handcuffs taken out of my field of vision. There are at least 2 dozen law enforcement vehicles surrounding this entire intersection and have it cordoned off, and we are waiting for the bomb technician to deal with whatever it is they see on the ground there in the parkway. When I tell you all of Boston seems to be being scoured right now, this is a case example of that. This is a completely different part of the city than I was just at, where the suspect was believed to be. And here we have an entirely different scene with a huge, huge police presence. Right now, the bomb squad seems to be wiring, if my experience is correct, it looks like a typical kind of sapper who's going to go in and blow whatever it is they found that may be suspicious. The bomb technician is completely wrapped in all his gear except for the headgear, and now they're standing him up to put the headgear on him. They're placing the headgear over the top of his head, and he has the wire cabling cord that we have seen so many times overseas and other areas where a technician would go in. But to the point I'm making, it just, both of you, John and Jake, this morning has been surreal since late last night, and we continue to come upon scenes like this in Boston, which are somewhat inexplicable to understand, that there could be so many various scenes that the police have to spend so much attention on.
All right, Drew Griffin for us is actually just a short distance from where we are right now, describing a scene right now where bomb technicians are checking out a suspicious package on the ground. As Drew correctly points out, this only goes to the surreal nature of this entire expanding area right now. We're standing at the finish line near the Boston Marathon, where Monday 3 people were killed in a terrorist attack that injured more than 170 people. Now, overnight, dramatic developments with one of the suspects. Suspect number 1, the man seen in that video in the black hat, he was killed. Suspect number 2, the man in the white hat, you can see it right there. That picture tells the story. On the run, there is a manhunt underway, an expanding manhunt underway. The city of Watertown, the town of Watertown, all but locked down right now. No cars allowed in or out of Watertown as police begin to go door to door there to search for suspect number 2. Public transportation in Boston shut down. Subways and buses not running. Amtrak coming into Boston is shut down. Public schools in Boston shut down today. Colleges in the surrounding area, including names you all know: Harvard, BU, BC, Emerson College, MIT. No classes today. People in the surrounding towns of Boston being told to stay home. Businesses being told not to open because there is a manhunt. There is a man on the loose believed to be suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon attacks. Police are calling him a terrorist. They say his intent is to kill, and they believe he is very, very dangerous. Our Joe Johns in Washington reporting that there's a great deal of concern that he could have explosives on his body. Suspect number 1, who was killed overnight in a shootout with police, doctors have been reporting that he had signs of explosives on his body, so they're concerned that this second suspect might as well. This shutdown, this lockdown in this widening area, as we've been saying, it is unprecedented right now. There is this manhunt underway. Watertown appears to be the epicenter, but that is not necessarily the only place where it's going on. It has been a dramatic night. It began with the release of 2 photos of these suspects yesterday at 5. There was a shooting in Cambridge at MIT where a campus police officer was killed. There was a carjacking, a car chase. One of the suspects was killed. And again, just to reiterate right now, another one is on the loose, and there is a manhunt underway. Our coverage of these dramatic events continues right here on CNN. Stay with us.
This is CNN Breaking News.
All right, welcome back, everyone. John Berman here in Boston at the scene of the Boston Marathon at the finish line right now. A dramatic night here in the Boston area to tell you about. There was a dramatic police chase, a dramatic shootout, and there is one suspect in the Boston Marathon bombings who is now dead. There is another suspect right now on the run and a manhunt underway. Good morning. As I said, I'm John Berman. Jake Tapper is here with me for most of the morning. He stepped out for just a moment. Our starting point, as we said, these breaking developments overnight. An intensive search underway right now for a suspect. He is one of the suspects in the Boston Marathon bombings.
He should be considered armed and dangerous and is a threat to anybody that might approach him.
The Associated Press is reporting right now, we have not confirmed, the Associated Press is reporting that both of these suspects, the one who is dead and the one who is now on the run, they believe that they are from Chechnya. They believe they are from Chechnya and they moved here a while ago legally. That is being reported right now by the Associated Press. We will be reporting on that as we can all morning. We have learned that this second suspect is dead. Suspect number 1 is dead. Suspect number 2 on the run right now. People are told to be staying in their homes right now in the town of Watertown, the surrounding towns as well, and being told to avoid public transportation. Public transportation is completely shut down, in fact. Subways, buses not running, and Amtrak not coming in and out of the city. We wanted to update you again on the major developments unfolding here in the Boston area. Boston colleges and public schools closed. Boston public transportation, as we've been saying, shut down. The manhunt intensifies right now for suspect number 2, who is on the loose right now. Police people who work near the Arsenal Mall in Watertown are being told to stay indoors. People who live in the general area, and we're talking about a number of towns here in the general area, are being told not to venture inside, stay in your houses, businesses staying closed there. At this moment, police in the suburb of Watertown are searching for the man believed to be the surviving suspect in the Boston Marathon attack. The man who's been shown overnight wearing the white cap at the finish line. He is believed to be armed. He is believed to be dangerous.
Let's catch up to speed because I've been up all night reporting on this story. Overnight, shortly after 10 o'clock, there was an armed confrontation between police and these 2 suspects, including the man believed to be suspect number 1 in the marathon attack. That man, the man with the black hat, has been killed. A short time ago, police urged the public to heed their advice to stay in their homes for their own safety.
We need your help now. We're asking everybody to shelter in place. No vehicle traffic is going to be allowed to travel in or out of Watertown until further notice. No businesses are going to be allowed to be opened. The Watertown community has always stood strong, and we need them to do that today.
This long night of violence began on the campus of MIT, not far from here, about a mile away in Cambridge, where in that armed confrontation, a college police officer was shot and killed by the 2 suspects, the very 2 who had been identified by the FBI just about 5 hours before in the press conference when they released the images. Deb Fayrick is also joining us from Watertown. She has the latest. Deb?
Yeah, Jake, John, we can tell you this area is essentially a frozen zone. People are being told to shelter in place, to stay away from windows, stay away from doors. We're looking at a police caravan that just passed here. This was a key area, an area where a lot of law enforcement was gathering. We saw a truck. There were armed personnel on it. We saw bomb-sniffing dogs from the FBI. Really, the impression was they were searching for an IED. It's something that you would see in a theater of war, in a combat zone, not here in the streets of Boston. You still have a lot of personnel. Some have slowly been pulling back. But again, it's a very active scene that's going on right now. We don't know the status. We don't know where this individual is, whether he's close, whether he's in custody. But by creating a huge perimeter around this particular area, what they do hope to do is either flush him out or at least tighten the noose. And so that's what they're trying to do. They are going door to door. They are canvassing different homes. They are trying to do a sweep. Remember, these people, even though they were on the run, they basically carjacked an individual and then they fled, and they were still throwing out bombs. We're told either bombs or grenades or some sort of pipe bomb. So that means that they're still armed. At least this individual likely still armed. The man in the white hat, that's the person that everybody's looking for. And what's interesting is we'd heard reports about a name. We're not reporting the name, but I did speak to a global terror expert, and it confirms something that John says, and that is the name itself seems as if it's from the Caucasus, perhaps even Chechnya. A young man, that's the one they're looking for, 19 years old, the man seen in the White House hat. Again, a lot of folks who are still back here. FBI, police from all over the state are here. They're all working together. This is a very coordinated effort, but you've got thousands of people on the ground. You've got them wearing SWAT gear, tactical uniforms. They've got their assault rifles. They've got shotguns. They're heavily armed. So this is a very serious situation. Again, saw a bomb truck that sort of moving past there. We also saw one that was large. It was a truck that basically you can put a bomb in and detonate that device. So it appears that what they're doing right now is not only are they looking for this individual, but they're also looking to see perhaps if there are any devices that need to be disarmed. That's the last thing police here in Boston want. They don't want a situation whereby somebody unwillingly or unwittingly, I should say, opens up some sort of a bag and a device goes off. So that's part of what they're doing right now here in the Watertown area. A very active scene, and it's interesting. Sun is up, the birds are chirping. The movement that you see, it's either the media or it's law enforcement. Jake, John.
All right, Deb, thanks so much for that. And again, as you alluded to, the Associated Press right now reporting the identity of the suspects, saying they are brothers from Chechnya. Brothers from Chechnya. That, again, coming from the Associated Press. We will have more on that as more information comes in.
At one point, before we go to Don Lemon, who's also in Watertown, and we want to go to Don in a second, but we can't really say this enough. If you live in Watertown or the surrounding area and you're turning on your television, you don't know what's going on, the most important thing right now, stay in your home. Do not leave. If you're in Watertown or any of the surrounding areas, do not leave. Do not even answer your door unless it is an identified police officer at the door. There is a massive manhunt going on in Watertown and some of the surrounding areas, including Cambridge, including Waltham. Do not go outside to your car unless a police officer who is clearly dressed as a police officer is instructing you to do so. Suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks is on the loose, and he is identified by law enforcement as a terrorist who wants to kill people. It is not known what kind of armaments he has with him, whether explosives or an assault rifle or whatever kind of weapon he might have, but he is presumed extremely dangerous. So before we even go to Don Lemon, I just wanted to say, if you live in that area, stay at home. Schools are closed for the day. Employers are being told not to have anybody come to work today.
Again, yeah, so let's go to Don Lemon, who is in Watertown, where all this is happening, where people are being told to stay home, where door-to-door searches are now underway. Don, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I'm looking at. I look in front of me. I see law enforcement coming with flashing lights. If I look behind me, the same thing. We have seen tactical units come in and out of here, response units come in and out of here. Just a massive presence of police in this area. And again, as you guys said, you cannot get in and out of here unless you are either media or law enforcement. They're checking identification. They're asking everyone to stay in place in their homes. Do not let anyone in or out. When all of this started going on, when all of this began, when they were chasing that suspect in this area, when they got that one suspect, there was a witness who said it sounded like firecrackers with all the shooting that was going on. I want to send it back to you. We have more information, but I want to get back to you guys.
All right, Don Lemon in Watertown, Massachusetts. That's where a massive manhunt is going on right now. We also have been learning from Joe Johns, who we'll go to in a second, that one of the reasons for all the concern is that it's thought that suspect number 2 might be wearing some sort of explosive device. Joe, what have you learned?
That's exactly right, and that's been the big concern. Apparently, the suspect who was killed, according to authorities, he did have explosives on his body. And the big concern and the reason why we're seeing this unprecedented manhunt and police going door to door, shutting down the transit system, asking businesses not to open, is because of the concern that the other suspect, the suspect they're looking for, may also have explosives on his body. Talking to law enforcement officials, just a little bit of color and background. One of the things that a couple law enforcement officials have said this morning to me is that they were frankly quite surprised that these individuals they were looking for actually maintained their presence in the community after this bombing occurred. And if you put the whole thing together, there was a report of a robbery this morning which would indicate, at least to one law enforcement official I spoke with, that the bombing had been planned very carefully, but the getaway had not been planned very carefully at all. And so these individuals, authorities said they suspect, didn't have the money to get out of the area, and that's why this apparent robbery may have occurred late last night, early this morning, that led to the series series of events to where we are now. But the most important thing, I think, that needs to be said from the perspective of a law enforcement official I've spoken with is the concern that the individual they're looking for may have explosives on his body, and that's why they are telling the public to be so careful right now. Back to you.
All right, Joe Johns, thank you so much. I want to give this urgent bulletin from the Boston Police Department for residents of the area in the Commonwealth and Charlesgate vicinity. Police are going to be conducting a controlled detonation in the Commonwealth and Charlesgate area with all the explosives used and suspected to be around. You can expect that will happen until the suspect has been apprehended, and perhaps even after he's been apprehended. People are worried about any package left on the side of the road, and there are going to be a lot of controlled detonations, I would suspect. Juliet, you're here. You're a Boston Globe columnist and a former official with the Department of Homeland Security, both in the federal government in D.C. and also here in Massachusetts. This is what you would expect.
Yes, so we're going to have about a long time of these controlled detonations, luggage left in one place, a bag left in another. It's going to feel kind of crazy to everyone watching, and maybe we don't need to go to all of them, because this is what the police do, that they see these things and then they detonate them to make sure that they're safe. There are a lot of bags in any city, and the city's on high alert. That's going to be natural. But the chances are that all of these are going to be nothing, and this is just the normal routine. You see all these guys behind me right now.
Well, I wanted to point out for the cameras, you've been talking about how they're all going to be fanned out and stopping transit because all public transportation has closed in the Boston area, and they are now getting on this bus that is not in service, and they're going to be fanning out throughout the city, telling people not to take the bus,
Jake,
not to take the subway.
This was an incident command, and they were clearly getting directions of where they were going. This is how it normally works, but this is how organized. You know, sometimes public safety can look really disorganized. A lot of times it's quite organized, and this is what's happening. They met. They're going to go somewhere that's actually towards Newton. This is where I live. This is where I was the Homeland Security official, and this is what these people train for a lot of time. But it's going to be a really, really crazy day for the next couple hours until suspect number 2 is caught, and we should anticipate that.
We're looking at live pictures right now, I believe, right here in Boston of door-to-door searches going on right now. These are happening now in an expanding area. We knew they were happening in Watertown. Police going door-to-door looking for this suspect number 2 who is on the run right now. And again, I should say the Associated Press is reporting that both of these suspects, number 1 and 2, the 2 men believed to have carried out the Boston Marathon bombings, the Associated Press is reporting they believe they were brothers from Chechnya, which is why I want to bring in Tom Fuentes right now, former assistant director from the FBI, a CNN analyst. Tom, the Associated Press reporting brothers from Chechnya. When you hear that, what does that mean?
Well, unfortunately, it means Islamic fundamentalist terrorism. Chechens have been engaged in a battle with Russia to try to break away because it's a predominantly Muslim region in the southwestern area of Russia, and they feel that they would like to have been separated. So they've been fighting with Russia for decades to try to become an independent country, and they've committed many, many terrorist acts in Russia for a long time. And of course, we remember the Beslan school incident in Russia in 2004. We remember the airplanes that were blown out of the sky over Russia also in 2004. The Opera House incident where more than 20 Chechen terrorists took over the Russian Opera House, held about 800 people hostage. Before that incident was over, hundreds were killed in trying to resolve that. Chechnya has been kind of a training ground before Afghanistan and Iraq for militants to go and kind of cut their teeth on how to fight and how to learn how to fire weapons and make explosives and all of that. In recent times, it's been reported that the Chechen militants have now gone to Syria to aid the rebels in the Syrian civil war that's going on right now. And that might be, you know, we just don't know at this point, and we may not know if both subjects end up killed, but it could be that that these individuals are upset that maybe the U.S. Is also seen as an enemy in terms of not providing support to the rebels in Syria to the degree that they would like, and they think therefore the U.S. is you know, helping the regime stay in power, let's see, or helping their brothers get killed over there. We don't know that, but there have been many. The terrorism issues out of Chechnya have been going on for decades.
And we should make clear that the Associated Press reporting the possibility of the brothers from Chechnya. It is also possible that they are from the wider Caucasus area, which is the same general area over there, and I think the same general concerns over terrorism from there, Julia.
I think if this is true, and we don't know any background right now, so it's relevant only because they're not homegrown, and that is relevant. We've been talking about that division right now. They are not homegrown, and in other words, they got here somehow through either immigration or lawfully or unlawfully. They stayed here, they planned it, they lived here. They possibly lived in Cambridge or in the Somerville area, which is where I live. And then they went after what's not a soft target, but a low-grade target, like the Boston Marathon. Lots of activity, not something very hard to do. For those of us in the field, we've always wondered sort of why isn't that happening more, because we've gotten so fortified. We've anticipated it, and if this is true, this is it. I want to tell everyone, though, the good news is, and I know it's hard to believe in good news, these are terrorists who cannot plan a major event. So while Monday was devastating, the successes of our counterterrorism efforts have made these sort of like whack-a-moles, how we described it in government, sort of brothers getting together and planning an event. So there is going to be a lot to learn. How did they get there here? How did they stay here? And it is something that we haven't seen since 9/11.
A lot going on tonight, a lot going on overnight and this morning. As we said, this manhunt underway at this very moment. Let's go to Washington right now, or Brianna Keeler right now. What has the president been told at this point, Brianna?
He is up to date on what's going on there in Boston and Watertown, John. He was briefed overnight as this situation developed by his Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor, Lisa Monaco. The White House is in very close contact, of course, with the FBI as well. And while the White House is monitoring the situation right now, don't expect President Obama or the White House to really be interjected into this at this point. Obviously, this is very much an evolving situation, a fast-moving situation, and we're not really expecting to hear anything of substance from the White House, I would say, until this sort of comes to a conclusion. There's a full handle of the facts and the dust settles. But again, President Obama up to date overnight and this morning on what's going on there in Boston and Newtown, and he will continue to monitor the events there.
All right, thank you very much, Brianna Keeler at the White House for us this morning. Again, President Obama just here yesterday lifting the spirits of Boston as part of that memorial service. A very different morning here right now as the manhunt for one of the suspects is very much underway.
If you're just joining us, just to bring you up to speed with a very abbreviated version, there is a manhunt underway for one of the two suspects in the Boston Marathon terrorist attack. The first suspect was killed overnight in a shootout with police officers. It began on the campus of MIT in Cambridge, where a police officer was killed. There was a carjacking and a chase ensued. One of the suspects, the one with the black hat, suspect number 1, has been killed. Suspect number 2 is on the loose in Watertown, Massachusetts.
Could be Watertown, could be the wider area.
Or the surrounding area. Earlier, John and I spoke to the doctor, and there also was a press conference at the hospital where suspect number 1 was taken.
Multiple injuries, probably, we believe, a combination of blast, potentially gunshot wounds.
How many gunshot wounds?
Unable to count.
Multiple gunshot wounds?
Yes.
And the other, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the rest of that.
And probably a blast injury also.
Blast meaning what?
An explosive device, possibly shrapnel, thermal injury.
Can you describe it where or what?
It was pretty much throughout the trunk. It was multiple wounds.
Would it be consistent with perhaps a bomb strapped to him? Would it be consistent with that?
Unclear. I think the medical examiner will be able to kind of conclusively say that. But there were signs of more than just gunshot wounds.
That was one of the two doctors who spoke with reporters at Beth Israel Hospital, where suspect number 1 was taken with mortal wounds. He died there, and after being killed in a shootout with police. The doctors said that the suspect had both burns from an explosion and also gunshot wounds. Would not say which actually were the reason that he had died, and actually were very reluctant to go into any details at all. When John and I interviewed one of the doctors afterwards, we asked if he was wearing any sort of suicide vest, any sort of explosive device. and the doctor would not say, although Joe Johns, our law and justice correspondent, did say that it is a big suspicion that suspect number 2 is wearing some sort of explosive device, because suspect number 1, according to his law enforcement source, was also wearing an explosive device. And earlier, this event has been going out throughout the night, that we saw an innocent man who was suspected by police as having been part of this criminal escapade, this terrorist attack, and they made him take off all his clothes before they arrested him, because they were presumably worried that he had an explosive on him. So suspect number 2 still at large, and perhaps even has an explosive device on his person.
Which is why there is so much concern this morning. Just one of the reasons why there's so much concern, which is why the subways and buses have been shut down in the Boston area, which affects about 1.3 million people. It's why all the colleges now in Boston and the surrounding towns have been closed for the day, classes canceled, and it's why public schools have been canceled, and it's why people in these surrounding towns have been told to stay home and the businesses told to remain closed today. As we said, the investigation and manhunt for suspect number 2, it really does continue to grow minute by minute here. Police SWAT teams going door to door in Watertown. As we said, they're asking people to stay home, lock your doors, do not answer your doors unless you see a bona fide law enforcement official outside.
This is an ongoing investigation. We can't get into details on the descriptions of the suspects or the names. We're trying to get information out to the people who live here that they should stay in their homes and not open their doors unless police officers are there. There's a 20-block perimeter around the location that Chief DeVoe just talked about. We are concerned about securing that area and making sure that this individual is taken into custody. We believe this to be a terrorist. We believe this to be a man who's come here to kill people.
If you're just joining us, there was a shootout overnight, and suspect number 1 in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks was killed. Suspect number 2 on the loose. We're going to take a look at some amateur video from the shootout last night in Watertown, Massachusetts.
Real fucking guns.
As we said, residents in Watertown are being told to stay inside. No cars being allowed in or out of Watertown right now. That town really under complete lockdown. Other towns in the area, people told to stay at home and businesses to remain closed. And in this manhunt, the web of this manhunt really expanding this morning. I'm joined again by Julia Kayan, former Homeland Security official, a columnist for the Boston Globe. Tom Fuentes, former assistant director of the FBI and a CNN analyst, is with us as well. And as the minutes pass this morning and the hours go on, Tom, does it get easier or harder to find this suspect?
Well, I think in the long run, it'll get easier as they narrow down or eliminate other places that he could be, but they discover he isn't. Certainly having the identities of the individuals and that gives them a starting point of the addresses, and as brothers, you know, if they live together, they would be having a couple of addresses, if not one main one, to be able to focus on a little more intensely than just randomly starting to go apartment to apartment in all the neighborhoods. So it would seem that they may have this person, you know, in somewhat of a containment, or at least a rough idea of a containment. But again, you know, it's clear that the strategy of the two brothers changed from Monday committing the terrorist act, but being able to walk away from it on their own, not martyring themselves at that time, but maybe starting last night they were ready to martyr themselves, and maybe that was part of the plan all along, is commit one act, and when the police close in, take as many policemen out, go out in a blaze of glory. And we've seen that with terrorists have done that in other locations. I know a group in Madrid, when they had al-Qaeda cornered in an apartment, that happened, and they had a huge shootout, and eventually the apartment burned down. So that could have been their intent there, is to, when they got ready for martyrdom, it was suicide by cop, with cop as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, at this point, CNN cannot independently verify the identity or the origin of these two men, the suspects involved in the Boston Marathon bombings and this shootout and this car chase last night. But, Julia, one thing we do know is they didn't get very far.
Right. So what we do know, and sort of taking a bigger lens here, is that they stayed here, which is unique. They seem to have limited resources. They tried to rob a 7-Eleven, or one of them did. And so that suggests not a lot of expertise, at least on thinking through how they were going to get away. And it also suggests that they may not have access to a lot of money or resources. So that's all. Those pieces are being put together. But we can't know simply by what's going on around us right now. Did they have contacts elsewhere? Did they have people funding them? None of that can be known. They clearly were desperate for means tonight or last night because that's when this all started, was trying to get money, trying to get food, and trying to get out of town.
If you're joining us, I just want to show the amateur video of the shootout last night in Watertown, Massachusetts. Police having a shootout as they pursued the two suspects in the Boston Marathon terrorist attack. One of those suspects, suspect number one, the one in the black hat in the photographs that the FBI released yesterday afternoon, late afternoon, shortly after 5 o'clock, he is dead. He was shot, mortally wounded in Watertown, taken to Beth Israel Hospital, and pronounced dead at the scene. He was thought to have been wearing an explosive device, according to law enforcement sources, or having some sort of explosives on him, which is one of the reasons why suspect number two, for whom there is a tremendous manhunt in Watertown and the surrounding areas, is also presumed to be extremely dangerous and perhaps also wearing an explosive device.
Or with it on his body. I mean, we're not quite sure of the nature of the explosive device right now, but with him, near him, on him, it is a major concern.
If you are in Watertown, Massachusetts this morning, you are being instructed by law enforcement to stay at home, to not answer your door unless it is a clearly identified police officer. If you live in the Boston area, if you're in one of the surrounding towns, Waltham or Cambridge, you are also being told that you should stay at home. They do not know exactly where suspect number two is. Public transportation in the Boston area has been shut down. Public schools and colleges and universities are shut down for the day as well. A lot of employers are being told not to have their businesses open today. This is a day, obviously, you should be in contact with your place of work, but presumably it might be a day that you want to stay at home because there is a massive manhunt going on for suspect number two, presumed to be a terrorist, according to law enforcement, a terrorist who wants to kill people in Boston, innocent people. This all began Monday at the Boston Marathon, and last night it exploded with a police officer killed at MIT. We're going to go now to Don Lemon, who is in Watertown, Massachusetts. Don, what's the latest there?
We have just seen a number of city buses come in with packed with police officers, presumably from the Boston Police Department. They have been coming in all morning, and also speaking to officers here, telling everyone, the media, everyone here, to be careful, to be safe, because if this guy is here, he's going to feel trapped, and they believe he is, obviously, as you guys have been saying, armed and dangerous, and if someone is feeling trapped that way, they're not sure exactly what he will do. But you just saw just moments ago, they have been busing police officers from all over the area, Jake and John, to come in. We just saw 2 busloads, and there's more police officers coming in and out of here, tactical units, and they believe that it's about a 20-block range here. That is sort of the ground central to where they're going. And then also being told by one of our photographers who is out at Melindy and Nichols Avenue, he's been seeing dogs going in and out of the area, a SWAT team, also, according to him, a chemist. And they believe there's an intense interest in this area. Again, this is in Watertown. Watertown on complete lockdown, residents being told to stay in their homes, do not go anywhere. We've been seeing people who are venturing out, maybe to go to the Dunkin' Donuts or to get something to eat, not to go far, in blankets coming out of their homes, and coats and pajamas, and then running right back into their homes. So again, on complete lockdown, but we have officers coming in and out of here from different municipalities, busloads of them, to try to track down this suspect, guys.
All right, Don Lemon in Watertown, Massachusetts, which seems to be sort of the center right now of this ongoing investigation, this ongoing manhunt with these breaking developments overnight. Our continuing coverage begins right now.
This is CNN Breaking News.
So, I'm John Berman here along with Jake Tapper. If you are just waking up right now, we want to bring you up to date on the major developments that have been happening in Boston and, in fact, the entire area. A door-to-door search is underway at this moment in Watertown, Massachusetts, as police look for the man identified by the FBI as suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon bombings. This follows an intense night, a night of violence that began with the fatal shootings of an MIT campus police officer. Next came a carjacking. Police say that 2 suspects in the Boston Marathon bombing, the 2 suspects, were in the car. There was a shootout with police in Watertown.
During the course of that pursuit, several explosive devices were discharged from the car at the police officers. In the exchange of the gunfire, we believe that one of the suspects was struck and ultimately taken into custody. A second suspect was able to flee from that car, and there is an active search going on at this point in time.
The man identified by the FBI as suspect number 1. Suspect number 1 was shot, and he later died after being taken to the hospital. We've also learned that 2 suspects in the attacks are brothers. We suspect they are brothers right now. Again, police believe that suspect number 2, photographed Monday in a white baseball cap, is now on the loose in or near Watertown, Massachusetts. Public transportation has been shut down in and around Boston. 1.3 million people use this public transportation every day. All colleges and schools are closed as police continue this manhunt.
It's been an incredible night. It started, of course, earlier in the evening yesterday, late afternoon, or shortly after 5, when the FBI released photographs of the suspect. Suspect number 1 in the black hat, suspect number 2 in the white hat. Whether that shook the tree, whether that smoked them out, whether that had anything to do with what happened next, we don't know. But about 5 hours later, on the campus of MIT, as you mentioned, a campus police officer was killed. There was a shootout, and now a massive manhunt as one of the suspect number 1 killed, suspect number 2 on the loose. Earlier, we heard from a witness who told us how they heard explosives.
We thought we heard firecrackers, so me and my son looked out our 3rd floor window, and we heard gunshots, and then we saw the explosion. I actually saw a black SUV come down Laurel Street, cross over Dexter. It looked like it hit a police car, and then they were just shooting at that and then just loaded with that. We must have heard about 60 gunshots.
It is a city under siege to a large degree. Public transportation closed. The Amtrak line between Providence, Rhode Island, and here in Boston, Massachusetts, temporarily suspended. Individuals told not to go to work. Public schools closed. Colleges and universities closed. Don Lemon is also in Watertown. Don, what is happening where you are?
Basically complete lockdown here, and I think members of the media who have covered stories like this for years are stunned by what's going on here. Again, on lockdown, they're telling people not to leave their homes, and if someone comes to your door, make sure you know who it is, or if it's a police officer, let them in. But again, talking to police officers here in the area, they're saying, listen, they believe they know who this person is. Obviously, they have an identification. They know how old he is. They know that he is armed and dangerous. They know that he threw explosives out of the car as he came here, and quite honestly, what they told us is to be completely careful and to be on the lookout, because this person is probably trapped in this area. With this much police presence, they don't believe that he could get out. So they're telling us if they come out, if they have those long rifles as they supposedly have, then who knows what exactly they may start doing. Just moments ago, we saw a couple bus loads of police officers coming in from the Boston area and from other municipalities. We've been seeing that all morning. The presence of police cars, tactical units, bomb squads, what have you, coming into this area. They believe it's centered on about a 20-block area in Watertown, but they're not exactly sure. There's one specific area, Melindy and Nichols Avenue. Our photographer who is there said they've seen a dog, bomb-sniffing dog, going in and out. There's a SWAT team there, and also saying that there is a chemist in there, I guess someone who is familiar with chemicals, who is looking over material and the property there. So again, Watertown, complete lockdown. Not just Watertown. We've been told that Brighton, Newton, Waltham, Watertown, Belmont, Cambridge, the surrounding area, basically most of the suburbs surrounding Boston on lockdown because of this one man who's believed to be in that white cap in the video that you're seeing there. One man who is armed and dangerous, and we all know that involved with a police shooting, a police officer at MIT this morning. One police officer is dead, and again, after they left that scene, throwing explosives out of the car, coming here, and then one of the suspects being shot as well. But we're here, unprecedented. This town, again, on lockdown, on high alert. Residents are staying in their homes. Those who are venturing out, some of them we saw this morning going into the Dunkin' Donuts, going in to get breakfast, come out with blankets in their pajamas, and then run right back into their homes. Others walking their dogs just a short distance and then going right back in their homes as well. Transportation on lockdown, no one getting in and out of Boston by bus or by train, and even some sections of Amtrak between Boston and surrounding areas have been shut down as well. And you see the large presence there, the live pictures on your screen of those tactical units in and around the Watertown area. Jake?
All right, Don Lemon in Watertown right now, which in some ways is the center of this investigation, but the investigation clearly has grown much larger with public transportation in and out of Boston being shut down and people in surrounding towns being told to stay home as well. We have some live pictures right now. That's the National Guard driving through the streets right now in these up-armored Humvees. You know, this is not a sight you see. They're in Watertown right now. That is where they are going door to door in the search for these suspects. We should also tell you, with all these developments overnight, we are expecting a news conference from law enforcement at 9 o'clock here Eastern time. We will get more information then. Obviously, we'll bring that to you live. That's a long ways from now. There could be a lot more that happens before that happens. Meanwhile, we have Deb Farrick on the line, who's been reporting the situation. Yeah. Deb, what's the latest?
Okay, well, I've got some new information. This information has been cleared, and we're now going to tell you some details about the brother in the black hat, the one who is dead. First of all, they do believe that he was killed by explosives. He may have had those explosives on his body. I'm being told this by a terrorism analyst who's been briefed on this. The older brother apparently went to went to Bunker Hill Community College. I apologize. The family fled Chechnya several years ago and went to Kazakhstan. Okay, they went to Kazakhstan before being granted permission to come to the United States. The older brother went to Bunker Hill Community College. He had ambitions to become an engineer, but he took a year off from school in order to box. So that's what we know about him. We are being told that they know people here in the Boston area, and those people are being looked at now. There's a big question as to whether these brothers were able to remain hidden for the 3 days that they were essentially on the run, whether they in fact did that by themselves. I'm also told that the older brother, the one in the black hat, posted on his website, quote, "I don't have a single American friend. I don't understand them." So that is what we're learning so far. The younger brother now on the run. He is alone. He has been awake since midnight. And so they are clearly engaged in a very active search for this individual. His brother, as I said, was killed. He had explosives on him. Whether he self-detonated or whether they were detonated during that car chase, very unclear right now. An autopsy has to be conducted. But again, we are still getting a very, very heavy presence here. But we are learning more about the identity of the man who was killed last night, just around midnight. His brother now, the younger brother, on the run, still being looked at. Law enforcement going door to door. They are making sure that there are no other devices. Not only are they looking for him, but they want to make sure that there are no other devices that are out there that could potentially injure anyone. So this is really moving very, very quickly on many different levels. But once again, just to reiterate, that older brother, he didn't drink, didn't smoke. He said, quote, "I don't have a single American friend. I don't understand them." He was a college student at Bunker Hill Community College. His aspirations to be an engineer. That's what we know so far. Jake, John?
Deb, that's some great reporting. Just to recap what you said, the older brother, and I suspect that that's the one who has been killed. Suspect number one with the black hat went to Bunker Hill Community College. He and his younger brother, who is suspect number two in the white hat, who is on the loose in Watertown or the surrounding area. Those two and their family fled Chechnya. Then their family went to Kazakhstan, and of course, then they landed up here in the Boston area. Deb, do your law enforcement sources have any information about what exactly the motivation was? I mean, it sounds to me like a classic story of radicalization, but you didn't say that, so I don't know. What is the motive that you are suggesting, or your law enforcement sources are suggesting, or is there not one yet?
Well, they're not suggesting any motive. The one thing we do know, and again, it's very dangerous. We don't want to go, on this path, but because of they are in Chechnya. Chechnya is largely Muslim. We do know that the brothers are Muslim, that they are Islamic. So we don't know just to what extent, whether they were radicalized at some point. But again, that could potentially be a motive. But right now, nobody's making the connection. They're just telling me that, yes, they're Islamic.
All right, Deb Varick, thank you so much for that. I want to bring in Chad's. Oh, I'm sorry, John, do you have a question for Deb?
No, Jeb, one of the things we've been trying to figure out as this has progressed over the last few minutes is this suspect, this brother, from Chechnya to Kazakhstan, or is it possible from another part of the Caucasus?
No, initially we were reporting the Caucasus, but now we're being told that, yes, they are from Chechnya, and that then they went to Kazakhstan. Again, they may have moved. It's unclear. I just want to take a quick look right here. Another bus. They're bringing people out. They're bringing law enforcement in. Right. These gentlemen who are in that bus, when you look through the window, they're dressed in full riot gear. But it does appear now that we are being told that they were from Chechnya, that they fled during the conflict, went to Kazakhstan, and then they made their way here to Boston. Did they come to Boston because they knew somebody, that somebody who was able to give them help them with a visa? That we don't know. So all that under investigation right now.
Okay, Deborah Farrick, thank you so much for that. Let's unpack that a little bit with some people who know a lot about this situation. Let's bring in Chad Sweet, former chief of staff with the Department of Homeland Security, also a former CIA officer right there. He's the co-founder and CEO of the Chertoff Group. We have Julia Kayan here also. We have Tom Fuentes, former assistant director of the FBI. We have a lot of information here. First and foremost, the brothers believed to be from Chechnya. Let's start with that, Chad Sweet.
Well, a couple points. One is, if they're in fact students at Bunker Hill College, there's what's called SEVIS, which is the Student Immigration Visa Database, which will follow things like, we'll know exactly their biographic information. There'll have been fingerprints provided for the application, which will allow us again to not only do forensics on the post-blast investigation, but they'll also be able to tie this from an evidentiary point of view to prosecute them. It'll also be interesting to see, as was suggested before, we'll be able to zero in behind the scenes right now. All the focus is on tightening the noose around him, but there's a lot of work that's being done behind the scenes that the American public doesn't see on going to his place of residence. Right now, I suspect his apartment is being forensically checked as well, and so there's going to be a lot more information that's coming forward in the next few hours.
Juliet, Bunker Hill Community College, it's clear, he may be from Chechnya via Kazakhstan, but he was living, existing here, studying to be an engineer at Bunker Hill.
Right, and we had always believed, I think the last couple of days, that this was a Boston-based attack, simply because it seemed like the culprits probably built the bombs here, they probably walked over, they knew the marathon. So a lot of this is not shocking, although very, very surprising. And then I would also add, what we don't know, and Chad made this point, is they came from another country, and they were here at Bunker Hill College, which is a very good community college here. What we don't know is, do they have ties to an international terrorist organization or any other international organization, or are they just brothers who plan this on their own because they have some belief? It's the difference between a mastermind terrorism attack, like how we thought about 9/11, and these sort of low-grade, to be honest, sort of crazies who plan these kinds of events. That's relevant because that will tell us where the investigation is going to go. Do we care what other what have other countries, have they been involved with it, and sort of the international implications of that we don't know, and that we sort of should reserve judgment on whether they were acting alone or had ties to a larger organization. Right now, obviously, we're focused on the hunt. Chad makes the great point. There is a huge other piece to this no one is seeing, which is all the ties that these two brothers had here in Boston, and whether that leads us to any more knowledge about them. But right now, all we know is that they planned this. Who else they were aligned with, we don't know.
Although one could argue that, obviously, you're not arguing to the contrary, that self-radicalized individuals like Nidal Hassan, the Fort Hood shooter, are the ones that are the biggest risk for this country right now, because intelligence has been so good, and the United States has made so many changes post 9/11 to keep for want of a better term, the bad guys out of the country, that individuals who are in the country and then radicalize themselves in some ways. Nidal Hassan, we know, reached out to, or said to have reached out to Anwar al-Awlaki and radicalized himself.
And that's what we don't know. Sorry, I mean, that's what we just don't know right now, and that is a great part. What we do know is that they tried to rob a 7-Eleven, and so that is sort of good news in the sense that it doesn't seem like they had some major backing to get them out of here. Mastermind terrorists tend not to do that. They have an exit strategy. So we're just putting the pieces together live and just sort of trying to figure out whether there's a major international terrorist plan here, or is it two brothers who plan this on their own?
Let's go to Tom Fuentes, a CNN analyst and former assistant director with the FBI in Washington. I think Juliet has a good point, Tom. I really enjoy hearing your thoughts. The fact that we're told that the brothers went to knock over a 7-Eleven to rob it, that's apparently one of the things that they did last night. The fact that they clearly did not seem to have any sort of elaborate exit strategy or help escaping, although we still do not know whether it was just the two of them. But if it was more than two, it wasn't some big network. That would seem to be a small sliver of good news in this horrible, horrible story.
That's right. It would indicate that they weren't being supported from overseas or sent here to commit an act over here, that they came, and as Juliet has mentioned earlier, came here and then later self-radicalized, let's say, and decided to commit the act. Now, that could be the result, if it's true about the posting on the webpage, that they came, intended to go to school and study and get a degree, but failed to assimilate and later got frustrated. That may have contributed to the thought pattern to do this. I'd like to add one other point. In Canada in 2006, there was a group of terrorists later called the Toronto 18, and they have been tried and convicted in prison. But one of the leaders of that group studied a course in mechanical engineering at a Toronto college, and then he made a recruiting video where in the video he's got a toaster in his living room, wires it up, and is able to create a remote detonator off of a cell phone. He's self-taught, plus internet, plus his college training, put it all together because of that engineering course, and was able to make the device and create the cell phone detonating mechanism to initiate that. As I said, the police later got that videotape because he was showing the tape to other potential applicants to prove how good he was and that he'd be able to do that. So I would be very curious of what courses either brother attended and whether they were able to learn the skills that they need or enhance with internet reading and arson cookbook and everything, anarchist cookbook, I mean, whether or not they were able to put that together and teach themselves as a result how to make those devices that exploded at the marathon.
You know, those are really key questions. Tom Fuentes, sit tight for a second because we want to go to Joe Johns, also on our Washington Bureau right now. Joe, you have some reporting on the plans of these brothers.
Well, we do have some information. We have a little bit more information, but I wouldn't call it so much the plan. Talking to law enforcement officials, they're still in the stage of asking questions, just where these individuals may have learned how to make bombs like this. Who was it that taught them? Did they learn by themselves on the internet, or did they get information from overseas? And what motivated them? What specifically motivated them? These are all the questions authorities are asking. And of course, there's concerns about the explosives. We do know this one individual apparently had explosives on his body. One of the big questions is whether the explosives on his body were detonated by him, were detonated by police shooting at him, or perhaps he was even run into by a car, is one thing that's been suggested to me right now. So as far as the plan, I can't give you that much information because the authorities have not told me. Back to you.
All right, Joe Johns, thank you so much. You know, this attack was obviously planned at some level. The attack was here at the finish line of the Boston Marathon bombing. But the getaway seems to be a little less meticulous. I want to bring back in Chad Sweet right now. Chad, you know, what is your opinion of what happened, not Monday, but after Monday, specifically last night and this morning?
Well, I think, as Juliet said before, when law enforcement and counterterrorism officials study this in the years ahead, this will be a case study on the right way to do this. It's 21st century. counterterrorism, where essentially law enforcement and counterterrorism waited to show the public the photos. That allowed these suspects to essentially get comfortable that they thought they would be able to stay within the perimeter. They only released the photos essentially last evening at 5:15, and what we saw was immediately post that posting, all of these events have unfolded. Some of them we don't know could have been tipped off by public crowdsourcing, where the public was brought in on this. It could have been that they panicked at that point and decided to flee, which led them to become sloppy. But I think a couple other points that Juliet noted, which were excellent, is if we look at how they've conducted themselves throughout this process, it's amazing to watch the missteps, the things like sticking within the perimeter. If you think back to Faisal Shahzad and the Times Square bomber, from the moment of the incident to the moment of apprehension was just over 55 hours or so. But we caught him literally on the plane, on the tarmac, pulling away from JFK Airport. We almost missed him. These two individuals very possibly could have blended into society. We would never have caught them. So this is a fantastic example of the right way to do it. The other point I'd make quickly is that the city of Boston has been a role model for the nation, right? Which is because when this incident happened, they continued to operate around the city in a normal fashion for the most part. The airports were open, etc. But when the moment came, the right moment, that's when they did the lockdown. So they're demonstrating to the nation, this is the way you do modern counterterrorism, is you remain resilient as a nation when these events happen, and then you come together and do this type of all full court press only at the moment when you have the relevant information.
We're looking at live pictures, I believe from Watertown, where there is this massive manhunt going on right now. We're also told there will be a law enforcement press conference later this morning, possibly involving Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick. Details are forthcoming. If you're just joining us, it's been quite a night with one of the suspects in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks killed in a shootout with police. It's possible that he was killed by an explosive device that he was holding on his person. The second suspect in the Boston Marathon terrorist attack. The second suspect, the younger brother of the first, according to some great reporting from Deb Farrick. Let's just to recap on that. The older brother, who was dead, killed in a shootout with police, either by explosives or gunshots or both. The medical professional, the doctor that we spoke with, wouldn't tell us. But he went to Bunker Hill Community College. He and his younger brother, who is the suspect number 2, who is still at large, thought to be in Watertown, Massachusetts, or in the surrounding area. The two of them came from Chechnya. Their family fled Chechnya. They stopped in Kazakhstan before they came here to the United States. The older brother, I believe, is it the older brother or the younger brother who posted that on his Facebook page?
The older brother posted on his Facebook page.
He posted that, I don't have a single American friend. I don't understand them. It said that he did not drink. He did not smoke. We're still waiting to hear more information about what exactly motivated them, although certainly we're picking up clues as to what was going on with them. Most importantly, for people watching right now, Watertown, Massachusetts, if you are in Watertown or the surrounding areas, do not leave your homes. Stay at home unless there is a clearly identified police officer who comes to your door. Do not open your door. Stay there. There is a massive manhunt for what the law enforcement community calls a terrorist who wants to kill people in your area. And that's not just Watertown, but the surrounding areas of Waltham and Cambridge as well.
And someone who is hunkered down right now in her home in Watertown is Danielle Tominio. Danielle, what's it been like over the last few hours as you've been locked in?
It's been pretty frightening. We've heard sirens kind of come by every couple of minutes. I would say probably 45 minutes ago, my husband caught out of the corner of his eye somebody running past our parking lot, wearing a blue hoodie and carrying a backpack and with dark hair. And so we caught, we're a couple blocks away, so it seems like it might not have been the guy, but who's outside? So, so we called 911 and we were both sort of like huddled by the window. What is this that, that we even have to be doing this right now? It's just surreal. So it's, hearing the sirens is a little jarring. At the same time, we're watching CNN right now. We can see all the police coverage and all of the law enforcement. I just saw like a tank on the screen, and it's amazing how our government protects us. So we feel very unsafe, and at the same time people are really trying to keep us safe. So but we're far enough from downtown Boston that I'm just sort of surprised that they're there at all. It wouldn't have seemed to me to be a place that something like this would happen so far from the center of Boston.
We've been given a 1-minute warning. Danielle, thank you so much. Please stay safe. Stay inside until anyone tells you otherwise right now. In about 1 minute, we understand that we are going to see a news conference from Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick, who is now in Watertown right now. We have so much to learn about the activities that have been going on overnight there and really in the surrounding towns as well. Just to bring you up to speed again, subways, buses shut down, schools closed. A manhunt underway for suspect number 2 in the Boston Marathon attacks. One of 2 brothers we now know who came from Chechnya via Kazakhstan. The older brother now dead. He was killed in a shootout with police last night. He was a student at Bunker Hill Community College. He studied engineering there. The younger brother still on the run. This manhunt underway for him. There is some concern that he could have explosives with him. Why? Well, because the brother who did die had explosives on him.
According to a law enforcement source telling that to Joe Johns, that's right. And when we talked to the doctor at Beth Israel Hospital, where suspect number 1 was taken, he was mortally wounded. It is where he died. The doctor would not tell us whether it was the explosion or the gunshots that killed suspect number 1. Suspect number 2, the younger brother, still at large. And if you're in Watertown, you are told to stay inside your house, or the surrounding area, you're told to stay inside your house. Do not open the door unless it is a clearly identified police officer. This evening began quite shockingly just at 5 o'clock or 5:15 when police and law enforcement officials, the FBI, released photographs, images of these 2 suspects, enlisting the help of the public in this pursuit of these 2 individuals suspected of being responsible for the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. After that, about 5 hours later, there was a shootout on the MIT campus. An MIT campus police officer was killed. There was a car chase. There was a pursuit. A transportation police officer, a transit authority police officer was killed. And then the 2 brothers, the 2 suspects, suspect number 1 and suspect number 2, were pursued into Watertown. Suspect number 1 was killed, presumably in the firefight with police officers, although it may have been from the explosion. Suspect number 2 still on the loose.
We do have one more piece of information about suspect number 2. CNN has learned it does appear that suspect number 2 has been in the U.S., we're told, for at least a couple of years, which is interesting. This man, of course, on the run right now. This manhunt underway, centered in Watertown, but the surrounding towns, people in the surrounding towns also told to stay in their homes, be safe. Businesses are closed. Subways and buses not running in out of Boston. Amtrak not running in out of Boston right now. All the local colleges in this great college town, none of them are having classes today. And again, just to bring you the latest reporting, as we await this news conference, the latest reporting comes from our terrific reporter, Deborah Farrick, who shed some light on the 2 brothers who are now believed to be the suspects, are the major suspects, 1 dead, 1 alive, in the Boston Marathon bombings. They are from Chechnya. Apparently they fled Chechnya, went to Kazakhstan, ended up in the United States. The older brother, Deb reports, was a student at Bunker Hill Community College, where he studied engineering. He at one point posted on Facebook that he did not have a single American friend. He said he did not understand them.
We're waiting for a press conference, and you're looking at live images from Watertown, Massachusetts. That's about 8 miles outside of Boston. John and Berman and I are standing here about 2 blocks away from the site of the terrorist attack at the Boston Marathon finish line, which was on Monday morning, or Monday afternoon, rather. Now it is early Friday morning. We have been up all night covering this event as there was a shootout on the MIT campus, and the 2 brothers were pursued to Watertown. One of the brothers has been killed. That is the older brother. The younger brother is still on the loose, and police are attempting a dragnet, attempting to find him somewhere in Watertown or the surrounding areas. If you live in Watertown or the surrounding areas, ranging all the way to Waltham, all the way east to Cambridge, you are advised to stay inside your homes. We are awaiting the press conference any minute now.
All right, as we said, this news conference expected any minute. Stay with us.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're learning more about the Boston Marathon bombing suspects at this very minute. Law enforcement say they are brothers from Chechnya. So the city of Boston is on lockdown this morning. State of high alert all around here. Public schools are closed, as is public transportation, and Amtrak service is shut down into the city. The manhunt for suspect number 2. He is the one wearing the white cap in surveillance pictures. That manhunt is intensifying at this hour. We have a news conference.
A couple points that I want to make, and then I'm going to ask Commissioner Davis from Boston and then Colonel Albin from the State Police to make a statement. We are not going to take questions this morning. I know you have a lot of questions, but obviously we've had a very rapidly developing situation in the course of the night. I've been briefed throughout the night. I think you know the basics, that suspect 1 is dead, suspect 2 is on the run. We have an MBTA officer who is seriously wounded and is in surgery right now. We have an MIT security officer who has been killed. There is a massive manhunt underway. A lot of law enforcement involved in that. To assist that, we have suspended all service on the MBTA, our public transit service, and that will continue until we think it's safe to open all or some of that. We're asking people to shelter in place, in other words, to stay indoors with their doors locked and not to open the door for anyone other than a properly identified law enforcement officer, and that applies here in Watertown, where we are right now, also Cambridge, Waltham, Newton, Belmont, and at this point, all of Boston. All of Boston. This is a serious situation. We're taking it seriously. We're asking the public to take it seriously as well, and to assist law enforcement by following those simple instructions. We've got every asset that we can possibly muster on the ground right now. They are doing a terrific job and working in concert with each other, but we are going to need the public to help us help them stay safe. Let's see, where are you, Commissioner?
Right behind you, Governor. Thank you, Governor. As the Governor said, this is a rapidly developing situation. Within the last half hour, we've received information that I have communicated to Mayor Menino. Mayor Menino has asked me to come here and to tell you that the shelter-in-place recommendation has been extended throughout the city of Boston. There's a lot of information coming in. We're working very closely with federal authorities in Washington. We are examining all databases, all potential leads, and there are officers that are moving around the city right now. Please be patient with us, work with us. If you see anything suspicious, let us know. We are trying to make this safe as quickly as possible, but this is an ongoing situation. I want to stress that. This is an ongoing situation.
I'm Colonel Timothy Alvin. First, I want to start by saying thank you to each and every one of you. You've gotten the message out there to the neighborhood. I have to ask you to continue to do that. Our number one priority right now is with these neighborhoods here in Watertown and making them safe and finding this individual. That's what we're committed to. We need more time. We're making significant progress up there, but it may take hours to do this. So please bear with us. I know that there is a lot of questions, and we'll have plenty of time to address those after this. But for right now, this is about public safety. This is about the Watertown neighborhood. So please give us that leeway. We'll be back shortly. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's good.
You were just watching a live press conference in Watertown, Massachusetts, which was ground zero of a massive manhunt for one of the suspects in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks on Monday. We just heard from Tim Albin. He's the head of Massachusetts State Police. Before him was Boston Police Chief Ed Davis, and before him, Massachusetts Governor Deval Patrick. John and Juliet, we were talking about this earlier. We've been covering this all night. It started out just in Watertown. Right. Then a few hours later, they expanded and they said anyone in Watertown or the surrounding areas, Waltham, Cambridge, do not leave your house. Stay in your house. Do not open the door unless you see an obviously clearly identified police officer. And there we heard Governor Patrick. He expanded it even more. The entire city in Boston, the entire city of Boston, that residents being asked, stay in your homes, do not open the door unless you see a clearly identified police officer. A remarkable turn of events.
I mean, Tom Fuentes is with us right now, former assistant director of the FBI. Tom, have you ever seen anything like this? An entire city, a major metropolitan area, everyone being told to simply stay home? Tom was not with us right now. Juliet, let me ask you, you are from Boston right now. This is affecting you and your family, I should add.
Yes,
also, but again, this entire area, people being told to stay home.
Yes, it's unprecedented, but it's being done for the utmost caution. This is to keep people off the streets, then relieves the public safety officials to do the one thing that we all want them to do today, which is, of course, to find the second suspect. So it is disconcerting. It's disconcerting for people who are from Boston, but it's being done with the utmost caution, and it's probably, I have to say, unprecedented in modern history.
All right, there is a lot going on, and we are getting a lot more information right now about these two suspects. One dead, one alive. This information coming to us from Deborah Farrick right now, who joins us now from Watertown. Deborah, what's the latest?
Just to update you and reset sort of what we were saying, they are two brothers. These two men, the two suspected marathon bombers, the two brothers believed to be 26 and 19 years old. We have their names. We're not going to be releasing them right now. We're being told by a source that they fled the Russian Caucasus of Chechnya several years ago during the conflict, and then they went to Kazakhstan, and that's where they were staying before they came to Boston. They are Muslim. The older brother, the one who was killed, the one in the black hat, he did not drink, he did not smoke. He went to Bunker Hill Community College. He wanted to become an engineer, but then we are told that he took a year off because he was into boxing and also martial arts. So he is the one who was killed. The big concern is that when he was killed, he seemed to have explosives on him. The big concern, of course, is whether he was killed by a law enforcement officer during the chase, during the car chase that took place last night, or whether he had an explosive on him that detonated, whether he self-detonated himself. He was with his brother. They were tight. They were traveling together. They had stayed hidden for about 3 days together underground. Nobody apparently seeing them or knowing who they were, if they did see them, until those photographs were released. The white hat, the 19-year-old, he is now on the run, as we all know. But again, a lot of information. It is developing very, very quickly. We understand that there may be a website. There may have been a website in a Russian language. We are looking into that right now. But we do know that the older brother, who had been here for a number of years, posted on the website, his own website, I don't have a single American friend. I just don't understand them. I don't understand them. So all of this is sort of...
Did you say we were shot?
Thank you. We'll update further later. Thank you.
We just want to let you guys know a couple of things. There are porta potties here for you. We're bringing more water in. We're
speaking there for a moment. We missed them. We'll find out what they said. Deb, please resume with what you were saying.
Sorry, I was just...
Deb Farrick, are you there?
Down there. Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me? Jake? Jake?
Yeah, sorry. Go
Jake,
ahead.
John?
I apologize for interrupting.
No worries, no worries.
Deb Farrick,
it's a very fluid situation, as we all know. I can hear you, Jake.
All right.
Can you hear me, Jake? Jake, can you hear me?
Yeah, please
Jake?
proceed with what you were saying. I apologize.
Okay, sorry, not at all, not at all. So the two brothers are traveling together. Of course, right now the very big fear is that the younger one may be desperate. He's been up since about midnight. He's on the run. You can see how he's so outmanned right now. There are thousands of law enforcement personnel on the ground. They do believe that he is in this area. They've been bringing people in. We've seen troops, National Guard, who are coming in, whether that's to secure the perimeter, but all of them very heavily armed. So we're learning a little bit more about who these two brothers were. One thing that law enforcement is telling us, a terror source is telling us, and that is, look, we cannot make the leap and say that these two young men were radicalized in Chechnya. That's a big fear, and that raises it to a whole new level. You know, what they're looking into right now is whether they were radicalized here in the United States. That's the bigger question, and how, if they were, why? So all of that is under investigation, but just because they were from the Russian Caucasus of Chechnya doesn't necessarily mean that's where the whole thing started. It may have simply started when they came here, tried to fit in to Boston, and for whatever reason, whether they did or they did not, or why they wanted to do this, why they were thinking about doing this, that's the big unknown right now. There's simply no known motive, at least none that we know of. Jake?
And one of the things that our security analysts here have been pointing out is the fact that he was enrolled at a university could be a treasure trove of data points for which to investigate how he was living, what he was studying, what he was doing while he was here. And investigators, no doubt, looking into that at this very moment as they continue this manhunt, which is underway in Watertown and in the surrounding areas. Let's go down to Don Lemon right now, who is on the ground in Watertown. Don, what's happening where you are?
They have tape for the bus.
Just as you guys were talking there to Deb, you know, earlier we saw 3 buses of police officers. 7 buses, I counted, of police officers on Boston public transportation buses going into Watertown, into this 20-block area that they have basically essentially blocked. Really, the entire town of Watertown is on lockdown. Also, we have seen the National Guard coming into Watertown as well to look, police officers going door to door, and I would imagine that they will be part of that as well, to lock down this particular town of Watertown, and also to go door to door. As we have been reporting all morning, people have been told to stay in place, to be locked in place here. Do not let anyone in your home unless you know it is a police officer, unless you know it is a member of the armed services. You have to look for identification and check identification. And speaking to police officers here as they come by to tell us, quite frankly, to be careful, because this suspect, they don't know what kind of ammunition he has, what kind of weapon he has. They know that he has long rifles, and they said those long rifles can go far. And this person, they believe, is in this area, and he feels like a trapped animal. And if he comes out, they don't know if he's going to want to go out in a hail of gunfire. So they're telling the media, who are the only people who are allowed on the streets right now, to be particularly careful and to be particularly safe. But again, 7 more buses of police officers going into Watertown. And just a little bit earlier, we saw a bomb disposal device as well, a truck with a huge round circular ball on the back, where they put whatever device it is inside and then they detonate it. We saw that going into here as well. So again, unprecedented. I've been doing this for 20-some years, and I have never seen anything like this. An entire town, and now the entire city of Boston, on shelter in place. It's unbelievable, John and Jake.
Don Lemon, thanks to you in Watertown. We have seen buses filled with police officers driving behind us all morning. It really is an extraordinary sight. Thanks so much, Don.
And one of the things we've also been hearing about, we've heard about at least 1 or 2 of these, is these controlled detonations, controlled explosions, because these 2 brothers, one now dead, the other one on the loose, used explosives, however expertly. There are a lot of fears of explosives being scattered throughout the city. So we've already heard of at least 1 or 2 controlled detonation by police, finding packages, suspicious packages that they didn't know what they were, getting rid of them per the bomb disposal unit. We know that the brothers, according to police, were using explosives last night. We're told by a law enforcement source that the brother, suspect number 1, who is now dead, is thought to have had explosives on his person in some way, whether it was a suicide bomb or whether he was just holding some sort of explosive. We don't know as of now, but it's thought that he had it on him, which is one of the reasons why suspect number 2 is thought to be so deadly, because nobody knows just what kind of ordnance he has on him, whether it's a gun, whether or not he has any sort of explosive. We're going to go to find out a little bit more about Chechnya in a minute. But before we do that, one of the facts that we know from Deb Favorick's great reporting is that, well, actually, you know what? We're going to report the name of the dead brother right now. So let me just say, several sources tell CNN that the dead suspect has been identified as Tamerlan Tsarnaev. I might be mispronouncing that, of course. Tamerlan Tsarnaev. He's age 26. The one still being sought is Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, age 19. Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. It is, in all probability, I'm botching the pronunciations of those names. But one of the things that we know is that these brothers are from Chechnya. Now, that does not mean that they were radicalized in Chechnya at all. It could be that they came here and they self-radicalized, or something else happened. All that is their ethnicity.
Let's go to Phil Black, who's in Moscow right now. Phil, what can you tell us right now about the situation in Chechnya, Russia, Chechen relations between the Chechens and the United States? What's the overall situation?
The situation in Chechnya at the moment is actually reasonably stable, but Chechnya itself and the regions immediately around it have effectively been a source of an Islamist insurgency in this country for, well, something close to 20 years now. Russia has fought 2 brutal wars in Chechnya to put down an Islamist separatist movement, which it has effectively done. But ever since putting an end to those separatist ambitions from these people who wanted to establish their own Islamic Chechen state, break away from Russia. Russia crushed that movement, but there has still been an ongoing insurgency with Chechen fighters, Dagestani fighters from another neighbouring region, also Ingushetia as well. Within this region, there have been Islamist insurgents and terrorists who, over the last 10 years or so, have regularly been staging attacks, brutal, effective attacks in Moscow and in other parts of Russia as well. The most recent was here in Moscow at one of its main airports at Domodedovo in January 2011, where a bombing there killed more than 30 people. And throughout the 2000s, there have been regular attacks, some of them truly spectacular. In 2002, there was a siege here in a Moscow theatre where around 800 people or so were taken hostage for a number of days, and in the end more than 100 people were killed as Russian security forces stormed that theatre and put an end to that. So there is certainly a history of Russia dealing with this terror threat here. It is why Russia takes internal security very, very seriously. And within those regions surrounding Chechnya now, there is still very much an ongoing conflict with Russian soldiers, Russian security services, Russian police regularly fighting, often dying, in armed battles with these insurgents who continue to pose a threat to the security of this country.
All right, Phil Block in Moscow, thank you so much.
And we should underline that we still, even though these brothers, one of them now dead, and we've given their names, one of them on the loose, even though they are from Chechnya originally, we have no idea their motivations as of now. Right. We can suspect their motivations, but we do not know them. We do not know that they have anything to do with Chechnya. We do not know that they have anything to do with their religion. We just know who they are. One's dead, and the other's on the loose. One other fact I want to get to before we go to Joe Johns covering law enforcement, law and justice for us, is Bunker Hill Community College. This is one of the things we do know for sure about these brothers, is that the one who was killed, the older brother, who was 26 years old, he attended Bunker Hill Community College. He was studying engineering. I'm not from here. You guys are. All I know about Bunker Hill Community College is that that's where Robin Williams taught in Good Will Hunting. So explain to me exactly what Bunker Hill Community College is.
A lot of people drive by it on 93 coming into the city. It's a familiar sight for a lot of people. Not necessarily if you're out of town, you don't know about it. There are a lot of prestigious universities here, but a lot of them are very expensive. So if you're from around here locally, it is a very good place to get an education for a lot less money. I think it's safe to say that.
Yeah, and Jake, I mean, I think it is so important to reiterate what you were just saying, that we know so little about them and their motivation, and whether they're connected to some international historical debate between Chechnya and Russia. Right. People do really bad things for all sorts of reasons. What their religion is or where they're from is not necessarily tied to that. It's going to be there's going to be a lot of things unearthed about these two. They clearly together plan something very horrible. But whether that goes much further, we really don't know. And whether it's tied to where they're from or their religion, that is now just guessing at this stage.
We do know whoever carried out these attacks, they're sociopaths. Right. I mean, they're horrible, horrible people, and their actions were completely evil.
And terrorists,
and terrorists. Beyond that, we don't know. I want to go to Joe Johns in our Washington, D.C. bureau. That's where he's going to talk to us about the latest in the law enforcement. He's our crime and justice correspondent. Joe, what have you learned?
Sort of keeping with that theme, we've determined a little bit more information from our law enforcement source about the level of desperation and even chaos in the overnight scene there in that area. One law enforcement official telling me that these fellows may have been brothers, but they carjacked a car, and there was a firefight, as we know. And according to this law enforcement source, one brother actually drove over or hit the other brother with this car they had carjacked after the firefight occurred. One brother runs over the other brother with a car in making his escape. And about that car, I'd also been told earlier this morning by a law enforcement authority that the officials actually say these two brothers, when they carjacked this car, they told the driver of that car that they were, in fact, the marathon bombers. So it gives you a little bit of a feel for the kind of chaos and desperation and craziness that has brought us to the point we're at now. Back to you.
Wow, Joe Johns, what details there that one brother somehow in the chaos of the moment actually drove over or hit the other brother in the chaos of this car chase. And again, that other amazing detail, the brothers identified themselves to the man who the carjacked car that they carjacked, the driver, they identified themselves as the marathon bombers. Extraordinary.
One big bit of news here, a development. We know that public transportation in the city of Boston has been suspended. We know that people in and around Boston are being told by the governor and law enforcement to stay in their homes, as if to reiterate the point. All the schools are closed, all the universities are closed. People are told not to open their businesses. And now we've been told that taxi cab service in Boston, taxi cab service has been suspended as well, as if there was any doubt that the city is on lockdown. Now cabs are also off limits.
Boston is closed for business this morning as this investigation continues. I want to go to Barbara Starr, who's just joining us right now. I want to get a sense of what the intelligence community is saying about these overnight and early morning developments.
Well, good morning. You know, we want to start where you guys have been all morning long. Although it is believed these two suspects came from an area near Chechnya, the breakaway republic in Russia. No one is saying that they are politically motivated by their Chechen origins at this point. We simply don't know that. We do not know what motivated them. But the intelligence community is looking at this very carefully, trying to figure it all out and see if there are things that they do need to know. Was it politically motivated by the history of Chechnya with Russia? Also, there are a number of Chechen fighters over the years that have been affiliated with al-Qaeda, fighting throughout the war on terror in Afghanistan, in Iraq, and now there are said to be many Chechen fighters in Syria. Again, we don't know if that's related to this, but it is something that they're looking at because the whole history of the dissident, the militant movement in Chechnya is something that the U.S. intelligence community follows very, very carefully. They will want to know, these two men, relatively young, were they sympathizers? Were they of that ideology? Was it totally unrelated to any of that? No answers yet, but these are the threads that they're starting to look at. And it's very interesting because up until late yesterday, all the sources we were talking to said they couldn't find any evidence of an international link. They weren't ruling it out, but they simply had no evidence. There had been no chatter, no discussion, no phone intercepts, no internet postings that they knew of. Now, looking at the social media pages of these suspects, going back, looking at everything one more time.
All right, Barbara Starr, thanks so much. We're going to go now to Eric Machado, who apparently knew or knows the younger brother, the one still being sought, and I'm going to mispronounce his name, but I believe it's Dzhokhar Tsarnaev. He's on the loose. His older brother, who's 26, Tamerlan Tsarnaev, has been killed in a firefight with police officers. I'm probably mispronouncing his name, but please tell us your story. How do you know him, and tell us more about him, anything you know.
Well, I went to high school with Jahar. I knew him as Jahar. I mean, he graduated in a class below me, but he was good friends with a bunch of us. I know he worked at Harvard University as a lifeguard just recently, so I don't know if what the deal is there. I mean, we hung out, we partied, we was good high school friends, and a bunch of all of my high school kids, everybody, we're all like in shock. We don't really understand. Like, I mean, because there was no telltale signs of any kind of malicious behavior from Jahar. It's all coming as a shock, really.
What town did he live in? Can you tell us about his family? Anything you may know about his life?
Well, I live on Columbia Street, which is just a street over from Norfolk Street. So he lived literally maybe a block away from me. I mean, as far as I know, I didn't know his close personal family, but I mean, I knew Jahar, and he didn't show any malicious, signs. No evidence that would lead any of us to really believe that he would be capable of something like this.
Did you know his older brother, the one who has apparently been killed in a firefight with police officers?
No, I did not know his older brother. I didn't even really know he had an older brother, to be honest.
What else can you tell us about Jahar? He was 19 years old. Did he graduate from high school?
Yeah,
did he go to college? Did he have a job?
He went to Amherst, University of Amherst, UMass. I believe he's on break. He was on break at this point, given April vacation. Yeah, I mean, he worked at Harvard University. I believe as a lifeguard. I've been told from a friend of mine who was also a lifeguard. It's really blowing like all over social media. Everybody's kind of in shock that he would do this. I know from the photos that the FBI had released, the way he wore his hat is pretty a telltale sign of Jahar. That's something he would normally do, is wear his hat backwards. And I mean, I had once I saw the photos, I kind of had an idea that it was him, but you never want to really. I mean, I didn't want to throw somebody that I knew personally under the bus and kind of assume that it was him. It was kind of more of a joke, like, oh yeah, that looks like Jahar, but clearly it was not a joke, and should have been taken a little more seriously on my part and probably some of my friends as well. But it's not something we could ever predict, and it was kind of a shock.
Is there anything that you know from Jahar's background, any sort of trauma, any sort of horrific event in his life that you know of that might have led him into this horrible, horrible world? No, not that I can really point out. I know a friend of mine has we've been in contact this morning, and he had told me that that there was a conversation that him and another close friend of mine had just recently, maybe about 6 months to a year ago, in regards to terrorism, the acts of terror not being a serious issue if you come from a place that I come from, and those comments kind of they obviously red flag in my head, like, okay, well, if he's willing to say something like that, then the events that happened as of recently would warrant something like it would warrant something that has happened. I don't know. It's just it doesn't really make sense, and I don't want to point fingers, but I mean it's a lot, man. We all went to high school with him. Like we would see him in the hallways, and he'd say hi to a kid that just normal kid, and to think that he's capable of something like this is beyond belief.
It's got to be very difficult. We're on the phone with Eric Machado right now, who was a high school schoolmate at Cambridge in Latin with Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, the younger of the two suspects.
I believe it is pronounced. Jahar, right? Is that
Jahar Tsarnaev? Can you pronounce that for us?
As far as I know, that was his name. I mean, we all addressed him as Jahar. But I mean, I can understand where the nickname comes from.
Did he ever discuss his background to you, where he was born, where he grew up before he moved here?
No, he didn't. No, that never really came up. I mean, Cambridge in Latin. One of our slogans that actually my class implemented is diversity, and we come from a very diverse school. So I mean, we have people from all walks of life. I mean, from all parts of Asia to parts in Africa, Ethiopia, Eritrea. I mean, all over. I mean, there's kids that represent every nation in this country, and so you never want to assume that somebody comes from a malicious background or comes from something like that. And I wouldn't say that he ever spoke about anything that serious. No.
And Eric, this must be a profoundly bewildering and horrifying turn of events for you, but I have to say, Jahar is still a fugitive. He is out there. We have no idea if he's even watching us right now. If he is watching us right now, what do you, as a friend of his, want to say to him?
Man, Jahar, I just hope that, whatever. I mean, I hope that, whoever kind of led him in this direction, because I don't believe it was, his own thinking. I think, he was clearly, pressured into this. But, man, like, just don't do anything stupid. Turn yourself in if you're still out there. I mean, it's not really worth it at this point. They're scouring everywhere. I mean, I hope he takes into consideration the families that were, hurt by this, and really considers, his actions at this point. Because, I mean, it's terrible to see that, the tragedy that everybody has been faced with in the last couple of days, and kind of the emotion that the whole nation is kind of under, like the scared emotion that everybody is kind of, police and army and everybody walking around, and it's not something that people want to, feel in their everyday lives. People want to just be able to carry on and do certain things, and things like this only bring, fear into people's lives, and it's terrible.
It's got to be terrible for you, Eric. You or any of your friends had any contact with him over the last several months? Anyone who can identify where he's been or what he's been doing? No, personally, I have not had contact with him, but I know that he's was currently employed at Harvard, so I would look into maybe the staff over there, somebody who was a coworker maybe, but no, I can't say that any of my friends, my circle of friends, has been in close contact with him. I know a couple of people are followers of his on Twitter, and vice versa. But as far as face-to-face contact, I can't be too sure.
All right, Eric, stay on the line. One of our producers is going to talk to you. We're going to come back to you, and we're also going to want to talk to you more. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and your views and your history with Jahar, the fugitive who is wanted in connection with the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks on Monday, and then, of course, this horrific manhunt that's going on right now. In some other breaking news, we've been told that the Federal Aviation Administration has issued temporary ceasing of flights over Boston, a 3.5 nautical mile radius. So that's the latest. So not only are there no trains or public transportation or cabs in Boston, you can no longer fly in or out of Boston as of right now. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll get right back to this incredibly enormous breaking story.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back, everyone. John Berman here along with Jake Tapper. We are following this amazing breaking news out of Boston, the entire area right now. Two big developments to tell you about. First, the city of Boston right now simply on lockdown. No taxis, no public transportation. We just learned the airspace is effectively shut down. And we have some new information about the two suspects in the Boston Marathon bombings. They're identified as brothers from Chechnya. Jake, you do a better job of pronouncing it. I'll let you do it.
I don't know about that. Tamerlan Tsarnaev, age 26, he is dead. He is suspect number one, the one that was seen in the black hat in the photographs that the FBI released yesterday. His younger brother, who's 19 years old, Jahar Tsarnaev, he is still at large, and police are combing through the entire city of Boston. And we started out just a warning for people in Watertown to stay in their homes, and that expanded to other areas, including Waltham and Cambridge. And now it is the entire city of Boston. People are being told, stay in your homes.
And one of the things that's remarkable, we just got off a phone with a man who says he's a high school classmate of Jahar right there, who said that Jahar went to Cambridge Rindge and Latin, which is a very nice school, a very good public school in the area.
He said he was a normal kid. You see him, he knew nothing about this. He did say he didn't even know Jahar had an older brother. His older brother is was, because he's now dead, 7 years older than him. He did not even know he had an older brother, and he, Eric, was convinced that his friend Jahar, who is now a fugitive, wanted for his part in the murder of at least 4 individuals, 3 during the Boston Marathon terrorist attack, and MIT police officer last night, that he was a nice, normal kid, and he was convinced, Eric was convinced, that somebody had led him into this life of terrorism.
And Jahar is one of the two brothers that our Deb Ferrick says comes from an area near Chechnya right now. They emigrated to the Boston area. We understand that they've been here for at least a few years. And right now, a door-to-door search is underway in the town of Watertown, Massachusetts, as police look for Jahar, the younger one of these brothers. This follows a night of violence, really, that began with the fatal shooting of an MIT campus police officer. That happened at about 10:20 p.m. Right after that came a carjacking. Police say the two suspects were in the car. There was a shootout with police in Watertown. The man identified by the FBI as suspect number one. We now know that to be the older Tsarnaev brother. He was shot. He later died after being taken to one of the local area hospitals right now. Other reporters of ours say that he had explosives on him. It may have been an explosive device that actually killed him.
The doctor told us that he had burns on him, and he also had bullet wounds. It's not clear which of those two horrible traumas killed him at the end of the day.
We want to bring you Elizabeth Cohen right now, who is on the ground very near where the suspect lived. Elizabeth, what can you tell us?
John, what I can tell you is that just 1 block away is the street where Jahar Tsarnaev lived. It's called Norfolk Street. You might be able to catch a peek of that yellow crime scene tape. And just within the past half hour, CNN producer Jessica Metzger saw police come out of his building with a woman. They didn't appear to be arresting her or apprehending her in any way. They were just speaking with her. Now, we also have here with us a neighbor.
Guys, you got to come to us. Listen. Okay.
We also have
a huge caravan, Jake, John, a huge caravan of cars. We can smell smoke right now. There's a helicopter up in the air, but the smell of smoke is in the air is definite. So there's a huge presence here. Look at all these cars that are coming. Something just happened. We don't know what it is. Let me catch my breath. We don't know what it is, but we can tell you that we smell smoke. There are people that are running to the center there. You've got cars going straight. You've got cars peeling to the right. Whether they've cordoned off this block, whether they've squared off this block, we don't know, but we can see a helicopter that is up in the air. Something has just happened. A couple of police officers are running. We've got a dog that's on its way. Interesting, that dog is barking. Whether that's a canine, we don't know, but we can smell smoke. We can smell, there was something in the air. It's now passed over to us, but something definitely went off. We don't know what it is. Okay, so now that you see what's going on around here, and now that I catch my breath a little bit, we want to update you just momentarily to let you know we have additional information on the young man. Let's just take a look. I'm just going to actually let these pictures play out. Let's take a look for just a moment.
Yeah, Deb, it's Jake Tapper here. Just a quick question for you: can you identify the type of helicopter that it is? Is it an Army helicopter? Is it a National Guard helicopter? Is it a police helicopter?
It looks like a police helicopter, Jake. It definitely looks like a police helicopter that's up in the air. But it happened quickly, and the amount of presence that got to this scene, it was absolutely timed for the smell of smoke that we ourselves just experienced. So again, a lot of activity. But Jake, I want to, and I don't know whether you have this in the system, but I want to update you on a couple of new pieces of information that we have received and that has been cleared. In his profile, the 19-year-old, the white hat man, wrote that his worldview was Islam. We're being moved. You can see we're being moved right now. Officer, what's going on? I
don't know, but I need you across the street to keep you safe. That's what I'm doing.
Okay.
So can you please go across the street?
All right. So we're going to let's go portable for a minute. We're going to walk across the street. We got a team here. Jake, if you can sort of follow us. My guys are going to take the stuff. But Jake, listen. So the worldview on the web page is Islam. That's what he says. His personal property, it's career money. But what is interesting is when you get to the section that says send a gift, and that gift, according to the website, is you see a picture of TNT, a second sort of picture of TNT. You then see a brick and a third picture of TNT. These are sort of icons, the emoticons that are on his personal website. We're moving back. Clearly, there's a lot going on, and I hope you can kind of bear with us. A little bit of chaos. We're being moved back. Then when you click on, it also says another send a gift. And in the second page, you've got a picture of a sun. Then you've got 3 cop cars. Now, whether that is a suggestion, whether that is an indication of what he was thinking, the 2 sections on send a gift, you've got TNT. The second section on send a gift, you've got police cars. So that's a couple of more pieces of information that we've got right now. We're moving back, as you can see. I think what we're going to do, Jake, right now is we're going to send it back to you, unless you guys want to stick with us. It's your call.
Now, Deb, one second here. Let me at least clearly there's something going on where you are in Watertown right now. The police interacting with you, asking you to move. Just reset for a second. Explain to us when this latest round of activity started and exactly how it unfolded.
Okay, so we were standing here, and all of a sudden we saw a helicopter come into focus, and so we focused up on the helicopter. And as we did so, we didn't hear anything. Now, it may have just been because the sound of the helicopter was drowning everything else out. But, and you can see the helicopter that's there up in the sky. And that's when I began to smell the smoke. The smoke was very definite, and we saw a huge presence of automobiles.
Deb, while you're talking, I just want to explain to the viewers that we're looking at live pictures right now of some major law enforcement activity going on in Watertown, Massachusetts, right outside Boston. The Watertown area is where Jahar, the younger brother, the 19-year-old, was last seen by law enforcement officials, and now there is apparently some major activity going on. You heard some sort of explosion, smelled smoke. There was a huge rush of police into the area. I'm trying to see what exactly that vehicle.
Some kind of assault vehicle.
Some sort of up-armored assault vehicle is in the area. You said you saw an army helicopter.
There's the helicopter
you believe
right
it to be, or a police helicopter rather, in the air. So I just want people to know what it is exactly they're looking at. Civilians and the media are being escorted even farther away from the action. And with that explanation, Deb, please continue. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Okay, so the one thing we do want to clarify is we didn't hear anything, and I think one of the reasons we may not have heard anything is because all of a sudden we saw the presence of a helicopter. It looks to us, from our vantage point at this distance, to be a police helicopter. We saw that helicopter. It was the first helicopter we'd seen, and we actually pointed that out earlier. We were talking amongst ourselves, and we said, it's kind of strange that there isn't any sort of air surveillance. Then we saw the helicopter. We began to focus on the helicopter, and you can see it's stationary. It seems to be hovering over a particular location. We don't know whether this is eyes in the sky. We don't know whether it's giving real-time information to the guys on the ground. Both of those possibilities clearly likely, or possible, I should say. But once that helicopter got in the air, we realized that there was a distinct and heavy smell of smoke. We don't know what it is, and just to sort of put things in perspective, it could be that there was a device that was found and was detonated. It could be something more. But we do know that all of a sudden there was a massive rush of police cars and vehicles that went to that distinct area. And what they did is, in law enforcement terms, they squared the block. Some went straight, some went to the right. They were basically cordoning off a particular area, an area where you can see the helicopter there in the air. And it is whatever it is seeing. It is seeing what's going on in real time. We've got some SWAT, some tactical guys standing on the corner. They're in full gear. They've got their hands on the barrel of their guns, not the barrel, the base of their guns, and they're all at high alert, Jake. So this is all unfolding now. And taking in deep breaths, see if I can smell anything more. I don't think I can.
The wind shifted.
But the wind has definitely shifted. Gabe Ramirez, who's been up all night working on this and who saw an arrest of somebody who was later released, he says that clearly the wind has shifted. But they're moving us back. We've moved back. We're going to have to get more of our stuff. And actually, Lawrence, if I could send you out there to get the rest of our stuff, that would be great. And we'll clear out so they don't have any bags that they need to worry about. Again, this is happening. We're just showing you what we're experiencing. You're kind of experiencing it live with us.
Obviously, a very large law enforcement presence where you are, Deb Farrick, right now. A lot of activity where you are right now. Deb, we are looking at the pictures that I believe are behind you of that vehicle walking in, and those heavily armed officers right there. You're looking at a man in a flak jacket right there. And Deb, as we said, they are moving you back from that scene. Are police giving you any indication of what kind of activity is going on?
No, they're not. They're not. Everybody, no, they're not giving us any sense of what's going on. And you know, now as I'm looking, there's a black backpack under the tree, and clearly you can't look at a backpack without being nervous right now. You know, one thing that I was told by somebody who's sort of keeping an eye on the situation, that is, if you hear something
on the rooftop, they're holding their guns on the rooftop.
Okay, take a look. Jake, John, can you see? And actually, I think we were going to delay this. We want to delay this. Actually, I think we were on a delayed signal, correct, guys? We're on a delayed. I think we were on a delayed signal, correct, guys? We're on a delayed signal, correct? You know, we're going to ask you to.
Okay, guys, what we're going to do here.
I think we need to cut away.
It's a delay right now.
Cut away.
Just I want to make sure viewers know. No, that's fine. We want to make sure viewers know that we are filming this, but you're not watching it precisely live. We're putting it on delay so that we don't show anything inappropriate, and we don't show anything unduly violent. We don't show anything that compromises security.
This is Watertown, Massachusetts, where developments have been happening all night. This is the town where the shootout was, where one of the suspected Boston Marathon bombers was hit. He was later taken to a hospital, and he died. This is Watertown, Massachusetts, where the remaining suspect is believed to be at large right now. One of these two Chechnyan brothers on the run. This enormous manhunt underway. Watertown shut down. This enormous police presence right there. As you can see, we're looking at these pictures right now, which we are, again, delaying because we believe there's a lot going on right now. We want to make sure we don't do anything untoward. Let's go to Elizabeth Cohen, who is on the ground near there, too. It is also near some large degree of activity. Elizabeth?
Hi, Jahar Tsarnaev, the younger of the two brothers. Yes, I'm right here. I'm right here in Cambridge. This is the town next. I'm right here in Cambridge. It's the town next to Boston. And a block down from me, you may be able to see the yellow crime tape, is Norfolk Street, which is where Jahar Tsarnaev, the 19-year-old brother, lived at 410 Norfolk Street. And they have blocked off that entire block, and it's filled with FBI personnel. You can see them everywhere. And just about half an hour ago, Jessica Metzger, a CNN producer, saw, and actually they're putting up new tape right now, she saw a policemen walk into 410 Norfolk, where he lived, and come out with a woman. They didn't appear to be arresting her. They didn't appear to be apprehending her, but they were definitely with a woman and were interested in speaking with her. Now, I have here right with me, he's got to go under the crime scene tape, Peter Hanley, who is a neighbor. You live a couple of doors down from 5 doors down. Just 5 doors down. And what happened just moments ago?
So for the morning, we knew a lot was going on in Watertown. We never expected that it would come towards Cambridge again after last night's events. We were following things on TV, on Twitter, trying to inform ourselves. We knew that there was a lockdown going on. Then the Cambridge police tweeted that Norfolk Street was of interest.
Hold on, I'm just going to tell you right now, we are showing live pictures of police activity in Watertown. Again, we're in Cambridge, where Jahar Tsarnaev lived at 410 Norfolk Street. And here with me is Peter Hanley, who is a neighbor. And so you got a knock on the door this morning.
A knock on the door this morning and a very, very quick call to get out of here. It's time to evacuate. So myself and my 3 housemates, we very quickly grabbed what we had. I think my housemate is in pajamas someplace around here on the street, so we got out of there as quick as we could.
I mean, that's so frightening.
Yeah, definitely a little too close to home, pardon the pun, but it's we'll do whatever we need to do to help the police. It's unexpected. It's a great little neighborhood. Everyone's really friendly, diverse neighborhood. I looked at those photographs last night. This guy did not jump out at me as somebody who was living on our street. There's families, there's young professionals. This is not a guy that I recognize from our street.
But this is a very dense neighborhood. As you said, people from all over the world. You're from Ireland.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't jump out at you. I mean, everyone looks like they belong here.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. And, you know, as I said, it's a very diverse neighborhood. It's a friendly place. I've been living here now for 4 years.
Okay, Peter Hanley, thank you so much, Peter. Okay, back to you.
Elizabeth, we're going to come back to you. We're going to come back to you in a second. We're going to go to Brooke Baldwin right now, who is about a block away. She's on the phone. Brooke, what are you seeing?
Jake, I am staring down the street, Norfolk Street, which is where these two suspects apparently live with, according to this accurate search, this 40s man, perhaps the father. I am staring at a huge swarm of black SUVs. So just in the last couple of minutes, some FBI agents have gotten out of the cars. We've seen their guns walking down Norfolk, walking toward the scene that we cannot access. So just to set the scene, there are dozens of members of the press here sort of watching and waiting to see what's going on. As we've been watching agents go toward this home, toward this apartment, we have seen families, babies, dogs being walked away because we now know that this whole area has been evacuated. Two things I want to get across. I'm staring at an ambulance at the very end of this street. Is someone in it? I don't know, but the lights are blinking. And I also am looking at a big black SUV that actually is now pulled away that was blinking as well. And a colleague here saw someone handcuffed, placed in the car, and that SUV is now gone. But in addition to police, Jake, we have seen a number of FBI agents roll up on the scene in the last couple of minutes. Huge scene here.
We're seeing, Brooke, we are looking at pictures right now of a lot of law enforcement activity on top of roofs. We've seen really armored assault vehicles or law enforcement vehicles going in with any number of law enforcement officials headed to this scene. We just saw Deb Farrick, who just saw a sudden burst of activity where she was standing. Let me ask you this. Where you are right now, has this been a consistent presence, or has there just been an uptick in the activity?
Actually, you know what? We're going to break away from Brooke Baldwin right now. We're going to go to Deb Farrick, who is on the scene in Watertown, breaking away from Brooke Baldwin, who I believe is in Cambridge. Deb, what are you seeing in Watertown right now? We're watching these live images that come through with individuals, law enforcement on roofs, drawing guns. What are you seeing? What's going on?
Okay. This is what I'm being told preliminarily. What they are looking at is they are looking at perhaps an associate or somebody who is known to this particular individual, to the white hat man. Not clear whether he's the one who is inside, but clearly there's somebody or something of interest in that home. Whether that may have been a place where they were hiding, whether they just happened to be there, why they ended up in this particular area, that is a big question. I'm also told they're being especially careful. We had earlier reported that, in fact, the older brother, the 26-year-old guy in the black hat, that he had some sort of a device on him, some sort of an explosive device. We're also now being told that there was a trigger attached to the device that he was wearing. That raises things up considerably, whether in fact he meant to detonate or whether he was planning on detonating, because that totally changes the game. So that's why they're being extra special cautious in terms of what they're doing now. This whole area has now been blocked off. This is a complete frozen zone as law enforcement does exactly what they have to do, what they're trained to do. But again, they're doing it very, very cautiously. Clearly, one of the big concerns is if they've got, if somebody who is in that house is monitoring the situation. We don't know the seriousness of the level of who's in the home. But again, we've got the helicopter, we've got law enforcement, we've got the people on the roof, and they seem to be standing down just a little bit. So whether that situation has been resolved, we don't know. We're sort of watching this as you're watching this, and we're trying to be careful of when we're showing people those pictures, because clearly if they are inside monitoring, we don't want to be giving out or giving away the tactical situation here on the ground. But again, everybody's standing, everybody's waiting, and we're just watching this play out, Jake and John.
All right, Deb Farrick for us in Watertown right now, monitoring developments that appear to be happening right before her very eyes there, with law enforcement personnel on the scene and a great deal of activity.
We should remind viewers that we have the activity coming in from Watertown on delay just because of the violent nature of what potentially could happen there on the scene. We have law enforcement officers with their guns drawn. Obviously, we have a very fluid situation. Explosives have been used both on Monday at the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. attacks, but also last night when police were pursuing these two suspects in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. Explosives were used. One of the brothers, the older brother, the 26-year-old, is dead. He's the one who was wearing the black hat in the surveillance photographs that police released, FBI released yesterday. He is dead. It is not yet known whether or not he was killed because of bullets in the shootout or because of explosives on his person, but it is known that he did have explosions and burns on himself.
Let's just tell you a little bit more about what we know about him and the two brothers. The two brothers are from Chechnya. Our Deborah Farrick reporting from Chechnya. They emigrated from there, maybe through Kazakhstan, came to the United States. They've been here for at least a few years. The older brother was a student at Bunker Hill Community College studying engineering there. The younger brother, we talked to a high school classmate of him a short while ago from Cambridge, Ringen Latin. And Jake, you know, this classmate described a very normal-seeming kid.
A normal kid. And Eric, the classmate with whom we spoke, said that he couldn't believe it, and he had to believe that somebody had led Jahar, that is the fugitive, that is the young man, the 19-year-old who is still on the loose, who is being pursued by thousands of law enforcement officers ranging from FBI to counterterrorism officials to local police. This 19-year-old, Eric believed he had to have been led into this life.
And while we're saying he's being pursued by a large number of people in a very wide area now, the city of Boston is essentially shut down. Public transportation is closed. No subways, no taxis, no buses, no Amtrak service. The airspace over the specific area is also closed down. Logan Airport says it's still open, but check with your air carrier to make sure your flight is leaving, because there are certain airspaces that are currently closed. People in Boston being told to stay home. People in surrounding towns being told to stay home. Do not go outdoors, and businesses are not currently open. We're joined here by Homeland Security expert Julia Kayyem, a Boston Globe reporter and expert on this situation.
Well, actually, we're going to go to Juliet in 1 second, but Deb Farrick, we're told she has some new news from the scene in Watertown, where this incredibly powerful scene is going on right now with law enforcement. Deb, what's going on?
Well, we're watching this all play out. There are a number of scenarios that law enforcement has to be very prepared to handle. For example, if the home that they're looking at, or if the location that they're looking at, is it a potential safe house? Has it been rigged? Is it booby-trapped? Is it an associate of somebody who may be known to these two brothers? They're approaching this very, very carefully because they don't quite know exactly what to expect. Also, we know that on the younger brother's website, on the white-haired, the white hat hair website, he has 77 followers, and we are told that. And I just want to show you something, actually, while I interrupt myself. In that car, and we've seen a number of these vehicles, the canine vehicles that are coming. That's at least the third canine dog that has come to the scene to scout out this location. So we've seen at least 3. And as those dogs got close to the scene, they began barking very, very loudly. So they may be smelling what we thought we smelled, probably within the last 30 minutes or so. Again, it's unfolding quickly. Right now, everybody seems to be in place, and so we are just watching. And you've got eyes in the sky as the police helicopter circles overhead. So that's where we are, Jake, John.
A lot of activity right there, right in front of you, Deb. Obviously, law enforcement personnel being incredibly careful with this situation because, as you said, it could be incredibly dangerous. No way of knowing whether these residences that they're searching could be booby-trapped in any way. Obviously, we know that explosives have been used. As Jake noted before, explosives clearly used on Monday at the Boston Marathon. But last night, during this car chase, law enforcement personnel tell us that explosives were being tossed from the car. We know that the suspect who was killed, we've been told that he had signs of explosives on him. It may have been, in fact, an explosive device that killed the young man, the older of these two Chechnyan brothers.
Let's bring in Juliet. I interrupted you before. Please proceed with what you were saying about the situation.
Well, so here's what we know. There's a massive hunt for the second brother. We are now in lockdown in Boston. This is precautionary because you don't want people moving around and sort of messing up all of this public safety activity going on. I make it clear that not everyone is under threat said in Boston, this is precautionary. Two brothers from Chechnya. We don't know their motivations. We don't know their ideology. We don't know if they have ties to other organizations or anyone abroad. Are responsible for the bombings here and a lot of mayhem last night, including the death of a police officer. So, and there will be a lot of activity here today. There will be there'll be detonations or safe detonations. There will be evacuations. It's going to happen until we find this person. He will probably be found relatively soon. There's about 9,000 police officers working this right now. I'm pretty confident about that. But in terms of why they did this, this is where it gets really too early to say that they are from a certain part of the world or that they have a certain religion. It really is something that we just don't know. They could have very possibly self-radicalized and then planned this on their own with no ties to anyone else or maybe one or two other people. But some foreign conspiracy is hard to. There's no proof of it yet.
Former Assistant FBI Director. Oh, sorry, I thought we had Tom Fuentes. I'm now told we do not have Tom Fuentes.
Well,
Julia,
just to underline the point you're making, though, you're not suggesting anything other than the fact, other than questioning how big this network is.
Yes.
It certainly seems as though these individuals are Islamic terrorists.
Well, yes, but those are two separate words at this stage, because I think after 9/11 we have this fear of tying Muslim with terrorism. We shouldn't do that. And the proof of it,
we don't know if it's a network,
right, exactly,
or if it's two or three individuals.
But exactly, and so the evidence is this robbing of a 7-Eleven. All of this stuff after makes you think that, and the fact that it wasn't a suicide bombing makes you think that they do not have a lot of support from a huge financial network. You don't rob 7-Elevens if you have a master plan.
One of the things our Joe Johns has reported here from law enforcement personnel is they clearly had a plan up until the bombings at the Boston Marathon. After that, not much of a plan.
Right, which we were saying earlier is a little bit like arsonists. They like to watch and then they're sort of like, what do I do now? I don't know any more than what we're reporting. Certainly we're looking at the chase right now. There is a lot of people working within the government on the intelligence side of this and the tie side of it. This will unfold rather slowly, but there are two different pieces, and it's just sort of important to say, because obviously after 9/11 we tend to think of terrorism, Islam, as a sort of mastermind conspiracy that kills thousands and thousands of people. Because of the successes of our counterterrorism efforts, I hate to say it this way, but it's more like whack-a-mole now, that there are individuals who self-radicalize, who do all sorts of things in the name of some belief that they have. They're harder to find. The good news is they're easier to catch after something is done, and their violence is much less than 9/11.
And this is what we've seen in the threats that have emerged, whether it's Nidal Hassan, who self-radicalized and was the Fort Hood shooter, killed around a dozen soldiers. We've seen attempts. Faisal Ahad, the would-be failed Times Square bomber. Abdul Muttalib, the would-be shoe bomber. Or was he the underwear bomber? I'm sorry, the would-be underwear bomber, who also failed. Is these not lone wolves exactly, individuals who are motivated, who reach out, who get involved, who get some sort of instruction, but don't really have a huge network of support. And for instance, these two brothers who we know from law enforcement officials, they stuck around, they hung around, they lingered, they were easily found afterwards. It doesn't seem like they certainly had expertise to be, to be sociopathic and to be terrorists and to be horrible individuals, but they didn't have the wherewithal necessarily to get away.
And that kind of terrorism can occur whether it's international or domestic. Tim McVeigh had one or two cohorts and not much else. And I know that's hard for people to think, because we do think about things as big conspiracies, but that sometimes doesn't happen.
I understand our counterterrorism efforts are always developing. It's a constant evolution in tactics and strategy in this case. Assuming this went down as we now believe it did, with these two brothers either acting alone or in concert with someone else, what adjustments do you think the law enforcement community, the counterterrorism community will need to make?
Well, I think, one thing is also for the American public to accept that we are a big society with lots of mobility and lots of people coming in and out. There is going to be some level of risk for that. And so we saw that on Monday, but we still have the Boston Marathon. So it begins with our expectation of what kind of safety we have. There is going to be, we don't know the facts about them, so I will reserve judgment right now, but depending on where they're from, how they got here, what sort of visas. Those will all be examined, and whether there was an intel stream beforehand. I believe, Ed Davis and others when they say there was no hint of this before, and that is the challenge with these sort of localized terrorists and criminals, is they really don't leave a trail, unlike 9/11 where there was a lot of activity beforehand. So that's the consequence of breaking down a formal terrorist organization, is it becomes harder to find, but it's not as dangerous as it once was.
Let's bring people back up to speed about exactly what's happening right now in the city of Watertown right now. That city essentially shut down completely. Cars not being allowed in and out of the town. An enormous law enforcement presence on the street. You're looking at Humvees right there driving down the streets of this town, Watertown, Massachusetts. Our Deb Farrick's been on the ground there. She has seen an enormous police presence, a sudden uptick in concern right there, a heightened level of security, to be sure, in that area. Beyond Watertown, the city of Boston, the towns near here, everyone's been told to stay home. Stay home. Businesses have been told not to open. The subways not running right now, buses not running, taxis not picking up passengers, trains not coming in and out. You're looking at live pictures again above Watertown right now, where law enforcement helicopters are surrounding the area right now, looking down on some kind of situation that's been happening there. This is the culmination of what has been now, I suppose, 14 hours of activity last night. They released the pictures of the two suspects from the finish line of the Boston Marathon shootings, bombings rather, and then there was this police chase, a manhunt overnight. One of the brothers was shot. He later died. He was killed, I should say. They're not sure whether it's gunshots or explosives. The other brother, as you can see, the one on the run, right, the one in the white hat, is on the run right now, and there is a manhunt underway with some 9,000 plus law enforcement personnel searching for him. Again, Boston essentially shut down. Watertown, the surrounding areas, essentially shut down as they search for this young man, 19-year-old from Chechnya. We talked to a high school classmate of his a short time ago who said he was a normal kid. Would have never suspected that a kid like this would be capable of something like this. In fact, he said he assumed that he must have been influenced by someone else to perform such an action. And Julia Kime's still with me right here. And again, these brothers have been here for some number of years, at least a couple years, we've been told. Does that make it more or less likely that they were influenced or had direct contact from abroad?
You just can't know at this stage. I mean, it just really depends on why they did this and what their motivation was. They could have been having contact abroad. We'll look at the travel records. We'll see, where the government will see where they've been. But they could have been here, self-radicalized for whatever reason, been sociopaths, and just happened to be Chechen, right? That happens, and attacked the Boston Marathon. I think it really is too early to tell. What the viewers need to know is that the fact that they're from Chechnya is not a motivation. It is merely a fact about their biography right now.
They also need to know the scope of the terror attacks that began on Monday. Only growing. There were 3 killed on Monday, more than 170 injured. Overnight, 1 more person killed, another victim, an MIT campus police officer, and a transit officer was wounded in this police chase as well. Very dramatic turn of events overnight that is still developing, as we said, at the very moment. Can I get a sense of where we're headed? Our continuing coverage here of these developments as they go on here in Boston and the surrounding area continues right here on CNN with Chris Cuomo. Stay with us.
All right, Jake and I are here monitoring the situation. Obviously, this is part of CNN's continuing coverage. If you're just tuning in right now, there's been a major development in the investigation here. Local police and federal authorities working in this combined effort believe that they are chasing one of 2 suspects responsible for the attacks here at the Boston Marathon. The first suspect was killed as the result of a car chase. He was a 26-year-old. His brother is now a 19-year-old. They are chasing him through different parts of Boston. There's a citywide alert. What we're understanding is this. There are 2 reasons for this. One, urban environments are used to the advantage of the suspects. So the less options they have to run around, the better it is, and also for public safety. Also, during the initial car chase, the brothers showed an ability to bring in a hostage, and that's an issue also. Now, we're going to take a look at some live picture right now of what we have going on. Tell me again, control room, what do you want me to go to? Okay, Elizabeth Cohen reports that the FBI is coming out of the suspect's home right now. Contextually, We got to figure out what that means, so let's get Elizabeth in. Elizabeth, can you hear me? What's going on now?
I sure can hear you. About a dozen FBI agents with assault rifles just came out of 410 Norfolk Street. That's the address of the man who they are looking for. They had assault rifles. They did not have anyone with them. They have now widened this crime scene area. It was a lot smaller just literally 5 minutes ago. They have now pushed back all the media, pushed back all the residents, and really about half an hour ago or so, they evacuated the residents, some of them coming out in their pajamas. But again, about a dozen FBI agents with assault rifles just came out of 410 Norfolk Street, which is where the suspect lived. Back to you.
Okay, all right, Elizabeth, please let us know, stay in the loop with us when you see activity. Something to keep in mind at home, all right? There is a lot of excitement when something like this is going on. There's a lot of random activity. There is no way to know what is important and what is not. The nature of continuous coverage is we will tell you what we're learning as we learn it. But do not read into the possibilities of this situation. You heard Juliet earlier saying the ethnicity of these two suspects is irrelevant at this time. That's what we're also hearing from the Joint Terrorism Task Force. So here's what we know. It's a fluid situation. They're pursuing people. One suspect was killed by authorities in a hot pursuit situation. I know you've been covering this all morning, Jake, and hearing all these details as they come through. My understanding is that a concern for the safety now, they ask for armor, they're asking for certain preventative measures whenever they think they're close to the second suspect, is because of what they learned during the hot pursuit, that they had explosives on them, that they were able to use them, so they're willing that there may be more. Is that your understanding?
That's right. Well, it all started at 10:20 when there was a situation at the campus of the MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, and a campus police officer was killed by these two suspects, these two brothers, one 19 years old, one 26. There was a carjacking. They stole a car. That individual whose car it was kept with them. He miraculously was let free. Apparently, according to law enforcement sources, they identified themselves as the Boston Marathon bombers in the car. That man escaped, but in the ensuing police pursuit of these two individuals, there was a shootout. The older brother, who was 26 years old, was mortally wounded. He was taken to Beth Israel Hospital. There he was pronounced dead. The doctors there said that he had wounds both from burns from explosives and also bullet wounds. They wouldn't say which were the ones that were fatal. Either one of them could be fatal.
Also, key distinction, they don't know when he got the burns. They don't know if it was from the altercation with police or because he was, in fact, connected to the attacks at the marathon.
Right. We have also heard that in the pursuit of these two brothers, the younger brother, the 19-year-old, ran over his older brother, according to one source. And we should caution everybody, this is all early developing information. As we've learned, often the first stories that we hear, even from law enforcement, are not necessarily the accurate ones. But we have heard that he was run over, the older brother was run over by his younger brother. In any case, he is dead. The younger brother, Jahar, 19 years old, he and his older brother, both from Chechnya. The 19-year-old is on the loose.
Right, and right now we have Deb Farrick because she's monitoring one area of the police activity. Deb, you say you have an update. What do you have?
Yeah, we do. A number of the vehicles just pulled out. We hear one of the canine dogs barking. The dogs usually alert when there's the presence of explosives. And look, we know that both of these individuals have explosives. One of them, the older one, the 26-year-old, he had explosives on him. We are told that those explosives did detonate, and that's potentially likely what killed him. You reported that he was run over by a car, possibly, but we are told absolutely that there was an explosion and that he was wearing those explosives on him. Investigators did find the presence of a trigger connected to those explosives when they ripped the clothing off. So that is
going
the
to a
older
press conference right now. We're just going to cut away from Deb. We're going to go to a press conference where the uncle of these two boys, the 19-year-old and the 26-year-old, is now speaking.
This is a horrible incident.
Where are the boys from? Where did they grow up?
They grew up Kyrgyzstan.
Kyrgyzstan?
Yes.
Okay. How long have they been in the United States?
In the United States, I think 7 years or 8 years, I don't remember. I am 10 years here. I think I'm 10 years here. And they came after me maybe after 2 years.
What were the boys doing in Boston? What did they do for a living?
Yesterday he called me. It's 7 p.m. I already everything know it because I'm talking from morning for this. We was not talking long time ago, maybe 2 years, 3 years. We got some problems between family. And yesterday you called me and said, forgive me, so it was this, like this, we was not talking together, I mean each other, and forgive me, and we will talk to this now, from now, we will be together ever.
Is this the nephew that was shot in
Yes,
Boston?
that's what told me, and so they shot him.
And this was told to you by your sister-in-law?
Yes. When they told me, I called her and asked, do you hear anything what they're saying? She was crying, and she said that Tamerlan was killed.
And when did you learn of this?
Learn what?
When did you learn that your nephew had been shot?
That's what it was, maybe, I don't know, this maybe 1 hour ago. I'm talking to this phone with everybody.
We're sorry for your...
Yeah, I'm sorry too. If he did this one, I'm sorry too. It's crazy. It's not possible. I can't believe it. I myself, when I heard this in the TV news, I was thinking, how can do like this stuff? It's crazy. It's unbelievable.
And where does your other brother live?
That's why I'm telling you, let's go with me. If you want to go there, drive after me and you will see it.
Can you wait just a minute and I'll get my notepad so I can write down the address so we could go to...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, 5 Mustang Brook Court, Montgomery Village, 20886. That's right now I'm going there.
Okay. Okay, great. Hold on just 1 minute. Excuse me.
Sorry.
We're very sorry.
We've been listening to that interview there, Art of Maryland, where another uncle...
So we're listening to a press conference right now. A man who is said to be the uncle of the suspects. His name is Ruslan
Tsarnaev, the uncle of the Tsarnaev brothers. The Tsarnaev brothers, as we know, are the two suspects in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks. The older one, 26-year-old Tamerlan, is dead. He was killed in a shootout with police this morning. The younger one, who's 19, Jahar, is still wanted. And for the reason, because he is still wanted, there is an intense manhunt going on here in Boston. The city is basically locked down. People are being told to stay in their homes. Cabs have been canceled. Public transportation has been canceled. Amtrak has been canceled. Some of the airspace over the city of Boston has been shut down. There is an intense manhunt for this 19-year-old who is a suspect in the Boston Marathon terrorist attacks.
Now, a big part of the reason for the lockdown is that they believe the brothers had explosives with them, and they're worried about there being more casualties. The other is to not give opportunities for evasion by taking hostages. However, something that's very important the uncle just said, I believe, it was a little difficult to understand him, but that he said that he had spoken to one of his nephews and that they had asked him for forgiveness. And he was obviously upset, and he said that this is an unforgivable act. But it's a little bit more of connection between these suspects and what's believed by authorities, which is that they are the people that they're looking for.
And does it also raise the question, you know, we've been talking, people said, is there a conspiracy network here? Is there some sort of a terrorism cell? When you see these two brothers, first of all, they were related, and that one of their calls would have been to their uncle, who at least at this point, you know, says he was horrified by this. It may, who knows, but indicate that they didn't have a lot of other coordination in addition to what we've been talking about, which is last night when they were desperate, they were going to try to get money. But they didn't seem to have the access to that. So it would, at least from these very basic things, and as we've been emphasizing again and again and again, we don't know. We're finding out, you know, minute by minute as things change. But it could indicate just a few people.
Especially the fact of, if you have a plan, you have a plan. It certainly doesn't involve robbing a convenience store. It certainly involves an escape if there were some wider network of support. But again, plans change. You know, maybe they weren't expected to be identified. All we know is what we know at this time, which is that the authorities believe they have killed one of their main suspects from those photos and videos that they sent out yesterday, and that the second one is someone that they're quickly pursuing right now has been able to evade them, and they were worried he may have explosive devices on him, and that's obviously going to allow for a slowdown in their rate of pursuit.
If we can just show the picture of the wanted man right now, Jahar, because we've been looking at lots of pictures over the last 12 hours or so of both Tamerlan and Jahar. Tamerlan now dead, 26 years old. This is Jahar. This is 19-year-old Jahar Tsarnaev. And he is wanted. He is the reason why the city of Boston is locked down right now, why there is no public transportation. So if you see this individual, you should notify authorities as soon as possible. We were told starting early in the morning that there was a lockdown in Watertown, which is roughly 8 miles outside of Boston. Then that soon was expanded to some of the surrounding areas, Waltham, Cambridge, other places outside. I'm sorry, Chris, you have...
Yeah. Two things. First of all, the reason we're not showing live picture of the pursuit is we've been asked to by authorities not to give up tactical locations because either the suspect or someone helping him can be seeing that same footage. We don't want to compromise that. Second of all, we want to go on the phone right now to Eric Matado. Eric, do I have you? Eric, can you hear me? All right, we're trying to get a man named Eric Matado on the phone because he is a friend of the suspect.
We interviewed him earlier today.
Okay, so do we have him back on the phone now? Is Eric there yet? Okay.
Yes.
All right, Eric, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, obviously the big question is whether or not your friend is who authorities believe him to be. Was there anything about him? I know a lot of this you've answered already, but just to bring our current viewers up to date, is there anything that you can tell us about your friend that would have indicated this type of darkness, this type of other activity?
That I can think of, no. I mean, throughout high school, he was, active in sport activities, wrestling. He was, a good friend of ours. He just, was always around partying, things of that nature, things that kids do, drinking and things. And, at those moments, it was filled with joy and happiness. So, no, I can't say that there was anything that led me to believe he was, could do these things. No, I don't think so. No.
Were you in contact with him on the day of the marathon or the days before? When's the last time you talked to him?
No. Last time I talked to him, it would have probably been somewhere in the time frame of a year or two ago, when he was more or less in contact with friends of mine in my circle, and he actually came to New York with a couple friends of ours to go visit some of our other friends up at Pace University. He was always just, around and kind of, just hanging out. But no, I wasn't really in contact with him as of late.
All right, so you haven't talked to him in a year or two, but when you knew him, he was basically a normal kid and he was doing normal high school things. Fair enough?
Fair enough, yeah, very, very fair.
All right, well, I'm sorry for your connection to this situation if your friend turns out to be who the authorities believe he is, but thanks for the information. Appreciate it, Eric.
No
What's really interesting about that, though, is when you said, to summarize, doing normal teenage things, which obviously is a little bit different than the sort of picture, the very preliminary picture that we have so far of these brothers' presence on social media. That they didn't have any friends, that they only had each other, that they, that is a little bit different. And it perhaps could indicate some change that had happened in him over a relatively short period of time.
What Eric said earlier when we interviewed him was that he was stunned by all of this, that Jahar seemed like a totally normal kid. He hadn't seen him, I don't think, in quite some time. He believed that somebody had to have led Jahar, who's 19, into this life. That was the impression of Eric. His older brother, who is now dead, was 7 years older than him. Eric said he didn't even know Jahar had an older brother. So obviously, we're just piecing together little bits of information we have.
It's also meaningful if he says that partying, drinking, we're taking that as normal, not normal for a devout Muslim. There are restrictions on that behavior. And what does that tell you? Well, the idea of Islamist extremism, there's no reason to believe that about this kid. He was just living his life.
Unless it had happened in that 2-year time frame, and people,
people change,
at that young
especially
age,
in their teen years.
Tamerlan, the older brother, apparently, according to Deb Favoric's reporting earlier, had said he did not smoke, he did not drink. So perhaps he was, although he was also older, he led a more austere life than his younger brother.
Right. Obviously, look. once this kid is brought into custody, and hopefully that's what happens with this suspect. Although there's a lot of bloodlust in these types of situations, people have vengeance on their minds. When someone has hurt us, you lose your corridor into understanding of everything that happened here. Even that's assuming that you don't have any interest in the fairness of justice, as the American system relates to. But you have to find out why they did this, who they're connected to. Right. And this young man that they're pursuing right now may be their last avenue to that.
And in this case, it's so crucial because this is something that has never happened before in this country. This sort of an act has never happened before, and people who've never claimed responsibility. I mean, there's so many things in this case that haven't happened before that we desperately need to have that window. So they can understand, are there more, is this something that could happen again, and where, and what leads to it?
Attempts have happened before. It's just that they haven't been successful. There have been attempts that homegrown, self-radicalized individuals have attempted to bomb things. I think about Faisal Ahad, the would-be Times Square bomber, for example.
Faisal Shahzad, that's true. Even though he had attended a camp, he had spent a little bit of time, but largely his motivations had become personal.
Nidal Hassan, the Fort Hood shooter, he self-radicalized. He killed a number of people. It just wasn't through an explosive.
Right, and to understand what that means is that for some reason these individuals identify with other groups, identify with these motives, but don't necessarily belong to the organization. Brooke Baldwin is one of our reporters covering the situation. Brooke, do you have any new information for us?
I think you guys have come to me. I've got someone in my ear. So if you're on me, let me just set the scene for you. I'm in Cambridge. So we're across town where you've seen all this hustle and bustle and police activity in Watertown. We're seeing a lot of police and a lot of FBI here in Cambridge. In fact, if I could just get you to go straight in on, there's some crime scene tape just a block away from where I'm standing. If you hook a right down that road, that is Norfolk Avenue. That is where these two young suspects, these two young men apparently lived. I've been here for the better part of the last hour. There has been, in the last 10 minutes, I would say, Chris, we were all members of the media, and I got to tell you, I mean, dozens of us out here, obviously, we were all suddenly told by I'd say 24 FBI agents who came at us and they said, you have to move, you have to move. And so we suddenly had to move about a block and a half away. Why, I don't know, but a Cambridge police officer kept repeating over and over and over, it's not safe, it's not safe, it's not safe. So we have now moved to a safer location. Why they had us move, I don't yet know. But that is so far the scene here in Cambridge. Quickly, there is a city bus right to my right, and that is where I've been told a lot of the folks who live on this street, where these young men have an apartment, are now being evacuated and ultimately will be placed on this bus to get them out of the area because apparently it's not safe. Chris.
All right, Brooke Baldwin, that's great. We're going to go now to Deb Fayrick. She's been in Watertown all morning covering the latest developments there, including some major law enforcement presence, a push in, guns drawn. We had some of the images from Watertown on delay just in case there was violence that would not be appropriate to be broadcast. Deb, what are you learning?
Yeah, and, you know, another reason why we were sort of on delay, and this was something that we were concerned about, and that is, you know, you never want to give away positioning, strategy, or the logistics of an operation. We do know that in the last just couple of minutes, actually, a number of people pulled out. There were folks in military fatigues. There were ATF agents, FBI agents, probably a caravan of about 20 vehicles pulled out. All of them were loaded with people. The folks who were on the roof, they have now come down. So this area right now seems to be at least cooling down a little bit as people pull back. And we don't know what happened there. We're trying to get that information. We're not clear why there was so much activity so quickly. We reported earlier that we did smell smoke. We smelled smoke really almost at the same moment that a helicopter circled overhead. And, you know, we want to, folks that I'm speaking with who are involved in this, who are being briefed on this, the one thing we want to emphasize, and this is very, very serious, and that is that nobody knows the context of what these two people were doing and with whom they may have been doing this with. So what that means is, for example, you have two young men, you have individuals who created a relatively sophisticated device. What I mean by that is, yes, was it crude? Yes, but it worked. And the fact that they were able to pull it off, the fact that they did it with such routine precision, walking through the streets of that marathon, there was a lot of training, a lot of thought that went into that. Secondly, the dead man, the man who was wearing the black hat, there's a question about him. We're being told by a source that when investigators took him to the hospital for an autopsy and a forensic analysis, that in fact he had explosives on him. He also had a trigger attached to those, or as part of those explosives, I should clarify. So they found explosives on him and a trigger. We don't know whether he was killed because that device detonated, because of the car chase, because of an exchange of gunfire. We don't know whether, in fact, he self-detonated that device by accident. We don't know. We also don't know whether his younger brother may be equipped with a similar device, and that is what law enforcement is so concerned about right now. So to isolate these two men, to think that they were perhaps acting on their own, that is very, very premature right now, because we don't know who they were acting with. We don't know who they were interacting with. All of that is under investigation. Investigators are scouring the website, digital media, social media pages that allegedly belonged to these two young men. And again, there has been some activity, we're told, on one of these sort of social media accounts, but investigators don't know whether it's been hacked or whether, in fact, the person who is updating some of the statuses is in fact the one that they're looking for, so, or an associate. So there are so many different loose ends, and we are so far from right now being able to tie them up. Juliet made the very good point that, you know, these folks are from the Russian Caucasus, which includes Chechnya. We don't know whether, in fact, that's where they became radicalized, whether they had more of a tie to that country and didn't fit in here. So we are seeing things as they develop, as they unfold. We don't yet have the context. We have a lot of details, just like investigators. We have a lot of facts. What they mean, we're away from understanding that. Chris?
All right. All right, Deb, thank you very much for that. Let's go to Don Lemon. He's another point of coverage that we have here right now. There's been some police activity in his area. Don?
Yeah, a couple of things, Chris. In this area where we are, there's this triangular area right here that we have seen police officers on foot. We've seen them in tactical units. We've seen them in cars. And if you look in the sky here, there is a helicopter. The orbits from that helicopter have gotten narrower and narrower and narrower, which would lead us to, which would indicate possibly that they are, they have honed in on something or someone in this particular area. It's been happening here for about 15, 20 minutes. And the reason Deb Farrick said that it moved away from where she was is because they all came to this area. Not exactly sure what they have in that area, but we have seen them. It's a little triangular area here in Watertown that they have come in. Also, learning some new information. We spoke to one of our photographers, Jay McMichael, spoke with someone who knew both of the suspects. They call the suspects Jahar and Tamerlan. He says he's known them since about 2006, 2007. He went to high school with them. Said especially the one who they're looking for now in the white cap, that he is a normal kid, that he parties, and quite frankly, quite honestly, said sometimes he smokes. You know what that means. And he says he was raised here. He was just as American as I am. And he says he was a wrestler. He was in great shape. He got a scholarship for wrestling, speaking of Jahar. And then he said the older one, Tamerlan, was a boxer, and they said he was a two-time Golden Globe champion, and he wanted to go pro. People wanted him to go pro, and then also box in Las Vegas. Spoke to him just a short time ago. Listen to what he said about these two men.
I was pretty shocked. I mean, I called my brother. He was crying. You know, he was like, "Dude, that's our friends that we knew from high school. That would never think that anything like that. You know, it's complete shock. You know what I mean? Not that you know. If you ask anyone from high school, they would tell you the same thing. You would never suspect anything from these guys. Not in the least bit. Like, you know, not from Jahar at least. I asked. You'll find more information. This guy is a walking angel. He's a nice kid."
So again, he said he was a nice kid. I should say he's Golden Gloves winner, Golden Gloves winner. That was the older one. That's the one who has died, Tamerlan, the one who was shot this morning. Said he was a boxer. Said they were pretty normal kids from what he knew, and that they were great kids. And he, quite frankly, one of the quotes was that he said this kid was a walking angel. That's in his estimation. The person did not want his name to be identified. He was not seeking media attention. As a matter of fact, he didn't want to be on camera, which leads us to believe he absolutely knew who these kids were. He says he went to high school with them. He went to Cambridge, Rindge, and Latin High School with them. Back from 2006 to 2007. He said the older brother graduated either 2006, 2007. He wasn't sure. The younger brother graduated in 2011, and again on a scholarship for wrestling the younger brother, and by all indications, kept to himself, was quiet, and was a nice kid, normal teenager, except until this activity happened. When we spoke to him, he was here in Watertown. He had come over from Cambridge. Not exactly sure why he came over, probably because of all the activity here. But that's the latest information about them. Again, the area where we are, right in this triangle here, you see the police helicopter honing in on a particular area. They've moved a lot of resources into this area. Not exactly sure why, if they're closing in on a suspect or what they have in this area. And then the video from earlier that we shot as well shows the tactical units, the FBI, the bomb squad, going into buildings, going door to different residences here with guns drawn, and also a chemist checking blood. According to a police officer on the scene, they did find blood in a location. They brought in a chemist to check the blood, to take it back to the lab to see if it matches any of the suspect or anything that they have on file from the original police scenes this morning. So far, they have not gotten anything back about that. But again, Watertown, they're asking people to really to shelter in place. Shelter in place or lockdown, somewhere in between. Do not leave your home. Do not open your doors for anyone unless you know it is a police officer, unless you see some sort of identification. And that lockdown, that shelter in place, what have you, expanded now to the entire city of Boston in an unprecedented move. Where we are, we see police officers being bussed in and out. They have not moved our particular perimeter, but we are seeing more resources being brought into the area where we are, guys.
All right, Don. Right. Don, thank you very much. We'll get back to you in a second.
Yeah, you know what I find amazing, though, what he's talking about is matching what we've heard from the few people we've heard from so far, that especially the younger kid, but also the older brother, at least for a while, appeared to be quote-unquote normal, appeared to be successful. Wrestling scholarship for Jahar, the younger one. Quiet, perhaps, but a normal kid. And then something happened. It's figuring out that something. And we've also talked about the concern right now. The reason the lockdown we've been reporting is because they're concerned that Jahar, the younger brother who's on the run, could have explosives on him, as the older brother did last night. That's part of the reason that they're very uncertain and asking people to stay inside. I want to go to Joe Johns for the very latest on those concerns that they have. And Joe, they are worried, right, that he could have explosives on his person.
Absolutely. That's the big concern, and that's why we're told authorities are behaving the way they're behaving out there, and why they've asked businesses not to open, shut down the transit system, sending police officers door to door. But I just wanted to recap some of the conversations we've had with law enforcement over the last several hours here, and they've really described a situation that is quite puzzling involving these suspects. It's full of holes. Some of the information is conflicting, but here's the picture we have. We have a picture of events that started late last night, early in the morning, suggesting that the bombing was very carefully planned, but the getaway just was full of holes. For one thing, it seems pretty clear that these suspects did not have any transportation. They had to carjack a car, and when they got in the car, apparently, they told the proper driver of that car that they were, in fact, the marathon bombers. So that has a real element of amateurism in it for alleged terrorists or criminals or what have you. Then we have this issue of a shootout that occurs involving these individuals. One of the individuals gets out, he's shot. The other brother apparently runs over him with the carjacked car. So another situation that just seems a little bit implausible and unusual, given the fact that these individuals are brothers. The most important fact, of course, that we've been told by the authorities, again, as you said, explosives on the suspect who died, leading the law enforcement authorities to be concerned that the suspect who's still out there actually has explosives on him. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Joe. You know what's amazing, Chris, hearing all this? You hear about the amateurness that you've been talking so much about when that they didn't have the money, that they had to hijack a car. When you think about that happening, and you compare that to the image we were getting yesterday of two men who were so confident and so cocky and so prepared that they could have the backpack slung over just one shoulder and had rehearsed this so many times that they knew that what they were doing, that it appears from now, at this point, that they didn't really have a plan for after that. It all fell apart.
The authorities are telling us that they're obviously pursuing two routes. One is that they're connected to other individuals because they want to make sure they contain it. We know that they've been taking people not under arrest, but they are having intense interviews with people right now who were close in the lives of the two suspects. That's ongoing right now. That's one of the reasons there's so many locations going on. And also understand this, when you're watching from home, the reason we're not showing the actual activity that we have camera access to right now is because the authorities have asked us not to. They don't want to compromise tactical positions. They don't know who else is watching and what it could mean. That's why we're not doing it. And when we can, we'll show you what police are comfortable with. But let's be honest, at the end of the day, our own curiosity is important, but it means nothing in terms of this investigation overall. So bear with that. That's why you're not getting the access you would otherwise.
Right, right. And we want, as we try to piece together who these men were, I want to bring in George McMasters now. He hired Jahar, the younger brother, as a lifeguard. And George, thank you very much for joining us. As you know, we're just trying to piece together a picture of who these men were. What can you tell us about Jahar?
Well, like I was telling the other man on the phone, you know, I hired him about 2.5 years ago. He was a very quiet young man. He came down with a group from Cambridge Range in Latin. They had just completed their lifeguard training course up at the War Memorial Pool. So I'd like to hire local youth and, you know, put them to work in the pool. So he seemed like a very quiet, unassuming young man.
And was he a hard worker when you went through the training? How would you describe his discipline and his work ethic?
Well, let's describe it as good. He showed up on time. He watched the water. He rotated from position to position fine, and he got along well with the other students and swimmers there at the pool. Like I said, you know, I don't know a great deal about him. I just know that, you know, he was one of the group that came down to the pool. A quiet young man, and this is very surprising and shocking to see the, you know, the destruction that he's brought to the city.
And when you, over time, was there any change? I mean, how long did you have a chance to work with him? Because what you're saying, George, fits with what we've heard from a lot of people. Quiet, hardworking, very normal in most respects, and obviously something changed dramatically. How long did you know him for?
Well, I first met him about 2.5 years ago, but I deployed to Afghanistan last year with the Army National Guard, so I had not seen him in over a year. And when I returned to work this August, he was no longer on the staff or the schedule.
All right. Well, George, thank you very much. I know you feel like you may not know a lot, but you know more than anyone else, and we really appreciate your taking the time to share with us and with all the people around the world who are trying to understand this a little bit more about Jahar, the younger brother, who right now is on the run, and Boston is shut down in a manhunt for the 19-year-old.
Right. I mean, it does seem right now, from all the different points of reporting we have from authorities and the circumstances of the events of the last 20 hours, that these are the two young men that they've been looking for, and they even placed themselves at the scene. So let's bring in Tom Fuentes. Tom, assuming that these men are who the authorities believe them to be, what is it shaping up to you as in terms of what the purpose was of this, what their motivation was, the chance that they're connected to an organization? What's your feel on this?
Well, I think, Chris, from what I see, it looks like that they probably weren't dispatched here. They've been in the U.S. a long time, so it doesn't appear that somebody overseas trained them and sent them here on a mission. It seems that they were here, they were trying to assimilate into U.S. society, and somehow that didn't quite take. And the other thing we don't know is the younger brother may have just come under the control, let's say, of the older brother. He may have had a more dominant personality and directed the younger kid, who started out okay, but maybe brought him along, had him follow along to do bad things. But, you know, one of the things we discussed at the time of the marathon is that they didn't die. They didn't stay, or they didn't martyr themselves. We have someone detonate 2 bombs and leave, actually stay around a while to watch the carnage, but then leave. And so we thought, well, you know, they're not dedicated to the mission that a martyr would normally be. Last night changed everything with that regard, and the main reason I say that is they were not encountered. This isn't as if law enforcement got a lead, went to their residence, and ran into them, and then a shootout ensued. They initiated this by ambushing the MIT campus police officer. He's sitting in his police car, and they completely ambushed him, and they provoke the final attack. So the question I have is, they may not have been ready to leave Boston last Monday, but last night maybe they were ready to leave this world and go out and take police officers and other people with them. And now you still have the younger brother on the loose, or maybe he's in some apartment. I'm sure they have different issues that come up all the time of maybe encountering a possible booby trap when they find an abandoned bag or package. But that's what strikes me as they started the gunfight, the chase, the explosives, killing the police officer last night. They started this.
All right, and take a half step back, Tom. I mean, where do these facts fit in terms of putting together an idea or an understanding for you, and whether this is part of some big plan? I mean, it seems fairly random for the last 20 hours.
Well, what I'm saying is that the initial attack and the fact that maybe they're looking for money because they committed an armed robbery last night to try to fundraise, that indicates that they weren't sent here, funded, trained, ready to go directly from overseas. And they've been here for a while from overseas, so there's no indication at this point, unless it comes up later in the investigation, that they were sent here by a larger organization, which is a good indication of why a larger organization did not claim credit, because they weren't aware that they were going to do this. So they come to the U.S., they're in the U.S. for several years, radicalize themselves, and at some point the decision's made to go ahead and do the attack at the marathon. But they decide, for whatever, that they're not going to kill themselves on that day, and they don't. They do the terrible attack last Monday, and then they're somewhere holed up for a couple of days. But what I'm saying is that last night they came out of hiding, they came out of the woodwork, and they initiated the attack with the police. It's not that law enforcement encountered them. They deliberately went after an officer that had no clue this was coming and ambushed him. Or at least it certainly appears that way.
Right, they created
he's been killed.
They created the situation. Tom, thank you very much. As we get more facts, we'll come back to you for context. If you hear anything, let us know.
Yep. And now we want to get to Deb Farrick, who is in Watertown. Deb, what are you seeing right now?
Well, Aaron, we're seeing a number of the vehicles and the law enforcement officers who are here. They're beginning to at least move away from this location. But we are being told that this is a very fast and fluid moving situation, that this is very, very much ongoing. They still have not located him, is what we're initially being told. They have a sense of where he is. However, we are told also that they believe that he is watching everything that is going on. And there's a big concern because law enforcement know, they all know that he's got explosives, he's got explosives on him. He's tired. He has just witnessed his brother being killed or having killed himself. Not sure whether he detonated the device he was wearing. So there's a very big concern right now that if this guy comes out, that he may come out and he may go down in a blaze of glory. So they are monitoring this, and they're being very, very careful as this unfolds. Aaron?
All right, Deb, thank you very much. I want to go to Larry Shaughnessy, CNN producer. He's in Maryland. He's been talking to the FBI about the latest in the investigation. Larry, do I have you on the phone?
Yes, you do, but one quick correction. The FBI here is not speaking to us. I have been speaking to neighbors who live near the house where the uncle of these two suspects apparently lives. And what they're telling us is that this is a large extended family, and that the people who've lived in this house are good neighbors, friendly people. Nobody is mentioning any kind of indication that there's ever been any talk of trouble or Islamic extremism or any kind of extremism. And at one point in time, apparently two young men who would be roughly the same age as the two suspects in Boston lived at this house, which is north of Washington, D.C., in a single-family home suburb, a lot of flowering cherry trees kind of place. But no one has been able to say that I've seen the pictures of the suspects on TV, and I remember seeing these two boys who lived in our neighborhood, and been able to say, yes, they're the same two people. We also know that the man who lives in this house now has at least two daughters, maybe three, who are much younger than the suspects in Massachusetts. And the family appears to be very involved in various activities, including swim team and that sort of stuff. I spoke to a young man who said he knew it was good friends with a cousin of what he believes are the two suspects, whose first name was Andy. And he says Andy is now in the U.S. Army. And he doesn't believe that Andy would be involved in anything like this at all. But at one point in time, Andy had a cousin who went to Watkins Mill High School, very close to this home. And the young man, who would probably be roughly the same age as suspect number 2, was at the school for a while but dropped out. And he said that they would frequently speak Russian in front of him. It never really bothered him. And this neighborhood young man said he never heard anything from the cousin of Andy that would indicate that he was in any way angry at America or anything like that. But he doesn't know why he dropped out of high school so quickly. And right now, there's media all around. There's a media helicopter flying overhead. Most of the networks and local affiliates have cameras here. But there's no indication that the uncle is going to come out and talk to us, and there's no indication that the FBI and or the local police are going to make anyone available to talk to us. It looks like it's mostly just a case of waiting and watching.
All right, Larry, thank you very much. You know, look, these are very big puzzles, and we miss more pieces than we get until everything's all done. A few things to take into consideration. One, the police are very concerned. The entire investigation is concerned. Tactical position shouldn't be given away because they believe that the suspect they're pursuing right now and anyone who may or may not be helping him could also be watching. Obviously, the greatest help, if this suspect were actually monitoring the media, is to understand that this is the time to surrender. This is the time to do the only thing left that can create some decency, some prospect for a future for this young man. The concern is that we heard from one of the experts, are they willing, have they shifted gears? These two young men identified themselves to a hostage as those responsible for the attacks. That going with what investigators have been telling us is why we are being so certain about who these two young men are. They have explained themselves as that. Authorities believe them to be that. If they changed gears, what would that mean? Well, we went from a plan where we didn't want to kill ourselves, just blow up other people. Then last night it seems reckless, confrontational. Each of them may well be armed, investigators believe, with explosive devices, trying to provoke some end confrontation. But as Joe Johns was saying, so many holes. Well, then why rob a convenience store? That's not how you start this type of, this kind of
Well, it seems so planned leading in, as we've shown the video again and again. I mean, every one of our viewers has seen it. When when they were walking down the street on Boylston Street, getting ready to place those bags, confident, assured, had run through this many times. That yes, the device was rather amateur, rather crude, but it worked. They'd practiced, they'd done run-throughs, and then afterwards, it seems, if there was a plan, something fell apart. They didn't have money, they didn't have a place to go, and that's when desperation seems to have taken over.
That seems like the spot-on analysis, and one of the things that'll be confusing is, well, why do you keep having people say they were normal and they were okay, and they were quiet, and the neighbors didn't see anything, and the uncle is shocked? Because people change. That's why we see it time and time again. The Times Square bomber, Faisal Shahzad, people loved him. He was going to school, he was doing well, he was trying to assimilate into the culture, there was family around him that supported him, and then something changed. Very often, as Juliet was explaining to us earlier, that people can often have ideas in their own head that change them. It doesn't mean you're part of a larger network. That could very well be the case with these two young men. We won't know unless this second suspect is apprehended and tells his story.
That's right, and that's why they want him alive, to find out what happened, what changed. Obviously young, 19 years old, 2 years ago described as so normal. What changed is so important for law enforcement and everyone in this country to understand. I want to get back to Brooke Baldwin now. Brooke?
Yeah, Aaron, let me just tell you, we're here in Cambridge, so I'm the biggest bay here. You can hear this officer. So this officer is now clearing people even farther from Norfolk Street. Norfolk Street is one block behind me, and that is where these two young men apparently lived. And so this officer is now clearing us. We were cleared. We were much farther down, and that was when a crush of FBI agents had us move, and this Cambridge police officer was saying it's not safe, it's not safe. So now they've moved a bunch of people even farther away. Why they've done this, I don't know. But this is Tori Gordon. Tori is a freshman at one of the colleges nearby, Leslie. and she lives 1 block from Norfolk Street. You're out this morning. Your roommates told you what?
That the police were searching houses and to stay out of the apartment and try to get to the college just so I could be around other people.
Tell me precisely how close from Norfolk Street is your apartment?
I live a block away from Norfolk Street.
So now what? You can't go home.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I'm gonna try to make my way back, get back into my apartment. I can't get to the college, so yeah.
Your plan was to, since you can't really be home, according to police, try to get to the college. It's all blocked off. I mean, there are car after car, black SUV, law enforcement, federal law enforcement, local law enforcement here. Just quickly, how has this week been for you? You said you woke up to 10 text messages from your family because we're within a mile from MIT. We know a police officer was killed last night.
I'm from a really small town in Maine, so I'm not used to this stuff at all. So it's been pretty shocking.
Tori, thank you so much. And again, Aaron, here in Cambridge, we're watching, we're waiting as just down the street, just a block away and to the right is where those 2 young men apparently lived. We're watching to find out, and we're waiting to find out why we are increasingly moved farther and farther away. Certainly there's a reason, we just don't know yet.
All right, Brooke, thank you very much. And you see from both Brooke and Deb's experiences having to move, they don't seem to know, at least we don't know, and they wouldn't reveal for tactical reasons if they actually knew where he was, but that they are in certain areas focused very closely where they lived, where they may have last seen him flee on foot.
Obviously, we're all working the phones. That's why there's always a device in our hands. What I'm hearing from investigators is, the common link here is explosives. They must have been keeping them somewhere. They had to be working with them, figuring them out. There was a learning curve. So as they're going to different avenues of opportunity, homes and places where these kids may have been, they're worried about explosive. They may well have found something. They want a perimeter, safety first. They keep saying all of the ideas about who are they and why are they. That's not where investigators are right now. They just want to get this kid in custody as soon as possible and figure out everything else later. Now, to reset, one of the reasons you're not seeing the live picture that we have opportunities to show you is because authorities have asked us not to. They don't want to give away tactical positions. They have reason to believe that the young man they're pursuing and maybe people around him could be watching. They don't want information given up. If he is watching, I hope he understands that this is the best last chance he may have to surrender and do something right with his life. To reset, we know there's a massive manhunt underway for this suspect. He's a 19-year-old boy. He has told a hostage himself he was connected. Right. He is the marathon
Well, last night when they
bomber.
hijacked a car, they told him.
So they said it. Investigators believe that this is one of 2 young men they've been looking for. The other one is dead. This is what happened. Both brothers were on the run. Last night, they robbed a convenience store. In the course of that, or soon thereafter, an MIT police officer, security guard, police officer, was killed. And he was a young man himself, 26 years old. Then police began a pursuit. They wound up getting into a shootout with police, okay? And one of the brothers, the older one, 26 years old, was killed during that. We believe authorities say that the younger brother, in trying to get away, ran over his own brother. The brother who was killed had an explosive device on him. We're told he also had, when they took him to the hospital where he was pronounced dead, burns on him. We don't know if those burns were from something that happened with the explosive device at the scene. We have not been told anything happened with it at the scene, or they are from the same event that he connected himself to the hostage, which was the attacks on the Boston Marathon. The second brother, the younger one, 19 years old, then took off into the air, as they say, the investigators. They've been pursuing him in different areas of Boston. Right. They've been close, but they haven't gotten him. They are worried he has explosives. That makes them slow down their pursuit because of the area of danger. They've brought in canine units. Dogs have been excited when they've gotten to certain areas, but they usually are when they know they're going to work. It doesn't mean that they've necessarily found something. They are closing down parts of the city in a very aggressive way for a very simple reason: safety. They don't want this young man to be able to use any opportunity of another hostage, steal another car, create more victims. So they're just going to be safe. And it gives them an easier way to find people when there's less movement around. That's where we are right now. That the Boston authorities and federal authorities who are helping out in the investigation are talking to people intensively, having controlled conversations, finding locations where these young men were, and trying to get their hands on this younger brother.
And we're starting to get, bit by bit, a better picture of who these men were. And we do not know what happened to them in the most recent year or probably two. And with the people that we have talked to have known them probably a year ago, 2 years ago, and described especially the younger brother as quiet, normal. A man who hired him to be a lifeguard described his work ethic as very good, always showed up on time, a dedicated young man. This is the picture that's coming together. The older brother also had been a boxer, been very successful. Something then happened. Something happened to radicalize them, but we don't know. We don't know what the motivation was. We don't know whether it was some kind of extremism. We don't know if it was inspired by something overseas. These are the questions we have, and why we emphasize so much that they want to have this young man alive so that they can get answers, because an attack like this has never successfully been carried out on American soil until this week.
We're showing his face for one obvious reason: to help find him if he is somewhere. There's no intention or need to glorify this. He is not popular. He is not a celebrity. If he has done what authorities believe he's done and what he's admitted to himself, he's the last person whose face you'd want to show people, but they have not found him right now. So take a look at the face. If this is someone who's walking by, call authorities. Do not do anything yourself. Please call authorities, especially this would only apply to people who are in Boston because that's where they believe he is right now. Make the phone call, do what you can to help, but stay safe. The authorities keep saying stay in your home, don't drive around. They want to keep people as far away from this situation as possible. Now, this is still an investigation where we know there are more things we don't know than what we do. We don't know why this plan went from something that was coordinated to something so random and silly where they wound up throwing improvised grenades out of a stolen car last night towards authorities. We don't understand any of this, and we won't until they get this person in custody.
And I can tell you how quickly this happened. Last night, when we were on the air, there was a shooting at MIT, and we were covering it. We had no idea, no one did at any point, that was linked to this. And then, indeed, it became that it was, and this entire thing started snowballing. I want to get to Don Lemon because, Don, you know, we're trying so hard to piece together exactly who these men were, what kinds of people they were, and what might have changed. And I know you've had the opportunity to speak to another friend of the suspect.
Yeah, actually, my photojournalist who's with me, Jay McMichael, got to speak to him, and then we listened to the entire interview. Also gave us other details about the search that is going on now, and you can probably hear the helicopter overhead. It's been going in an orbit around us, an orbit that's getting narrower and narrower, and there's still very heavy police presence here, and they still appear to be honing in on this triangular area, this rectangular area where we are. And again, we don't want to give away too much information about that. But listen, we told you earlier about Tamerlan and his friend who we spoke to calls him Tsar because it's Tsarnaev, but they call him Tamerlan Tsar, and they call the other one Jahar Tsar. So they have contracted the last name, I guess, to make it more Americanized. We told you that Tamerlan was a boxer, and he had won Golden Gloves. He was a 2 times Golden Gloves champion, 2 times Golden Glove champion, and they wanted him to go pro. One of our reporters Ivan Watson, who is one of our reporters for CNN International, found some information about him. He said the results from the Salt Lake City 2009 Golden Gloves Tournament of Champions, it looks like that Tamerlan was a heavyweight in that, so he did participate. It appears that he was a boxer, and as his friend said, who we spoke to, a 2-time Golden Gloves champion. The younger brother, who they're seeking right now, the one in the white baseball cap in those photographs, was a wrestler. And he obviously 19 years old, the older brother 26 years old. The younger brother is a wrestler. They said he was in great shape, that he also got a scholarship for it that was able to carry him to college from high school when he graduated back in 2011. Here's the friend we spoke to. He did not want to be identified. I think it's important to say he was not seeking media attention. So take a listen. Here he is.
I was pretty shocked. I mean, I called my brother. He was crying. You know, he was like, dude, that's our friends that we knew from high school. That would never think that anything like that. You know, it's complete shock. You know what I mean? Not that, you know, if you ask anyone from my school, they would tell you the same thing. You would never suspect anything from these guys. Not in the least bit. Like, you know, not from Jahar at least. I asked. You'll find more information. This guy is a walking angel. He's a nice kid. Like,
what's his name?
Jahar Tsar. He's as American as anybody. Hangs out, goes to parties, smokes a little weed here and there, like type of thing. You know, it's not like he's some foreign dude. He's raised here. Yeah, he's raised here. He's everything over here. You know, he's just as American as I am or anybody else is.
He's the one that we still believe is on the run.
No.
The guy in the white cap.
Yeah, the guy in the white cap.
And it sounds like, so how long would you...
That's a hard school to get into, right?
No, it's a high school. It's the most diverse high school in the United States, second most diverse, most opportunities, one of the best, highest acceptance rate to Harvard.
You said they were from where? Russia, right?
No, they're from Chechnya. They speak Russian. Come on.
No camera.
Yeah,
Come on.
They don't want to be shot. I don't even take Facebook photos.
So they're from Chechnya.
Yeah.
How long would you say they've been in the U.S.? Did they were from there? So
6, 7 years.
6 or 7 years.
Yeah.
All right, so again, high school, Cambridge, Renge, and Latin went there with him back in 2000. Said he graduated in 2006 or 2007. The older brother, the younger brother, graduated in 2011. Those are the pieces that we have been able to put together so far, Aaron and Chris.
Appreciate it, Don. Thank you. And interesting, I just got a note from someone close to the investigation who says there were operative theory right now about why this randomness last night could have been putting the photos and video out to the public. These two young men may have felt like the pictures were too good. They were identifiable.
Put them on the spot and made them afraid.
They got nervous and they started to do things. And you know what? A loss of life is a terrible thing, but it may well have forced their hand and put them into a situation where now, just a few days after this attack, they have the two men who did it.
Well, and you know what? When you talk about that, law enforcement, everyone had a really difficult choice to make. There was, 2 days ago, they were going to have a press conference, and they kept putting it off, and they decided not to have it. And they were debating then what to do. Should they be putting this video out? They made a decision to do it, a calculated risk. We're not going to put the names out. They may not have known them at the time, but this was that they thought the public could help. And it seems it worked. And that was a risk. They had to really decide what to do. And when you think about what was at stake with that decision, that they made the right decision.
But this is a little bit of an unknown territory. We haven't really dealt with a lot of this. A very fluid situation still. We have reporters all over canvassing. We're trying to piece it together as it goes along without revealing too much that the authorities are asking us to stay away from. Let's go to Brooke Baldwin. She's got somebody who has been evacuated, talking to them now. Brooke?
Yeah, Chris, before I even introduce you to this young couple, let me just tell you that there has been a little bit of activity in the last couple of minutes here in Cambridge. So again, just to set the scene, these two young men, these suspects, lived about a block away. We have just seen a big white van with bomb squad written on the side, turning down onto Norfolk Street, where these people had an apartment apparently. And some of the police are now trying to clear this road out. You can see, I don't know if you can see it, there's actually an ambulance in the middle of the road. It doesn't look like anyone's gotten in, but police out and about here. Here, we're zooming out so you can try to see. In the meantime, I have Neil and Bridget Scullion, and they live on Norfolk Street, just down the way from where these two young men apparently lived. And so you awoke to, what, a knock on the door?
Well, we awoke to the news on the television, and then about an hour ago, I guess, the police came and knocked on our door and told us that it was time to evacuate.
Can you, specifically, what did the police tell you guys, Neil?
Get out of the house. No, they said, we need you to leave your house. That's all they said.
And so, in a matter of minutes, you scooped up your dog and this little one and left. Do you have any guidance as far as how long you have to be out? What's going on?
No, there's been no further information, just that we were to leave, and when we walked out of the house, we were asked which way to go and told to come down this way.
Okay, and you saw as well that white bomb squad van. Tell me precisely what you saw.
Well, it came up this street here, and then it was backing down the other end of Norfolk Street.
Okay, I'm going to let you guys go. I'm sorry, little guy. This is not very fun to be kicked out of your little apartment. But so we're going to stay here, and we're going to hang tight, Chris, and just see what's going on. See if we see any more activity with the bomb squad van, and if any cars start coming through here, which it sounds like they may. Come back to us, and we'll let you know what we see.
All right, Brooke, thank you very much. I want to go to the phone right now. Larry Aronson. Larry, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
All right, Larry, I can hear you very well. Thank you for joining us and taking this opportunity. You live near the suspect that's being pursued right now by authorities here. What can you tell us about him? How recently did you speak to him? What's your take?
Well, I'm more than a neighbor. I'm a retired teacher from the high school where he graduated from, and I work part-time as a photographer at the high school, and I photographed him extensively as a wrestler on the wrestling team, as I do many other kids. And so I got to know him, And there is nothing in his character, in his deportment, in his demeanor that would suggest anything remotely capable of any of these things that are now he's suspected of doing. I mean, he couldn't have been...
Larry,
yes.
Larry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Let's take a half
Can
a
you hear
step
me?
back, because given what he's accused of and what he has admitted to himself allegedly to a hostage, he has some character flaws, to be gentle about it. Why do you believe his character seemed unassailable when you knew him?
Why do I think? I have no idea why that would be.
No, why do you think that he had good character? What was it about his character that you thought made him a solid person?
Well, let me just say this. I learned that from him that he was Chechen, because I asked him what was the origin of his name. He said Chechen. I said, "Oh my God, were you there during during the war and everything?" And he said, "Yes." And I said, "Oh my God, how did you survive it?" And so forth and so on. And he spoke about how he just, you just bear down, you do what you've got to do. And the point was he was so grateful to be here. He was so grateful to be at the school. He was so grateful to be accepted. He was compassionate. He was caring. He was jovial. There was nothing remotely like this at all. He was forthcoming. He was, he was a lovely, lovely kid. This is, reporters go to people who knew somebody who perpetrated a horrible crime, and you hear people say, "Oh, I know him. He's not capable of this." That's what I'm saying to you. I mean, I am just one of those people. I'm not trying to protect or cover up. This is what I know him to be. He was a wonderful kid. We were proud of him. He was an outstanding athlete. He was. There's nothing, he was never a troublemaker in the school. He was never in trouble in the school. He was just joyful and happy.
Larry, when's the last time you spoke to him? I'm sorry, Larry, when was the last time you spoke to him, and what was going on in his life?
The last time I spoke to him was on the street in Norfolk, right as I was walking up the street. I think he was going back to school. He was like on the semester break or something like that. And I said, "Oh, I forgot you live right next to me. I forgot all about that, And he said, yeah. And I said, "Which one of these places is yours?" And he pointed it out to me. And then I said, "Where are you now?" And he said he was in school. I can't remember where he told me he was going to school. And I said, "Dahar, are you wrestling?" And he said, "No, I'm not wrestling. I've sort of given that up. I'm just sort of bearing down on my studies." I said, "Well, okay."
And Larry, when was that? Was that this spring? Or was that... When you say the last time was on a spring break, was it this year? Was it a year? When was it?
No. It was this year. It was like sometime like between Thanksgiving and Christmas.
Okay.
I'm trying to think. But I don't remember, but it was this year, right? And it could have been even more recently, because he said he was on, what I remember is he said he was on his break. He was going back to school, right? And I think he even said he was getting in his brother's car and off he was going. So he was happy to share this.
That was just within the past few months.
With me, and et cetera. My phone is ringing off the hook, as you can imagine. So.
Well, look, there's a lot of desperation to understand. Yes, Larry, I hear there's a lot of desperation. I'll let you get to your phone. Thank you for the window of insight into this young man, and I appreciate you taking the opportunity to talk to CNN.
Now that, Chris, what he's talking about, and again, these are individual people with individual impressions based on very, very small slices of someone's life, but very interesting that he talked to him just within the past few months, and he's giving an impression of this young man, which matches the impression that others have given from a year or two back. Again, knew him casually, neighbor, right? I mean, as I said, a small slice of life, but it matches what we've seen before. We tried to say, well, when could he have been radicalized, or could it have been completely compartmentalized in his life? This sort of adds to that big question.
All right, so let me, you know what? I wish I could answer your question, but we both know I can't. We have Tom Fuentes here. Tom, let me ask you, you've seen so many of these scenarios. Everybody's saying he was a sweet kid, he was doing all the right things, he was grateful to be here, grateful to have gotten away from the war. How do you reconcile that with someone who wound up where he is right now?
I don't think you can, Chris. I think, the people that you're talking to on the air seem to be completely honest and sincere about what they saw or what their relationship was with him, that he had that personality. And then suddenly, somewhere along the line, it changes. And as I said, I don't know if maybe the big brother was the one that finally led him astray. And the last person you talked to on the phone said that after they left, he got in the car with his big brother. And this was just a couple months ago. So maybe somehow the brother was able to influence him, and he just had the kind of personality that made him weak and susceptible to whatever the brother wanted to do, and he went along with it. Although the demeanor that he has in those...
Yeah. Tom, I just wanted to ask you, but when we talk about, someone talking to him just a few months ago, you such experience profiling people and how they can handle these situations. Is it possible that someone could truly appear to the people around them as a very normal person in all respects, as it would be defined by people in this area, and yet completely compartmentalize some sort of radicalization?
It happens. I mean, we've seen this in many other cases. Now, many times we get the report, oh, the person was reclusive or weird or, something wrong with him. But there are many times when neighbors and even family members say, no, he seemed perfectly fine. He seemed great. I don't know what happened. I don't know what tripped him. Or you don't know whether he was already like that in his inner thoughts, and it just hadn't really manifested itself in front of other people where he was trying to go along and get along.
All right, Tom Fuentes, thank you.
All right, we're going to bring someone else in now. Phil Mubb, he works... well, we'll be back to you, Tom.
Yes,
we'll be back in a second. Let's bring in Phil Mubb. He's with us right now to help us get a little bit of idea. He has a counterterrorism background. Phil, let me ask you something. We're dealing with this paradox right now. We have seen it in other cases. Faisal Shahzad, the Times Square bomber. Everybody's saying good things about this person, not defending the suspect, but just saying, as I knew him, very good, great character, great athlete. And then he winds up here, the worst of character, if he is guilty of the things that he has admitted to this hostage. How do we put the two together?
There's not a paradox here. This is a tradition in terrorism. Looking, for example, at 9/11 or the July attacks in London, you don't have particularly cells in the world I follow. That's what you see on TV. You have clusters of kids who bounce off each other. In this case, you have two kids who happen to be brothers, and I suspect we're in a closed circle where over probably or perhaps a relatively short period of time, they persuaded each other inside this closed circle that what happened was right. Now, one more thing. One of these kids is 26, one is 19. In the cases I looked at, you often have an older brother figure, even outside the family, who will persuade a youth to go into the movement. I'd wager here that the older brother told the younger brother, what we're going to do is okay.
But how does that consistent with character? See, Phil, that's the part that we have to get people to understand, including one of the two sitting in front of you at least. How can you be a good person and a terrible person at the same time? Is the gap fill in that what you believe in your head to be right and wrong?
That's right. What you're doing is what we call an analysis mirror imaging. You're assuming that somebody thinks the world looks like you think it should look. What they're coming from is a world where some people will say the United States has intervened in places they shouldn't intervene. They've raped women. They've killed children. From their optic, this is perfectly logical. So it's not inconsistent with being a good person. They would say our responsibility is not just to talk about this, it's to do something about this. And they did.
Yeah, Phil, I'm just looking here, and we're going to be joined by another friend of Jahar's in just a moment, but he's going to talk about a conversation he had. I'm trying to pull up the exact words here on my BlackBerry, but a conversation that they had about terrorism where, again, he's going to say completely normal in all respects, but a conversation where he sort of indicated it's not wrong, there's something right about it. And maybe that was referring to some sort of fundamental belief in the cause or what it says.
I think there are simple justifications among the people I chased for 20 years, and that is they will say, look, I've seen images from places like Gaza or Afghanistan or Iraq where mosques are desecrated, women are raped, children are killed, so I can either talk about it or do something about it. The most important thing we followed was not necessarily large cells of people who would commit acts of terrorism. It was people who were in large clusters talking about Iraq and who would then break away and say, everybody else is talking, I'm going to do something about it.
Again, Phil, thank you very much. We'll come back to you when we have some more details to fill in. You can give us some context. Thanks for being on with us. You know, look, right now, you just don't know. It's part of the frustration of this. It's part of the frustration of covering it and just trying to deal with it at home. Some good news, some good things to keep in mind here. There is a tremendous manpower on the ground here in Boston. The reason they're locking down the city is for safety. It's not because of a sense of disadvantage. They have tons of manpower. They have been closing a circle on this individual. They have to be very careful because of the role of explosives in this situation.
They don't want to have a mistake. When you get to the end of this, they don't want to have a mistake. They don't want to have any other lives lost. The president is being briefed right now on what's happening. Brianna Keilar is at the White House. And Brianna, who is there, and what's your understanding of what they're briefing him on?
This is a briefing, Aaron and Chris, on the situation in Boston and Watertown, according to a White House official. It's taking place as we speak. So this is currently underway. It's taking place in the Situation Room. So obviously a very high level of security. Some of the participants are there in person. Most of them are. Some of them are on video conference. A rather large group of officials here from the White House and the administration, including the Attorney General Eric Holder and the FBI Director Robert Mueller. We knew they were there. In addition, the President's Homeland Security and Counterterrorism Advisor Lisa Monaco. You have a number of other national security staff, his National Security Advisor Tom Donnell and his Chief of Staff Dennis McDonough. And participating as well, this was something we didn't know before, by video conference, includes his Homeland Security Secretary Janet Napolitano, Secretary of State John Kerry, and his CIA Director John Brennan. So a rather packed house for this meeting currently underway in the Situation Room on the situation in Boston and Watertown, Massachusetts. You guys, you know that he's been briefed overnight, over the last night, by his Homeland Security Advisor Lisa Monaco, being kept up to date on this evolving situation. This has been the case all week, that he's been briefed throughout the evenings and frequently in the morning with his FBI Director and the Attorney General. But this is obviously an expanded group during this evolving situation. We're still waiting to see exactly how the White House and the administration is going to be responding to this. Obviously, right now, the FBI is very much in control of things, and I think we're probably not going to see any really substantive reaction to what's going on there in Boston and Watertown until it comes to more of a conclusion and the dust settles in what's really this currently evolving, very quickly moving situation. Back to you guys there in Boston.
All right, Brianna, we're going to reset here in case you're joining us right now. There's been a massive turn in the investigation here in Boston. I'm Chris Cuomo, joined by Aaron Burnett here. We've been covering this since late last night. Here's what we know. A remarkable series of developments in the search for the terrorists behind the Boston Marathon bombings. Right now, a massive manhunt is underway for this suspect. He's a 19-year-old man, and authorities are circling in on him. You will see his picture. If you are in Boston, you're cautioned to stay at home. Contact the police if you see this man. They say he is on the run, extremely dangerous, may have explosives, okay? Overnight, his older brother was killed in a shootout with police. Both men are Muslim. They're from southern Russia. At this point, we have no reason to believe whether their religion or their place of origin has anything to do with their intentionality here. It's just detail provided by investigators. Keep that in mind. The manhunt is going on in and around Boston. Its intensity and sheer scale is unlike anything this nation has ever seen before. The entire city of Boston and its suburbs is shut down this morning for safety reasons. Take a listen.
And the governor has immediately suspended all public transportation service on the MBTA system, that is buses and subway. So all public transit services through the MBTA have been immediately suspended.
Now, right now, this search has centered around the town of Watertown. We are not showing live picture from that because we've been asked by authorities not to reveal tactical positions. But it is being treated almost like a combat zone. The National Guard is mobilized. Thousands of heavily armed police are going door to door searching for the fugitive. Maybe most remarkable, buses have been brought in to evacuate people to keep a safe perimeter. That's the urgency with which this is being done. On the left of your screen, you will see Watertown, where the search is now focused. If you look to the right, that's where this rapid-fire chain of events began, the campus of MIT, just across the river from the site of Monday's bombing. Overnight, a university police officer was killed and a motorist carjacked. That's what started all of this. We had no idea to believe it would be the suspects from the Marathon bombing. Police say when they chased this Mercedes SUV, the suspects opened fire, even threw improvised explosive devices at them, homemade grenades. Take a listen to the shootout.
thought we heard firecrackers, so me and my son looked out our third-floor window, and we heard gunshots, and then we saw the explosion. I actually saw a black SUV come down Laurel Street, cross over Dexter. It looked like it hit a police car, and then they were just shooting at that and then just loaded with that. We must have heard about 60 gunshots.
What was that explosion like?
It was pretty loud. It shook our house.
All right, obviously that is a present-sense impression for somebody who was witnessing the shootout. The suspect, who was on the left during some of that video, if you're able to see him, he was killed in the shootout. Sources tell us he apparently had explosives strapped to him, and they somehow may have detonated. Sources also warn that the man on the right, who's still on the loose, may be rigged with similar explosive. That's why there's such an abundance of caution going on right now. This is the latest reporting that we have on this as it's continuing. We'll tell you what we can when we know it.
Right. I want to bring in Eric Mercado now. And Eric, I know you were a friend of the younger suspect, Jahar. So you seem to know a lot about him and have known him very well. So begin first by telling us when you knew him.
I mean, I knew him in high school.
You graduated a year ago?
I graduated in 2010.
2010, but he was younger,
He
right?
was a year younger, so he graduated in 2011.
Okay.
But the grades were kind of meshed. We went back and forth. We went to parties and things of that nature, just things that normal teenagers would partake in. So that's kind of how I got to know Jahar.
And you knew him pretty well. You saw him a lot.
Yeah, I mean, in high school, yeah. I won't say that I've seen him as of recently. Probably the last time I saw him was in the last year or so.
Okay, so you said that you had a conversation with him, but he appered very normal. So I want to get a little bit more about what you did together, but also one conversation that you recall where terrorism came up.
Right. It wasn't me per se who had the conversation, but it was a friend of mine who I'd called this morning had alerted me to a conversation that he had with Jahar, and it was along the lines of terrorism is, when justified, isn't necessarily a bad thing, which kind of red flag in your head, like, okay, well, if he's having those kind of conversations and the events that have since happened, it would lead you to believe that something in his head or somebody in his head was. He
was having a conversation with a friend and said terrorism's not necessarily a bad thing?
Right, when justified.
What does that mean? Like, did you give any context to it? I know you're not supporting the position. I'm saying, do you remember something that made that okay for him to say?
Not anything that would lead me to believe that he would believe it is okay. I can't really say. I just know that was the conversation that was had, and in that conversation, obviously, my friends were kind of alerted, like, well. But people say, things all the time, and it's never, you don't take it out of context. It is a conversation at the time, and you don't believe that anybody's going to be a terrorist because of those comments.
So in the past day, when you and your friends started watching television, and you saw that picture on the screen, did friends call the FBI? Did you say, I know that guy? How did you all figure out that it's the guy that you know?
Well, I mean, the name itself was, when given, it confirmed it for us, but I mean, the hat was a signature, turned backwards on his head, always, with
so
a baseball cap.
You saw the video before the name came out, and the baseball cap being backwards. You said that looks like.
Right, and it was kind of a joke amongst friends. Oh, that's Jahar, or
But you didn't believe it was.
Right. I mean, no one wants to believe that their friend from high school is quote unquote a terrorist, or is a terrorist. Nobody wants to believe those kind of things.
Right.
Listen, I appreciate you giving us the information.
Yes, we appreciate you taking the time. We know it's obviously not easy when you knew someone to imagine this and to share it, but thank you.
We're going to get back to the developing situation here. Let's go to Deb Farrick. She's one of the reporters out in the field. She's been seeing police activity. Deb, what's the latest?
Yeah, we saw so much activity going on earlier this morning. More than 1,000 members of law enforcement who were here. They were focused on a home just down the block from me. They had people on top of the roof. They had people who were staging the entire area. Everybody was dressed in tactical gear, SWAT gear, as they approached that building. We're still waiting for word on what specifically they were looking at inside. We do know that we did smell smoke earlier this morning, and a couple of canines were brought in as well. The law enforcement pulled out, and now what's going on is that we saw some forensic teams pull in. So they're in that facility, in the building, in the home. We believe it's the home just in front of what looks almost like a garage, an automotive garage with a little sign up there. They're inside that home now. and they are looking for clues, for possible evidence. So this is unfolding very, very quickly. We do know that the older brother, the 26-year-old, he was found to be wearing explosives. He did have some sort of a trigger on him as well. You have to keep in mind that he was actually, once he was killed, once he was dead, investigators actually stripped him in place. One thing they were worried about is you never want to bring an injured person into a hospital, because then you're just creating a whole situation if that person is wearing what appears to be some form of explosive device. They're still looking for the 19-year-old, the one in the white hat. They believe he is in this area. They're not 100% sure, but they do believe that they're getting closer. This is moving very, very quickly. They are reaching out, investigators are, to friends, to associates, to other people who are sort of coming on the radar, who this young man may have had contact with over the last couple of weeks or even the last couple of months. So it's very likely that we're going to see more activity throughout the city throughout the course of the day as investigators make their way following leads and trying to figure out exactly who is who and where this person is. Chris? Thank you very much, Deb. We appreciate it.
All right, we're going to take a break now. We're going to put up on the screen a picture of the man that police are looking for. This is the face of a self-described killer. According to what he said to a hostage, his brother is dead. If you see this face, do nothing yourself. Alert authorities. And if you are watching, police believe the suspect may. If you have any of the decency in you that your friends described back when they knew you, it's time to turn yourself in. We'll be back after the break.
This is CNN Breaking News.
And our coverage continues of the manhunt for suspect number 2, a 19-year-old young man. The manhunt is ongoing here in Boston. As we said, a lockdown of a city unlike anything ever seen before in this country. I want to get the very latest on the intelligence of where he is and exactly what police and authorities are looking for. Barbara Starr has that. She's been doing reporting on that, calling her sources. She's at the Pentagon this morning. Barbara?
Good morning, Aaron and Chris. We can now tell you that the entire U.S. law enforcement and intelligence community here in Washington now going back this morning through every piece of intelligence they have, looking for any information about these two suspects. Until yesterday, till the identification came out, officials had told us they just didn't see any foreign connection. They weren't sure, but they didn't see anything. Now that they have the identities on these two suspects and they have some sense of their background, they are going back through everything. That means intelligence reports, phone intercepts, chatter, jihadist websites, travel records, everything and anything. They are looking at their social media postings for any connections they may have to overseas groups. Now, they don't have any firm conclusions at this point, but what is so significant here is now, as of this morning, they are indeed looking to see if these two men had any connections to overseas groups, frankly, to overseas terrorism. No conclusion about that yet. We want to emphasize that very strongly because basically officials tell us there are three possibilities here. A domestic terrorism incident, something backed by a foreign group, or these two men in the United States potentially inspired, if you will, by some political cause or some overseas group. So they're looking at all of it, but now that they have their identities, full-blown review by the U.S. intelligence and federal law enforcement community, going back through everything they have. Aaron, Chris?
All right, Barbara, thank you very much. All right, so the big question is what changed in these two men to turn them into killers and bombers? And that's what we're trying to figure out this morning as our authorities. Ivan Watson's with us on the phone right now. Ivan knows both brothers. Ivan, can you hear us?
I can hear you, Chris. That's
Ivan,
right. What we're hearing is a little bit more about the background. Absolutely. What we're hearing is more about the background of these two brothers, Chris. I've spoken with an official from the Central Asian former Soviet Republic of Kyrgyzstan, a government official telling CNN that these brothers both had passports from Kyrgyzstan when they got their green cards that allowed them to emigrate to the U.S. Now, this becomes a tangled story. They describe themselves to their friends, to their neighbors, as natives of Chechnya, another Russian republic torn apart by war during the 1990s. Evidently, they left that area probably because of the gruesome conflict there and ended up in Kyrgyzstan before they moved on to the U.S. As far as how long ago they left that Central Asian Republic, well, I talked to one of the leaders of the ethnic Chechen community in Kyrgyzstan. He said that we have not seen anybody from the Tsarnaev family in more than 10 years. So whatever may have happened seems to have taken place while they were in the U.S. One other little tidbit, just to give an indicator of how deep their roots were going in the U.S., we know that the eldest brother, Tamerlan, he competed in the Golden Gloves boxing championship in Salt Lake City in 2009. Chris.
All right, thank you very much. That's helpful information in terms of that they've been here a long time. There seems to be no real connection back to where they came from. So whatever happened with these two happened here.
It seems to be. Now, whether it was inspired by or motivated by something elsewhere, of course, we don't know yet at this point. I want to bring in Jim Walsh now. He's a professor at MIT. I know your office, Jim, is right next to where this went down last night as we were watching this at Building 32. At that time, we had absolutely no idea. No one had any idea that this would be linked to the two brothers and to the Boston Marathon bombing. What is it like on campus now? It must have been a real shock.
Well, it's certainly, to put this in some context, I went to bed last night having learned from MIT that a person who works where I work was slain. And then I woke up this morning, one street over from Watertown, Massachusetts, a middle-class suburb next to Cambridge, across the river from Boston, to the sound of helicopters and sirens and instructions to keep our doors locked. I have since traveled. I'm not on campus now. I'm at a studio here in Watertown, which is ground zero for the police. Outside, there are dozens of heavily armed police officers and more than a dozen satellite trucks. And as I was pulling up, they stopped my car. You know, I let them do their business. They were going house by house, checking the small side street that is near the studio that I'm currently sitting in. So all this has descended really very, very close to home for me. You know, a fellow employee at my university is dead. And now the neighborhood that I once owned a house in and where I speak to you from now is people are locked indoors and there are police everywhere.
Jim, it seems like a transformative moment and of course, a tragic one, but it's someone you worked with. It makes it personal on a level that many of us can only try to fathom. What is the campus like today? I mean, everything around where we are basically is empty. The only cars that we see going by are basically law enforcement officials because the city is in such lockdown.
Yeah, I think that's true. It's true for all of Cambridge. It's true for Boston and these surrounding neighborhoods, Belmont and Watertown, where I am now. You know, oddly, a couple of weeks ago, we had a hoax on the MIT campus where someone called in and reported seeing a gunman. And the police swarmed in. That was a hoax. But one of the consequences of that hoax was MIT did an assessment of its emergency communications and its preparedness. And one has to think that in some ways, sadly, that helped prepare the university for what took place last night. I got instant emails from the university and from my colleagues in political science and elsewhere with instructions to stay home. You know, let me step back for a minute, Aaron and Chris, and also as someone who's been on TV these last several days talking about this from an international security perspective. I must say I was surprised by what happened today. Everyone is, but what makes it more surprising is we just hosted the President of the United States yesterday and at that church service. And when I was on talking last night, one of the conclusions that I drew from that by inference was that there's no way that they would allow the President of the United States to travel to Boston unless they had fairly high confidence that either the people who had committed these crimes were gone or not still posing a danger to the greater Boston area. So I think we're going to have to ask some questions going forward about what law enforcement knew and how it is that the President of the United States flew into a city when these two young men still had explosives and were still only hours away from committing other crimes.
So you're saying, Jim, I mean, you think that they may have known more than they were telling us at that time, or you're surprised at the decisions they chose to make, given that they didn't know where they were?
Well, I'm not positing or assuming anything, but I do think it's odd, right? So I'm asking the question. I'm sure there's a good answer, but it would be interesting to know what the assessment, the danger or risk assessment was yesterday in the decision to bring the president to Boston, if only because these two gentlemen were here and continued to, they've killed another person. They killed an MIT police officer and obviously have used explosives, within 12 hours of having the president visit. So I'm just putting that out as something, we're going to go back and we're going to look at a lot of this stuff. And everyone's going to be able to do a better job, right? The media is going to do a better job. There have been small mistakes every day. Analysts can do a better job. I've made mistakes. And I'm not suggesting that law enforcement made a mistake here, but I would like to better understand the logic of that decision.
I want to bring Julia into the conversation. What do you think about what Jim is saying, that to understand the decision about the president coming?
It's a big city, and the president has a very, very competent Secret Service. To not have him come to the memorial service would have been, I think, premature. We had no idea where these people were. And, he can be secure and still have two people on the loose. Who knows what they knew at what stage. But if there was any risk, it wouldn't have happened. So, I mean, you have to just assume no one's going to put the president at risk. I think what's also really interesting about what's come out so far is, from what I can tell, they spent most of their time here. They spent most of their time in Cambridge. And so this idea of a radicalization occurred, if it did, occurred here, or it didn't occur. In other words, this was something else. It was Mad Men. It was all sorts of things. And so we've had this debate about was it terrorism or not. And I think we're seeing the consequences of being able to wait and see what, in fact, what was animating these two. That they're Chechen, yes, we know that, but they spent most of their time here, a lot of their time here. That they're Muslim, we don't know how devout. So is that the motivating factor? Maybe not. And so we'll sort of reserve judgment. Right now, though,
but
the
let me
city.
Ask you on this when you say we're debating whether it's terrorism. If someone blows bombs up at a marathon, that's terrorism. It doesn't matter what it's motivated by.
It's a terrorist act, but if you want to bring a case against them, we really don't care what their motivation is. I mean, they killed people and they wreaked havoc on a city. They killed more people last night, or one more person last night. And so if you want to bring a case, let's assume we're going to have a live defendant, and that's a big assumption right now. You want to bring a case that's strong, and the best case so far, you could call it terrorism, but it's a murder case. And
Juliet's drawing a distinction. You're asking. Your questions are spot on, Erin. Yeah. It gets a little complicated because it starts to leave the world of common sense and move into the world of legalese and of prosecutorial.
Well, there's a legal distinction, but I'm just making the point. Most people would say it's terrorism.
Right, but I think one of the consequences of that in a post 9/11 world is that me too, tend to view terrorism and as equated to 19 guys on a plane, equated to bin Laden, equated to
Al-Qaeda,
and those links are absolutely not provable at this stage. And so the word terrorism is just we use it as sort of a catch-all. And what we see now is a bunch of people who might be motivated by some theory of Al-Qaeda, who might be motivated by some theory of something else, who might be delusional, who spent a lot of time in the United States doing something really, really bad. Their motivation matters less than catching one of them, obviously,
one of the things
and bringing
that's
a
very
case.
confusing to so many people who are watching the coverage right now is you hear somebody was good, did good things, and you can't reconcile that with them being the worst of people. And it's not as simple as just saying, well, that's human nature. People have different sides. Explain it as part of your area of expertise. Why do those two things go together often?
I think people are complicated, and the public persona of people tends to be very different than the sort of quiet side of people. So there's a wonderful book about the Columbine killers. We have some image of them as being, dark, guys in trench coats who everyone hated. The truth is one of them was incredibly popular. The other one, all the parents loved him. We get these images of people, and actually sociopaths and psychotics and murderers come in all shapes, sizes, colors, creeds, and they do bad things. And all you want to do is stop them from doing bad things. And that's what's happening today. I know it seems sort of overwhelming, but we're going to, people are inside so they don't have to be a part of this, so that law enforcement can do what they want to do. And then, hopefully it ends relatively soon. It's daytime.
Well, Juliette, it's interesting when you talk about, we're talking about this, what appears to be a real contradiction in terms of, especially the younger suspect, as we're learning more, the boy on the run. But what I'm trying to understand is, when you look at the profile of these kinds of people, we're trying to find a way that this doesn't happen again.
Right.
These people have done something successfully in this country that has never been done successfully before. Right. And one of the most terrifying thoughts is that we may not really ever understand why. Because if you can't understand why, then how are you going to identify possible people who might do something like this again?
I think in one case you bring up a great point, which is you're just touching on how much more difficult it is to find this kind of threat. It is, we say homegrown lone wolf. It generally just means, one or two or three people who aren't affiliated with a grand plan. It is just harder. We have to face it. They don't leave trails. They're not talking on phones to each other. It is harder for intelligence to do. Unfortunately, we have to accept that fact. But, one other thing, and, because I teach on this, is, 9/11 didn't create terrorism, and it didn't start then, and it didn't end then. We have always had people doing very bad things in this nation, and of course throughout the world, and that this hasn't happened since 9/11 is sort of also pretty remarkable, right? That something like this. And so putting it in context is hard right now because we're all really anxious. I can't get home, and so we're all really anxious. And so once we put it in context, then we see, okay, well, this is probably the way things might look for a while.
All right. Juliette, thank you very much.
Right now, take a look at your screen. On your screen right now, you're seeing live picture from where we have Deborah Farrick. Guns are being drawn. There's a heightened activity from police there. Do we have Deb? Is she able to talk to us right now? All right, so we'll get her when we can. I hope she's staying safe with her crew, but there's been an increase in activity here. We've only been showing the feeds that authorities are comfortable with, so we're going to keep watching this right now, monitor this situation. Do you want to bring... Deb's on the phone. Okay. Great. Deb, what's the explanation for what we're seeing right now?
Hey, Chris and Aaron. Well, just really within the last 30 seconds, a number of cars pulled back into the area where we are. A lot of the people the police are telling the press to pull back, but we do know that guns are drawn. They're going into a location. There's a lot of chaos. There's a lot of screaming and yelling. We've been told by terrorism experts that we've got to be very careful. This kid, if he's out there, may want to go out in a blaze of glory. We've got police officers with shotguns. They're pushing members of the media back. We've got to be careful. Everybody get back, get down. We've got, obviously, according to some intel people that we're speaking to, they're telling us that this kid may want to go out in a blaze of glory. And what they're doing is they're trying to flesh this person out. They're trying to flesh him out. They don't know where he is. Again, I'm just going to put the phone out the window so you can listen. So you can hear a little bit what we're pulling out. We're pulling out. We're going back. Let's go. Hold on. We're kind of right in the middle of everything, guys. We're going to move this truck, and we're going to come back to you. We're going to come back to you.
All right, that's the right idea. Deb, do what the police are telling you to do. Get to safety, then call us back. All right. Good. She's got to get with her crew back to where the perimeter, where the authorities are safe. Obviously, that's what matters most. We are feeding this video with a 5-second delay. It's also just another consideration because we don't know what's going to unfold on camera, and we want to be a little bit careful about it.
That's right. We want to make sure you all understand that that's what we're doing and why we're doing it. We're going to keep this picture up right now. There's been a couple of times this morning where we have seen intense activity here. Obviously the entire city is under lockdown, and there have been a few neighborhoods where there have been high police presence, but this has been the one, Watertown, where there has been the most so far today.
Right, and I got a note from investigators that one of the challenges in this particular area is a lot of dense housing. Mm-hmm. So one of the particular challenges in this area is that they may think they have the right place, but there could be 8 or 10 different buildings that they have to go through to find what they're looking for right now. So again, this is live picture, 5-second delay, and we're waiting for Deb Farrick to get to a safe position where the authorities are comfortable with her.
All right, there is also police activity where Don Lemon is. So, Don, what exactly are you seeing happening?
We saw all of the presents that had once been to Deb pull out, and then we saw it all go back in just moments ago, and there you see some of the guys coming in and out. Wherever this is happening here, we can hear it and we can see it, and it's in that perimeter that we told you about just a little bit earlier, where we said, hey, listen, over here, this is where they're zeroing in on something going on. This is where that helicopter has been circling, has been orbiting, and then the orbit gets tighter and tighter and tighter, which leads us to believe, just as laymen, just as civilian, that something is going on in that area. We can hear the activity. We can't see, obviously, we're on the ground, but the some of the officers went in. The first couple went in with sirens, and I would imagine that they said, hey, no sirens, just go in with flashing lights. Then the next round of officers that went in just went in with flashing lights, no noise, probably not to give any indication that they're on the way to stir up any fear or what have you. The same thing that Deb said, that they're being told by officers, they're being told by people, hey, be careful. Early this morning when I first got to the scene, 3 Boston police officers said, hey, Don, be careful, because this guy feels like a trapped animal. We have so many resources on this. If you had this many people looking for you, you would be paranoid. If you were in this particular situation and they're worried that this guy will go out in a blaze of glory or feel trapped like an animal and come out shooting, they said, listen, we know he has explosives. Threw him out of the car during the police chase. We know he has long rifles. Don, those long rifles can go very far. So again, I would tell you and your buddies in the media to be safe, even though you're behind a perimeter. We're not, in bulletproof vests or what have you. So that's exactly, I'm just being honest, what they're telling us here. We can hear the activity, we can see the resources, the officers, the tactical units, the SWAT teams going into the other locations, and we're also monitoring it on our monitors here. We can see what's happening. They're telling the media in that particular area to get back, get back, get back. And when they say that to us, we do exactly what those officers tell us. But we know it's happening here in Watertown. This is the center of it. This is the last place that suspect was seen not more than 10 minutes ago at the convenience store just next to where I am. An officer came in and said, we believe he's in this area, Don, because this is the last place he was seen. They gave us a street, they gave us an intersection, but we won't specifically go into that. They're also concerned, too, because they're getting reports, they said, on their scanners, and again, this is from an officer, on their scanners, that this guy is after them. He's ticked off that they killed his brother, that his brother somehow died in the confrontation this morning, and that he is going after police officers. They believe, again, this is according to police, this is not CNN reporting, I want to preface that. They believe that he has a laptop with him and that he's sending messages out on social media. Again, that's according to officers, not confirmed reports, anything that I have gotten myself specifically. But they are concerned that he is going to go after police officers and put police officers in the crosshair because he is so upset about what happened to his brother this morning. Strangely, he killed 3 people and injured 183 others, and he's upset about his brother. Again, we can hear where they are. We can't see them, but we can see them going to that particular location. Okay, back to you guys.
Deb,
Don?
can you hear?
All right, thanks, Don.
Thanks.
Deb, can you hear us? Deborah Fear, can you hear us?
We just... All right, Deb, can you hear us?
All right, this is the shot where Deborah Fearick is right now. This is her camera. There's been a lot of police activity.
That's right.
She was told to move back by authorities. She did so.
Oh, you can hear us now, Deb.
Yeah, I can hear you guys. There's a lot of concern. This is right now. There is something very worrisome to police that's going on right now. We've heard over the radio that they're calling for a Russian interpreter. There are some reports, I'm being told by an intel source, that in fact that they may have found the car that was carjacked. But all I can say is they are treating this as a very high-level incident, what's going on here. But again, a lot of people are sort of staying low to the ground. One intel source I spoke to said, look, one of the dangers is if you have a visual on the car you can see the car, if you can see the bomb can see you. You got to be very aware of that you're going to be in range. Chris,
All right,
Aaron?
Deb, yeah.
All right,
yes.
so Deb, obviously the premium is on your safety. Listen to the officers, get where you need to be. The shots will come when they come, but stay safe. We'll be back to you when we can.
Interesting what she's reporting. And again, we are including all of you watching in what we are hearing, what our reporters are hearing from the police that they're next to, from the scanners. And she's saying that they had requested a Russian translator. And also, when she referred to the car, I can confirm to you that the Boston police have said that there's a car being processed for evidence. That apparently it's a gray 1999 Honda CR-V, saying that, I'll quote them, possible suspect car. So these are the pieces of information that we have right now. But again, an elevated, and you saw a police officer run across Deb's shot just a moment ago, elevated police presence now once again in Watertown, which was where there was a big scramble earlier this morning that seemed like it could be the end, but it was not.
They also could be interviewing people other than the suspect. There could be someone, a call for an interpreter, because they're dealing with someone other than him. Obviously, his experience with the English language is very high. He's fluent in it. So the call for an interpreter may not necessarily be for the suspect. We're going to have to learn as we go along. We're showing you the picture of the suspect right now. This man, allegedly, according to authorities, told a hostage that he was a Boston Marathon bomber. They've been pursuing him and his brother. His brother has been shot and killed. They are now looking for him. They believe that he may have explosives on him. That's why there is this abundance of caution about blast range. And the media is trying to respect that while also keeping cameras trained on the situation. We're feeding video to you with a delay just in case something does happen.
5-second delay, so everyone knows. 5 seconds. We're going to keep showing you the shot. This is where Deborah is in Watertown. As soon as we can get Deb back, we will. Everyone, we can all just hope that one of these incidents is going to lead to the final showdown, and that is going to end with this suspect being taken alive, apprehended alive, so that we can get more information about this 19-year-old Jahar and how he came to be the monster that he came to be.
Right,
given that everything we've heard has not matched that.
Juliet was saying change can happen very quickly. Human nature is very complicated, and people can get ideas and believe that they're going to act and see a sense of glory without being related to any type of organization that we would traditionally identify with terrorism. Right. But all this goes into the category of what we do not know. What I want to know is, do we have Joe Johns, who's following this investigation down in Washington? Do we have Joe? Are we able to get him up?
I'm here.
We're going to try and get Joe Johns because he's monitoring this from Washington. I can hear you, Joe. Thank you for being with us. What are you hearing down there in terms of official information?
We're not hearing a lot of official information, and I have to tell you there's been a lot of radio silence among at least some of the law enforcement officials in Washington, D.C., deferring to the authorities in Boston on the ground there. But while we're waiting for some more information from Deb and others, I just wanted to sort of reset you on how we got to where we are right now. Authorities told us that there was some type of a convenience store robbery late last night. There was also the murder of an MIT police officer, which got authorities interested. But I can tell you, as of 11:53 last night, authorities were drawing no connection between the marathon bombing case and what was going on at MIT. There was, sometime after that, a carjacking. A vehicle was carjacked, and then authorities started getting real interested in this series of events. These individuals they have been looking for apparently told the driver of the vehicle that was carjacked that they had actually been the bombers at the marathon. And sometime after that, one of the two individuals got outside of the car. Shots were fired. That individual apparently was hit. And then we were told the other suspect ran over his brother with the car. Kept going. They got that individual, checked him out, and discovered the guy who was killed was wearing some type of an explosive, apparently an IED. So then authorities went into full alert, realizing they had a situation where one suspect was wearing an explosive, thought that the other suspect could as well be wearing an explosive. The chase was on. Authorities started going door to door, checking on the welfare of individuals, and that's how the entire city of Boston eventually came to be locked down. That's where we are now. I've said to you before, there are tons of questions in this case right now. How do all of these things fit together, especially when you consider the fact that there was a very carefully planned bombing at the Boston Marathon, but after that, it seems like everything just got thrown up in the air. The fact of the matter was, these individuals may have planned a bombing very well, allegedly, but they certainly didn't plan an escape very well at all. That's where we find ourselves right now.
All right, Joe, we want to add Tom Fuentes in this conversation. Please don't go anywhere as we're monitoring here on 5-second delay. The shot that you see is of Watertown. Our Deborah Farrick is there. As soon as we can get her on camera, as she gets more information, we're going to bring her to you. But the latest, obviously, is a big and sudden increase in the police presence there. On a scanner, a request for interpreter who speaks Russian. We're not sure who they wanted to speak to or what that was regarding, but that is the latest that we have. And Tom Fuentes, let me just add you into the conversation. This is the second time this has happened in Watertown. When you look at how this is happening, do you have a level of certainty that, what it appears to us to be that they believe that this 19-year-old young man is in a few block radius of this area? Or is it possible that they aren't sure and he could be somewhere else?
Well, I think it's possible that he could be somewhere else, but I think the probability is that he's in that area and he would have stayed close to some type of a support group, whether it's his own apartment or aunts or uncles or some other relatives. As far as asking for the interpreter, Chris is right. They're fluent. They're Americanized kids, fluent in English. You heard the one classmate say, hey, he's as American as I am. I don't quite think that, but I mean, certainly he doesn't need an interpreter, but they might be trying to get entry to search a relative's house who needs an interpreter, and they may be asking for that, thinking that he could have gone to another aunt or uncle or cousin or somebody else's house that maybe in that house they're still speaking Russian. So these are the type of things they don't know. This could still be just part of sweeping the apartments of anywhere he might have gone to, any known relative or any telephone contact that's come up or some other reason to believe that he could be in another place, but with someone that's a relative, from the old country. So that could be what the interpreter's for.
We want to bring in Deb Farrick. We have her now on the phone. Deb?
Hey, Aaron, we've been moved back significantly, and one of the police officers who was trying to get all the members of the press out of the way, basically, said, you guys are in the line of fire, you're in the line of fire, and then they proceeded to move us back significantly. I'm told by an intel source that, in fact, it may be that they have found somebody else, an associate, who may have sorry, just seeing what the noise is about. I'm told by an intel source that it may be that they are, have found an associate of the younger bomber, the younger suspected bomber. So that is what I'm being told right now. They called for a Russian translator. They have moved us back. There are sharpshooters everywhere. They are monitoring the situation, but they have surrounded what appears to be either a home or a vehicle. It's very difficult to see from where we are right now, but they pulled us back significantly. Where we were reporting earlier this morning, well, now we're probably about a block away from that. Like I said, the police officer yelled and said, you're in the line of fire, you're in the line of fire. I can see a couple of people, some law enforcement, some police with rifles. They're walking the perimeter. But again, you got to imagine about 25 police cars and other vehicles surrounding surrounding something. We think it's a car, and I'm being told by an intel source that it may possibly be somebody known to the younger bomber. Aaron?
All right, Deb, thank you. And I mean, what Deb just said there is very important because they're trying to figure out at this point, we had thought it was just the two brothers. The family members, the friends that we've spoken to knew nothing about this. The uncle, as we have heard, knew nothing about this. But now what they're saying is that they may have had an associate, and that could have been the need for an interpreter. This was the crucial question all the way through, which was how many people may be involved. There's a lot of...
Yeah, I mean, you're definitely going down the right road. That's what we're understanding and we're hearing. But it also could be, I'm being told, that they've met someone who may be helpful, and the man's not very conversant in English. That's why they brought in the translator. So it's not necessarily broadening the net of people who are involved, but just trying to get someone who may be able to help them to do that. We got word that they're supposed to be having a press conference soon.
Right.
About what's going on, and we will bring that to you, obviously, as soon as we can. It may be delayed, given the exigent circumstances surrounding Watertown right now. Also, something to remember at home, this is not an unusual protocol in a situation that could turn violent. Police don't like having people in the immediate vicinity of something that could turn violent, so them clearing the area doesn't mean that there's something special about this situation. It could be just the urgency of wanting to keep it as safe as possible. Now, we believe Deb's in a better situation right now. Deb, can you hear us? Are you still on the phone?
Stand by, Chris. Stand by. One moment. I'll be right with you. Stand by. I've got a call.
All right, sounds like she's taking a call. This obviously is heating up at this moment. I want to emphasize again, this happened once earlier this morning, and then it calmed down for a little bit, so we don't know the exact situation or what's happening here. Lots of information coming across the scanners. Of course, we don't really discuss that on the air because that's a police conversation. What they're trying to figure out is happening. But what Deb is able to report is that an associate, that she believes that they may have found some sort of an associate of the younger suspect, 19-year-old Jahar, in this area in Watertown, and that could have been why they called for the interpreter.
Absolutely right.
But if there's one associate, how many other people were there? You know, the chairman of the department, the Homeland Security Committee yesterday told me, look, I think there could have been a conspiracy, something broader that he was getting from intelligence. Now, he wasn't sure. No one's sure.
Right. It goes into the column of what we don't know.
Right. When people plan this, how many people does it take? How small was it? And they need to be able to pull every single thread so that when this is over, they know.
And to be clear, they have made incredible, I mean, I know you've been making this point on your show, and it's very true. They've made incredible progress in this situation in such a short amount of time, given how multifactorial it was. You know, this place was so crowded, they have no prior threats, they have no one taking responsibility for the act, and just by going through amazing amounts of videotape and photos, they wound up isolating suspects. I mean, that is really rare. This has been a series of firsts for us in this investigation. The most recent one's is what is unfolding right now. This, again, a 5-second delay just because we can't control what's going to happen. We're going to go back to Deb Farrick right now. She's on the phone at the location that you're seeing on your screen. Now move back to a safe distance. Deb, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, Chris and Aaron. We have been moved back. We just saw a bomb truck moving towards what we believe is a vehicle or something that they're interested in. But one of the things that they're very concerned about is that this individual may have planted other pipe bombs. That's one thing that they're being very careful about. That because he was found with them, because they may be a distraction. That's one of the reasons that they're telling people to shelter in place, to stay where they are, because they don't know how much access he had to Boston when he and his brother stole that car. So again, one thing I am told, and it's perfectly logical, makes perfect sense, is that whether it's a vehicle that's surrounded or whether it's an individual that's surrounded, the cars are close enough. The police cars are close enough so that they don't believe there's a risk of it exploding. We were moved back. We were told you're in the line of fire. But the cars themselves, they seem to be closer to that vehicle, certainly, than they would be if there were some sort of a device, certainly like the one that was used in the marathon. Chris?
And Deb, at this point, from what you're saying, just to make sure we're very clear for our viewers, you're talking about that they could be, at this point, focusing in on an associate, someone who may have been helping, but it's not 100% clear as to whether they believe the suspect, Jahar, is also in that area, right?
They believe he has been in this area. Now what they're doing is that's why they mounted the kind of presence they did this morning. When we got here, when it was dark out and you saw all the cars, they were closing off the perimeter. They were choking it off. And so now they don't know whether he's here, whether he may have made contact with a particular individual who was trying to get to him. If that's a possibility, we have no information to back that up, but they're treating this very, very seriously. So we're monitoring it. We're about a block away. We don't know what this individual is of interest, but we did hear them calling for a Russian translator on the phone. Got to remember that area of the Russian Caucasus, if Russian is spoken. And also, Aaron and Chris, I do want to tell you that I spoke to someone earlier who said now it appears that the brothers lived on the water about 200 miles, about 2 hours from the center of Chechnya. So they were on the border. That's why there's been so much confusion as to whether they were from Chechnya or whether they were from Dagestan. So that right now may explain why people are saying that the brothers were from the Russian Caucasus, right on the border of Chechnya. Aaron, Chris?
Deb,
Right,
let
Deb.
me ask you something. Just take a half step back. Why are authorities there? Do they believe this is where he was living, or is this where a known friend was, or is this where they believe they pursued him to? Just to set the scene as to why there's this activity in this area.
Well, it could be all of that. The first location where all the law enforcement came, we reported earlier that we smelled smoke, and we were told that was the first location. We were told, got to pull back. We saw the helicopter, we smelled the smoke. So whether there was somebody in that house that they wanted to talk to, every location they go where they believe he may have been, or where somebody who was known to him might be, they have got to treat it as if it is a hostile environment, that it is potentially booby-trapped, and they have to proceed with great caution. So right now, we have the first location, which they cleared in forensic teams. Then there's the second location, which is now very hot, very active. So again, anywhere he's been, anybody who he may have been with, they are being treated as a potential threat, a potential danger.
All right, Deb,
right,
thank you
Deb,
very much.
thank
Please
you.
keep us in the loop and stay at a safe distance. They have every reason to believe he could have explosives because when they were in hot pursuit of the vehicle last night, they were throwing improvised explosive devices, grenades, out of the car. The brother who was killed and allegedly run over by his own brother in his attempt to escape had on an explosive device, which may or may not have detonated to a certain degree when they were
Yeah, we're still
in
not
that
exactly
shootout.
sure how he died, what those injuries came from. But Tom Fuentes, can we just, I know you're still there, just bring you back in here. What's your belief on how quickly they're able to wrap this up? I know that we, sitting here hosting this, that our viewers, everybody is hoping and anticipating that this would happen relatively quickly, given that this area is cordoned off, given that they last saw him there. They haven't, they've been trying to cordon it off so he hasn't able to leave. Do you believe that this is something that gets wrapped up very quickly?
Well, it's possible that it could be wrapped up quickly, especially if he chooses to do it. Again, the two brothers initiated the combat last night when they assassinated a police officer who had not encountered them, had not made an approach against them. They just chose him to go shoot and kill. So that's what we're talking about here, is if he chooses to go out in a blaze of glory, that may come sooner than later. If he somehow slipped out of the area, maybe he hijacked another car last night right after the high-speed pursuit and the shootout with the police, he got out of their sight when he got up around the corner. Maybe he's not there, maybe he's gone, so that's always a possibility. This could take a long time then. Secondly, they're going place to place to place right now. Again, known relatives or classmates or friends or any of that. So as they clear those one at a time, that takes time, but that should be able to be resolved pretty quickly today, at least most of those type of addresses. I know from talking to a couple of people that there's a little bit of frustration on the part of the commanders, only there are a lot of false positives, and that's something that we're seeing as well. So when all of a sudden there's a flood of police cars and bomb disposal trucks and SWAT team members racing into a particular area, many of those have been due to a false alarm or a false suspicious package or something else that they have to treat it that way. But then at the end, it just that they're getting a little bit tired of having to do that and having these false things. Some of the reason also to back media trucks and others out and expand the perimeter, another reason to do that is so they have room to run those vehicles in and out quickly when they have to go from one spot to another spot to another spot. So again, there's no way to really predict how soon this could take. But if you go back to 5 o'clock in the afternoon yesterday when those pictures get put out to the internet, some of us thought it could be within 8 hours that somebody's going to know, or a lot of somebodies are going to be calling in and saying, I know them, or it could be a long time. There's just too much difficulty to predict that right now.
Right. It's interesting. Some of the people who knew him said, we saw those pictures, one of his former classmates,
right,
and we were joking. That's the way Jahar always wears his hat. But they didn't call the FBI. I mean, maybe perhaps some of them did, but the ones that the other friends that Eric Mercado knew did not, because they said there's no way it could actually be him.
Let me ask you something, Tom. That's an excellent point that Aaron's making, that this was hard for people to believe, but now we're in a situation where they believe they have the authorities, so that's advanced. But going back to last night, you have an interesting idea about these two deciding they wanted the confrontation. Do we know what the circumstances were surrounding the shooting and killing of the MIT security officer?
Well, from what I've been told, the police officer was sitting in his squad car and didn't see them, or had no radio contact that he was approaching suspicious subjects or anything to alert the dispatcher that something might come up. So he's sitting in his police car, and apparently these two came up to him and killed him where he sat. So they're the ones that chose to accelerate and start this process. And again, going back to last Monday, or the date of the bombing of the marathon, we were saying at the time that they did not choose to leave the site for a long time. They stood around and watched their handiwork. So it didn't appear that they were in too big of a hurry to leave Boston, or too big of a hurry to leave the crime scene. Now today, it might have come, or I should say last night, it might have changed to where they weren't ready to leave Boston, but they are ready to leave this world. And again, suicide by and with police officers, taking them with them.
All right, Tom, thank you. And we want to bring in Deb Farrick now. We were able to get her shot back up. Deb?
Yeah, so Aaron, what we're going to do is we're going to show you, we're about a block away from where we were early this morning. I'm listening to you through my cell phone, but you can see, if you see the green light, that was where we were located just about 15 minutes ago. So we've pulled back an entire block, and all those vehicles there, they have surrounded an individual. We believe he was in a car. They are that close to him, and we understand that he may be on the ground. So whether he's an associate, whether he was known to the younger brother, that is something that we're trying to get an answer to. But again, that is a very, very hot area. And as I told you, it's probably less at this point a question of a bomb, given just the proximity of law enforcement to the vehicle. And it is more likely that it is, in fact, an associate, and they want to know exactly what he's doing here and why. Look, this young man had a lot of friends. He had 77 friends on his website page, all of them associates or people he knew. I don't want to use the word associates, it's a loaded word, but possibly a friend of his. And so he may be reaching out to these people who may think that he didn't do anything. So that's one of the reasons that they're being very careful. Investigators are running down all these kinds of leads just to make sure that anybody who may be known to him is in fact talked to. They want to know, investigators want to know what his friends know, basically, and that's what they're doing right now. But the really big fear from law enforcement right now is that this young man, he's got nothing to lose right now. His brother's dead. He's got thousands of people, law enforcement, police, ATF, FBI, sharpshooters, all different agencies from across the state. All of them are looking for him, and that's what he is up against. So if he decides to go out in a blaze of glory, perhaps with explosives on his body, like his brother, well, that is something that law enforcement is very fearful of right now. Aaron, Chris?
All right, Deb, thank you. We're going to keep going back to Deb. And, Chris, when we're talking about this question about whether he's going to want to go out in a blaze of glory, taking law enforcement lives in his own life, makes me think back to the situation in France. You may remember the shooter ended up being a Muslim extremist in that case who was shooting the Jewish children and shooting them point blank. And then they ended up finding him in an apartment, and it ended badly. They were never able to get him and talk to him about why he did it, and that's what they're trying to prevent here.
No,
that he wouldn't say at the last, that they've described him as sort of a trapped animal, that at the last moment he wouldn't just put that gun on himself.
Excellent point, excellent point. I also think it's important for people to remember, as Aaron and I are here processing information, what we're dealing with most is what we don't know. We do not know the motivations of this young man or his brother. They are men who decided to kill. We know that because that's what they told their hostage. We know that because that's what investigators say. And they believe they have this second man pinned down. Why he did it, who he is, how he's going to go out. The only expectation there is that he may well have explosives on him because his brother did. They used them in the attack. They were throwing them out the window of a car that they had stolen last night, improvised hand grenades. That's the explosives. What they may or explosives, we don't know yet. So there are a lot of question marks in this situation, and you can see it in the investigation itself. There's tons of manpower here. We've never had anything like this in the history of our country, where there's such pursuit of an individual involved with an alleged terror attack. And again, that phrase can, of course, get complicated, but at the end of the day, you blow people up who are innocents. It sounds like terrorism to most Americans.
Right.
So this is a lot of firsts going on. And you're going to see some randomness in the investigation. Not every movement means that something meaningful is happening.
Right. And, of course, we have no idea on the motivation. We have to emphasize that again and again and again, because at this point, we have absolutely no idea.
Right. People can change quickly.
Of course, when you think of some Chechen-related violence, what the Russians have dealt with, it has been this sort of thing. The bombs on the subways, the sort of mass crowd surprise terror. That's the methods that have been used. But, I say that only in the context that they were originally from Chechnya. They have not spent time there. There's no indication that there was any inspiration from there at this point. We just don't know.
And what we heard from people, I mean, again, you're making a great point. You hear the people who knew them, they were fully Americanized. Grateful to be here, said somebody who knew them very well. Loved being here, appreciated the opportunities of America. The older brother was trying to compete for the country as a boxer. These are indications of somebody who's just like all the other ethnic people in this country. They come here, they make America their own.
They want to assimilate. Now, there's two things that we have heard from the friends that we have spoken to that have sort of stood out as red flags. The older brother saying that he had no friends and didn't understand Americans, that comment. And the younger brother, we were earlier talking to a friend who had said he had a conversation with friends about terrorism and said, well, if the cause is justified, it's not terrorism. Two small points at some point in these young men's lives that now appear to be very clear red flags. But from everything we've heard, those are the only two things that stand out, especially about the younger brother, the suspect who right now you're looking at on your screen, who's on the run. We have heard words, I was writing them down, from people who've talked to him, that he was grateful, jovial, compassionate, caring, good work ethic, lovely kid, normal, a great athlete. These are the words we're hearing about a killer.
Jim Walsh, you're with us on the phone there? I'm sorry, you're with us. We have your camera up. Can you understand us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes? All right, great. You understand, you hear the conversation we're having right now, trying to put together the picture of this. Try and put it into context for us with your experience.
Well, let me just say this. I want to underline what you've said so far. I think it's so important. The analogy I would make is, if these guys were, my name's Walsh. If these guys were Irish Americans, we might, or from Ireland originally, we might be inclined to jump to think it's the IRA or terrorism associated with Northern Ireland. And I think that it would be a mistake to leap to that conclusion. I think you're right to say the Chechen angle may be part of it. It may be something else. It may be a fully domestic issue that animates them or has motivated them. And so I think we need to be cautious about this, and I think you're right to say that.
Jim, we were also talking just before you came back up about how this is going to end. And the police have been worried that Jahar is sort of like a trapped animal, could end up trying to go out in a blaze of glory, which would cost law enforcement lives and also his own life. And we are referring back to the situation in France with the extremist, the jihadist who had killed young Jewish children, ended up holding himself up in an apartment and in a shootout was killed. They weren't able to take him alive. How do they prevent a situation
where someone goes out in a blaze of glory? Because when you think about how this is setting up, it seems almost impossible to prevent.
Well, it's a fair point, Aaron. It's not just the terrorists in France. You know, we've had incidents in this country where you've had a gunman who has killed someone and then gets holed up and then ends up killing themselves. So that is certainly one outcome we've seen happen again and again, and that could be the case here. You know, presumably, they'll be able to manage this in some respect. If they're able to identify a location, then they'll be able to evacuate that location, ring him in, and limit the damage that might be done. Presumably, as in with a hostage situation, law enforcement who have experience in this regard will attempt to talk him down and talk him out of this. But even there, it's going to be very difficult to assure the safety of police even as they apprehend him. So I think this is going to be very, very difficult.
All right, Jim, stand by for a moment. Please don't go anywhere. We just want to bring Deb Farrick back. Every time we can get her shot up or her on the phone, everyone, we're just bringing her in. Deb?
Yeah, and Aaron, again, it's now been about 15 minutes, and the police cars are still there. Huge presence, a lot of activity. Guns, we believe, are still drawn. Our understanding is that there's an individual that they surrounded that they want to question, that they want to talk to. They have not pulled back. They have not pulled back, nor have we seen any vehicles moving in this direction. We've seen a couple of small cars, but not the kind that you would necessarily transport an individual who you wanted to speak with. So we are watching, we are waiting. A couple of cars are now beginning to move. But again, we're trying to understand exactly who this young man, who this person, who this individual is. We are being told by sources that, in fact, there is somebody else who they are definitely interested in finding and somebody else who they are definitely interested in speaking with. See what's going on. Just a couple of cars are moving. So what that means is that there's at least one additional person, in addition to those brothers, who law enforcement who they do want to speak with. We're going to move out of the way as the cars begin to come, but that's what we've got so far. And again, just to clarify, a little bit of confusion. Apparently, the brothers are from an area on the border of Chechnya, in Dagestan. They lived in a small town there, but they were not in Chechnya proper, but on the border. That is what we're learning now. Aaron, Chris?
Okay.
All right,
Deb, thank you very much. You know, and the benefit of 24-hour constant coverage is that you learn things first. The burden is that when we don't know, we just don't know. And all we can piece together from that, great sense of urgency. However, the one fact that we do understand, them calling in a Russian interpreter has to lead you away from the possibility of this being the primary suspect that they're now pursuing, because he is certainly fluent in English. And what that raises, according to sources close to the investigation, is that they're trying to find people who can help them find the suspect. And one of them may well not be conversant in English. That's the need for the Russian interpreter. We just don't know at this time. We're just showing you and telling you what develops as it does.
All right, there's a press conference. I want to take this right now. We're going to listen in.
Before letting him go. The CRV was present at the time of the carjacking. One of the suspects then drove away with it, and that's why we were looking for it. We have recovered it in Massachusetts. I think we recovered it in Cambridge, but I'll double check that for you. But that answers the question of the CRV, hopefully. We don't have a report that was carjacked. I believe it was just in their possession. I don't know if they owned it or what have you, but that's what's here.
There were reports last night about this issue with the state police says you were being stolen, and that was false.
That was false.
Was someone in it, or was it abandoned? Like, how do you find it?
The CRV was abandoned.
Was there anything in it? Like,
I can't discuss that at this time.
What was false? Something was false, we didn't hear the question.
The question was that a state police truck was stolen last night as part of this. That was false.
What is the CRV?
I don't know the answer to that.
What's going on now?
The governor and the mayor are being briefed by the commanders of the various agencies, and we expect that they'll be briefing you soon. We also have some police activity down the street. I don't know if you can see it from here. There was an initial report of a possible suspect. It is not suspect number 2, it is not white hat. They're clearing that scene. So.
Is it a third suspect?
The Arsenal Mall parking lot.
And is that from the entire investigation?
Yes, it is. Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn this back off. Wait, down here? Oh.
Get back. Ma'am, get back. You guys tell us if you heard anything from this that was wrong.
He is a skeeter.
Guys, Atlanta.
Conference there, as you can see in water.
All right, so we believe that the press conference is now over. We're looking at live picture from the scene on a 5-second delay because we don't know what we can't control, and we want to be careful about that.
And
not a lot of headlines out of that, other than it's a fluid situation. They're trying to keep the rest of the investigation looped in.
Right.
Did you pick anything else up from that?
I just wanted to say that John Kerry was just asked a few moments ago, I want to share this here, looking at my BlackBerry, was asked about Chechen separatists, as people are obviously wondering about that angle. Again, anything in terms of motive or inspiration at this point is pure speculation, but John Kerry, the Secretary of State, was just asked about that. He's, at this point, declined to comment, says he thinks it's just a little bit too early. But that he did just receive a couple of questions about whether this was linked to Chechen separatists, who, of course, have been implicated in bombing in Russia, but at this point,
they could just be
it could just be two men inspired by something completely domestic.
Who went mad?
Who happened to have been Chechen with names
That's exactly
could imply a link to separatism, but has nothing to do with that.
That's exactly right. So let's get back to the situation as it unfolds. Deb Farrick is where to describe what's going on with the picture that you're watching right now on your screens. Deb?
Yeah, and Chris, so a number of cars pulled out and then a number of cars pulled back in. And this is what we're seeing. It's sort of an ebb and flow of different kinds of police vehicles. For example, this morning we saw a lot of tactical units that were coming in, the snipers, the tactical teams. Once they pulled out, then the forensic team came in to search a location. And we're trying to figure out who may have lived at that location. Now what you're seeing is an area that was surrounded by a number of police vehicles. An individual, we are told, was on the ground. They were questioning him. Now we're seeing some cars pull out, others pull in. So it is really an ebb of flow of activity here. And they're very, very interested in this area. And we can't state that enough, that, this is an incredibly unusual show of police force. You've got Boston police, you've got state police, you've got Medford police, you've got police from all different locations across the state, but you've also got FBI, ATF, you've got SWAT teams, you have people, you have bomb-sniffing dogs. I mean, at one point, I saw somebody pass, he was wearing a military uniform, and Aaron and Chris, it really looked almost as if this was somebody who was doing a sweep for IEDs. So as we see everything that's developing, everything that is going on, we're keeping an eye and we're monitoring it, but you almost get the feeling that what they're trying to do is they're trying to close the news, that they're pushing and they're basically trying to get this guy. So that's what we're keeping an eye on right now. But again, between the activity that's here to even try to get to this area, you pass several dozen police cars, and they're setting up checkpoints. They're looking in trucks. They're asking people for ID. So things are really going on right here.
All right, thank you, Deb. This is consistent with what we've been saying here and our understanding. I just heard from a source close to the investigation who says they do believe they're getting closer to the suspect by talking to more people in this area. The reason they wanted the interpreter is because they're doing interviews with people. We do not know that these people have any connection to the horrible acts that these two men committed at the Boston Marathon, but they could be helpful in finding the suspect. Obviously, this was an area the suspect thought he could go and was comfortable with, somewhat familiar with it. He chose it, and that's why they're focusing on it.
Right, a Russian area. And again, from what we know from the friends before who we've been speaking to, a lot of people may not know that what they know may be useful. And right now, people may not, not be aware. Well, I spoke to this person, they said this. Those are crucial little pieces of information that they need as they try to hone in on him. And again, I think we just want to keep emphasizing that their ultimate goal at this point is to take him alive, because we need to get answers. And if he is not taken alive, there'll be some answers that they're able to get. Of course, when they go through the forensic, they go through computer, they'll get some answers.
Right.
But what they really need is to talk to this young man. and get a real picture of why he did what he did and why he, according to what we understand, changed from being one kind of person to a completely different kind of person so quickly.
All makes complete sense, and let's just begin with our fundamental understanding about justice in America, is that, you know, the authorities here want to capture, bring in, and then put through the process of justice any suspect of a crime. I mean, that's just the operating assumption. All of the, you know, the red-blooded, vengeful feelings aside, the justifiable anger and pain as what was done, the goal has to be for this to be done the right way, because that is the goal of the American justice system. Tom,
that's right.
We are being overwhelmed by manpower and shows of force and quick movements, but give us some context in terms of how, when you're dealing with so many different moving parts in a massive investigation like this, you're going to have huge flows of manpower and vehicles.
Right. Well, in the command post, and in this case you would have a forward command post. Different agencies have different names, you know, Incident Command Post or Tactical Operations Center. But in the forward command post, as well as in the back in the main office command post, you've got representatives from every agency and representatives from each of the components. So you'd have the bomb techs and the SWAT teams and the negotiators, all of that. And they're feeding the information. So the on-scene commander is basically like the leader of an orchestra. Each of the different sections are performing what they do, and the commanders are making sure that they're overseeing it and sharing with each other, including then the FBI and ATF and Boston PD and all the others that are in that post, and members of the JTTF, which is maybe 20 agencies. They're represented. So you have this sharing of information going on and discussion about the approach to be taken. Now, in the reactive mode, like you're seeing here, every 10 or 15 minutes, we're seeing a flood of police cars, lights, and siren going into an area because something's come up. Someone's reported a suspicious package or event or something that appears it could be an explosive booby trap, and turns out it's just some kind of trash. But they have to respond that way. So that's why you see this continuous response like that to make sure they can resolve any issue that comes up as quickly as they can. Then they resolve it and they kind of go back to the regular mode that they're approaching this. And I think right now what you are seeing is the attempt to contact everybody that he might be related to or that might have information about what he's doing now or where he is now or maybe housing him now.
I want to bring Peter Bergen, security expert, into the conversation too, Tom. Peter, we're looking at a live picture right now of Watertown, Massachusetts, where they're trying at this moment, our understanding is, to talk to someone who's associated perhaps with the suspect or might know something, not necessarily implicated in the situation, but might know something. How are they operating right now, Peter? Can you walk us through how they're trying to communicate with this guy, how they're trying to reach communication with the suspect so that they can try to have a conversation with him, try to have this end where he comes into custody?
Well, it's more in Tom Fuente's area of expertise than mine, but I will say, Aaron,
Peter, hold on one second.
Okay.
Peter, hold on one second. We have to interrupt. We just got a development here. The uncle of the suspect has just released a statement. We want to go to it right now. This is what he had to say.
Sounds like we actually don't quite have that. We're getting it?
It's coming. They're getting it ready to go.
Move the mic stand out. Can someone move the mic stand out?
Whoa, Jesus.
Easy, easy, fellas. Easy. Easy. Sorry. Someone take a sandbag out there. Sandbag?
Okay, go closer, please. Go closer.
Down in front. Down in front.
Here we go. Thank you, sir.
Down in front.
Get the helicopter out of here.
My name. Can you come up here,
This one. Can you come up, sir?
Okay, go.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
My name is Ruslan Sarn. I want to speak on behalf of the entire Tsarnaev family. What happened and what we heard this morning about people associated, or I would say by family associated, I want to start, and I will finish with that. First, the only purpose here is just to deliver our condolences and to shake grief with the real victims here. Those who've been murdered, those who've been injured. This boy, this Chinese girl, this young 29 years old girl, I don't remember Casey. I've just been following this. I've been following it from day one, but never ever would imagine that somehow the children of my brother would be associated with that. So it is atrocity. We're devastated. We're shocked. Again, I don't know, this family does not know how to share that grief with the real victims. That's pretty much...
What can you tell us about your nephews?
We've not been in touch with that family for a number of years.
Did they
for a number of years, pardon me?
Did they live? Let me answer you.
No, they never lived here. They never lived here.
When's the last time you saw them?
Last time I saw them was 2006. That was, I'm sorry, December 2005.
Did you ever know them to have any ill will towards the United States?
No. I never knew it. Even if I had a guess or something, I would just submit them myself.
What do you think provoked this?
Being losers, hatred to those who were able to settle themselves. These are the only reasons I can imagine of. Anything else to do with religion, with Islam, it's a fraud, it's a fake.
Did they have any military training at all?
No, as much again. I've seen them when they were kids.
And any experience with guns or?
I don't know. Sir, we've seen them only in 2005. Sir. Huh? We're Muslims, we're Chechens, we're ethnic Chechens.
Do you have any kids who were close to them?
Do you think that they got radicalized, many of the bosses in that area?
If that happened, most likely. Somebody radicalized them. But it's not my brother, who just moved back to Russia, who spent his life bringing bread to their table, fixing cars. He didn't have time or chance or anything option. He's been working. That's it.
Can you move closer to the mic?
No. I've not been in touch with my brother. No, I don't know anything about that.
Do you have children who are close to them?
Huh?
You have children who are close to them?
My family, it has nothing to do with that family.
What do you think of their actions? Are you ashamed by their actions?
Pardon me?
Are you ashamed by what has unfolded in Boston?
Of course we're ashamed. Yes, we're ashamed. They're children of my brother, who had little influence of them, honestly, as much as I know, who had little influence of them.
Is there any reason why you haven't had any contact with them? You haven't fallen out or anything?
It's a personal. Sir, I didn't like it, so I just wanted my family be away from them.
What do you think is behind
here? Again, I say what I think was behind it. Being losers, not being able to settle themselves, and thereby just hating everyone who did.
Sir, when you saw their...
I've been in the United States since... they came early 2000, since 2003.
Why are they in Cambridge? Why do they live in Massachusetts?
They came to, when they moved to the States, and they came to Cambridge area.
Why? What took them there? What took them there?
They immigrated, and they received asylum.
Were they going to school? Were they working there?
Yes, they lived there.
Did they go to college?
Well, I hope they were. I don't know.
So when
they grew up, as I said, me, myself, and this family had nothing to do with them for a long, long time.
How do you feel about America?
At least last time I spoke with my, it's about 2009.
How do you feel about America? What do you think of the United States?
I say, I teach my children, and that's what I feel myself. This is the ideal micro world and entire world. I respect this country. I love this country. This country which gives chance to everybody else to be treated as a human being and to just be human being, to feel yourself human being. That's what I feel about this country.
Sir, were your nephews caught up in the violence in Chechnya? Your proper name and the spelling of your proper name.
My name, Ruslan, R-U-S-L-A-N.
And your
last name, Tsarnaev, T-S-A-R-N-I.
As far as you know, were they involved in any sort of training?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I've seen them as a kid. And if I even slightly be aware that they were involved, I'll be the first one to bring them into responsibility.
Were they ever caught up in the fighting in Chechnya? Were they ever caught up in the fighting in Chechnya?
No, they've never been in Chechnya. It has nothing to do with Chechnya. Chechens are different. Chechens are peaceful people.
But they were born over in Chechnya?
No, they were not born in the
Where were they born?
One of them, Johar, he was born in Dagestan. That's a neighboring region to Chechnya. Dagestan.
And you haven't seen them in years?
I haven't seen them.
Sir, when you saw their pictures on the news, did you recognize them?
I saw them only this morning when I was contacted from at 7 a.m. with reporters.
But when you saw their pictures on the news last night, did you recognize them?
This picture, when they said, have you seen the pictures? My wife opened up internet. And on AOL, I saw a picture of Johar.
What do you say to Johar right now? He is still...
I say, Johar, if you're alive, turn yourself in and ask for forgiveness from the victims, from the injured, and from those who left. Ask forgiveness from these people. We're not requiring forgiveness in this family. He put a shame on our family, Tsarnaev's family. He put a shame on the entire Chechen ethnicity. Because everyone now they play with word Chechen. So they put that shame on the entire ethnicity. So that's what I would say. Turn yourself in, and whatever one, put yourself at the discretion of those who hear. So that's what I would say.
Do you consider them terrorists?
Pardon me?
You've been in touch with the boys.
Not yet. Not yet.
When's the last time you spoke to her? Can you repeat your name again?
That was the last time I spoke with them. That was about 3 months ago, maybe.
Did he express concerns about his...
No. We agreed. No.
Where are they from? Where were they born? Where did they come from?
They came here from Kyrgyzstan.
Where were they born? Where were they born?
In Kyrgyzstan. Pardon me? Listen, no, I don't say losers. I'm saying those who are able to make this atrocity are only losers. That's what I say. There is no idea that they may follow.
What have you been saying to the FBI?
Thank you.
Do you consider them terrorists?
I work. I have legal background. Thank you very much. One more thing. From now on, I dearly ask you to respect our property. Again, with the families of, those who suffered, we're sharing with them their grief. I'm ready just to meet with them. I'm ready just to bend in front of them, to kneel in front of them, seeking that forgiveness. Again, in the name of the family. So that's what I say. And therefore, please, to respect that property.
You ready?
Gotta give me a little room. Well.
All right, we've just been listening to the uncle of these two brothers, the suspects in this case, the uncle Ruslan Tsarnaev, the uncle of Johar Tsarnaev and Tamerlan Tsarnaev. The uncle, Chris, clearly upset, saying these two brothers, one of whom is now dead, they're losers.
He says that he spoke to them 3 months ago. No indication of this. Has nothing to do with the family. The family loves being here. They assimilated. Where they were from, what their faith is, he says, has nothing to do with anything. That they love America. He says to his uncle, says to his nephew, the suspect, if you are alive, turn yourself in, ask for forgiveness.
That's the 19-year-old Johar Tsarnaev. He's the suspect that's still at large. The 26-year-old older brother Tamerlan Tsarnaev, he's dead. He was killed.
And the uncle, it may have been hard for some viewers to understand everything he said. Obviously does have an accent, but, you know, in addition to what Chris was just reporting that he said, he also talked about, my family has nothing to do with this family. He talked about the shame that he feels to be associated with this sort of thing, and he says it's a shame for his family and a shame on the entire community, referring to the Chechen community.
And he says that his brother is the father of these two suspects.
Yes, his brother is the father of the two
and the
men.
father is back over there, and he's living over here. Obviously, the uncle Ruslan Tsarnaev.
Yes,
he's here in the United States. Deborah Farrick is in Watertown right now, watching all of this unfold. Set the scene for viewers who may just be tuning in, Deb. What's going on where you are?
Well, Wolf, this is an area that we got to just about before 5 o'clock this morning. It was still dark when we arrived here. An entire perimeter had been set up in about a 20-block radius. We went to one location because it seemed that it was a staging area. That staging area was just where you see those lights, the traffic lights, and there was activity there where you had a lot of law enforcement, in tactical gear, riot helmets, and the like. That was this morning. Now, second location, you've got somebody who police are questioning, police are talking to. They drove in a bomb vehicle there, but because of the way the cars were surrounding this particular individual, it's likely that he didn't have any sort of device on him. That's really what law enforcement is fearful of, Wolf, is that this person on this wild ride, that he may have, in fact, dropped several pipe bombs, and that's the concern that officials are having. That's one of the big reasons that they've told people that they really need to just shelter in place. So that is the active scene going on right now. The first scene this morning, that was a home. Investigators and law enforcement very, very interested in a home. They are now searching that home, forensics. We're trying to still determine exactly who lived there, whether it was a friend or whether it was an associate, and what they were doing there. But right now, we've got a helicopter in the sky. That came just probably about 7, 8 o'clock this morning. It's funny, we were just sort of joking with some people here. Nobody really knows what time it is. It feels like we've sort of been running and dodging and covering the activity of law enforcement as they try to really push this guy into a corner, try to flush him out. And that's really what they're focused on now. And our understanding is that he does have access, that he is communicating with people outside, whether it's through social media or whether it's another way, but that he's engaged. Wolf?
And there seems to be little doubt, Deb, and I want to be precise on this, that the intense security, the intense military and police presence there is something that is rarely, if ever, seen, certainly not in the Boston metropolitan area.
Absolutely. We heard numbers between 9,000 and 10,000 law enforcement personnel on the ground. We don't know if that's investigators as well or whether that's just sheer law enforcement force, basically. People who've got their flak vests on, their flak jackets, their bulletproof vests, I should say. But, you know, there were a few people who were walking around. They were dressed in military gear, FBI, and they had bomb-sniffing dogs. And you really got the feeling that they were sniffing out IEDs, that they were looking for other devices, Wolf.
All right, Deb, thanks very much. We'll stay in close touch with you. You know, I just came in from the airport. If you want to fly out of Logan right now, you got to go through intense security. There's a lot of military and police presence. Anyone who wants to try to get to that airport, they're watching everyone go into that airport. And when I got off, there were police right at the gate, everything, you know, for those of us who fly a lot, this is extraordinary what's going on right now.
And what about getting from there to here?
That was relatively easy.
Getting the streets are so quiet.
There's nobody on the streets right now. It's pretty empty. That getting from the airport to here was pretty easy. But if you're trying to get out of Boston right now, they're watching everybody. They want to make sure that a suspect or suspects don't disappear.
Obviously operating in an abundance of caution. We're going to take a break now. When we come back, we'll keep monitoring the situation and let you know what we know when it develops. We'll be right back.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage here at CNN. Chris Cuomo, Aaron Burnett, Wolf Blitzer. We've been monitoring the situation here. Authorities have been pursuing a suspect, the second suspect, the first one killed in a gunfire in a massive manhunt earlier this morning. Now the second suspect on the run. There's been a lot of activity on a certain area in Watertown where they were trying to talk to somebody, had a Russian translator brought in, trying to get closer and closer, closing the circle on this suspect is what the investigators are telling us. We just heard from the uncle of this second suspect, and he said that this has nothing to do with the family, that they must have been radicalized here and recently, that he had spoken to his nephew some 3 months ago. There was no evidence of this. So knowing that as the most recent information, we'll bring in Peter Bergen. Peter, what is your, give us some context on this.
Well, I think investigators will be looking, obviously, at these guys' email and internet activity. We've talked about Major Nidal Hassan, who killed 13 soldiers at Fort Hood, Texas in 2009. We've described him as a homegrown, self-radicalized militant, but that's not really completely accurate. He was in touch with Anwar al-Awlaki, one of the leaders of al-Qaeda in Yemen. Al-Awlaki gave him some sort of religious permission to do what he did at Fort Hood, Texas. So that would be one kind of case you might think of, Chris. Another would be the Somalis, who we've had literally dozens of Somali Americans travel, mostly from Minneapolis to Somalia, to fight in the Somali civil war. These were kids who grew up in the United States, very much like the two brothers we're discussing now, who events in Somalia began to be very important for them. In fact, we had the first American suicide bomber was, in fact, a Somali American who traveled to Somalia to engage in the Somali civil war. So you'd be looking at what was the subject matter of the kind of websites they were looking at. Were they on the jihadi forums, for instance? Were they in communication with people outside the United States via email, for instance?
But what does that mean then in the context of what they decided to do last night, robbing a convenience store, seemingly going up to this MIT security officer, Sean Collier, 26 years old, for no reason, and taking his life? How do you figure that into your picture of understanding of any sense of plan or organization?
Well, I think you're applying completely rational standards to this situation, and these people, while they're probably certainly not psychotic, very few terrorists are psychotic. That tends to interfere with the ability to pull off a successful terrorist operation. Certainly they can have strange ideas. An example, for instance, Eric Rudolph, who was motivated by anti-abortion ideas, and he attacked in the Centennial Park in Atlanta and killed one person during the Olympics there. It didn't seem to be a completely rational act. So the fact you can be motivated by certain ideologies and do things that don't seem to make any sense. I mean, if indeed they were motivated by the Chechen issue, why not go to Moscow and do something there? To do something in Boston doesn't seem to make any sense at all.
All right, Peter Bergen, thank you very much. Peter's going to stay with us. Tom Fuentes, all of our security experts, as we continue our breaking news coverage of the manhunt now for the second suspect. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be right back.
This is CNN Breaking News.
Welcome to our continuing coverage here at CNN. Chris Cuomo with Wolf Blitzer.
And we want to welcome our viewers in the United States and around the world. Everyone seems to be glued right now to the standoff that's taking place here in Boston.
Well, this is the time to be watching because there is a manhunt going on right now on the streets of Boston. The city literally shut down. Here's what we know. One suspect is dead, one suspect on the run. Dramatic developments underway here in Boston. Let's bring you up to speed on the list of facts and the context that got us to where we are right now in this investigation. Authorities identified the Boston Marathon bombers as brothers. They are from a predominantly Muslim region in southern Russia, but they have lived here. They've gone to school here. They've been assimilated. They've said they're grateful to be here and love the country. But right now, a door-to-door search is underway in the Boston suburb of Watertown as police look for the younger brother, 19 years old, believed to be extremely dangerous, possibly armed with explosives, Wolf.
And his 26-year-old brother, the older brother, died after a shootout with police. We're told he was wearing explosives and a triggering device when he died. This dramatically intensified overnight. Police say the suspects shot and killed an MIT police officer, 26-year-old Sean Collier. They then carjacked a man at gunpoint. Police chased down the suspects in the stolen car, That's when the shootout happened.
Now, right now, all the Boston area schools are closed, businesses are closed, public transportation shut down. Wolf almost wasn't able to get here when he landed at Logan Airport coming back. So why? Abundance of caution. Explosives are involved. They want to have less opportunities for evasion by this suspect. Hence the instruction. Everyone stay in your homes if you can, because officers are going door to door right now.
Chris Lawrence is over at the campus of the University of Massachusetts in Dartmouth. Actually had been registered there as a student. At this hour, the campus is closed, and controlled evacuation, those are the words, a controlled evacuation on the campus is underway. Chris, what are you learning?
Yeah, well, we're standing here basically surrounded by police, not only University of Mass, Dartmouth police, but state police as well as local officials. And we're seeing just literally dozens and hundreds of students streaming off of the campus. We've had a chance to talk to a few of them. One of the students said basically they got an email earlier saying that the campus was on lockdown. Then their RA started coming to their door by door, saying, look, you've got to go. You've got to evacuate the campus. And then we ran into a few students who were sitting outside the campus who say they know Tsarnaev, that they went to high school with him. One of the young men we spoke with says he remembers Tsarnaev being a wrestler. He said he thought he was in some advanced placement classes in high school. He said we weren't great friends, but he said I did know him back in high school. He said he was a good guy, never saw any signs of problems or anything like that. Hadn't kept up with him too much in college, but said he had seen him around campus a bunch of times and was just pretty much blown away by the news that's come out in the last 24 hours or so.
I think everyone seems to be shocked. And Chris, you're there. Chris Lawrence, in this type of a situation, once we begin to learn more and more and more, there may have been a public face for these two brothers, but clearly something was going on behind the scenes that very few, if any, of their friends or associates knew anything about. That's the picture you're getting over at the college campus where you are, right?
By far, Wolf. No one here that we've been talking to had any sort of indication so far that something like this was even possible. A lot of the students here were sort of shocked to, go from email and web postings about, this potential link. And then, some of the students said they could see UMass Dartmouth police literally putting police tape around that dorm. They said they had a pretty clear view of that. And they knew it was serious when they started to see state police officers and just the sheer amount of police that were sort of descending on their campus. And many of them now are standing outside campus or have tried to call their parents, mom and dad, to see if they can get picked up. Some of them trying to call friends in the area to see if they could come stay with them, because right now they're being told they can't go back on the campus.
That University of Massachusetts Dartmouth campus, how far is it from downtown Boston, Chris?
Took us about an hour. It's about an hour drive, maybe 50, 60 miles from Boston proper.
Chris Lawrence on the campus. Chris Promo is watching all of this unfold. Let's just reset, Chris. The younger brother, 19-year-old Jahar Tsarnaev, he's on the loose right now. He is somewhere. We don't know where. Authorities are looking. They believe maybe an associate is holed up in Watertown. That's where Deb Farrick is, and that's why that enormous military and police presence there is underway.
We've been checking in with Deb. We have her back up on the line right now. Deb, what's the latest?
Hold on a second, stand by. We can tell you, I want to tell you, sorry, I'm juggling phones and iPhones and everything else. We want to tell you that we're being told that, in fact, a SWAT team is making entry into one of the buildings there. Now, this is going to happen all day. Earlier I reported there's sort of an ebb and flow of people going in, people going out. They had somebody on the ground who was contained, who was circled, a lot of police cars around him. Now they're making entry into a house. Could be related, could not be related. But again, what the teams are trying to do is they're trying to make sure that they go to every single known area that this person may have been. This is just following leads. This is just following up the leads that they have to follow up on. They had somebody in the ground, And now we are told that, that in fact, they're making entry, a SWAT team is making entry into one of the homes. Wolf?
All right, Deb, thank you. Just so that they understand the context here, they had asked for a Russian translator, okay, and it became confusing. Then we got word from investigators. This isn't about the suspect. It's about somebody we believe who either is an associate in a coordinated effort or just someone who can help us get closer to him. So they had brought in that translator. That's what Deb is referring to. And all of this turns on something that happened that was completely unexpected. Investigators say they believe it was pressure from putting out the pictures and video of these two suspects that made them do something stupid. They robbed a convenience store. Maybe they were desperate. It offsets the idea of this being a larger planned event because they had no exit plan. After robbing this convenience store, they hijacked a vehicle, took a hostage whom later was either released or was able to escape. They told the hostage, "We are the marathon bombers." That's what the hostage says he was told by them. They then, senselessly, they were not confronted by this MIT security officer, Sean Collier, at least that's what we're told from investigators, and they go up and they kill him. That is what precipitated this manhunt. Why they decided to do this, why they decided to create this violent exchange, we don't know. In the car chase, they then were throwing improvised devices, explosive devices, out of the window, hand grenades. Some went off, some didn't. They wound up having to stop. One of the suspects got out, was shot, allegedly was run over by his brother in his attempt to escape, and died at the hospital later on. We're told he had an explosive vest on. That triggered concerns about what this suspect could have on, Wolf. They're worried that he may have a vest on as well.
Because this 26-year-old brother, Tamerlan Tsarnaev, he's dead. But when they found him, he did have those explosive devices, what could only be described as a suicide vest or whatever on his body with explosives. We don't know if tried to trigger it, didn't work, or whatever.
We don't know.
But that's why there's such concern right now that this younger brother, Zakhar Tsarnaev, only 19 years old, and had been registered as a student at the University of Massachusetts at Dartmouth, he also may have one of these suicide vests or explosive devices on his body.
And there's an extended concern that wherever he goes may be a stronghold, a cache of explosives. It's not unusual, as you well know. When people are getting ready to be a bomber, they practice, they experiment, they have to figure out how to do things. There may be other devices. Pipe bombs, authorities have said they're worried about being placed in random areas. They don't know what the plan was. However, all of that is also cutting against a different theory that some investigators have, which is, well, if this was planned for them to lead us through this, they would have never started it the way they did. Again, a lot of speculation by investigators as they try to put this puzzle together.
And we know that the older brother, who is now dead, was a naturalized U.S. citizen only a year or so ago, got his U.S. citizenship. The younger brother, Zakhar Tsarnaev, only 19 years old, he does have a green card, so he's legal here in the United States. There seems to be some confusion, though. Were they from Kyrgyzstan, Kyrgyzia, Kazakhstan, Chechnya, one of those predominantly Muslim areas of the former Soviet Union?
The uncle says, family's Chechen, Muslim, American-loving, as they've assimilated here, that the brothers went through Kyrgyzstan. That's how they got the visa to come here, and then there was an asylum. He used the word asylum in his press conference. However, the boys are here without the uncle's brother, who's their father. The father's supposedly not here. And
the mother is here, though.
Right. And his point was that they had emigrated through Kyrgyzstan into here, but then became part of American life. Went to school. The older brother, now dead, was a successful boxer, allegedly wanted to box for the country, went to Salt Lake, Utah as a boxer. The other brother competed in high school sports, had friends, jobs, and then this.
You know, I want to replay right now what we heard just a little while ago. This is the uncle of these two brothers. The uncle's name, Ruslan Tsarnaev. We're going to hear from him. He lives here in the United States. He's going to be speaking about his two nephews, these two suspects.
Ruslan Tsarnaev, I want to speak on behalf of the entire Tsarnaev family. What happened and what we heard this morning about people associated, or I would say by family associated. I want to start, and I will finish with that. First, the only purpose here is just to deliver our condolences and to shake free with the real victims here. Those who've been murdered, those who've been injured. This boy, this Chinese girl, this young 29 years old I don't remember Casey. I just been following this. I've been following it from the very from day one, but never ever would imagine that somehow the children of my brother would be associated with that. So it is atrocity. We're devastated. We're shocked. And again, I don't know, this family does not know how to share that grief with the real victims. That's pretty much.
Can you tell us about your nephews?
I don't know. We've not been in touch with that family for a number of years.
Did they
for a number of years. Pardon me?
Did they live? Let me answer you.
No, they never lived here. They never lived here.
When's the last time you saw them?
Last time I saw them was 2006. That was, I'm sorry, December 2005.
Did you ever know them to have any ill will towards the United States?
No. I never knew it. Even if I had a guess or something, I would just submit them myself.
What do you think provoked this?
Being losers, hatred to those who were able to settle themselves. These are the only reasons I can imagine of. Anything else to do with religion, with Islam, it's a fraud, it's a fake.
Did they have any military training at all?
No, as much again. I've seen them when they were kids.
Any experience with guns or?
I don't know. Sir, we've seen them only in 2005. Huh? We're Muslims, we're Chechens, we're ethnic Chechens.
Do you have any kids who are close to them?
If that happened, most likely, somebody radicalized them. But it's not my brother, who just moved back to Russia, who spent his life bringing bread to their table, fixing cars. He didn't have time or chance or anything option. He's been working. That's it.
Can you move closer to the mic?
No. I've not been in touch with my brother. No, I don't know anything about that.
Do you have children who are close to them?
Huh?
You have children who are close to them?
My family, it has nothing to do with that family.
What do you think of their actions? Are you ashamed by their actions?
Pardon me?
Are you ashamed by what has unfolded in Boston?
Of course we're ashamed. Yes, we're ashamed. They're children of my brother,
Did one of them
who had little influence of them, honestly, as much as I know, who had little influence of them.
Is there any reason why you haven't had any contact with them? You haven't fallen out or anything?
It's a personal.
Sir,
I didn't like it, so I just wanted my family be away from them.
What do you think is behind this?
Again, I say what I think was behind it. Being losers, not being able to settle themselves, and thereby just hating everyone who did.
Sir, when you saw them,
I've been in the United States since. They came early 2000, since 2003.
Why are they in Cambridge? Why do they live in Massachusetts?
They came to when they moved to the States, and they came to Cambridge area.
Why? What took them there? What took them there?
They immigrated, and they received asylum.
Were they going to school? Were they working there?
Yes, they lived there.
Did they go to college?
Well, I hope they were. I don't know.
So
when they grew up, as I said, me, myself, and this family had nothing to do with them for a long time.
How do you feel about America?
At least last time I spoke with my, it's about 2009.
How do you feel about America? What do you think of the United States?
I teach my children, and that's what I feel myself. This is the ideal micro world and entire world. I respect this country. I love this country. This country which gives chance to everybody else to be treated as a human being and to just be human being, to feel yourself human being. That's what I feel about this country.
Sir, were your nephews caught up in the violence in Chechnya? Proper name and the spelling of your proper name.
My name, Ruslan, Ruslan.
And your
last name, Tsarnaev, Tsarni.
As far as you know, were were they involved in any sort of training?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I've seen them as a kids. And if I even slightly be aware that they were involved, I'll be the first one to bring them into responsibility.
Were they ever caught up in the fighting in Chechnya? Were they ever caught up in the fighting in Chechnya?
No, they've never been in Chechnya. It has nothing to do with Chechnya. Chechens are different. Chechens are peaceful people.
But they were born over in Chechnya?
No, they were not born in
Where were they born?
One of them, Johar, he was born in Dagestan. That's a neighboring region to Chechnya. Dagestan.
And the other
you haven't seen them in years?
I haven't seen them.
Sir, when you saw their pictures on the news, did you recognize them?
I saw them only this morning when I was contacted at 7 a.m. with reporters.
But when you saw their pictures on the news last night, did you recognize them?
Picture, when they said, have you seen the pictures? My wife opened up internet. And on AOL, I saw a picture of Johar.
What do you say to Johar right now? He is still...
I say, Johar, if you're alive, turn yourself in and ask for forgiveness from the victims, from the injured, and from those who left. Ask forgiveness from these people. We're not requiring forgiveness in this family. He put a shame on the our family, Tsarnaev's family. He put a shame on the entire Chechen ethnicity. Because everyone now they play with word Chechen. So they put that shame on the entire ethnicity. So that's what I would say. Turn yourself in, and whatever one, put yourself at the discretion of those who hear. So that's what I would say.
Do you consider them terrorists?
Pardon me?
You've been in touch with the boys?
Not yet. Not yet.
When's the last time you spoke to them?
Can you repeat your name again? That was last time I spoke with them. That was about 3 months ago, maybe.
Did he express concerns about his...
No. We agreed. No.
Where are they from? Where were they born and where did they come from?
They came here from Kyrgyzstan.
Where were they born? Where were they born?
In Kyrgyzstan.
Last time you saw them.
Pardon me? Listen, no, I wouldn't say losers. I'm saying those who are able to make this atrocity are only losers. That's what I say. There is no idea that they may follow.
What have you been saying to the FBI?
Thank you.
Do you consider them terrorists?
I work. I have legal background. Thank you very much.
Of these two suspects, one of whom was killed, the 26-year-old Tamerlan Tsarnaev. The younger suspect, 19-year-old Johar Tsarnaev, he's on the loose. He's at large right now. People are wondering. His brother is the father of these two suspects. He must have shortened his name from Tsarnaev to Tsarny. I'm just assuming that's what happened. But he's insisting that these two brothers, if in fact they did commit these crimes, these bombings at the Boston Marathon, have brought shame to the family, shame to all the people of Chechnya, shame to Muslims.
He's also saying that his nephew, the suspect, should turn himself in, ask for forgiveness. He says they're a disgrace to the family, as you said. Now, I misheard the first time I was listening to this. He says he spoke to his brother, the suspect's father, 3 months ago, but he hasn't spoken to the boys in quite some time, so he doesn't understand how this happened, but he believes they must have been recently radicalized, he said.
And he blamed people here in the United States, presumably, for radicalizing him. That's the impression I got from what he had to say in his passionate remarks.
And whatever the motivation was, we are learning more about the Twitter account and all the social media access that these men had here in the States. And there are references to extremist movements and pictures of him in extremist settings that friends commented on and now are becoming much more contextual of what he became.
I think Christine Romans has been monitoring those Twitter accounts. I take it that the 19-year-old Johar Tsarnaev, Christine, was pretty active on Twitter. In fact, has been tweeting as recently as this week since the Boston Marathon bombings.
You know, Wolf, there's been a dozen tweets since the bombing. We have confirmed the personal Twitter account of him. He goes by a handle of an Americanized version of his name, Jahar. We have spoken to two of his friends, one from high school, one from college, who both follow him and he follows them back. We have confirmed this is, in fact, his Twitter handle. Let me read to you something he wrote on the night of the bombings. He said, "Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Stay safe, people." It's a song lyric from the 70s. It's also been covered by Jay-Z and others. And again, this is a tweet on his personal Twitter account. Later that night, he goes on to say he's talking to one of his Twitter friends, and he says, and we presume he means say, and they say, "What? God hates dead people or victims of tragedies? LOL. Those people are cooked." Also on his Twitter account, Wednesday, "I'm a stress-free kind of guy." And then there's this. This is a picture that's a bit older, but it's something his friends tell us he was he is wearing shorts there that say Cambridge Wrestling. His friends say that he was on the Cambridge Wrestling team, wrestling squad, working hard, #clearly. That's his friends say. They presume that is a self-portrait of his. Couple of things here. Also on his Twitter page, you know, he goes by an Americanized version of his name, Jahar. On the cover of it, there is a lion or a tiger, and then in Arabic, "Peace be with you." That's, of course, the traditional Muslim greeting. When you go through it, I mean, there's some links to some Russian rap. There's some other links to rap, some references to kind of slang and the like, but mostly 1,100 tweets there. Looks like, you know, a 19-year-old kid with kind of some diverse interests. But what's really chilling about it, you guys, what's so chilling, a dozen tweets since the night of the bombing, one of them referencing Claritin, one of them talking to another friend. There's a tweet in there also about the movie Finding Nemo from a couple of weeks ago. So very odd to look at this in hindsight and see the words, presumably it is his personal Twitter account, of this young man, even since the bombing. Gentlemen?
Picking some truck hits.
Let me go to Deb Farrick now. I know you're covering this story as well and have been there since the very early hours of the morning, Deb. Deb, tell us what's the latest on the investigation and what is, quite frankly, a siege in Boston as they try to track down this 19-year-old terrorism suspect. Deb?
Yeah, it really is. And something very interesting happened within the last 10 minutes. We saw two Black Hawk helicopters. One of them appeared to almost touch down. It disappeared. It went below the short buildings, seemed to touch down and then come back off the ground. And that happened 2 times. Now what we're seeing is they've opened up the street that's been closed now for about 40 minutes. That is now being opened. So we understand that that they did go in, they did search another home, a second home. They searched one early this morning. Forensic teams are in that home right now. They searched another one just a short time ago, and then the Black Hawk helicopters came in, and it was amazing because they really, it seemed as if they touched down, they disappeared behind the buildings very, very low, and then they flew off again. But now this main avenue here is opening up. And so it looks like this area is going to be cleared after a little while. We don't really know what is going on. All we can tell you is that with at least 2 homes have been searched. One individual was surrounded, and he's with investigators now. Hold on.
Sign, all right? Now, time out. I know some of you want to get back, which have been on the center lights. We're going to do this in an orderly fashion. We're going to go one at a time. So pick you back up at the stop sign and just hang tight. I'll be there to walk you to your car, right? One at a time.
Okay, just so you know, and we really have to tell you, the police here have been extraordinary. They've got a job to do, we've got a job to do, and everybody's sort of listening to one another and really playing nicely. Look, nobody wants to get hurt, especially with what's going on right now. You can see we are now being told that we can move back up to where we were, that first location. So the hot spot now, cool down. Aaron?
All right, thanks, Deb. I'll take it from here. Let's talk to Chris Lawrence next. He's at UMass Dartmouth. And, you know, Chris, earlier this morning, we were getting more information about this younger of the two terrorism suspects, that he was a college student, that he worked at Harvard at one of the pools, that he was a student at UMass. You're there on the phone for us at UMass Dartmouth. Tell us what we know about this suspect.
Yeah, Aaron, I just literally, within the last couple of minutes, spoke with a young man who lived says he lived 3 doors down on the same floor of the same dorm where the suspect lived. He said he was sort of blown away. He said something to the effect of, I just can't believe that someone who could have put our lives in danger would live that close. And his friend said, who also lived down the hall, told us he was the last person you would ever think would be capable. And I've got to tell you, just from talking to the students here who knew him, there's a lot of surprise here, and no one has a bad word to say about this man. We spoke with a young woman who had a philosophy class with him. She said the most I really talked to him was when we got an assignment about voluntary armies, and she took the position of being against the draft. He was for the draft, and they had this intense debate in philosophy class. She said other than that, he didn't say too much. I talked to another young man who also lived in that dorm, who basically said, you know, he would joke around, never heard any politically motivated statements from him, no overt political leanings that they were aware of. And earlier, again, just within the last hour, we spoke with someone who went to high school with him, who was also a student here, who said he remembered him as a wrestler, someone who may have taken some advanced placement classes in high school. And again, just the same refrain over and over. We're shocked. We can't believe it. There wasn't any indication.
You know, and Chris, I've been going over his Twitter account. The two friends, a friend from high school and a friend from college, have confirmed to us is indeed his. And one of the things that's sort of interesting about some of the activity on there, you know, the pop culture references, the slang references, but also now people have been retweeting this, talking to Jahar, and friends from high school and college are on there saying, dude, turn yourself in. Stop this now. A lot of people who are in disbelief, they're horrified, and then they're talking to each other and trying to encourage him to come in. One of the things that his high school friends have been saying earlier as well is that they didn't know he had an older brother, didn't really talk about his family all that much, but that he was really a typical American in Boston. He was a typical immigrant American student. They fit in completely and didn't really talk about politics. Is that what his friends from college are saying as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, they're all saying, I asked about, you know, his voice, what did he sound like? They said, well, you know, you could tell, you know, he had an accent. He told people, I guess a couple of people here, that he was from Russia. But as one of the students said, you know, this is a fairly, you know, multicultural area, so that was no big deal. And he never really got into it very much. And it's funny you mentioned the pop culture references, because they would say, I would say, you know, have you ever heard him say anything that sort of jumped out at you? And he said, well, he would make jokes, but they weren't political jokes. He said the same thing. They were sort of pop culture jokes about music or actors or things like that a lot of college students talk about. And so I think that the image, or at least the public image that I think is forming, or that we're picking up here, is that this was a fairly typical college kid, you know, if there is a such thing.
Yeah. All right. Chris Lawrence at UMass Dartmouth. Thanks for that, Chris. I keep asking his friends and talking to more of them. I know there's so many of them are in disbelief. You know, Wolf, and as we go through his Twitter accounts, as we talk to his high school friends and his college friends, we talk to his manager at the pool at Harvard, where he had a job, you know, everyone, I can say again and again, we just keep hearing disbelief, Wolf. People can't believe. Many of them didn't know he had a brother, and they can't believe that this is the suspect. And as I said, they're on his Twitter page now. He has tweeted since the bombings, 12 tweets or retweets, Wolf. They're on his Twitter page now saying, please turn yourself in, Wolf.
Christine, hold on for a moment. I want to go to Deb Farrick. It looks like they're getting ready. Chris Cuomo is here as well. It looks like they're getting ready for a little news conference over there with an update on what's going on. Maybe Deb Farrick has some more information. What are you picking up, Deb?
Well, no, right now we can tell you that it looks like a young man is being arrested. It's not clear. This is definitely not the suspect. This is definitely not the guy that they're looking for. But he's a young man. He's got a backpack, a red hat, red baseball cap. He's got his hands on his head right now, and a state police officer has his hand on the person's shoulder, the other hand on his firearm, and there's another state trooper who's also sort of standing guard. It could be just coincidental that this young guy was trying to walk towards an area that right now is being investigated. There's no, for example, wearing a backpack, but there's no sort of bomb squad. It just looks like this person was trying to get someplace where he shouldn't have been trying to get to, so they've stopped him, and right now he's just got his hands on his head, and he's just standing there with those two state police. Wolf?
That's a pretty dramatic scene, Chris Cuomo, as we hear those words from Deb Farrick about this individual, and we have no idea who this person is.
No idea who he is, why they're taking him into custody. We do know they asked for a Russian translator earlier. We don't know if this is connected to that. Again, 30 different government agencies, Boston's finest, 10 different locations we're told they're looking at now. So there's going to be a lot of activity. There's going to be an abundance of caution, especially as this picture of this suspect starts to emerge. You know, all of his friends saying he's such a sweet kid and a great wrestler is in stark contrast to pictures of him in jihadi situations and searches he did on Instagram and some of the things that they're finding from him online. And then the other layer, Wolf, that we're learning now is this nonchalance in the aftermath of the bombings. These tweets that he was putting out that seemed indifferent to them, and tweeting about Claritin, which is an allergy medicine, and things of that sort. Very different looks at who this man could be.
And if you looked at, we haven't seen the video, but law enforcement authorities who have seen the video after the bombs went off at that Boston Marathon, they described the two suspects, and we believe they are these two brothers, one of whom is now dead, one is still on the loose, as sort of nonchalantly, cavalierly, simply walking away, very confident, very cool, as if nothing really had happened, even though two bombs within a matter of 12 or 14 seconds went off. All right, let's go to this news conference and get an update on what's going on.
Testing. That's better. Thank you. Governor first. The governor. Give me a moment of knowledge. You good? You are. You need to do something? No. When you're done. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Just a couple of points we want to make. Myself, the mayor, Colonel Albin, and the chief of the Watertown Police Force, Chief DeVoe. We're not going to be able to take questions. I'm sorry. I know you have many. First of all, we all want to thank the members of the public who have respected our request to stay indoors. We know what an inconvenience it is in Watertown and in Cambridge in particular, but really throughout the areas that we've asked for this. But it's been enormously important and helpful to the many, many in law enforcement who are trying to do their job. And we thank all of you for helping to get that message out. The stay indoor request continues for the time being. That is unchanged. There are continuing developments in the investigation, which we will be able to talk about not now but later. But it is important that folks remain indoors and not open the door, keep the doors locked and not open the door unless there is a uniformed, identified law enforcement officer on the other side of it requesting to come inside. I think that's all I want to offer, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you all for being with us today. Thank you for your patience. First of all, I'm proud of the work that the public safety officials done. The state police, the Boston police, the National Guard, the local. I'm very proud of the work they've done the last several days. And also the citizens of the communities that are affected. The shelter in is working. People stay at home. Like the governor said, don't let anybody into your apartment or home unless it's to be identified as a public safety official and go forward. And for the next few hours, well, we'll continue to gather information. That's the public safety's job. Our job is to make sure that the public safety is informed as best we can. We'll keep the public informed as we get the information. So be patient, but I'm going to say, as the mayor of the city of Boston, we are one city. We're a city of a community. We're a city that's not going to let the terrorists win over. We're going to continue to work hard for the next several hours. We're going to get through this. We're going to be a stronger city as we move forward. Thank you very much.
Yep.
Good afternoon, folks. Again, my name is Timothy Albert. I'm the Colonel Superintendent of the Massachusetts State Police. And I want to thank you for your patience. I know we said we'd be out here at 10:30, and we're obviously way behind, but it's indicative of the leads we continue to run down here. And things change. They change quickly, and sometimes we have to change direction. I want to begin by saying we are progressing through this neighborhood, going door to door, street to street. We're well over 60 or 70% of what we want to cover up there. We do not have any development to tell you in terms of that search up there. There has been no apprehension at this point. The second thing I want to talk about just briefly is this afternoon there will be a controlled explosion, if you will, by some of the explosive ordnance folks over in Cambridge. That's going to happen on Norfolk Street at a house that we have secured earlier today. It's done out of an abundance of caution. It's done for the safety of the law enforcement officials that are over there before they proceed with a search of that premises. So that will be happening this afternoon as well. Our plan at this point is we are going to continue with following up in that neighborhood. We've got several other new leads that just developed within the last few minutes, and we're working on that. And I will be back here, I hope, within an hour or slightly above that to give you the next briefing. Should we have any development between now and then, I'll be back even sooner. So I want to turn it over to Chief DeVoe, please, from Watertown.
Thank you, Colonel. I want to thank the media for getting the word out. There's been a lot of heroic actions as you hear about the next few days. What happened last night and early this morning, and all over the last couple of days, as everybody knows. But I also want to speak to the Watertown community. You've done great. We've done everything we've asked. But we need some more time. You have to stay in your homes, stay in place. As the Colonel said, we still have some work to do. Even after we clear the area, there's a major crime scene down there that's going to take some time. But I've been assured to all the gentlemen behind me that they're not going to leave until the town is safe. So it may go today, tomorrow, and over the weekend before we have that whole crime scene under control. But the Watertown community has always stood strong, and I've asked them to do that this morning, and they've done terrific, and I want to thank them. Thank you.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you as always.
All right, so we just heard from the governor of Massachusetts, the mayor of Boston, the Massachusetts State Police, the Watertown Police. One interesting note that I want to point out, Chris, is that they're going to have what they call a controlled explosion, which suggests that they found some more ordnance.
Absolutely. I mean, that's been the concern from the beginning here, is that when they shot the first suspect and he had the vest on, because they'd used bombs before and was supposedly throwing them out of the window of the car they stole during the hot pursuit, they were worried about explosives. They must have found some controlled explosion just to keep everybody calm when they hear it later on this afternoon, and the search continues.
That could be a powerful explosion. Tom Fuentes, our CNN law enforcement analyst, is here, former assistant director of the FBI. When you heard what law enforcement, Massachusetts State Police, the Watertown Police, what they had to say, of course, the governor and the mayor, what was your immediate bottom line on the state, Tom, of this effort to apprehend this suspect, this alleged killer?
Wolf, I thought it's a good job on their part to come out and just let everybody know that they're methodically working through these issues. When they say they're 60–70% through with what they're trying to accomplish, when they say what they're doing in the neighborhoods and a controlled explosion, I think it's basically telling everybody they're there, they're making everybody safe, they're going to resolve this, they're working through the public safety issues. And I think that, again, it's an example of each agency of a task force brings to the table their expertise. So, yes, you've got the federal investigators off trying to cover leads all over the world and resolve issues on the subjects of the case. But then you also have the police doing their responsibility of local public safety and making sure these neighborhoods are safe and that they're going to get these apartments and other physical locations secured.
And if they do go ahead with that controlled explosion, if you will, they got to be really careful. And it's a good thing, Tom and Chris, that they notify everyone that they're going to be doing this to make sure that people aren't overly alarmed when they hear a big boom. CNN has now confirmed, and I just want to relay this to our viewers, that this 19-year-old suspect, Dzhokhar Tsarnaev, was in fact a naturalized U.S. citizen. He received his U.S. citizenship September of last year. His older brother, Tamerlan Tsarnaev, 26 years old, who's now dead. He was killed in the shootout with police. He was also a naturalized U.S. citizen. Apparently both, Chris, had claimed asylum, and as a result they got green cards and eventually became U.S. citizens.
You know, horrible irony that a place that had decided to protect them and give them a chance at a new life, they decided to turn against. Now, that does seem to be reading into motive, but the more we understand, even placing aside that investigators and authorities believe that they are the bombers, that they told a hostage that they had last night that they were the bombers, online, the activity of the suspect that they're pursuing right now does suggest an interest in extremism. So the picture's becoming much more full of this man.
Yeah, there's some activity going on in Cambridge right now. Brooke Baldwin is on the scene for us. Brooke, that's where the suspects, these two brothers, lived. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Hey, Wolf, you're exactly right. So we're on this live picture right now. We have zoomed in. You see the firefighters. There they go. Actually moving closer down Norfolk. So that is the street. So just about, I'd say, maybe a football field and a half from where you see those firefighters down Norfolk is where we believe is that apartment complex where these two guys had been living here in Cambridge. I have been here for several hours this morning, and what we just learned in that news conference from police jives with this tremendous law enforcement presence. You know, we have additional ambulances on standby, possibly in the case that there could be injuries with this controlled explosion. But we saw firefighters pulling out the hose. We're sort of waiting for possibly signaling cover your ears, waiting to see when the explosion happens, because, you know, you never know what could be inside of that apartment before they can go in, before they know they have the all clear to search. They need to make sure it's safe. Wolf.
Brooke, so just to repeat, and I want to make sure that we're hearing this right, there will be what they call this controlled explosion in the Cambridge area where you are right now. Do we have any idea when that's going to occur?
We don't know yet. I mean, you know as best as I do, given what we just heard in that news conference. But we have seen quite a presence, a lot of FBI agents. They've continuously, through the course of the morning, Wolf, backed us up farther and farther. So as we await that, I'd like to just provide a little color on this 19-year-old Dzhokhar, because I was just speaking in the last 20 minutes or so with a couple of his friends. They were buddies. They went to the same high school together here in Cambridge. It was the Cambridge Ringe and Latin High School. And I just want to play a piece of this interview because they talk about Dzhokhar as a leader. He was the captain of the wrestling team their senior year here in Cambridge. He was a volunteer in the community, volunteered for a group called Best Buddies, helping out disabled kids here in Cambridge. Take a listen to this. Let's start with, when's the last time you saw Dzhokhar?
I saw Dzhokhar maybe last year. I mean, it was just around, just high and by kind of thing.
You both wrestled with Dzhokhar. What kind of kid was he?
He was a fun kid, you know. He liked a lot of people. We had a lot of friends, diverse type of friends. You know, he was cheerful, never really mellow. He was like never really mad at the world. He was mellow and all that, you know.
Can you tell me what you were his same weight class on the wrestling team? What was he like with you?
Well, I went to college with him, and the last time I seen him, it was at UMass Dartmouth, and he was a really nice kid. And with the wrestling, he was a really nice kid. You know, he was the kind of kid that would push me harder. Like he knew all kind of. He was a good fighter. He was an all-star wrestler, and I was new to wrestling, so he really helped me. Like he would push me all the time.
He would push you. Was he like a leader?
He was a captain on his senior year, but before that, like he knew how to fight, and I wasn't so good at fighting, and he would help me fight. He would show me moves. He would help me run faster. He would just help me do better, you know.
Is he someone you respected?
Yeah, someone I would look up to, I guess. You know, like I kind of thought, you know, this is the kind of kid that would go to like a UFC or something like that. He was someone I could trust my life over, I think.
Tell me a story, something that you recall with you and Jahar, an anecdote.
One of the things I can remember is one of the wrestling matches. We went to wrestling matches, and I lost my match, and he won the match. And even though I lost the match, you know, he was like, I really felt bad because the coach he was pushing me really hard. He was like, you got to beat this guy. You can beat this guy. I lost the match by a couple of points, and the guy, Jahar, he was like, it's cool, dude. You're going to win the next match. You know, he was someone that always motivated me, so.
Did you guys ever at any point in time hear him talking about hating Americans, plotting anything?
He was, at first time when I saw him, I think he was white, like regular American.
Yeah, like I said before, like he had a wider variety of friends. He loved everybody. He partied, you know. He never hated America. He was trying to be a typical American boy, you know. He was like I said, he said he's an excellent wrestler.
Did he ever
boxer? He did lots of stuff. He volunteered apparently for Best Buddies Club, which is like people who volunteer for the Down syndrome, help out the Down syndrome. So he loved people in general. He's cheerful. When he did boxing, I know like he's a small person, so I used to make fun of him, and he just laugh it off and prove like, you know, that he's good at everything, and he's very motivational, like honestly.
What about his relationship with his older brother? What kind of relationship did they have?
He never mentioned anything about his family or he never mentioned his background at all.
Yeah.
Did you guys even know where he was originally from?
Yeah, he told me he was from some part of Russia, Chechnya or something. I'm not sure exactly.
Chechnya.
Yeah, that's all he told me.
When he talked about where he was from, what did he say?
I just asked him because I didn't know where he was from. He asked me where I was from. I told him I'm from Nepal, and then I asked him where he's from because I thought he was American. He looked white to me. I think he was regular American. His English was really good. I think he was American. And then like we're just talking about racism, like we're friends from all different countries. That sometimes we just make fun of each other. We're all friends. And other friend, he was saying he was from Moscow, so not Moscow, Chechnya, Russia. So that's all I know about him. Like his background.
Sorry about that. One example is like me and him used to all sit in lunch together in high school. And everybody used to criticize us because I'm Hispanic, so it would be me, Jahar, Sanjay, you know, this guy right here. And we would all just hang out together. And it would all be like one big community, one big family. That's one of the motives in Cambridge and Latin, opportunity, diversity, and respect. So we had respect for all type of people. We would just joke around and never really hated anybody.
So if you're telling me that you're saying he had respect for all kinds of people, all walks of life, when you heard that he may be the one capable of doing what happened here in Boston on Monday, your reaction is?
I'm shocked. Like I feel like it's a dream, to tell you the truth. I feel like I haven't woke up today. I mean, I'm not sure if it's possible or not. Could be, could not be, but I'm just really shocked. I mean, I would never expect this to happen.
When I first heard it, I thought it was a joke. I would never expect that thing to happen. It sounded impossible to me. It's such a nice kid. I would never expect anything like that. Nah.
Final question. You said you were at UMass Dartmouth, and so you saw him. How recently did you see Jahar?
It's been about a year. I met him at Target because I was staying off campus, so he was staying in the campus. And I met him at Target. I was buying something, and I talked to him about school and stuff, and he was telling me he had to take calculus too because he didn't take the calculus too during the spring semester. So the registrar, they were making him take calculus too during the summer. That was last year.
So how come, if you guys were such buddies, how come you haven't seen him in a year? Did he stop reaching out to you?
When we're buddies, we don't call each other. If we meet, we just say, hey, what's up? How's it going? In high school, it was the same thing. You know, we used to get out get to the table. If the friend shows up, he shows up. If he doesn't show up, he doesn't show up. It's the same thing in college. We go to college. If we see him, we just say, hey, what's up? How you doing? If we don't see him, it's just, we don't.
Not a big deal. So there you have it, two young voices, two youngsters here in Cambridge who knew and really respected this 19-year-old Jahar is who they called him. Just one other, and they clearly didn't want their faces on camera. They were fearful and they were shocked. One other note, Wolf and Chris, we talked to one other young person who also was on the wrestling team with him, and he was absolutely convinced, and again, this is just his opinion, convinced that it was this older brother that would have talked him potentially into committing such a heinous act, if in fact these two are the ones who did it. We will keep watching the scene here in Cambridge, Massachusetts, as we await a controlled explosion at this home, this apartment complex. Live pictures of the firefighters waiting to go in Cambridge. As soon as we see any more movement here, we'll come back out here. Meantime, Chris, Wolf, back to you.
Brooke, a quick question. I may have missed it in your interview with these two guys. When like everybody else almost in the world, when they saw the video and the pictures that the FBI released yesterday, did it even enter their minds that they knew at least one of these suspects?
Absolutely. When they saw, and I've talked to a couple other people out here in Cambridge who went to actually one young woman went all the way elementary, middle, and high school, and she said the second that she saw the picture that the FBI released yesterday, she said, he looked familiar, but it was that surveillance video from the 7-Eleven that that was when she had a lump in her throat and her heart sunk, and she said, absolutely, I knew that was Jahar.
Yeah, that's what happens. All right, Brooke, once you get word of that controlled explosion in Cambridge, we'll, of course, get back to you. We'll see what's going on. Brooke Baldwin is on the scene. Cambridge, right next door to Boston, home of Harvard, home of MIT. No indication either one of these two brothers had anything directly were ever involved in any of those universities.
No, and it's also important to keep in mind, Wolf, as we've been learning from experts in profiling and counterterrorism all day, just because people had positive experiences with them is not mutually exclusive with them being capable of doing terrible things. It's not as if we have an idea of people who do this as if they are all in one place and this is all they're about. People snap at different moments. They change quickly. We saw it with Faisal Shahzad, the Times Square bomber. He was a good neighbor. Everybody liked him. He was moving his way through American life, and yet at a certain point he changed, and he had very different intentions and motives. And just because people had a good experience with one or both of these suspects doesn't mean that they weren't capable of this.
Yeah, and they could have been inspired. There's a magazine online, Inspire, which is put out by the late Anwar al-Awlaki's organization, an al-Qaeda affiliate, to inspire individuals like this Major Nidal Hassan at Fort Hood, Texas. He was inspired to go out and start randomly shooting and killing some of his fellow troops.
It's also important to note, we're seeing military helicopters and lots of different vehicles. That's to be expected when you have 30 different agencies involved. Everybody wants eyes and ears on the ground, so it doesn't mean that there's a need for certain capabilities, but that there's such a big operation here, you're going to see lots of military and different authorities and agencies involved.
As it should be. This is a huge operation. A lot of people are nervous here in the Boston area. They want this over with. They want it over with as quickly as possible. So does law enforcement. So does the military, the National Guard. They are on the scene. Let's take a quick break. Our continuing coverage will resume in just a moment.
This is CNN Breaking News.
We're watching the breaking news. We're having continuing coverage here in the Boston bombing investigation and the manhunt for a suspected terrorist. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Boston.
I'm Chris Cuomo.
Chris Cuomo is here. We're watching this nonstop. It's a very, very tense moment right now.
And very fluid. Lots of agencies involved. We've been seeing police activity. I can't get too far ahead of ourselves. We just know that it is active and ongoing. The search for suspects suddenly became a police chase and manhunt Thursday evening. That's when there was a call that went out that an MIT security officer had been shot. His name is now Sean Collins. We know 26 years old. Sean Collier, 26 years old. We don't know whether or not he confronted the suspects after that they had robbed a 7-Eleven or they simply came upon him, but either way, shots fired, he was killed. Once police were on the scene, they developed an understanding that these were their suspects, became a very intense car chase. There were improvised explosive devices, grenades thrown out the window. Eventually, one of the suspects exited the vehicle, was shot and killed, allegedly run over by his own brother while he was trying to escape.
Keyword allegedly, because a lot of this information is initial. It's murky. The FBI released the pictures of the two young men, and they announced that the hunt was beginning, and as Chris just said, that hunt intensified overnight with these dramatic developments. The older brother, as you say, that his name Tamerlan Tsarnaev, the older brother is now dead, 26 years old. The younger brother, Zahar Tsarnaev, 19 years old, he remains at large right now, even though this manhunt continues nonstop.
And the investigators are trying to figure out what changed, why they did something so brazen as to rob a convenience store and steal a car, other than just necessity, maybe putting out the photos and
maybe
videos.
They needed money. They thought they could get away. They had no money or whatever.
And maybe in that rashness, it's somewhat of a window into whether or not there was a well-developed plan here or not. But the key is that they became very concerned about explosives. Since about 5:30 this morning, little has changed in terms of the disposition of this chase, this search. They've been in one main area here in Boston. They've been asking us not to give away tactical positions, to have a delay on our video in case something happens that we can't control in the moment. But they're worried about this suspect having explosives. We believe they found some ordnance in the home where the two men lived, that they're going to have a controlled explosion later this afternoon, not to scare people, but if you hear that and you're in the Boston area, in Cambridge, that's where they were living, don't panic. But they do believe he could be very dangerous because of the access to explosives.
And the older brother who was killed was believed to be wearing an explosive vest, a suicide bombing vest or whatever, and that raised all sorts of suspicions, and that's why virtually this whole city and this whole area is on lockdown right now.
So we'll check in with Don Lemon. He's at one of the areas that's seen intense police activity. Don, what's the latest?
Yeah, intense police activity. Listen, a lot of times with the press conferences, quite frankly, it's the latest information they know, but it can also be like a newspaper. It can be the oldest thing that is out there, because when they're holding those press conferences, there's activity going on. And we saw that as they were holding the press conference, as they were saying, hey, listen, some areas have been cleared, but we're still going to other areas. Some of the other areas that they're going to, here where we are, we have seen tactical units that have been dispatched to our area, a couple of them. Some are turning off before they get to us. Others pass us and they turn into a neighborhood. Still seeing the helicopter overhead that it was down at one point, back up and still doing that orbit around this particular neighborhood. Just a short while ago, just before that press conference, I spoke with the city manager. He talked to me about what they were doing to keep people in place, and also he said he wouldn't go into specifics of the investigation, but said it was far from over in this particular neighborhood in the Watertown community, because this is the last place they saw that suspect, was here, and who came down, quite frankly, Mount Auburn Avenue, where we are, from Cambridge into this particular neighborhood, obviously throwing explosives out of the window, and this is the last place they saw him. So they believe that he's here with all of the people who were chasing him, with all the people, all the resources they had behind this person. They don't think that he could have gotten far from here. So while there are other areas that are being cleared, there have been huge police presence in one area. We even saw military helicopters. You can probably hear the helicopter in the air now. They're still zeroing in on Watertown because they believe that is where this 19-year-old suspect is that we found out about. 19-year-old suspect who is a wrestler who got to college on a scholarship for wrestling. His older brother, who is a boxer, a two-time Golden Glove champion, both ending up in this neighborhood, one of them losing their lives, the other one on the loose still. Again, you can hear that helicopter in the air. That is a police helicopter, also military helicopters here as well, and tactical units being dispersed throughout this area. So while they're clearing one area, as Deb says, they cleared her area earlier, and then they came back to the same area. That's what's happening here, far from over in this particular town.
Don Lemon in Watertown for us, where the developments are unfolding rapidly. They're presumably, Don, I just want to be precise on this one as well, they're presumably going, what, house to house, floor by floor with this search. It's a very dangerous operation, given the potential for explosive devices to be located there. Is that a good sense of what you're hearing and seeing?
Absolutely, and the pictures show it, and we have seen it. I've seen it, and the pictures show it as well. The busloads and busloads of police officers that they brought here, those were security people to watch the backs of the people who are actually going door to door. Many times the SWAT team or the tactical teams would go door to door with their rifle, their assault rifle, the military-style rifles drawn, with their handguns drawn. They'd open the door, one would watch the other one's back, and then they would all file in and go into a particular building, or they would knock on individuals' homes. And what they were saying to individuals, that was going to happen, but before you open your door, make sure you knew that it was a police officer, that you saw some sort of identification, that they were dressed in police clothing. One scene that we saw early this morning, there was a SWAT team there, there was a K-9 unit there, and there was also a chemist, Wolf, on scene because they found blood at that particular scene, and the chemist was taking samples for them to bring back to the lab so that they can check to see if it matched the blood from any of the other scenes, and that therefore they can figure out if that suspect was there or his whereabouts, where he might be heading. Wolf.
A massive manhunt underway in the Watertown area. Chris, Don Lemon is there. Chris, as we watch this, we're beginning to learn more and more about these two suspects, especially the younger one, the 19-year-old, who's still on the loose.
Yeah, we heard from the uncle, who gave a really good background on where these guys grew up and the family, and very important to separate them from the family. Say, this is not about where we come from. It's not about our faith. These men are a disgrace. This is a shame. The suspect should turn himself in. And very important in terms of, as we continue to pursue motivation here, it is just as likely at this point that these two men decided to just become crazed killers as it is that they're connected to any larger ideal.
And we're just learning more. Chris Lawrence is over at the campus of the University of Massachusetts in Dartmouth, where one of the suspects actually had been registered as a student at that school. Campus is closed. There's a controlled evacuation underway. What else are you learning? What are some of his friends, associates, people who may have known him? What are they saying?
Well, there's been a lot of developments here on campus just in the last 10 to 15 minutes. About 15, 20 minutes ago, we saw a helicopter land in the middle of the campus in an area that we don't have access to, but we could see it flying over the trees and landing somewhere in the interior of the campus. Right after that, I saw about 4 to 5 police vehicles speed through the entrance of the campus going to that same location. And then just within the last 2 to 3 minutes, we saw 2 helicopters take off and leave the campus and head away. We also saw a big Massachusetts State Police tactical van arrive here very quickly. It's sort of an armored, very large vehicle that just got on scene about 5 minutes ago. When I looked at the helicopters, again, they were in the distance, a lot of dust being kicked up. I didn't see any markings that indicated Massachusetts State Police, so they very may well be belong to the Massachusetts National Guard. Also here, we've been speaking with a lot of folks who knew Jahar. That's how they know him here, Jahar. In fact, we spoke with a young man who helped move Jahar into his dorm when he first got to campus, and he was explaining to us how he was debriefed by the state police and FBI this morning for about 5 hours. He had tweeted out something when he saw some of our broadcasts and saw the picture. He tweeted out, "I think I may know this person. I think that's Jahar." And then this morning, he got a knock on the door with police and investigators outside wanting to speak with him. They brought him to a nearby state police barrack, so to speak, and talked to him for about 5 hours. He said they were asking him questions about Jahar, if he had communicated with people overseas. That was one of the questions he was asked. He said he couldn't remember that happening, and he just sort of had to explain to them what sort of person he was, what sort of interactions he may have had, trying to give them any insight possible into this suspect that they were looking for. Wolf?
Chris, you're our Pentagon correspondent, and the way you describe it, it almost looks like a major military operation with sophisticated military equipment in addition to local law enforcement, police equipment on the scene. Give us a few details of the military hardware that you're seeing.
Right now, so far it's been split, and I would say the majority of it has been the Massachusetts State Police. The local campus police are sort of doing perimeter security around the campus, as they try to help students get off campus, and a lot of students hanging out outside here trying to get a ride home or have someone come pick them up. But then we saw that helicopter off in the distance, and we know, just sort of trying to look through the buildings and the trees, I know it landed somewhere in the interior of the campus, and I know that the dorm, Jahar's dorm, is actually over on that other side of campus. I don't know if the helicopters landed near the dorm, but it definitely was on sort of the other side of campus from the entrance where we are and where a lot of the students are coming out. Then we saw that huge tactical vehicle from the Massachusetts State Police roll in after about 4 to 5 police cars came through. And then literally, like I said, just in the last 10 minutes, off in the distance, you saw the two helicopters take off from the campus and fly away, Wolf.
It's a pretty scary scene at the University of Massachusetts in Dartmouth. I'm sure it's the last thing, Aaron, that anyone would have thought on that campus that they were going to be seeing this kind of operation unfold on this day.
Yes, and this shock that they felt on MIT's campus as well last night when there was the shootout that happened. People just... Last night when we were standing here, we had no idea there could be any link between these two things. And it has happened so quickly in unexplained directions.
Strange turns, and it's by no means over.
No, not at all. I mean, Aaron observed earlier when we were here that most of the vehicles going by us were police and official vehicles. And you have to remember, this is one of the most extraordinary things we've ever seen in terms of terrorism work in the United States of America. This entire city, Boston is one of the busiest cities in the world, let alone in this country. And it's been shut down in a way systematically we've never done here before, and all because of this main question: where is this 19-year-old suspect who was involved in this hot pursuit? And you have to say, everyone we've talked to agrees about one thing: the progress has been amazing. To think just Monday this happened, and they go through all this video, the possibilities, the permutations were almost endless. They come up with suspects, they announce it to the public, and now here we are. One suspect dead, the other one on the run. Who could have imagined it would have taken this fast? Not the experts.
No, and
it's not over with yet.
Not even close. But to know who's involved, right, Aaron?
I mean, I think that is incredible. When because everyone said it's going to be a needle in a haystack. You looked at the Benghazi situation. They were able to intercept
calls. Once they got the pictures of the two suspects, they made it public. It was, as a lot of law enforcement types that spoke to me last night, it's only a matter of time. Somebody was going to recognize these two guys, but we didn't know that they would allegedly go to a convenience store, rob it, and then shoot and kill an MIT security guard.
Significant investigative work, though, and as you said, it's not over. They don't know if there aren't more people involved. That's why they're being acting out of such an abundance of caution.
But the quickness with which, given the volume of cell phone calls, the amount of video, sometimes having too much is actually a bad thing. They were able to go through that so quickly and identify these two people. And now with this lockdown,
Tom Fuentes is joining us now, as he has been over these past several days, the former assistant director of the FBI, a CNN analyst right now. Take us a little bit behind the scenes, Tom. What's the biggest concern the investigators have right now, even as they're closing in, apparently closing in, we hope they're closing in, on the second suspect?
Well, I think, Wolf, the biggest concern they have is that increasingly you have a cornered animal, essentially. He could get desperate. He could ambush the police officers that are searching apartment by apartment. He could set up booby traps and try to hurt or kill law enforcement officers by that means. He could break into somebody's apartment and, in other words, do a home invasion and hold people hostage, or become a barricaded subject with hazardous materials. So there's a number of possible problem situations that could develop in these last few minutes as they're trying to get him apprehended. As they close in closer, he's going to become more dangerous. And then don't forget, he's already dangerous. I mean, in addition to the marathon bombings that occurred last Monday, he and his brother assassinated this MIT police officer last night. That officer was not approaching them. He had nothing to do with any kind of suspicion of them, apparently. He was sitting in his police car, and they ambushed him and murdered him. So they're the ones that began this attack last night. They're the ones that elevated their profile between that attack and the armed robbery at the convenience store, and then the carjacking of another innocent person and shooting and throwing explosives. I mean, they're the ones that essentially went to war last night against law enforcement. There's still one member left, the younger brother, that can still continue that war right now.
Here's what I don't understand, Tom, and I don't know if we'll ever understand this. They hijack a car and the driver, take the driver hostage. They release the driver even after they basically boasted in the car that they were the guys who blew up the bombs at the Boston Marathon. That makes no sense to me, but maybe you have a better appreciation of the thinking of these kinds of guys.
Well, we talked from the beginning that they might have a mentality of wanting to gloat, brag, take credit, feel glorified that they pulled this off, and it could be they just wanted somebody to market that information for them to be able to go out and take that. It's similar to 2 months ago with Dorner in California, where after killing police officers and innocent citizens and chases and shootouts, he hijacks a car, at that mountaintop and lets that driver and his dog go and doesn't hurt them. So he invades a home and steals their car, but he doesn't hurt them either. So it's hard to figure at what point somebody deems a threat. And in this case, maybe he was, for whatever reason, did the carjacking, the two of them, attempting to do the carjacking, and didn't take it out on the driver.
One of the suspects is dead. The other one remains on the loose. If they capture him alive, we might get some answers to these questions. If they find him and they kill him in the process of trying to capture him, if he's a deadly threat, obviously we might never know the full story of what was behind what was going on.
Which would be an awful thing. As we've talked about, this is the first time an act like this has been pulled off successfully on U.S. soil, and given that there's so many questions on what the inspiration was, what the training was, what the relationship was between the brothers, to not get answers would be a real blow to law enforcement and terrorism protection in this country.
Also, an important message that the United States tries to send in situations like this is that they don't respond to violence with violence. And so capturing him and putting him through the justice system is very important, even optically, to them.
And we want to know, and hopefully in the process of that questioning, we might get some answers, why the 3 people were senselessly killed at the end of the Boston Marathon. Nearly 200 people were injured, many of them remaining right now in critical condition, and now a police security officer from MIT killed for no reason whatsoever. Let's go to Brooke Baldwin. She's over there in Cambridge, where these 2 suspects, they live there. Brooke, and you were telling us they're getting ready for a controlled explosion because they fear they may have found some more explosives.
That's precisely right, Wolf. So we're going to stay on these live pictures. I'm standing just off camera watching all of this unfold in front of my eyes. So what you see is the yellow crime scene tape and about a half dozen firefighters here. You see some of those agents moving in. Those are FBI agents with the FBI vests in, walking in. We're in watch and wait mode. We learned about the controlled explosions at that news conference just about an hour ago. And we have not really seen any hustle, any major activity other than everyone just sort of standing by. But where you see that tape, that is Norfolk Street. So if you hook a right and you go past those firefighters and down that street, just about a football field and a half away, that is that apartment complex where these 2 young men had lived. And what you can't see in this shot, but I can just set the scene for you, I am staring at an American Red Cross disaster relief truck. There are 1, 2, 3 ambulances here on standby. I've seen state police. I've seen Cambridge police, Somerville police. Somerville is a neighborhood just around the corner from us here in Cambridge. So we are awaiting these controlled explosions. In any case like this, of course, you have to think 5 steps ahead if you're law enforcement. And if this is where these 2 men lived, and if in fact they were the ones capable of Monday's horrendous bombing, who knows what's inside of that apartment? So they have to take every precaution to make sure it's safe before they can go in and search it. Wolf.
How close are you, Brooke, to what's going on over there, keeping media relatively far away for understandable reasons?
Yeah, I've been here all morning long, and so I'm staring with my own eyes at these firefighters you're looking at. I would say they're maybe, 100, 150 feet right in front of me, 12 o'clock. And I was earlier this morning just across the street from them, much, much closer. But there was a point when a lot of the FBI agents rushed toward the media, and I got to tell you, it's a crush of media here, as you can imagine. You know, several dozen outlets out here, reporters, photographers, and so they suddenly said, you have to move, you have to move. A Cambridge police officer walked toward me and said, it isn't safe, it isn't safe. So slowly but surely, sort of as we've seen Deb Farrick and her situation in Watertown today, we have slowly had to creep farther and farther back. And I have to mention too, Wolf, and not just members of the media out here, but folks who live along Norfolk Street. I saw a mother changing her baby's diapers on the sidewalk because they're stuck. They have nowhere to go. Because of these controlled explosions, they have to sit and wait just like the rest of us. Out of precaution. Wolf.
Apparently a lot of explosive devices in the area right now. Law enforcement working. Yeah. Brooke, we'll get back to you. You know, Aaron, as we watch what's going on, we're here in Boston. It's a pretty nerve-wracking situation.
It is a nerve-wracking situation, and they do believe the suspect armed and dangerous, and that there could have been pipe bombs left around, which creates a real sense of fear.
That's why they're doing these controlled explosions.
Yep.
And just to be precise, what that means is that experts go in there and they detonate these bombs to make sure they don't kill anyone.
That's right. They just want to make sure there are no other casualties in the horror that has gone on for the past few days. Well, we're going to take a very quick break. We'll be back with our continuous live coverage of the breaking news manhunt here in Boston.